Star Odyssey Chapter 2132 to Chapter 2183. Yuchen seriously replied, "There's a place in the frigid immortal sect that contains secrets. I'll think of a way to help you see what's inside." Luine laughed. "Since it's a secret, do you think you have the right to do so?" Yuchen was helpless. "I definitely don't have the right, but since you want to know something, you definitely won't give up. You have your plans, and I can be your spy. Even if I die, you should let me play my part. Besides, I don't want to die. Why should I trust you?" Luine stared at her. Yuchen opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. That's right, why should Luine trust her? "I don't know why, but you must go to the astral trees. Aside from investigating the Lu family, there's also the Red Garden and the Star Alliance. These are all things that you need to do." Lu Yin's finger twitched. The Red Garden, the Red Garden. That's right, I'll definitely go there. I'll bring everyone out, as they're all from the Lu family. Luine put Yuchen away and walked towards another prison, where the expeditionary force from the astral trees was imprisoned. "Master, did you not see Xiaji and the others?" Kuwei asked. Luine did not answer, as his thoughts were complicated. Not long after, he saw a group of people being imprisoned. It was much easier to imprison them since they were not half-ancestors. Luine saw them, and they saw him as well. Within the frigid immortal sect, Stoneheart looked at Luine calmly. Elder Xing, Elder Green Apricot, and the others did not show much emotion either. Only one person was cowering in a corner, not daring to look outside. Luine stared at him and barked, "Get over here." The person in the corner trembled and curled up even more. Elder Xing stood up with a cold expression. "What are you trying to do, Lu family's son?" Kuwei stepped forward and glared at Elder Xing. "Old thing, what can you ask my master about?" Even old Whitehead knelt before him. "Who do you think you are?" Elder Xing was furious. "Impudent. How can a half-ancestor kneel?" "Nonsense." Kuwei raised his head. "Who isn't afraid of death? My master controls the universe and rules over the entire human race. Even a progenitor is nothing, let alone a mere half-ancestor." Elder Xing was furious, and he pointed at Kuwei but could not say anything. The other members of the cold immortal sect glared at Kuwei, wishing they could eat him alive. Luine stared at the person curled up in the corner. "I'll say it again. Get over here." In the corner, the person's body trembled, and he slowly raised his head to meet Lu Yin's gaze. In that instant, time seemed to flow, and he saw that high-spirited youth waving at him. "Come, young master has good food. Why are you so useless? Wasn't it just memorizing books? Young master, let me teach you." "Eh? You were beaten up? Young master will avenge you." "Idiot, that's not how to use the Xidagarba needle. I'll definitely teach you. That way, you won't be bullied again, and I'll have some face. You're my errand boy. In the future, I'll be invincible in the universe, and the 7 heroes will be peerless. You have to keep up with me, or at least become a patriarch." His words echoed in the young master's mind, causing the man in the corner to feel even more terrified. His eyes lost focus. "I won't go out, I won't go out, I can't go out, young master will kill me. I won't go out, I won't go out." Everyone stared at the man in the corner as if he had gone mad. Xianxia was disdainful, he had known Lu Xing for a long time. He had seen this errand boy when he had challenged Lu Shaoxian, one of the 7 heroes. He had seemed innocent and naive, but he was actually ambitious. Now, he had suffered the consequences of his own actions. Crack. The prison door opened with a click. Kuwei was alarmed. "Master, be careful." He was afraid that the people inside would attack Luine. But he was overthinking things. Even if old White Ghost had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to pose any threat to Luine. Lu Yin walked past the frigid immortal sect disciples, past Xianxia, and past Elder Xing. Elder Xing clenched his fists even harder, but in the end, he loosened them. Luine walked to the corner and looked down at the man. "Raise your head," he said in a low voice. The man in the corner trembled even more and lowered his head even more. "No, I won't go out, young master will kill me. I've let him down, and I've let down the Lu family. I won't go out. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold, and he grabbed the man's hair and lifted him up. The man was terrified and instinctively attacked, but he was only at the first tribulation origin realm. He couldn't even fight back against Luin, and Luin pressed him against the wall. At that moment, Luin saw the man's face clearly. It was indeed him, the same person who had used the Xidagarba needle when he had merged with Sage Whitehost's body and killed Wang Yun. Lu Jing. Luin gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Lu Jing stared at Luin in fear, his pupils dilating as his face went pale. Young master, young master. Luin flung him away and smashed him into a corner. Lu Jing spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his stomach, and curled up again. Elder Xing couldn't help but step forward to stop Luin. Luin turned around and stared coldly at Elder Xing. Elder Xing was a 7th tribulation origin expert, but he suddenly stopped and didn't step forward. Lu Yan's gaze made him shiver, and he had a feeling that he didn't dare to approach. If he did, he would die without a doubt. The rest of the frozen immortal sect cultivators kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. Luin looked down at Lu Jing. Do you still remember me? Lu Jing. Lu Jing spat out a mouthful of blood that splashed all over his face and blurred his vision. Everything he saw was red. Young master, young master. Luin couldn't remember anything from the past, but when he looked at Lu Jing's face, familiar voices echoed in his head. Young master, slow down, wait for me. Young master, third young master Nong is looking for you. Young master, that Tu Qiming is here again. He's shameless and wants to follow you. Young master, can I learn the Xidagarba needle? The family will kill me. Young master. The words young master echoed in his ears. Luin looked at Lu Jing's face and felt even more disgusted. You still remember me? Lu Jing. Lu Jing was terrified and trembled. Young master, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It was him. He forced me to do this, young master. Luin shouted, Who? Who forced you to do this? Lu Jing coughed up blood. Madman. That madman. He forced me to do this. Lu Yan's eyes narrowed. Speak clearly. Suddenly, Lu Jing's eyes widened. It's all your fault, Lu Xiaoxian. It's all your fault. You didn't find me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been captured by that madman and suffered so much. It's all your fault. You only had eyes for that woman and never thought of finding me. It's all your fault. Luin looked at Lu Jing's crazy curses and didn't stop him, allowing him to continue. It's all your fault. You didn't find me. I was tortured by that madman for so long, and you had to suffer the same pain as me. Madman, madman. Lu Jing cursed, crying and laughing at the same time. The Lu family is gone. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoxian, you're dead. That woman tricked you and everyone else. I'll join the Han Immortal sect. I want to take that madman as my master. He suddenly knelt down with a pious expression. Please accept me as your disciple. I beg you, I'm also a member of the Lu family. I want to learn the Lu family's visualization technique and everything about the Lu family. I want everything that Lu Xiaoxian has. Please accept me. I want the Lu family to regain its glory. My Lu family. Isn't that what you want as well? The surrounding cultivators from the frigid immortal sect watched Lu Jing's strange actions and felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Luin had seen this scene before. In the Astral Combat Academy, he had touched the stargazing deck and triggered fate. Yes, that youth kneeling on the ground was Lu Jing, and he had seen this scene before. Lu Jing was taking someone as his master, and besides Lu Jing, there was also a broken cauldron. That person had to be a direct descendant of the Lu family. Madman? There was a madman in the Lu family? Suddenly, Luin thought back to the person he had seen while traveling through spacetime. That person was the one who had met the ancient god and been seen by Elder Chan. Could that person be that madman? There's no one left in the Lu family. I, Lu Jing, am a member of the Lu family. I, Lu Zheng, represent the Lu family, and I will definitely inherit the Lu family's glory in the future. I, Lu Zheng, am the Lu family. Lu Zheng kept muttering to himself, as if he had gone mad. No, he had indeed gone mad. Lu Ying looked at Lu Zheng, whose eyes were filled with madness. The painful memories combined with his crazed desires had caused his thoughts to go crazy, and he had truly become a madman. Elder Xing shook his head helplessly. He had seen people like this before. Some people pursued things that they could never obtain, but still desired them immensely. Once they obtained something, they would go crazy, and after being frightened by Lu Xiaoxian, they would go completely insane. He's really gone mad, the fog ancestor said as he appeared and looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Ying quietly watched Lu Zheng kneel on the ground, muttering to himself with a crazed look in his eyes. He sighed, raised his hand, and slapped down. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Lu Zheng's body fell to the ground. Even in death, the crazed look in his eyes didn't fade. His death wasn't painful, as he was still trying to take that madman as his master. He was trying to restore the Lu family's glory, his Lu family's glory. No one sympathized with Lu Zheng's death, even though he had betrayed the Lu family because of the frigid immortal sect. However, Lu Ying felt that it was a pity, he didn't know who the madman was. Lu Ying left the prison and ordered someone to take care of Lu Zheng's corpse. What are you going to do with us? Elder Xing asked, and all of the frigid immortal sect cultivators looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying didn't answer and simply left. Sure, Xian's gaze was complicated. This person was Lu Xiaoxian, but also not Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Ying had originally planned to meet Xia Ji and Wang Si, but Lu Zheng's death had left him with a heavy heart. Master, why don't I bring those two old things to you? Ku Wei asked. Lu Ying waved his hand and stepped out of the above heaven sect. With another step, he arrived on earth. He appeared on the road to Jinling, where he had killed a few people. It was also where he had first met Zhou Shan. Now, the road had completely changed, and he couldn't recognize its original appearance. Many thanks to immemorial imperial teacher Zhang Daming, brother Mo, for your reward. I've been preparing to take wedding photos, renovating my house, and going on business trips. I've been too busy recently, so I'll try my best to save as much as possible. Senior, what was the Lu family like back then? Lu Ying asked. The mist ancestor appeared behind him. What was so special about it? They were high and mighty and were worshipped by the Fifth Mainland. They also had the responsibility of protecting the Fifth Mainland. High and mighty? Lu Ying was puzzled. The mist ancestor smiled. To the average person, the Lu family is high and mighty. No matter what the Lu family does for the continent, the average person cannot understand it. They want to replace the Lu family. From the Lu family's point of view, everything they do is very normal. They accept the allegiance of others, are envied by others, and obtain the resources of the entire continent. All of this is very normal. Lu Ying asked, then, has the Lu family done anything that angers the heavens? I don't know. She looked at Lu Ying. You're overthinking things. Do you believe that ruling a continent is just and honorable? Lu Ying looked away. You've reached this point, and you dare say that you've killed innocent people? You dare say that you haven't done anything against your conscience? It depends on how you look at it. At least, the Lu family protected the Fifth Mainland, and that is an unchanging fact. The frigid immortal sect and the other families rebelled against the Lu family because they wanted to taste the feeling of reaching the top. Lu Ying smiled. Overthinking things? No, he just wanted to hear the mist ancestor's opinion. He did not care about what the Lu family had done or what they had taken responsibility for. No matter who ruled a continent, the Lu family had not done enough. In his opinion, the Lu family had not done enough. If it were him, he would not have allowed the four sides to take advantage of the situation. Lu Tianyi had been biased towards progenitor Chen and caused the Xia family to resent him, so why couldn't he be biased towards the Lu family? If the Lu family occupied more than one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, who would dare to rebel? If it were him, the Wang family and the frigid immortal sect would not exist. He would not make the same mistakes that the Lu family had made. When he thought of this, Lu Ying looked at the above heaven sect. From the moment he had borrowed progenitor Chen's power to walk on behalf of the heavens, he had the final say in the fifth mainland, and only he had the final say. This was not enough. During the Tianmen convention, he needed to establish his might, and the best target for that was a half-ancestor. Luin raised his foot again and appeared outside the above heaven sex prison. This time, he was meeting Wang Si. Compared to Xiada, Old White Ghost, and the others, Wang Si was in a worse state. Her inner world had once been pierced by a needle and she was severely injured. After being imprisoned, she had insulted the Lu family many times and was taken special care of by Lu Bujing. Now, she was half dead. Even so, she was still cursing the Lu family. When Luin appeared, Wang Si's eyes were filled with undisguised hatred, making her look like a malevolent demon. You won't be proud for much longer, you bastard of the Lu family. You'll die, and you'll die a horrible death that's 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times worse than mine. The mist ancestor looked at Wang Si and frowned. This person's hatred ran too deep, and if she were in Lu Yin's shoes, she would have immediately killed her. On her path of cultivation, she had killed many people, but there were very few people with eyes as venomous as Wang Si's. Luin looked at her calmly. Do you want to die? Wang Si sneered, little bastard, you won't have it easy. You'll have to suffer even more in the future. Your family, friends, and everyone you know and care about will all die horrible deaths. Don't even think about escaping. Luin nodded. You really do hate the Lu family. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the reason. Why do you hate the Lu family so much? I hate it. I hate your Lu family, and I can't wait to exterminate your entire family. Do you want to know why the Lu family was exiled in the first place? Let me tell you, I was the one who suggested it, and I was the first to do so. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's expression changed, and his gaze turned cold. What did you say? Wang Si laughed maniacally, and her laughter was filled with vengeance. She knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. I was the one who found ancestor Wang Fan and was the one who suggested banishing the Lu family. I was the one who found the White Dragon clan after I found out that the White Dragon clan could make the White Dragon clan rise again. I was the one who found Bai Wang Yuan. Luin grabbed Wang Si's neck, and his expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. Because he had used too much force, even a half-ancestor like Wang Si could not breathe. Cultivators had reached the half-ancestor level step by step and had experienced 9 origin tribulations. The half-ancestor origin tribulations were especially dangerous, but once they succeeded, their bodies would be reborn. Wang Si had reached the half-ancestor level, and even if she had never actively cultivated her physical strength, she was still not someone a third tribulation origin emissary could shake. However, Lu Yin's strength was too great, and Wang Si's provocation even caused the immovable heavenly king elephant to appear and let out a soundless roar. Wang Si laughed maniacally, but with her neck grabbed, she could not cough even if she wanted to. Her face turned red, and coupled with her venomous gaze, it was a horrifying sight. Don't test my patience. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Luin gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Si. Although Wang Si could not breathe, she looked even more pleased with herself. Luin released her. You want to anger me so that you can die a quick death? It won't be that easy. Do you think I'll believe you? How can a mere half-ancestor scheme against my Lu family? Wang Si coughed twice, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You were able to unify the Outerverse as an explorer, so why can't I scheme against the Lu family? Some things are just scary. The Lu family is powerful, so who would dare to offend them? Even at the peak of the 4 directions Libra, they could only stay in the middle realm and did not dare to cross the line. Even the frozen immortal sect's most talented disciple, Bai Xian'er, had to submit herself to you as a maid. What about the others? Do you think that no one has tried to overthrow the Lu family for so many years? They have, but they don't know what to do, and they don't dare to do it. I dare. I can meet ancestor Wang Fan at any time, and I can contact the White Dragon tribe, the Xia family, and the frozen immortal sect. I can even contact the entire 4 directions Libra. The Lu family is high and mighty, and they look down on the cosmic tree realm. How could they possibly think that a mere half-ancestor like me would dare to act against them? But I still did it. I want the Lu family to die, and I want the entire Lu family to be annihilated. The mist ancestor suddenly slapped his head. I remember now. No wonder you looked familiar at first glance. What's your relationship with Wang Yi? Wang Xi's eyes went wide, and she looked at the mist ancestor in disbelief. You? Lu Yin looked at the mist ancestor. Wang Yi? She went against the Daosaur sect's will and acted against Xiaoshang without permission. In the end, she was exposed and was killed by Senior Lu Tianyi. Wang Xi stared at the mist ancestor in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know about this? Lu Yin also asked, Senior, what's going on? He could faintly guess why Wang Xi hated the Lu family. The mist ancestor looked at Wang Xi. Based on your reaction, you are indeed related to Wang Yi. You are too similar to her. Who are you? How do you know about her? Wang Xi shrieked. The mist ancestor slowly explained, when Xiaoshang cultivated 9 clones, one of them transformed into a giant and was hunted down by the Daosaur sect. However, Senior Lu Tianyi pitted Xiaoshang's innate talent and ordered that only those of the same generation were allowed to act against him. Seniors whose realms were too high were not allowed to act against him. If Xiaoshang could survive, then it would prove that he had chosen the right path, but if he couldn't, then he deserved to die. At that time, everyone from the same generation from the Fifth Mainland tried to cause trouble for Xiaoshang, either openly or secretly acting against him. The Xia family was even more unscrupulous. Among them, Wang Yi was a half-ancestor, but she secretly acted against Xiaoshang. If not for a coincidence, Xiaoshang would have died. This matter was eventually exposed, and Ancestor Lu Tianyi was furious. He personally went to the Wang family to capture Wang Yi and killed her in front of the Daosaur sect's mountain gate. No one from the Wang family dared to plead for mercy, and from then on, the Xia family did not dare to go overboard when dealing with Xiaoshang. Lu Yin looked at Wang Xi. You hate the Lu family because of this? Wang Xi was filled with resentment. Before my mother was taken away, she sealed me in ice and told me to always remember my hatred for the Lu family and Lu Tianyi. Wang Yi went against the Daosaur sect's will and acted against Xiaoshang, so she deserved to die. She did that because of the Xia family, right? She had a marriage alliance with someone from the Xia family, and if I'm not wrong, you have half of the Xia family's bloodline. Your mother deserved to be executed, and no one from the Wang family pleaded for mercy. Wang Xi was furious. It's the Lu family's fault for being arrogant. My mother liked Lu Feng, and if he hadn't abandoned her, she wouldn't have married into the Xia family. It was Lu Tianyi who broke up Lu Feng and my mother. If the Lu family wanted to do something, then we wanted to stop them. If Lu Tianyi wanted to protect Xiaoshang, then we wanted to kill him. Your mother, Wang Yi, had a vicious nature. How could Uncle Lu Feng have taken a liking to her? It had nothing to do with Senior Lu Tianyi, the mist ancestor retorted. Wang Xi roared, nonsense. It was Lu Tianyi who bewitched Lu Feng and broke them up. Lu Yin sneered. You couldn't get what you wanted, but the Xia family instigated you to act against progenitor Chen. In the end, you were killed in front of the Daosaur sect. Your mother was too stubborn from the start, but you were even more stubborn than her. The Lu family has never wronged you, but you secretly plotted against them. You're even more vicious than your mother. He finally understood why half-ancestor Clear Dust had said that Wang Xi was not simple and that few people dared to touch her. This woman was from both the Wang family and the Xia family, and she could even connect the White Dragon tribe and the Frozen Immortal sect. Her identity was too complicated, and because she had contributed greatly to the Lu family, no one dared to touch her. It was no wonder why this woman had hated the Lu family so much from the start. When she discovered that Lu Yin was Lu Shaoxian, she had been the one who had tried to kill him the most. When he had joked about Wang Su's beauty, she had reacted so strongly. It must have been because of her mother's misfortune. She was the fuse that had led to the Lu family's banishment. Lu Yin could imagine how deep the hatred in Wang Xi's heart was. She was just a little girl who had been instilled with the idea of hating the Lu family since she was young. She had watched her mother be captured and killed, and her hatred had been buried too deeply. Once it erupted, it would be enough to bury countless people. If your mother had gotten together with Uncle Lu Feng, then you wouldn't be here. You should thank Senior Lu Tianyi, the fog ancestor suddenly said. Wang Xi did not listen to him at all, and she glared at Luyin as if she wanted to eat him alive. Luyin organized his thoughts and looked at Wang Xi. Then, how did the four-way scales banish the Lu family? Wang Xi sneered. I know, but I won't tell you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Xi. The four cardinal scales and the white dragon overturning itself. What else could there be? I'm just curious as to how you'll deal with Lu Tianyi and the other Lu family ancestor. The other ancestor is Uncle Lu Feng, right? The mist ancestor interrupted and asked. Wang Xi said coldly, it's not that simple. Lu Xiaoxian, do you want to know? I won't tell you. If you have the ability, go and investigate it yourself. Other than me, no one else among the half-martial ancestors would know about it. Only the ancestor realm experts would know about it. If you have the ability, go and find old ancestor Wang Fan, by Wang Yuan, Xia Shenji, or ancestor Long ha 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 ha. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. Let me tell you, the Lu clan's exile isn't that simple. There's a traitor in the Lu family. Wang Xi sneered. A single traitor won't be able to change the Lu family's fate. The stronger the Lu family is, the harder it will be for you to think about this matter. Go and investigate it yourself. You'll definitely have to go to the starry sky of trees and the top realm to face the four-way balance's ancestor. You'll surely die. Lu Yin turned around and left. Wang Xi could not possibly tell him anything more. That old bitch was not afraid of death, and since that was the case, he would fulfill her wish. The fog ancestor followed beside Lu Yin and looked at him with a gloomy expression. You seem to know a lot of things. Lu Yin took a deep breath. That's right, there were many things that he hadn't known about. He hadn't known about Wang Xi's role in the Lu family's banishment, nor had he known about Wang Yi's entanglement with the Lu family. He gradually understood the grudges of that generation. The grudges of ordinary people would at most affect a few families, but the grudges of these cultivators could affect the entire human race. There was nothing more reassuring to humanity than unification. Lu Yin looked up, and it was as if he could see through the void. He saw the astral tree realm and the top realm. Just because of Ancestor Chen's enmity, there were so many bad consequences. He would not accept this lesson again. In the past, he only thought about revenge, but now, he thought about more. A grand bell rang throughout the outerverse. This was the first time since the era of the Daosor sect that the humans had completely united as one, and the opening ceremony for the Above the Heavens sect had begun. Many people had waited for 20 years for this grand opening ceremony, and some people, such as Elder Chan, who had experienced the era of the Daosor sect, had waited for countless years. Although the Hall of Honor suppressed the Fifth Mainland, they did not have the power to unify the Fifth Mainland. If it weren't for the threat of the Eternals and the wishes of the sect above heaven era's powerhouses, the sect above heaven still wouldn't exist. The establishment of the above heaven sect meant that humanity had entered a new era. This moment was not only a grand occasion for mankind, but also a grand occasion for history. When the above heaven sect was established, the only elder was the blood ancestor. There were 3 Dharma imparters under him, namely the Holy Heavenly Master, Elder Gong, and Lan Xian. There were also 3 Dharma inspectors, namely Kuei Luo, Elder Chan, and the Medicine Immortal. There were also 8 Elysium sect masters. 14 half-martial ancestor-level experts had appeared. Everyone who saw this scene was excited. With so many experts, how could the human race not prosper? 20 years ago, there were only 7 demi-ancestors in the human domain. Following the death of Lingji Mavis and the disappearance of the Graveyard Guardians, there were only 5 demi-ancestors left. Even with Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping, there were only 6 demi-ancestors left. Now, there were 14 demi-ancestors. There was also Celestial Do, whose whereabouts were unknown. Not only that, outsiders did not know of the mist ancestors' existence. The heavenly sect extended a path from the mountain gate to the main hall, with the stars as its foundation. One demi-ancestor after another walked up, followed by the emissaries. Even if not all of the emissaries were present, more than half of them were present. Cloud Shadow Mavis, Heizage Wudi, Elder Jioshan, the members of Team E, and the powerful emissaries from the Above Heaven sect, such as Ku Rong and Su Yu, all ascended the stairway of the stars one by one. They were ranked after the demi-ancestors, representing the human race's prosperity. Prior to this, it was rare to see emissaries in the outside world, let alone so many of them gathered together. As Emperor Lu walked up the stairway of the stars, he looked up and saw the demi-ancestors looking down from above. He saw the majestic above heaven sect and the primogenitor statue. Even with his strength, he felt somewhat nervous at this moment. 20 years ago, before the great change had occurred, he could rank within the top 10 of the fifth mainland's human domain. Now, however, the above heaven sect not only included the fifth mainland, but also the sixth mainland. With the two mainlands united, the number of emissaries had multiplied. There were 14 demi-ancestors, and he might not even be able to rank within the top 20. As he looked up, he suddenly felt that following Luin was a good choice. No matter how they fell, Luin would always remain at the top. After Emperor Lu was Master Yuan, who was slightly weaker than Emperor Lu in terms of cultivation. In fact, Luin had arranged for Master Yuan to ascend the stairway of the stars first, but Master Yuan had refused. Compared to Emperor Lu, Master Yuan did not think as much, and his face was filled with joy. Once the human race was united, they would be even stronger than before. This was what he truly cared about. Mr. Lu Yi led Sister Feihua up the stairway of the stars. He felt that the ruins had changed, and with the establishment of the above heaven sect, where was the true orthodoxy? There was the above heaven sect, the Lu family, the ancient era's sect masters, and even the Taoists. In comparison, the cosmic tree realm seemed more like an abandoned land. One emissary after another appeared. In the outside world, the opening ceremony could be broadcasted live. This was a project that Starlink Network had urgently repaired during this period of time. Although it could not be seen by the entire universe, many important places could watch it. Chu Yuan walked out and began to ascend the stairway of the stars. His expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. With his strength, he could be ranked below Cloud Shadow, Mavis, and the others, but he was ranked below all of the emissaries. This was not because he was targeting them, but because they were juniors and did not have any positions in the above heaven sect. If he was still a Taoist, his status would be different, and he could even stand above a half-ancestor. He Luo Mavis, Sky Calvary, Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, Weian, Han Mo, and the current generations Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, Little Qing, and many other elite geniuses who had once been famous throughout the universe walked out. They represented the next era of the human race, an even more distant era. Only with legacies could they ensure prosperity, and their existences were more useful than the emissaries. Regardless of whether it was half-ancestors, emissaries, or these geniuses, there were many of them. Below them were armies that could fight for the above heaven sect, as well as epical weapons that the humans had invented. The opening ceremony was not only to open a new chapter for the human race, but it was also to show off their might and give them the greatest confidence. Atop the above heaven sect's mountain gate, Big Sis banged her hammer, and everyone looked outside. The most important person had appeared. Within the above heaven sect, everyone had complicated expressions. Some were filled with respect, some were indignant, some were envious, and some were filled with zeal as they watched the figure appear. The moment he walked out, he was at the very bottom, looking up at them. But soon, he would surpass them step by step until he stood above everyone and looked down on them. He was worthy of being called the fifth mainland's leader in a new chapter for the human race. On Earth, Zhou Shan's breathing quickened as he looked at the giant screen in front of him. He had never imagined that his former comrade would reach this step after 40 years. Even now, when he thought about it, he found it unbelievable. Sometimes, he even wondered if he had died long ago and if all of this was just a dream. Beside Zhou Shan, Zhou Sisi had long since shed her immaturity. During the war with the Eternals, she had also gone to the front lines and narrowly escaped death. Her entire temperament had changed, and she had become calm and collected. But the moment she saw Luin appear, the nervousness and worship that she had once felt resurfaced. Who in the world could compare to him? This was Uncle Lu. In the distance, in Astral 10, many mentors looked at the screen. Who would have thought that the disciple from back then would now stand at such a height? It was rare for the crazy headmaster to not go crazy. He clasped his hands behind his back as he watched Luin appear. You are now qualified to inherit human civilization. Even further away, in the Astral Beast domain, the Beast Emperor, Imperial Tutor Skymender, and the other higher-ups of the astral beast domain were also watching this scene. The astral beast domain had not been destroyed by the Eternals, so they still had a network that connected to the human domain. How could the astral beast domain not care about the great changes that had occurred in the human domain? With the Eternals withdrawing from the fifth mainland stage, the humans' next target would be them. It's too fast. The human domain is changing too quickly. We can't even react, Suqing said with an ugly expression. All of the astral beasts looked at the figure that had appeared in front of the above heaven sect. This person's appearance had affected the human race for 40 years, and he would continue to affect the entire human civilization. If only we had killed him back then, one of the astral beasts said coldly, voicing the thoughts of many others. Even the Beast Emperor felt the same way. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since the humans have established the above heaven sect, we should send a congratulatory gift, Imperial Tutor Skymander said calmly. Luin walked out from the above heaven sect. At this moment, millions of rays of light illuminated the area. He had become the center of the universe, and his every move could affect the universe. Back when he had established the Great Eastern Alliance, he had unified the outerverse, and then the innerverse. He had set his sights on the Neoverse, but he had been at a loss. He had not known how to unify the Neoverse or how to face the Hall of Honor. Now, everything had come to fruition. Sometimes, no scheme could compare to the general trend, and he had taken advantage of it to rise up. There were many cultivators in the above heaven sect's plaza, and one of them was the giant legion that Luin had personally established. Kuwei was currently in the giant legion, and he looked at Luin with a fervent gaze. Master, go. This disciple has worshipped you for millions of years. Wendy Yushan was at the bottom of the astral staircase. She was one of the elite geniuses of the human race, and during the 20 years of war with the Eternals, her name had also spread throughout the universe. She had used her innate gift to save countless lives. Luin lifted his foot and walked over. This was what Lu Bujing had told him. A Dao disciple would walk out of the main hall under the witness of the Dao Master and the powerhouses of the entire continent. However, there was no Dao Master at this moment. There was only the primogenitor's statue and a sword. Luin placed the sword beside the primogenitor's statue without saying a word. It was very close to the heart of the scar, and he could almost touch it. However, did he dare to touch it? Even if he did not know about the disappearance of the Forgotten Ruins deity, would he dare to touch it? Could he touch it? This sword had intimidated everyone with ulterior motives. Luin simply placed the primogenitor's sword there. Throughout the current era, who would dare to touch it? Luin walked through the gate and climbed up the stairway of stars. He passed by Wendy Yushan, paused, looked at her, and smiled. He then continued walking up, passing by Lu Tianmu, Wen Sansi, Xing Kai, Ling Gong, and the others. At that moment, their expressions were solemn. Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, none of them could take Lu Yin's place on that path. Luin walked past Starsabelle and stopped again to look at her. Starsabelle's eyes were smiling as she slowly bowed. Luin looked at her deeply and continued up until he reached Silver, Skyblue, Heluo Mavis, Chu Yuan, and the others. They stood on either side of the astral staircase and looked at Luin. Silver's smile was still as brilliant as ever. This was the first time Luin spoke, and he had a faint smile on his face. His tone was casual and even a little lazy. He turned around to face all the geniuses. Work hard to catch up. I hope that you can all see my back. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this, especially Chu Yuan and the other two. Their gazes were filled with an indescribable displeasure. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. These words were arrogant beyond belief, but Luin had said them to all the geniuses. He had suppressed an entire generation, and these people had all competed with him. He had also tried his best to catch up to them, and he had even surpassed them. Unfortunately, these people would never have the chance to surpass him. His former opponents and comrades, no matter who they were, would never be able to catch up to him. No one spoke, as any rebuttal would only result in humiliation. Even Skyblue and Skyblue were the same. They simply watched as Luin turned around and continued up until his figure gradually disappeared. One emissary after another landed as Luin walked up to the highest point of the above heaven sect. Gradually, he surpassed all the emissaries and reached the height of the half-ancestors. He saw them all staring at him, and at this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. However, Lu Yin did not, as he could suppress these half-ancestors. When he reached this height, he slowed down and walked past each half-ancestor. Suddenly, the mist ancestor appeared. I can't take it anymore. How can I not appear at the Above Heaven sect's opening ceremony? Lung Qing's eyes went wide. How dare you? Who are you? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's nothing. Lung Qing retreated. Ever since Lu Yin had killed Marquis Qing Zhu and Marquis Wui in front of him, he had become extremely respectful towards Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin was only at the third origin tribulation stage. He had not been willing to become Elysium's leader, but Lu Yin's words had made it so. Kair was the same. They were powerhouses that Lu Yin had subdued with his own strength. The fog ancestor looked down, then looked around and blinked. This era isn't too bad, though it's far from being comparable to our era. Lu Yin smiled. Over the past few days, he had conversed with the fog ancestor, and he had learned that the Daosaur sect's era did not have a Daozi. If the Daosaur sect's Daosaur sect master did not appear, then how could there be a Daozi? But that's not bad. There are more than 10 half-martial ancestors, and 1 or 2 of them should be able to reach the progenitor realm. There's an progenitor realm expert, but unfortunately, he fell, the mist ancestor said to the blood ancestor, his eyes filled with curiosity. The blood ancestor looked at the mist ancestor in astonishment. Who are you? Lu Yin replied, Senior, I'll introduce you in the future. The blood ancestor nodded. He didn't speak, but he looked at the mist ancestor with a puzzled expression. This woman had never appeared before, and from her tone, she didn't seem to recognize him. Then, how was she able to see that he was at the ancestor realm and then fall to his current realm? Strength? If that was the case, then she was not ordinary. Even if his cultivation had fallen, a half-martial ancestor would not be able to see through him. Xianxia and 9 luminaries looked at the mist ancestor curiously. The only ones present who knew of her identity were Kuei Luo and Lu Bujing. Unless the mist ancestor escaped, Lu Yin did not plan on revealing her identity. Lu Yin allowed the mist ancestor to follow him as he walked past Destiny's daughter, Xianxia, Qing Ping, and all the other half-martial ancestors before finally arriving in front of the sword. Even further ahead was the progenitor's statue. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, the progenitor's statue had been something that anyone could worship. However, as the continents crumbled and the era of the Daosaur sect began, the progenitor's statue no longer appeared. This meant that the later generations did not even know of the progenitor's existence, and they had not even heard of the legends of the progenitor. Now, the progenitor's image had finally appeared before the world. Lu Yin faced the statue and bowed respectfully. The progenitor had created the astral source cultivation method, which was the beginning of all cultivation. He had established the Above Heaven sect and protected the human race. The progenitor's achievements had been irreplaceable by the later generations, and even the 3 realms and 6 Daos could not surpass the progenitor's achievements. In this universe, the progenitor was the common ancestor of the entire human race. After the ceremony, Lu Yin stood up and raised his hand. Under the gazes of Xianxia and the others, he grabbed the sword's hilt, pulled it out, and raised it high. The next moment, countless people bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dao Child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Dao Child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Dao Child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. All the emissaries bowed slowly. Greetings, Dao Child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Their voices traveled out of the Above Heaven sect, out of Frostwave Weave, and into the Outerverse. Countless cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance bowed enthusiastically. Greetings, Dao Child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Dao Child, traveling on behalf of the heavens. This was the only voice in the entire universe, and all other voices were drowned out. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword and looked down, sweeping his gaze across the half-martial ancestors. His lips curled up. Bring them out. Just as he spoke, the second Night King in brute force dragged someone out from outside the Above Heaven sect's mountain. They tied the person up in chains, and the sound of metal striking metal rang out. Everyone looked over with shock. Was that Wang Xi? Half-martial ancestor Wang Xi? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin wanted to make a move against a half-martial ancestor to establish his might. It wasn't just him, as everyone thought of the same thing. What could be more ruthless than using a half-martial ancestor to establish his might? A third tribulation origin emissary establishing her might as a half-martial ancestor was a new chapter in the history of the human race. No one would plead for mercy for Wang Xi, and no one dared to do so at this time. The second Night King dragged the chains along while brute force stood beside him. The giant's height gave off an oppressive pressure. Wang Xi was dragged to the above heaven sect's mountain gate, and she glared at Lu Yin with hatred. She could not make a sound, as her inner world had been completely destroyed. At this moment, she could only display the strength of a peak emissary, or perhaps even less. Otherwise, the second Night King would not have been able to control her. Lu Yin held the progenitor's sword and looked down at her from above. Wang Xi, your mother made a mistake and was killed by my Lu family at the above heaven sect's mountain gate. Now, I'm giving you a chance. I'm right here, and you can avenge your mother as long as you have the ability. He then waved a hand, gesturing for the second Night King to leave. The second Night King looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. 20 years ago, he had betrayed the frigid immortal sect. 20 years later, he had taken the initiative to seek out Lu Yin. Just a few days ago, even if he was controlled by the sealed cage technique, it was still better than dying a mysterious death. This universe, no, this era, was already Lu Yin's. Where could the second Night King escape to? When he saw Lu Yin wave his hand, the second Night King tore open the chains and retreated. Wang Xi broke free, and no one was controlling her. Aside from her inner world being destroyed and being unable to display the might of a half-martial ancestor, she was no different from how she had been 20 years ago. She stared blankly at the above heaven sect's mountain gate. This was the place where her mother had been killed, and this staircase was exactly the same. She hated the Lu family and Lu Tianyi. Wang Xi suddenly looked up and glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Little bastard, what are you plotting this time? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll give you a chance. Kill me at the above heaven sect's opening ceremony. Wang Xi's gaze trembled as she looked at the other half-martial ancestors. The group of half-martial ancestors was silent as they calmly watched everything unfold. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed, as she could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. What, are you afraid? Don't you want to avenge your mother? Lu Yin asked coldly. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed, and she laughed maniacally. I know what you're trying to do, little bastard. Even if I have to sacrifice this broken body of mine, I'll take you down with me. She then took a step forward. The destruction of her inner world had caused her to lose more than half of her astral source, but the remaining astral source was enough for her to unleash a single attack. She knew that Lu Yin was very strong, and since he dared to face her directly, he definitely had a trump card. Even if he did not borrow progenitor Chen's strength, he could still fight against a peak emissary by relying on his external items. However, she had no other choice. For this attack, Wang Xi mobilized all the strength in her body and used a Taisheng secret technique. She raised her hand and used the meditative forgetting technique to press down on Lu Yin. The attack directly crossed the above heaven sect's mountain gate and swept past the geniuses, emissaries, and half-martial ancestors. No one stopped her, and they allowed her to attack Lu Yin. Xianxia frowned. In a battle between Dao disciples, the combined might of the initial Yuan sword technique was extremely strong, but it had still been neutralized by Lu Yin. Wang Xi had not been able to see it, and this scene was destined to be a tragedy. Wang Xi took a step forward, and her expression was as malevolent as a demon's. She carried a berserk killing intent and a will to die as her palm descended. Lu Yin looked up, and a power appeared in his heart. His body transformed into the universe. It was only a single step, but when Wang Xi entered this universe, she felt as if she was so close yet so far away. This single step was like the entire universe. It could be reached in an instant, but it could also never be reached. Her strength was being weakened layer by layer, just like when she had combined the initial Yuan sword technique. At that time, Wang Xi had been at the front lines and had not been able to see the battle between Dao disciples. This was her first time facing Lu Yin's strength, and she could not believe it. How was this possible? Even if she was heavily injured, she should still be able to display the strength of a peak emissary. Why was this happening? Her strength was constantly being weakened, and she could not control it as it was being stripped away and suppressed. What exactly was this? The half-martial ancestor was calm. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Yuan and the others looked up and watched as Wang Xi flew towards them like a moth drawn to a flame. This person would no longer exist. It was laughable that Wang Xi was still a half-martial ancestor, but she was like a moth drawn to a flame in front of Luyin. Even Luyin himself did not know how strong this power was. He only knew that it had suppressed Jialan's power and broken initial Yuan's time technique. This power was enough to allow him to reach the peak. Wang Xi had displayed the strength of a peak emissary, and she had combined it with the Wang family's secret technique and the meditative forgetting technique. Even with this power, it would not be easy to defeat her in a direct confrontation. After all, she was still a half-martial ancestor. Everyone wanted to know the limits of Lu Yin's current strength. Luyin watched as Wang Xi's palm continued to advance. Although it had been weakened and suppressed, it had not been completely defeated. He was getting closer and closer to Wang Xi, and he could clearly see the hatred and killing intent in her eyes. He could also feel her crazy aura. Thank you for giving me a perfect performance. Luyin smiled and suddenly stabbed out with the progenitor's sword in his right hand, distorting spacetime as it pierced Wang Xi's heart. Everyone was shocked. The progenitor's sword was a symbol that even Lu Bujing and the other Elysium sect leaders had never seen before, let alone used as a weapon. Luyin had once again created a precedent. He might be the first person to use the sword besides the progenitor's sword. Wang Xi's strength could not withstand a single blow, and she had no chance of resisting the progenitor's sword. Her supreme secret technique and the art of forgetfulness were useless against this sword. She lowered her head and looked at the sword that had pierced her heart. There was no pain, only disappearance. Starting from her heart, her body gradually disappeared from this world. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, their hands and feet turning cold. They could accept that Wang Xi had been killed and that her blood had dyed the stairway red, but they could not imagine that a person would mysteriously disappear. One sword could make a person disappear. What kind of power was this? Jiao Yao was very close, and when he saw this scene again, his face turned pale. Back then, the god of forgetfulness had only disappeared because he had grabbed the sword's hilt. The progenitor's sword could not be touched, and Luyin was the only one who could. The others felt their scalps go numb, especially Xianxia. He stared at Luyin with unprecedented fear. No wonder he had stabbed the progenitor's sword here. This sword could actually make people disappear. Was it the power of the sword's edge or the entire sword? If it was the entire sword's power, then this person was too ruthless. Anyone who could not resist the temptation and tried to steal the sword would definitely die. For the first time, Xianxia felt a chill from the bottom of his heart towards Luyin. Previously, Luyin had used progenitor Chen's power to suppress the fifth mainland. Although Xianxia had lowered his head, he had not been convinced. He had thought that he could regain control after breaking through to the progenitor realm. But at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. How scheming was this youth? Would he let him break through to the progenitor realm so easily? Would he let him go? Xianxia was not the only one, Zhu Yi also thought of this possibility. This person was indeed different from the Dao children of the above heaven sect. He was completely different. He was suited for this era. This era had created him. Even Xianxia and Zhu Yi, who were half-martial ancestors, were shocked, let alone others. Wang Xi's body completely vanished, but before she vanished, she continued to stare at Luyin with a venomous gaze. Luyin no longer cared about her. Her usefulness had come to an end, and some of the Lu family's vengeance had been avenged. The sword pointed to the sky, and a respectful voice rang out in his ears once more. Walk on behalf of the heavens. Walk on behalf of the heavens. Walk on behalf of the heavens. At this moment, even the half-martial ancestors were looking at him with much more respect. Walking on behalf of the heavens was no joke. Luyin put down the primogenitor's sword and looked down at everyone. The Lu family had seen this scene many times, but this was the first time for Luyin. He was now a half-ancestor, and in the future, he would make even progenitors look up to him. I declare that the above heaven sect is officially established, Luin announced. The fifth continent was in an uproar. At this moment, human history had entered a new chapter. The above heaven sect was officially established, and the biggest beneficiary was naturally Luin. He could officially walk on behalf of the heavens, and he could also command the other cultivators to a certain extent. This was not something that could only be achieved with the help of progenitor Chen's strength. When his sword had disappeared from Wang Xi's body, it had truly been as if the primogenitor had personally arrived. Half-ancestor was the highest level of cultivation in the current era. The progenitor realm was too far away, and even the sixth mainland did not know exactly how strong the three ancestors were. They only knew that they were half-ancestors. Lu Yin's execution of Wang Xi had caused his prestige to reach a new peak. The Tianmen convention that was held a few days later went smoothly. Han Xian and Zhu Yi barely spoke, and all of the Fifth Mainland's affairs were decided by Lu Yin. This time, the Tianmen convention did not last long. Just as it was about to end, the second Night King reported, Odyssey, the Astral Beast Domain's commander Su Qing has sent a congratulatory gift. Lu Yin was surprised. He was not surprised that the Astral Beast Domain had sent a congratulatory gift, but he was surprised that the person who had come was Su Qing. This was an old friend. Invite him in, Lu Yin said. They were currently in the above heaven sect's main hall, and he sat on a side seat. On either side of him were the above heaven sect's law enforcers, and the 8 sect masters. The blood ancestor had already returned, and the main seat had been left for the non-existent Daozi. Su Qing was quickly brought in, and his eyes were filled with shock. The human domain had truly changed. Ever since he had been born, he had spent most of his time on the battlefield. Even when he had inherited the position of Void Thunder Beast, he had also been on the battlefield. He had spent most of his life fighting humans, and he understood the human domain all too well. Even so, he had never imagined that the human domain would be united one day. This should have been impossible, but now, it had become reality. A united human domain was too terrifying, and it was not something that the current Astral Beast domain could contend against. He could not help but look at the item in his hand, hoping that the Imperial Tutor's congratulatory gift would be able to protect the Astral Beast domain as he had said. Su Qing was led by the second Night King over the star staircase and arrived outside the main hall. He retracted the shock in his eyes, regained his composure, and stepped inside. What greeted him were 14 half-progenitors. When the 14 half-progenitors looked over, Su Qing almost vomited blood. He had never dreamed that he would one day face 14 half-progenitors. These were half-progenitors, and 14 of them at that. How many half-progenitors had there been in the entire history of the Astral Beast domain? On the surface, the Astral Beast domain only had one half-progenitor, which was the Yao Emperor. He had thought that he would be able to remain calm in front of the above heavens sect, but at this moment, under the gazes of 14 half-progenitors, even if he was the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire who had led countless lives and killed decisively, he could not erase the fear that came from his bones. This was not something that could be changed with status. A half-progenitor was the pinnacle of a living being's cultivation, and they looked at him like he was an ant. Fortunately, Su Qing often met the Yao Emperor, and he had to endure the Yao Emperor's pressure from time to time, which was why he did not embarrass himself. He walked step by step into the main hall, but his back was drenched in sweat. Lu Yin smiled as he watched Void Green approach him step by step. Every step seemed to be very difficult. The threat of the Eternals had been temporarily eliminated, and Lu Yin had been considering what to do next. Should the human domain develop internally and eliminate the hidden dangers, or should he shift the conflict? He had originally leaned toward the third option, which was to shift the conflict to the Astral Beast domain and initiate a war against them. The human domain could not remain passive forever, and he had said that he would one day lead Elder Lohar and the others into the Astral Beast domain. However, this decision had been disrupted by Wang Xi. Senior brother Qingping was about to go to the Astral Tree domain to undergo his tribulation, and Lu Yin was considering whether or not to follow him and think of a way to rescue the people in the Red Garden. He was somewhat conflicted. Su Qing was already 10 meters away from Lu Yin, and he slowly bowed. Commander Su Qing of the Celestial Beast Empire greets Dao Zilu of the Above Heavens sect. Congratulations, Dao Zilu. Xianxia and the other half-progenitors looked at Su Qing curiously. They had been facing the Eternals ever since they had arrived in this era. Although they knew that the astral beast domain was a great enemy of the human domain, they had not paid much attention to it. During the 20 years that Luyin had disappeared, the astral beast domain had been very quiet. They had never taken the initiative to stir up trouble, so they had not come into contact with the astral beast domain. Now, they had officially come into contact with them. The astral beast domain should be the remnants of the fourth mainland. Commander Su Qing, we meet again. Luyin smiled and acted like they were very close. Su Qing straightened up and looked at Luyin with admiration. Yes, we meet again. I thought that we would never see each other again. Luyin was surprised. Why do you say that? Su Qing replied, you disappeared for 20 years. If you hadn't died, then with your strength, you shouldn't have been like this. Luyin laughed. That was an accident. I'm sorry to have worried you. Worried? Su Qing sighed, as he was too disappointed. Without Luyin, how could the human domain be in such a state? Although they had not fought with the human domain in the past 20 years, they still understood the human domain very well. Countless years of infiltration were no joke. They knew about the conflict between the powerhouses of the Above Heavens era and the cultivators of this era. They also knew that the human domain's cultivation had gone downhill, and they also knew what Xianxia had done. They understood the human domain very well, which was why they did not plan to do anything. They did not help the Eternals or the humans, as they were certain that the human domain's cultivation would not improve because of those ancient powerhouses. No matter how widespread the cultivation of battle force or domains became, or how much death chi or fate cultivation techniques appeared, it was impossible for the human domain to return to the astral source era. The human domain was going downhill. At this time, there was no need for them to take action. They could have just watched the human domain perish, or at a critical moment, they could have helped the human domain deal with the Eternals. However, Luyin had returned, and the human domain had changed once again. Although Luyin still could not change the fact that the human domain's cultivation had regressed, he had changed the way the human domain interacted with each other. He had unified the Above Heavens, which was something that they did not want to see happen. Furthermore, the threat of the Eternals had disappeared, which was the most troublesome thing. The human domain had risen from a weak position to become the fifth mainland's ruler, all because of Luyin. If possible, Su Qing was willing to exchange his life for Luyin's. I've come under the orders of the Imperial Tutor and the Yao Emperor to bring gifts to congratulate the Above Heavens on the establishment of the Above Heavens sect and to congratulate the Daoist on his behalf. Su Qing then raised his hands, revealing a piece of paper. Luyin waved his hand, and the paper floated over. He was very curious as to what the astral beast domain would bring. Su Qing's eyes flickered, as the Yao Emperor was worried that the Above Heavens sect would do something to the astral beast domain after the human domain was unified. After all, the human domain was now too powerful, and a dozen or so half-ancestors were enough to suppress the astral beast domain. The external threat of the Eternals had disappeared, and the technocracy was no longer a threat. The human domain's only opponent was the astral beast domain. The Yao Emperor was worried about this, but the Imperial Tutor had taken out this piece of paper to reassure him. Su Qing had wanted to open the paper countless times on his way here, but he had not dared to do so. He looked up at Luyin, and Su Qing stared at him. The other half-ancestors also looked at Luyin, as they had also guessed that once the Above Heavens sect unified, the human domain's only enemy would be the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain would not be able to stop the Above Heavens sect. Logically speaking, even if the Above Heavens sect had brought a congratulatory gift, it should have been something very precious to win the favor of the Above Heavens sect and Luyin. How could there only be a piece of paper? Could it be a battle technique? Luyin opened the paper and looked down. His expression changed, and he suddenly looked up at Su Qing. Su Qing's heart sank, as Luyin's attitude had suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was furious. Luyin folded the paper and looked at Su Qing. Commander, do you know what's recorded on this paper? Su Qing hurriedly replied, I don't know. The Imperial Tutor instructed me not to read it, so I won't. Lu Yin stored the paper in his cosmic ring. Did this come from the imperial tutor? Su Qing nodded. That's right. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and pondered for a moment before looking at Su Qing again. Tell the imperial tutor that I understand what it means, but... Lu Yin's expression fell. If this paper is burned, the person who wrote it will not have an easy time. See him out. The last sentence was clearly a threat, and Su Qing grew even more curious. Lu Yin's attitude was both angry and helpless. What had the imperial tutor done? Despite his curiosity, Su Qing was still escorted out by Second Knight King Wangli. After Su Qing left, Kue Luo could not help but ask, "Kid, what's going on? It seems like you're very unhappy." The other half-ancestors looked at him curiously as well. Lu Yin looked at Jiao Yao. Back when the 3 upper gates were broken and the 5th mainland changed skies, your 6th mainland invaded my 5th mainland. Does Sect Master Jiao Yao remember this? Jiao Yao's expression changed. What did he mean? Was he trying to settle scores? I remember, but that was a very long time ago. What are you trying to say by bringing this up? Jiao Yao asked, his expression ugly. The 6th mainland had been defeated during that invasion, and the martial ancestor had been severely injured. They had lost a lot of face. Lu Yin said, the 6th mainland invaded the 5th mainland. Aside from the human domain, they also invaded the astral beast domain. Jiao Yao nodded. That's right. The Black Blood Realm, Grand Martial Realm, and War Martial Realm attacked the human domain, while the Blood Homage Realm and Stone Realm attacked the astral beast domain. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he tossed the paper to Jiao Yao. Jiao Yao looked over, and his expression turned ugly. Kue Luo grew anxious and snatched the paper. What's going on? Lu Yin frowned. The Absolute Path was the route that the 6th mainland Stone Realm and Blood Homage Realm had used to attack the Astral Beast domain. After the 6th mainland had retreated, the Astral Beast domain had taken control of the Absolute Path and had been defending it until now. Now, Imperial Tutor Mending had told Lu Yin about the Absolute Path, which was tantamount to threatening him. If the Above Heaven sect tried anything against the Astral Beast domain, they would open up the Absolute Path. It should be known that the 6th mainland had long since been occupied by the Eternals. Perhaps the Eternals didn't know about the Absolute Path, but once the Astral Beast domain opened that path, the Eternals would know about it and be lured in. The threat was no less than the crack in the Starfall Sea. I can't believe I forgot such an important thing, Elder Chan said helplessly as he passed the paper to Qing Ping. Lu Bujing looked at 9 luminaries. This is the 6th mainland's business. Why didn't you tell us beforehand? The Medicine Immortal replied, the Absolute Path isn't an easy path to take, and we discovered it by accident. After we retreated to the 6th mainland, the Astral Beast domain had the ability to completely seal it off. Later, when the Eternals invaded, we tried to open it, but we failed. We thought that the path had disappeared forever, but the Astral Beast domain didn't completely seal it off. It's also possible that they couldn't completely seal it off, Jiao Yao said. Can you guys find that path? I'll go seal it off, Leng Qing said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sect Master Leng Qing, you cultivate an astral source, so you'll be at a disadvantage if you go to the Astral Beast domain. You won't be able to deal with the Eternals if they open the Absolute Path. Leng Qing wanted to say something, but Elder Chan interrupted her. That's right. The Astral Beast domain Jiao Emperor is about as strong as Elysium's Sect Master. After all, he's a celestial beast and is famous throughout history. Now that we lack astral sources, not many of us are confident in defeating him. Lu Yin looked at Hen Xian. Sect Master Hen Xian, you should go. Hen Xian's expression changed, as he had felt that Elder Chan's words weren't right. They lacked astral sources, so they had to find someone who didn't need astral sources. There were only a few people present, but Lu Yin had directly called him out. Before he could refuse, Lu Yin continued, Sect Master's 3 ultimates are enough to suppress the Yao Emperor, but there's also that mysterious Skyminder Imperial Tutor. If I'm not wrong, he should be a half-progenitor. He then looked at Jiwei. His death energy should be enough to deal with him. Sect Master Jiwei, you should go as well. Jiwei was stunned as well. It's just a beast that was once enslaved. Do you need me and Xianxia to go together? Destiny Girl spoke up. The Eternals were ants that we didn't care about in the past, but now they're riding on our heads. If that's the case, why don't you go? Jiwei stared at Destiny Girl. Luyin replied, because I'm inviting both of you. That's enough. Jiwei looked at Luyin with a stern gaze, and Luyin looked back at him. After looking at each other for a while, Xianxia said, alright, we'll go take care of it. Qing Ping tossed the paper to Jiao Yao, who then marked the location. Sect Master Xianxia, Sect Master Jiwei, this is the first time that my Above the Heavens sect has taken action against an outsider. I hope that the two of you won't disappoint everyone, as this concerns your reputation. You're facing the beasts from the fourth mainland that were once enslaved, Kuei Luo said sarcastically. Xianxia frowned, but he wasn't stupid. The astral beast domain had taken the initiative to threaten Jiwei, which meant that they were confident that they could control them. They could suppress the entire astral beast domain, but when faced with unknown methods, strength might not be enough. This old man's words implied that he wanted to force them to deal with this matter properly. Old man, do I need you to tell me that? How can those enslaved beasts be a match for Sect Master Xianxia and Sect Master Jiwei? One of them is Ancient Pathmaster's proud successor, while the other is the Grim Reaper's disciple. They're much smarter and nobler than those beasts, Lu Bujing said. Kaier smiled. Don't compare those beasts to the two sect masters. How can they be compared? You're right. Haha, my apologies, Lu Bujing said with a smile. The few of them echoed each other, forcefully pushing Xianxia and Jiwei into a fight. However, Xianxia had been in this era for 20 years, and he had experienced the 10-person bet, which had refreshed his worldview. These people's words didn't affect him at all. If the Eternals can make a comeback, then these beasts might be able to as well. Don't blame us if they fail. With that, he turned and left the Above the Sky sect. This matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Jiwei gave Luyin a deep look before leaving with Xianxia. Kid, do you really believe that they can deal with it? Kuei Luo asked. Luyin shook his head. Skyminder Imperial Tutor is said to be able to see through the past and the future. He's mysterious and unfathomable, so he won't be easy to deal with. They're just scouting ahead. The astral beast domain must have guessed that there will be a half-ancestor at the extremity. Seeing through the past and the future? Isn't that the same as destiny? Lu Bujing muttered to himself. Destiny's daughter looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. Luyin had seen it. Lu Bujing had said that ever since the third strand of ancestral qi had transformed into destiny, he had been driven mad by the Destiny's disciples. Destiny's daughter had been the most ruthless of them all, and it was all thanks to Luyin that the two of them were able to sit here peacefully. However, Lu Bujing felt guilty every time he faced Destiny's daughter. Similarly, Kaier looked at Destiny's daughter with an unfriendly gaze. She had always wanted to compete with Destiny's daughter in terms of looks, which was something that Luyin could not understand. Destiny's daughter could not be considered beautiful, and she even looked a little young. What was there to compete with? There had been grudges during the Daosor sex era, and there had naturally been grudges during the Above Heaven sex era as well. Senior Destiny's daughter, do you know if there were any astral beasts in the fourth mainland that could see through the past and the future? Luyin asked. Destiny's daughter shook her head. There weren't any in our era. Kuei Luo cackled. If even the Lu family can borrow the power of destiny, what else can't they do? Lu Bujing's face turned green when he heard this. Destiny's daughter glared at him once more. Lu Bujing glared back at Kuei Luo. Luyin was speechless, as the old man's mouth was really cheap. He hurriedly interrupted, this Tianmen convention ends here. Elder Chan, Sect Master Qing Ping, please stay. Lu Bujing was the first to rush out. A white cloud appeared around Destiny's daughter, and she left the main hall. Kaier grumbled, she's so pretty, but she's still wrapped up. After the half-ancestors left, Luyin asked Elder Chan, Senior, what's up with the general appointment platform? Elder Chan was puzzled. What general appointment platform? Luyin pursed his lips. The one I borrowed from the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan was surprised. What do you know? Luin was puzzled. I'm very curious. It was clearly left behind by my Lu family's ancestor, so why didn't Senior tell me? Elder Chan was astonished. How do you know? Don't worry about how I know. What's up with the general appointment platform? Luin asked. Elder Chan sighed. Actually, many progenitors left behind power for the fifth mainland to protect it. The simple progenitor and Hui progenitor's power was exhausted, and progenitor Chen's power was obtained by you. As for the Lu family's general appointment platform, I only know that it was left behind by Senior Lu Tianyi, but... He paused bitterly. It can't be used. Luin did not understand. If the ancestor left behind the general appointment platform, why can't it be used? Elder Chan shook his head. To be honest, I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Didn't Ancestor Tianyi teach you how to use it? Elder Chan replied, Senior gave me some blood and said that I could use it to summon generals. I've used it since the very beginning, but it was useless. Otherwise, the simple progenitor wouldn't have needed to carry the civilization to the sixth mainland. The blood is useless, Luin said. He had already tried using his blood to water the general appointment platform after learning that it belonged to the Lu family, but there had been no reaction at all. That general appointment platform seems to have malfunctioned, and it hasn't been used for so many years. That's why we were willing to lend it to you. At that time, I guessed that you might be related to the Lu family, but I never expected you to be a direct descendant. Luin asked, did Master Yuan know about it back then? Elder Chan replied, you borrowed it from Master Yuan, so how could he not know? Although he's only a cultivator with a power level of 1,000,000, his status in the Hall of Honor is no lower than Qing Ping's. He's someone worthy of respect, and he knows many things. Luin understood. No wonder the Hall of Honor wanted us to get the general appointment platform back when it was stolen. What if we couldn't get it back? Elder Chan's gaze turned cold. Then I would have had to take action. Luin nodded. He knew the origins of the platform, but he didn't know how to use it. What was even more confusing was that the platform was an innate gift, so how could it materialize? Was it possible to use it just by reaching the progenitor realm? Then who did this platform belong to? Luin believed that once it was used, it would be able to summon an extremely strong powerhouse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been worth forefather Tianyi leaving it behind. But why was it useless? Alright, don't think too much about the platform. If it can't be used, then it can't be used. It's probably broken, so let's just wait for news from the Astral Beast domain. There can't be any problems with the Absolute Path, or it'll be another entrance to the Starfall Sea. You can borrow progenitor Chen's power, but you can't affect the Astral Beast domain. Luin felt helpless. Progenitor Chen's power only covered the human domain, so he couldn't do anything to the Astral Beast domain. He was almost invincible in the human domain, but once he left, he would be beaten back to his original state. How's the star source? Qing Ping asked. Luin calculated. There's not enough time, so I can't get much. Qing Ping looked outside. I don't want to wait any longer. I have to go there as soon as possible. It's not a good thing to miss the best opportunity to break through. Go if you want, Elder Chan said. Just don't let anyone discover your identity. Luin asked, through the place where I came from? He hadn't cared much about this before, but now his thoughts had changed. He wanted to go with his senior so that they could take care of each other and also find a way to bring Red Flower Garden and some people from the Alliance. The new sky corridor had been destroyed, and the four scales still didn't know what had happened. Once they found out, the remaining Lu family members would be the best way to threaten Luin. Those from the above sky sect wouldn't do anything, but that didn't mean that the four scales wouldn't. Luin had to ensure that he didn't have to worry about his own safety. When he thought about the crazy people in Red Flower Garden, Luin panicked. There were also those from the Qiming family and the Alliance. When he had escaped, some of the remaining Lu family members had helped him. He didn't want to give up on these people. Elder Chan said that Sourcebox Array was left behind by progenitor Hui. When the Lu family led some people to move the mother tree and leave the fifth mainland, progenitor Hui left us a way out. If the astral tree, we can return to the fifth mainland. If the fifth, some people can also go to the astral tree. Can a lot of people go? Lu Yin. Elder Chan glanced at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. Mount Supreme. Mount Supreme could ensure that the Fifth Mainland would be able to take away a portion of its people when they were in danger, but it had still been given to him. This meant that the Hall of Honor had valued him greatly at that time, or rather, Elder Chan had valued him greatly. This was not only because he was invincible among his peers in the Sovereign Tournament, but also because of Mr. Mu. Senior brother, I'll go with you to the starry sky of trees. Both Elder Chan and Qing Ping were surprised. You're going? Lu Yin nodded. Of course. Very dangerous, Qing Ping said. Even Elder Chan hadn't expected Lu Yin to actually want to go. With Progenitor Chen's power, Lu Yin could be considered invincible in the Fifth Mainland's human domain. Even if a progenitor from the Four Cardinal Scales came, they might not be able to match Progenitor Chen's power. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin still wanted to go to the Astral Tree domain. Once he was discovered, it wouldn't be as easy to escape as last time. Lu Yin felt helpless. I know it's dangerous, but there are some things that must be done. Don't worry, I have a way to prevent a half-ancestor from seeing through my identity as long as I don't run into a progenitor. In the past, Death Mask had not been able to fool a half-ancestor, but now, with the new power in his heart, even half-ancestors couldn't see through him. This was something he had specially asked the Mist Ancestor to try. If even the Mist Ancestor couldn't see through him, Lu Yin didn't believe that a half-ancestor could be more powerful than her. Although the Mist Ancestor could only use the strength of a half-ancestor, she was still a progenitor who had been in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Her eyesight and experience were not something an ordinary half-ancestor could compare to. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked at Qing Ping. He was very curious about what Qing Ping had said before. Once he broke through to half-ancestor, he would be invincible. He was even more confident than Lu Yin himself. You can go if you want, but I'll wait for you for a month at most. We'll meet in the Neoverse in a month, Qing Ping said before leaving. Elder Chan fell into deep thought, wondering if he should go with them. There wasn't much to explore in the Fifth Mainland, but the Astral Tree domain was different. Perhaps they could go. Since they had decided to go, there were some things that needed to be prepared, such as interrogating the expeditionary army. Lu Yin hadn't paid much attention to them before and had only locked them up. Aside from half-ancestors and Lu Jing, he hadn't thought much about the others, but things were different now. The first person he thought of was Elder Green Apricot. After all, the Hidden Earth Society's influence in the Astral Tree domain wasn't low. There was also Wang Su, who hadn't participated in the competition for the position of Dao Disciple. Wang Su was one of the 4 young ancestors of the Astral Tree domain and was much more powerful than Wang Yi. Even Wang Yi had participated in the competition for the position of Dao Disciple, but she hadn't. Lu Yin was curious. There were also Xia Shenfei and Long Tian who hadn't come to the Fifth Mainland. Since he wanted to go to the Astral Tree domain, he needed a reasonable identity that couldn't attract the attention of the 4 cardinal scales, but also had to be qualified enough to attract their attention. Lu Yin couldn't think of a suitable identity, so he could only rely on these people. This was especially true for Elder Green Apricot. The Hidden Earth Society should be able to provide a candidate. But if he went to the Astral Tree domain, what would happen to Xianxia and Jiwei? If those two stayed on the Fifth Mainland and no one restrained them, it would be troublesome if something happened. However, he couldn't act against them just because of his misgivings. After all, they were both Elysium sect masters, and the consequences of killing them would be unbearable. Lu Yin didn't think that he was a bloodthirsty person, so he couldn't act against some random people just because of a guess. Most importantly, the Technocracy's star essence hadn't arrived yet, so he had to hurry them up. There was no way he could miss out on that resource. Dao Disciple, your subordinate requests an audience, the second Night King's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked over. Come in. The second Night King entered the main hall and respectfully raised his hand, revealing a wireless gu. Su Qing gave this to me before he requested an audience. He told me to give it to Dao Disciple alone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he accepted it. All right, you may leave. The second Night King hurriedly left, as his attitude towards Lu Yin was completely different from before. In the past, he had been forced to submit to Lu Yin because of the sealed cage technique. In reality, he would not hesitate to attack Luin if he had the chance. For example, in Clover World, King Yi had revealed the Second Night King's true intentions, telling Luin that the Second Night King had willingly allowed himself to be trapped for such a long time and allowed King Yi to attack him. After the expeditionary army had appeared in the Astral Tree domain, the Second Night King had sought refuge with the Bai family of the Frozen Immortal sect. This was because the Bai family's control over the sealed cage technique was stronger, but also because the Bai family's strength far exceeded his own. Luin didn't. Now, he had personally witnessed Luin kill Wang Xi without the help of anyone else. Even if Wang Xi's inner world had been destroyed, she was still not someone that a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations could deal with. The Second Night King's respect for Luin was ingrained in his bones. The Day-Night clan had originally been slaves of the Frozen Immortal sect's Bai family. People like Shui Day-Night who had been born in an era before the Frozen Immortal sect were fundamentally different from people like the Second Night King. The Second Night King submitted easily because he had been a slave since he was young. He opened the wireless goo and quickly connected to the other side. Alliance Master Lu, long time no see. I'm Butian. Luin wasn't surprised. Long time no see, Imperial Tutor Butian. I've heard of your great name many times. I've heard of Alliance Master Lu's great name many times as well, the Imperial Tutor said in a relaxed tone that carried a hint of a smile. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's my honor. What's my ranking on the Celestial Vanquishers list? Ha ha ha, Alliance Master Lu must be joking. Your human domain also has a list of people that you must kill for the Astral Beast domain. Am I on it? Is there a Yao Emperor? The Imperial Tutor laughed. Luin smiled as well. You think too highly of me, Imperial Tutor. You're actually comparing me to a senior like you. Alliance Master Lu, you're a smart person. You should have guessed why I contacted you. The Imperial Tutor changed the topic and didn't waste any more words. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It's not that easy to guess. Please enlighten me. In the Astral Beast domain, Imperial Tutor Butian's gaze was calm. The human domain has rebuilt the heavenly sect, and the threat of the Eternals is no longer there. The technocracy's truth has been revealed as well. Our next target should be the East. The East naturally referred to the Astral Beast domain. That was indeed what Luin had been thinking. That's right. Imperial Tutor Butian continued, Alliance Master Lu, did you see the congratulatory gift that my Celestial Beast Empire gave you? Luin replied, it's the absolute path, so it doesn't matter. If we can defeat the Eternals once, we can do it again. The threat of the Eternals and the threat of the Eternals are 2 different concepts. I know that Alliance Master Lu has grasped the power left behind by Progenitor Chen and is invincible in the human domain, but it's ineffective against the Astral Beast domain. Once the absolute path is opened, countless Eternals will enter the Astral Beast domain, and the threat to you will be different. Luin asked, is the Imperial Tutor trying to explain the congratulatory gift to me because you don't think it's clear enough? Of course not. I'm old, and I want stability. The Heavenly Sect has more than 10 half-ancestors, and if they want to attack the Astral Beast domain, we won't be able to resist. That's why I'm asking for peace. Luin was astonished, as he hadn't expected the Imperial Tutor to directly say that he was asking for peace. The moment he said that, the Imperial Tutor's position in the negotiation changed. With the threat of the absolute path, why is the Imperial Tutor asking for peace? Luin was puzzled. Imperial Tutor Butian sighed. Actually, we don't want to deal with the Eternals either. Otherwise, how could the human domain withstand the combined attacks of the Eternals and the Astral Beast domain in the 20 years that Alliance Master Lu disappeared? This was the case in the past, and it will be the same in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, we don't want to open the absolute path and lead the Eternals into the 5th mainland, unless someone forces us to. Of course, under this premise, Alliance Master Lu can raise any requests you have. I believe that several half-ancestors have already entered the Astral Beast domain and are approaching the absolute path. Alliance Master Lu, I don't mind telling you that the absolute path is very fragile, but it's also very well hidden. The 6th mainland can't find the entrance, but once we destroy it, the entrance to the 6th mainland will immediately appear. Our astral beast domain can't deal with multiple half-ancestors, but destroying the absolute path is not a problem. Luin frowned. If you're confident in controlling the extremity, then why are you negotiating with me? This was a contradiction, as if he was purposely putting himself at a disadvantage. Skyminder Imperial Tutor was solemn. It's simple. I want to be friends with Alliance Leader Lu. Luin was stunned, but then he laughed. You must be joking, Imperial Tutor. The astral beast domain and the human domain have been at war for countless years, and there are countless casualties. There's no way to resolve the conflict, so how can we be friends? Even if we're on different sides, we can still be friends. For example, if Alliance Leader Lu wants to know something, I can tell you. I don't ask for anything else, but I hope that Alliance Leader Lu can protect me in my later years. I don't have much longer to live, and while I'm alive, I hope that everything will remain the same. After I die, the human domain and the astral beast domain are none of my concern, Skyminder Imperial Tutor said with a bleak tone. If Luin had not fused with the Ingui, he might have believed Skyminder Imperial Tutor's words after seeing him gather so many human-shaped sourceboxes. After all, the astral beast domain was at an absolute disadvantage, and there was no way for them to make a comeback. But now, Luin sneered. He did not understand what the Celestial Beast Empire was planning, nor did he understand Skyminder's goal. However, those human-shaped sourceboxes were definitely not simple. Even if he did not attack the astral beast domain, he still had to attack that place. Right, he had almost forgotten that he had to attack that place. Does Imperial Tutor know what this junior wants to know? Luin was curious. Skyminder Imperial Tutor replied, after countless years of war, the astral beast domain and the human domain both understand each other very well. Alliance Leader Lu is the most brilliant human in the past 40 years, and we don't dare to let our guard down for even a moment. From what I know, Alliance Leader Lu is collecting Fatezan and has connections with the human domain Starsibel sect, right? Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Imperial Tutor knows about Fatezan? More accurately, I have some understanding of destiny, Skyminder Imperial Tutor replied. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. Destiny was a heavy topic, and it was too mysterious. Luin was wary of anyone who was related to destiny, such as the Starsibel sect and Fate Daughter. Fate Daughter in particular, who supported him unconditionally. She seemed harmless, but Luin was more wary of her than anyone else, even more so than Hens and Jue's. If Xianxia, Jue, and the other half-martial ancestors gave him pressure in terms of cultivation, it was no longer a problem after he obtained progenitor Chen's power. However, Destiny Girl was different. No one knew what she was thinking. She had been able to find Big Sis, the ancestor of the Netherworld, as well as the Starsibel sect. She had also been able to make third uncle Lu Bujing fear her. This woman was the one who had hidden herself the most deeply. He would rather face 3 or 4 people like Hen Xian than one Lady of Fate, even if Lady of Fate was on his side. Alliance Master Lu, do you know a lot about fate? Imperial Advisor Butian asked. Luin replied, feel free to say whatever you want, State Tutor. Imperial Preceptor Skyminder's tone was solemn. The Celestial Beast Empire inherited the Fourth Mainland's legacy. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, the remnant land that we protected was connected to the Fifth Mainland and became the Fifth Mainland's astral beast domain. We were lucky enough to preserve some ancient records, including some about fate. Destiny was a woman, and her real name has long been lost. She was one of the oldest progenitors and was as famous as the Grim Reaper and Wu Tian. She was also known as the Three Realms during the era of the Above Heaven sect. She was considered one of the progenitor's direct disciples, and she was the first batch of cultivators taught by the progenitor. Each of them created their own unique cultivation civilizations. Destiny's legacy is known as the Law of Destiny. It allows one to see the past and the future, as well as their own aura. Based on the person's experiences, they created a total of 108 grains of Fatezan, along with the Shantian Mirror and the Book of Destiny. These are the inheritances of the Law of Destiny. Luin knew that there were 108 grains of Fatezan, as Xianxia had said that he had confirmed that the Starsibel sect was related to destiny. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have known the exact number of grains of Fatezan. The minor thousand flow zone had 108 ring-shaped tributaries, 108 houses on Starsabil, and 108 profound servants who served the Starsabil sect. All of these things corresponded to the Fatesan. However, Luin did not know about the Xiantian mirror or the Book of Destiny. The more Fatesan you obtain, the closer you are to destiny. I know that Destiny's daughter unconditionally supports you, Alliance Master Lu, but I must warn you not to trust her too much. The ancient records state that being close to destiny is not a good thing, Skyminder Imperial Tutor reminded him. Luin asked, Imperial Tutor, you claim to be able to see the past and the future, and you understand destiny so well. May I ask, what is your relationship with destiny? Skyminder Imperial Tutor paused. I have no intention of hiding anything from Alliance Master Lu. I am indeed related to destiny. Lu Yan's gaze trembled. I accidentally obtained the Book of Destiny, Skyminder Imperial Tutor said. Luin was puzzled. What Book of Destiny? Skyminder Imperial Tutor replied, I will tell you everything I know, Alliance Master Lu. I hope that Alliance Master Lu will not make things too difficult for my astral beast domain. He then continued, the so-called Book of Destiny is one of the 3 wondrous books written by Destiny. It is a treasure of destiny, and in the eyes of many, its value is limitless. This is because the 3 books represent the past, present, and future. The book in my hand represents the present, so to a certain extent, I know some things. Luin was confused. There was such a treasure? When he had first learned about the Starsabil sect, he had not believed them at all. He had thought that they were scammers, but after many things had happened, especially when he had come into contact with the Grim Reaper and the legends of destiny, he had slowly begun to believe them. Now, even if Skyminder Imperial Tutor had said something about the Book of Destiny, there was nothing unbelievable about it. However, he still felt that it was unreal. A treasure that allowed one to see the past, present, and future was even more mystical than the progenitor's sword. If time was a type of power, then what was this? I know that Alliance Master Lu does not believe me, but I have no reason to lie to you. I also know that Alliance Master Lu has been searching for someone all this time, Undying Yushan. Lu Yan's finger twitched. Can you find out where he is? Skyminder Imperial Tutor replied, although the Book of Destiny is mystical, it is not omnipotent. It requires destiny to activate it, and I can only activate it very occasionally. So you don't know? I do. Luin raised a brow. Where is he? Skyminder Imperial Tutor replied, in the solar system, but I can't find his exact location. Luin frowned. How do you expect me to believe you? Skyminder Imperial Tutor replied, I'm telling you these things without asking for anything in return. Does Alliance Master Lu have any reason to doubt me? Lu Yan's eyes flashed. You just mentioned the reverse Xiantian mirror. What do you mean? The Xiantian mirror is considered a basic tool for cultivating destiny. Most of the disciples of destiny cultivate the reverse Xiantian mirror, including the Starsabil sect. I'm guessing that they cultivate the reverse Xiantian mirror as well. As for the reverse Xiantian mirror, according to the ancient records, destiny has never passed it down to anyone. The Lady of Destiny also cultivates the reverse Xiantian mirror? That should be the case. The Lady of Destiny is the successor of destiny. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell her that you have the Book of Destiny? That's my own fault. If Alliance Master Lu really trusts the Lady of Destiny, then why did you talk to me for so long? Luin was amused. These people all thought that they were smart. He definitely would not tell the Lady of Destiny now, but when he reached a bottleneck and could no longer see through it, he would have to use extreme methods to break through, such as having the Lady of Destiny cause trouble for Skyminder. Actually, I don't really believe what you're saying, Luin said. The Imperial Tutor sighed. Normal people might not believe it easily, but Alliance Master Lu is not an ordinary person. You might not know any less than I do. Luin muttered to himself for a moment before saying, help me divine a word, a person, and an item. If you're accurate, then I'll believe you. The Imperial Tutor smiled. I've already expressed my sincerity. Regardless of whether Alliance Master Lu believes me or not, this is the truth. If this still does not dispel Alliance Master Lu's desire to kill my astral beast domain, then there's nothing I can do. I said that if you divine a word, a person, and an item for me, then you'll be even more sincere. I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu, but I can't agree. Why? You have the Book of Destiny, so it won't be difficult for you. Besides, I didn't ask for time. Hee, a word, a person, and an item. Why don't you ask the Lady of Destiny? She must have refused because Alliance Master Lu's divinations are not simple. I still want to live for 2 more years. Luin was speechless. These fellows were extremely shrewd in this aspect. The Lady of Destiny was unwilling, and Skyminder was unwilling as well. The Starsibyl sect and Xianxia had both vomited blood. Was it really that difficult for him to divine something? If you're not willing, then you can lend me the Book of Destiny. I'll do it myself, Luin said. The Imperial Tutor smiled. After I die, I can give the Book of Destiny to Alliance Master Lu as a gift, but not now. Luin was astonished. You're really willing to give it to me? Why not? No one in the Astral Beast domain can use it. Alliance Master Lu has collected Fatesand and has the ability to manipulate fate. Perhaps you can use it. What does the Book of Destiny look like? Luin asked. A very large book, the Imperial Tutor replied. A very large book? Why did he feel like he had seen it somewhere before? Luin thought about it and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Xiaoshi, yes, Xiaoshi. That book had no words, but its contents could be read. You said that you have 3 books of destiny. Where are the other 2? Lin Feng asked. Luin asked without batting an eyelid. The Imperial Tutor sighed. I don't know. I can't find them. Not long after, Luin put down the wireless goo and contacted Senior Qing Ping, asking him to bring Xiaoshi over. No, Luin thought about it and decided to go by himself. But before that, he contacted the Lady of Destiny. You cultivate the Shantian mirror, right? Luin asked directly. The Lady of Destiny replied, yes, you asked me that last time. Reverse the Shantian mirror? Luin asked again. The Lady of Destiny was curious. How did you know? Don't tell me that Lu Bujing told you. Many people know about the Shantian mirror, but not many know that it has a positive and negative side. Even the Destiny disciples don't know much about it. I don't want to hear lies. Luin ended the call. If he didn't want to hear lies, then he wouldn't say anything. Elsewhere, a white cloud floated in space. It couldn't be seen from the outside, but within the cloud, Destiny Girl was stunned. This was the first time someone had ended a call without warning. This was too much. Destiny Girl stared at the wireless goo in a daze for a long time. Luin didn't even consider Destiny Girl's feelings. He had asked the Fog Ancestor to bring him to the Neoverse to find Xiaoshi and take a look at his book. In the Neoverse, the ruins of original Boundary Mountain had been turned into a plain. Although there was no Boundary Mountain, the Hall of Honor's cultivators had set up a beautiful scene with stars hanging in the sky. There were also many great worlds here, but there was no Boundary Mountain. Luin was led here by the Fog Ancestor. He only greeted Senior Qing Ping and found Xiaoshi, but he didn't meet anyone else. This concerned the Book of Destiny, and if Xiaoshi's book was real, then it definitely couldn't be exposed. At this moment, Xiaoshi was sitting in a corner of the Hall of Honor's library. There were books scattered all around him, and his entire body was buried in them. He even had his largest book on his head as he shook his head and muttered to himself. There was no one around him, and he was muttering to himself. Not just anyone could enter the Hall of Honor's library, and it was very large. Some people could only look at the first floor, but not the second. However, Xiaoshi could look at everything. He was currently sitting in the corner on the top floor of the library. He only liked to read here without being disturbed. Luin appeared beside Xiaoshi and looked at him quietly. The Fog Ancestor stood beside Luin and stared at Xiaoshi in shock. What kind of hairstyle is this? Her face twitched, and she returned to the mirror. This hairstyle made her want to beat someone up. What kind of person would have such a hairstyle? What are you looking at? Luin crouched down and asked. Xiaoshi didn't even notice that there was someone beside him. History. What kind of history? Lost history. Which era? The Tao. Xiaoshi suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. When he saw Luin face to face, his expression changed. Ah! He was frightened, and his face went pale as he stared at Luin with his mouth agape. Luin blinked. Am I that scary? Xiaoxia stared at Luin and pushed up his glasses. Be our brother Lu? Luin smiled and nodded. Xiaoxia swallowed his saliva and his face turned even paler. He slowly retreated and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Lu, big brother Lu, why are you looking for me? I wasn't thinking about you. Luin was puzzled. What's wrong? Xiaoxia trembled. Big brother Lu, I'm not the one who killed you. Why are you looking for me? Go find someone else. I am scared. When he saw Xiaoxia's terrified expression, he suddenly realized something. You thought I was dead? Speaking of which, how long has it been since you went out? Where to? Xiaoxia's voice trembled. Outside the library, Luin said. Xiaoxia was at a loss. It's been a long time. About a year, Luin was speechless. Xiaoxia blinked and looked at the messy books around him. Not just that. I'm not dead. I came back a year ago. Don't be afraid. Little Shi's eyes widened. He didn't die? Didn't everyone say you were dead? Don't lie to me. I am scared. Really? Don't look for me, okay? Look for Elder Chan, the head judge. Oh, right, look for Xiaoqi too. He's been wanting you to cut his mushroom hair. Luin laughed strangely. Didn't you ask me to cut this mushroom hair? He thought of it first. Xiaoxia was about to cry. Luin suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, causing Xiaoxia to freeze. Alright, I'm really not dead. Don't be afraid. I met Elder Chan and the rest a long time ago. Xiaoxia stared at Luin blankly. You're really not dead? You want me to die? Luin glared at him. Xiaoxia exhaled and patted his chest. He looked at Luin reproachfully. You scared me to death. Big brother Lu, why didn't you make a sound when you walked? I wasn't walking. Luin rolled his eyes. His gaze was attracted by the huge book on Xiaoxia's head. It was 1/2 meter thick, and only Xiaoxia could see the words in it. Big brother Lu, didn't they say you were dead? And it's been 20 years. Why haven't you appeared? Xiaoxia was puzzled. Luin replied, I went into seclusion. Alright, don't ask any more questions. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Xiaoxia did not understand, and he took the book off his head and held it tightly. Luin pointed at the book. Open this book and let me take a look. Xiaoxia was puzzled and did as he was told. Big brother Lu, I thought you couldn't see the words? Luin was about to speak when the wireless goo in his pocket moved. He took it out and saw that it was Xianxia. We've reached the path of despair, but there's no way to control it. The space here is too weak, and even an explorer can tear it apart. Once we do, it might expose the path to the 6th mainland and attract the Eternals. Xianxia sent a message helplessly. No matter how powerful he was, this was not something that could be done with his cultivation unless he could freeze the void like Mr. Mu. He could do that, but the astral beast domain must have been prepared. They had observed these cultivators from the above heaven era for 20 years, so how could they not understand them? Otherwise, Imperial Tutor Skyminder would not have been so confident that he could threaten Luin. I know. Let's wait there for now, Luin replied. Xianxia paused, but he could only reply, okay. Luin put down the wireless goo and asked under Xiaoxia's puzzled gaze, can't anyone else see the words? Xiaoxia shook his head. No one else can see it besides me, but it doesn't matter. The head referee believes me, and so does Senior Chan. He even told me to come to the library when I'm free and not to stay cooped up in the History Research Institute all day. Xiaoxia then opened the book. Luin looked at it, and sure enough, it was blank. He still could not see anything. He was puzzled. Xiaoxia, what technique did you cultivate? Xiaoxia blinked. The martial enlightenment technique. Luin was surprised. The same as Master Yuan's? Xiaoxia nodded and clenched his fists in excitement. Master Yuan is the teacher of many people, and I want to learn the martial enlightenment technique like him. However, he soon became dejected. It's a pity that it's the same no matter how hard I try. I don't have the talent for cultivation. Have you learned the Xiantian mirror before? Luin asked. Xiaoshi shook his head and suddenly exclaimed, there are words in the book. Luin looked at it, but it was blank. The Xiantian mirror is a cultivation technique for fate. There are pros and cons, and it's one of the keys to prying into the river of fate, Xiaoshi read out. Luin hurriedly said, check on fate. I want to know everything about fate. Xiaoshi grunted and lowered his head. He suddenly shrieked and fell over while clutching his head. Luin was shocked and hurriedly supported Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, what's wrong? Xiaoshi seemed to be in great pain. Br brother Lu, my head's about to split open. Luin hurriedly closed the book and blamed himself for being too rash. If this book really was the Book of Fate, then the consequences of using it to investigate fate would be unimaginable. How could a book written by fate pry into itself? After a while, Xiaoshi recovered and asked curiously, what's going on? I've never been like this before. Xiaoshi muttered to himself, am I sick? What's growing in my head? No, I have to check. He then opened the book again. Luin took a look and relaxed when he saw that there was nothing wrong with Xiaoshi. 1, 2, 3. Many diseases occur in the brain. What's wrong with me? Xiaoshi studied the book intently. Luin laughed and closed the book. He met Xiaoshi's puzzled gaze and asked seriously, Xiaoshi, where did you get this book? I found it in the History Research Institute. The first time Luin had met Xiaoshi, he had also answered in the same way. It's not your innate gift or anything like that. Xiaoshi shook his head. Senior Chan, even the head judge asked me about it. It really isn't my innate gift. I found it in the History Research Institute, and there are records of it. This book has been in there for many, many years, and it's always been in the corner of a table. I flipped through it out of curiosity, and there's a lot of knowledge in it. Luin looked at the book that was half a meter thick. He wasn't sure if this was the Book of Fate or not. Since ancient times, humans had lived for countless years and given birth to countless wondrous items. The Book of Fate might not be the only book-type item. Xiaoshi, do you want to come with me to the Above Heaven sect? Luin asked. He wanted to take Xiaoshi with him. If he could confirm that this book was the Book of Fate, then things would be different, even though he didn't know how to use it. Xiaoshi shook his head. I still want to stay here. There's the library, the History Research Institute, and Xiaoqi here. I don't want to leave. Luin sighed. Alright, he took out a wireless goo and gave it to Xiaoshi. Contact me if there's anything. Also, promise me something. Xiaoshi put the goo away. Brother Lu, what is it? Don't tell anyone about this book. Remember, anyone, especially anyone you don't know. Women, Luin reminded him. With Destiny's daughter's abilities, she might be able to find Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi nodded, but he was still confused. Women? He licked his lips, feeling both expectant and apprehensive. Women? How do I find a woman? None of the women here are willing to talk to me. They all look down on me. That's right, Luin wanted to say. With his hairstyle and temperament, he didn't look like someone who could ask a woman out. Luin patted Xiaoshi's shoulder and encouraged him. Don't worry, it's just not time yet. I believe that in the near future, there will be a girl waiting for you. She'll appreciate your knowledge and your kindness. He paused and then added against his will, she'll worship your hairstyle. Xiaoshi's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Really? Will there really be one? Will there really be a woman who can understand the romance of our mushroom hairstyle? Definitely, Luin said with certainty. Xiaoshi nodded heavily. Thank you, Brother Lu. I wanted to change my hairstyle, and Xiaoqi was discouraged, but your words ignited our passion. Brother Lu, you're the best. Luin was stunned. He seemed to have done something wrong. There were many things that he wanted to investigate through this book, but after what had just happened to Xiaoshi, Luin suppressed his curiosity and decided to wait for a while. The things that he wanted to investigate were not simple, and he was afraid that Xiaoxi's head would explode if he did it again. He took a step forward and left the library. A group of people walked over. They were all young people, and the one in the lead was Xu Jing. Xu Jing and the rest were surprised to see Lu Yin suddenly appear in front of them. They were stunned for a moment before bowing in unison. "Greetings, Tao disciple." "Greetings, Tao disciple." Lu Yin grunted and scanned the crowd. Shi Shuang was next to Xu Jing, and these people should be the elites of the Hall of Honor's younger generation. However, even in the past, the only one who could compete with Lu Yin was Fang Yu, and these people were too far away from Lu Yin's level. "You still can't find Xianxia?" Lu Yin asked. Xu Jing replied, "He's trapped in Burial Garden, and we can't find any traces of it." Lu Yin nodded and left. He couldn't find any traces of Burial Garden either, which was strange. He could borrow the power of Progenitor Chen and Sirius Chen to see through the Fifth Mainland, but he just couldn't find Burial Garden. Shi Shuang had a complicated expression as she watched Lu Yin leave. Every time this person appeared, he would bring about changes. This time, he had become a Tao disciple of the Heaven's Path, who was on the same level as a half-ancestor. The difference between them was too great. "Brother Jing, is that Tao disciple Lu Yin? Did you guys compete with each other before?" a person asked. She looked very young and was a lively girl. Someone else said, "I heard that Tao disciple Lu Yin once unified the innerverse and outerverse, but he disappeared for 20 years. He reappeared 20 years later and became a Tao disciple, which is equivalent to unifying the entire human domain. He's amazing. How great would it be if we had a tenth of a Tao disciple's power?" Xu Jing said, "Don't bite off more than you can chew." "A tenth? If you really have a tenth of Lu Yin's power, you'll be able to compete for the position of Tao disciple." Amongst the crowd, a girl looked in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared. It was him, not bad. Lu Yin originally did not want to stay in the glory realm for long, as he still had many things to take care of in the Heaven's Path. There was nothing worth staying in the glory realm for long, but he had suddenly thought of something and needed his senior's help. The Lockbreaker Society was incorporated into the back garden, and the Starlink Network Company was connected to the entire Human Domains network. The former board of directors was also disbanded. Since the Hall of Honor could not control the human domain, there was no need for the board of governors to exist. However, although these directors had lost their status, they were still supported by the Hall of Honor. After all, the Hall of Honor still ruled over the glory world. They could make decisions about the glory world. Ever since Lu Yin had become a Tao disciple of the Above Heavens sect, he had tried to contact Lu Yin countless times. He wanted to rely on Lu Yin to enter the Above Heavens sect. Currently, the Above Heavens sect was the true ruler of the human race, but Lu Yin had never spoken to him. There were some people and some things that they didn't have to use, but they had to be reserved. For example, Elder San Liang, Elder San Shang, Xian Jiao, these outdated directors, Xia Xing, the illegitimate son of the Xia family, Xu San, and Amu, a member of the Umbral Butterfly clan. He was one of his own people. Even now, Chang and Qi didn't know about the Umbral Butterfly clan. Lu Yin didn't necessarily need to use them, but their existence was absolutely necessary. Once they were used, they would be able to unleash miraculous effects. The Judgment World had been destroyed by the 7 heavenly gods, but the Hall of Honor had more than one great world. They had the World Alliance to create, sell, and recycle them. The world. The current Judgment World wasn't much different from the previous one, aside from the fact that it lacked a murderous aura. Senior Qing Ping had replaced Elder Chan in managing the Glory World, which was a bit hasty and untimely. If something happened to Qing Ping during his tribulation in the Astral Tree Realm, Elder Chan would still have to return to the Glory World. Senior brother, after so many years, the human domain must have planted some people in the Astral Beast domain. "I need to use them," Lu Yin said. Qing Ping replied, "We have some of our own people." "How are you going to use them?" There was no need to hide anything at this point, so Lu Yin told him about Skymander's collection of human-shaped source boxes and his visit to the statue. Qing Ping was shocked. "How did you know?" "I borrowed Progenitor Chen's power to see through the stars of Sirius." Lu Yin had long since thought of an excuse. It was perfect, and no one could prove whether it was true or false. Qing Ping sighed. Progenitor Chen's power clearly can't affect the astral beast domain, but he can still see through the astral beast domain. He really is a powerful progenitor. Qing Ping sighed and then handed a list to Lu Yin. This has a list of all the people and astral beasts that can help you. If Skyminder is hiding that place very well, then this is the only one that can help you. He pointed at the name in the middle of the list. Lu Yin looked over. Harvest? That's its codename. Its true identity is a Yin Guai, and it's an emissary of the astral beasts, second only to the leader. Qing Ping's tone was calm, but his words shocked Lu Yin. Yin Guai. And second only to the leader? Qing Ping looked at Lu Yin. Are you surprised? For many years, the human domain has been trying to infiltrate the astral beast domain, so it's normal for us to have such a spy. Similarly, the human domain definitely has higher-ups from the astral beast domain as well. It's just that we don't know about them. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. His thinking had been limited. If the humans could rely on the everlasting race and the astral beast domain, then why couldn't the astral beasts rely on the humans? He had previously wondered if there were any human spies among the everlasting race, but a Yin Guai spy wasn't anything to be surprised about. Second only to the leader? This Yin Guai has been developing for a long time, right? Lu Yin asked. Qing Ping replied, that's Elder Chan's business, so I don't know. I only received this list recently, and the most valuable and well-hidden one is this Yin Guai. If there's anyone who can find that place, then it would be this Yin Guai. How do we contact it? Lu Yin asked. Qing Ping replied, we can't contact it unless it's absolutely necessary. That's why its method of communication is rather complicated, and it'll take some time to contact it. Senior, this matter is very important. We don't know anything about the origins of humanoid sourceboxes or their significance. When I traveled through spacetime, I saw the fourth mainland crumble, and I saw countless humanoid sourceboxes. The astral beast domain is also collecting humanoid sourceboxes. This matter isn't simple, Lu Yin said. Qing Ping looked to the east. We've been fighting against the everlasting race for the past 20 years, but we've also been keeping an eye on the astral beast domain. The more they don't act, the more uneasy we feel. Humans believe that they're very intelligent, but astral beasts can sometimes be just as intelligent as humans. Lu Yin agreed. Skyminder Imperial Tutor's intelligence was extremely high. Humans weren't necessarily the strongest race in the universe. There were many strange life forms that had the ability to threaten humans, but they had all disappeared over the course of time. The only reason humans could survive was because they were united. Lu Yin hadn't killed Anai Huang and the others because he had considered this point. It wasn't that he was being merciful, but rather that he couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Once an internal conflict spiraled out of control, it would be a disaster for the entire human race. Humans were humans because they had a bottom line. Lu Yin left the glory realm and returned to the above the sky sect. While waiting for the star essence from the technocracy and news from the astral beast domain, he went to see Elder Green Apricot. Lu Yin met Elder Green Apricot at the peak of a mountain in the above the sky sect. There were over 100 mountain peaks in the above the sky sect, and each peak was large enough to support a planet. They were all built to mimic the scale of the above the sky sect. Of course, this was only an imitation. With the resources and time available in this era, the real above the sky sect could not be built. Even so, this above the sky sect's construction was still shocking. Elder Green Apricot didn't know what to say as he stared at Lu Yin's back. Elder Green Apricot, do you still remember the first time we met? Lu Yin asked, his tone calm. Elder Green Apricot replied, in the Central Plain, at the White Dragon clan's ancestral home. You were called Long Seven. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, the world is unpredictable. Elder, did you ever think that you would one day become my prisoner? Elder Green Apricot was bitter. If I had known earlier, back then. He paused. Lu Yin turned around. What happened then? Elder Green Apricot shook his head. What's the point of thinking about it? How do you plan to deal with me? Please speak frankly. Lu Yin gestured for him to sit down. There was a pavilion nearby, and a stream flowed along the peak of the mountain. Clouds and mist swirled about, and it was very beautiful. Sit down and talk. Elder Green Apricot was surprised, but he did not refuse. The worst outcome was death. They already knew what had happened to Wang Si, and they knew how ruthless this person was. Lu Yin waved a hand, and Zhao Ran happily walked over with a cup of flower tea. Elder Green Apricot stared blankly at the flower tea in front of him. Was this poison? There were 2 cups of flower tea on the stone table that looked particularly strange. They were dark red, and there seemed to be something swimming within them. Was that something swimming? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but look at Zhao Ran. This flower tea was becoming more and more strange. Elder Green Apricot looked at the flower tea in front of her in a daze, and then looked at the one in front of Lu Yin. Was this poison? Was this necessary? If Lu Yin wanted him dead, there was no need for him to use poison. A single palm strike would have been enough, and there was a cup in front of him as well. What was the meaning of this? Elder Green Apricot looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin subconsciously used the Codex of Ian to observe the tea, but there was nothing strange about it. He knew that Zhao Ran would not harm him, but there were not many people who dared to drink this tea. It was just like Coco's needle, even though they knew that it could be used to treat their illness, not many dared to try it. Elder, try it, Lu Yin smiled at Elder Green Apricot. Elder Green Apricot gulped and looked at Lu Yin, but then at Zhao Ran, who had an expectant look on her face. What was that look in her eyes? It was as if she wanted him to be poisoned to death. After staring at the tea for a while, Elder Green Apricot made up his mind. Daoist, there's something I want to say. There's no rush. Drink it first, Lu Yin said. How could he say anything after drinking it? Elder Green Apricot's expression turned ugly. Although he did not know what the 2 cups of flower tea meant, he was certain that drinking it would not end well. Daoist, I'm actually from this region. Lu Yin was not surprised. There's no rush, Elder. Zhao Ran worked hard to make this flower tea. Drink it first, it's very delicious. Elder Green Apricot's face twitched. Why aren't you drinking it? You don't believe me? Actually, I'm from the Hidden Earth Society, and Earth is my hometown. I went to the Cosmic Tree Realm through Jupiter and joined the Frigid Immortal sect by chance. I'm not really from the Cosmic Tree Realm, which is why I didn't dare to resist when Yu-Chen ordered me to do things on behalf of the junior ancestor. I was afraid of being discovered. Lu Yin understood why Elder Green Apricot was so obedient to Yu-Chen. Even if Yu-Chen represented by Xiaohong, she was still just a maid, so how could she order an emissary around? This old man must have felt guilty and didn't dare to resist. Yu-Chen had naturally become more and more comfortable with him, and she had even assumed that he was afraid of Bai Xiaohong. Are you Gu Yu-Chen's Yudai? Lu Yin asked. Elder Green Apricot nodded. Yudai was trained by Yu-Chen to gather information, and she has Bai Xiaohong behind her. She knows a lot about the Cosmic Tree Realm, and if I'm targeted by Yudai, I might not be able to keep my secret. The Hidden Earth Society's biggest taboo is to offend such people. If I'm exposed, the Hidden Earth Society will be in trouble. That's why I have to listen to their orders most of the time. Lu Yin nodded. Okay, I understand. The tea is getting cold, Elder, please drink. Elder Green Apricot's expression changed. You still don't believe me? I can contact the Hidden Earth Society. Your group has been in the Fifth Mainland for more than 20 years, right? During this time, has the Elder not contacted the Hidden Earth clan? Lu Yin asked. Elder Green Apricot replied, we can contact them, but there's no need to. Lu Yin looked up and saw the awkward expression on the Elder's face. He knew what the Elder was thinking. After being in the Cosmic Tree Realm for so many years, Lu Yin's perspective and thoughts had changed. He didn't care about the Hidden Earth Society at all, and he didn't plan on contacting them. Unless someone from the Fifth Mainland went to the Cosmic Tree Realm and made some achievements, they would be qualified to contact the Hidden Earth Society. In the end, the Hidden Earth Society of the Fifth Mainland was different from that of the Cosmic Tree Realm. There was also the risk of being exposed if they contacted the Hidden Earth Society of the Cosmic Tree Realm. In addition, the Cosmic Tree Realm's expeditionary force was in the Neoverse Trium Gate, so it wasn't easy to contact them. Elder Green Apricot's attitude made it clear to Luin that he was leaning towards the first possibility, as they looked down on the fifth mainland's hidden earth. Elder, have some tea, Luin said in a lower tone. Elder Qingxing's heart sank. Was she still unable to escape? Your Highness, the tea is getting cold, Zhao Ran reminded him as she looked at him expectantly. Luin coughed, picked up the teacup, and observed it once more. Drinking something like this required courage. Elder Green Apricot was stunned. Dao child, you're drinking as well? Zhao Ran's flower tea is delicious, he replied seriously. He took a sip and found that it was refreshing and tasty. His brain felt as if it had been cleansed by ice water. His eyes lit up. Not bad. Zhao Ran happily said, I'll go make another cup for your highness. She then left. Elder Qingxing licked her lips and forced herself to take a sip. It was as if she was going to her execution ground. Then, her eyes widened. It tastes pretty good. Luin smiled. As long as Elder likes it. Elder Green Apricot sensed his body, but there was no poison, and he was completely fine. On the contrary, his mind had become even clearer. He looked at Luin in astonishment. Daozi, what's going on? Luin replied, it's unique. Elder Qingxing replied with an O as she stared at the tea in her cup. Most people would not be able to accept such a unique characteristic. Elder, you should know Lei Wu, Luin suddenly said, mentioning a name that caused Elder Qingxing's expression to change. Elder Qingxing stared at Luin in disbelief. Daozi, you. How would I know? Luin smiled at him. Elder Qingxing was shocked. You know Lei Wu? You already knew that I was from Earth Invisibility? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he put down his teacup. Lu Xiaoge, Lei Wu, Humble School's Kai Shu, and Lei of Roots. Am I right? Elder Qingxing looked at Lu Yin's smiling face and felt that he was unfathomable for the first time. No matter how monstrous or powerful Lu Yin's previous performance was, even when he had killed Wang Xi, it hadn't shocked him as much. Earth concealment was a secret that only he and Lu Xiaoge knew about in the expedition army. Did Lu Xiaoge tell you? Elder Qingxing asked. Luin laughed. Does Lu Xiaoge know about Kai Shu? Kai Shu was the eldest disciple of the Humble School's half-ancestor Clear Dust. She had interacted with Luin and protected him. When Luin had merged with Elder Qingxing's body and found out that Kai Shu was also from Earth Invisibility, he had also been shocked. Elder Qingxing thought about it and realized that he had never told Lu Xiaoge about Kai Shu. Kai Shu was an important figure in the organization and a half-ancestor's disciple. She was one of the few people with the highest status, so how could she have told others so easily? If it wasn't Lu Xiaoge, then how did Luin know? Did Kai Shu tell you herself? Elder Qingxing asked, but even he felt that it was laughable. How could that be possible? Luin had indeed interacted with Kai Shu and Clear Dust for quite some time, but Kai Shu couldn't have known about Lu Yin's identity at that time. How could she have told him about Earth Invisibility? Luin replied, Elder, don't try to guess how I found out. I called you here to ask for Earth Invisibility's help. I'm going to the Cosmic Tree. Elder Qingxing was shocked. Is the Xingkong corridor connected? Luin replied, even if it's not connected, I can still go. Jupiter? That's right, you went there through Jupiter, Elder Qingxing said. Luin didn't elaborate on this point. Elder, I need information on all of the Earth Invisibility in the Cosmic Tree. I believe that you can help me with this. Elder Qingxing frowned and remained silent. Luin tapped his finger on the table. From your perspective, Earth Invisibility's influence is great, but that's only in the dark. As long as you can find a single point, you can lead them all. Lei Wu, Kai Shu, Lei, do you think that I can get some information from them? Especially Kai Shu. Don't forget that I was almost taken in as a disciple by Patriarch Mu Xia. To the people of the Cosmic Tree, I'm a trader of the abandoned lands and a member of the Lu family that the Four Cardinal Scales wants to deal with. But to Kai Shu, I'm an earthling who's close to Earth Invisibility and at odds with the Four Cardinal Scales. She'll help me, right? Elder Qingxing was troubled. Since you're so sure, why don't you just look for Kai Shu? Then what's the point of keeping you around? Lu Yin barked, scaring Elder Xianxia so much that his face paled. Lu Yin's sudden change in attitude had caught him completely off guard. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Wang Si, if I say I'll kill you, then I'll kill you. You should know how valuable a half-ancestor is to humans, and even they are like this. Do you think that you're more valuable than a half-ancestor? Do you think that I won't kill you? Elder Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin's attitude had been so good that he had forgotten that this person was someone who had killed a half-ancestor in front of everyone. He exhaled as he looked at the strange flower tea. What do you want? I'll listen to you. Lu Yin nodded, and his expression softened. That's right. You're from Earth, and it's half my home. It's where I started my cultivation, so I won't harm Earth invisibility. Elder Green Apricot felt helpless, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would be exposed in the cosmic tree realm. If that happened, then Earth invisibility would be implicated as well. But with the information that Lu Yin currently possessed, even without Elder Green Apricot, Earth invisibility would not be able to remain unscathed. Elder, with our current relationship, it's unlikely that you'll betray me even after we reach the cosmic tree realm. However, I can't take the risk, so I need to take some precautions. Elder Xianxia was stunned. The cosmic tree realm? I have to go as well? Lu Yin smiled and suddenly raised a hand. Black and white mist appeared on his palm, transforming into a brand that pierced through Elder Xianxia's body and into his astral origin cyclone. Elder Xianxia could not react in time, and by the time he did, it was already too late. He suddenly stood up. Daozi, you. Lu Yin raised a hand. Don't be surprised, it's just a small trick. As long as you don't betray me, it won't be a problem. However, his expression grew serious as he continued, if you betray me or do something against my will, I'm sure you won't want to try this. Elder Xianxia sensed the astral origin cyclone within his body. Over the past 20 years, more than half of his astral origin had been consumed, and there was no way to replenish it. There was also a black and white imprint within that could not be dispelled no matter what he did. This was the power of the Grim Reaper, and it was too difficult to recognize. Elder Xianxia had seen Lu Yin use the Grim Reaper transformation before. This person was becoming more and more terrifying. Even without the Grim Reaper transformation, he could still use this power. Rather than learning how to contact Earth invisibility in the cosmic tree realm, it was better to bring Elder Xianxia along. He would be useful at a critical moment. There's one more thing. Lu Yin looked at Elder Xianxia. If I want to hide my identity and enter the cosmic tree realm, I need a suitable position that won't attract the attention of the 4 cardinal scales, but I also need to be qualified enough to attract their attention. Elder, do you have any good candidates? Elder Xianxia took a deep breath. Since he was being controlled, he could only think of a way to help Lu Yin. Otherwise, if something happened to Lu Yin, he would not have an easy time either. Let me think about it. There should be a suitable candidate. Elder, you can take your time to think about it, Lu Yin said before putting Elder Xianxia into Mount Supreme. Besides Xianxia, Lu Yin still had to think about who else to bring. The Fog Ancestor would definitely go to the cosmic tree realm, and he would not give the mirror to anyone else. The most important thing right now was to find a candidate for a half-ancestor. Senior Qingping was going to break through, so who else could go besides him? If he wanted to save Red Flower Garden, there had to be at least a few half-ancestors in the alliance. However, having too many half-ancestors would not work either, as it would easily attract the attention of progenitors. Lu Yin had a headache. He thought about it for a few days but still could not come up with a solution. A few days later, Astral 10 arrived outside the solar system. He did not receive any star essence from the technocracy, nor did he receive a reply from Yin Guai from the Astral Beast domain. Instead, Astral 10 arrived. He was the one who had called Astral 10 over. Not only Astral 10, but he had also gathered all of the Astral Combat Academies into the Above Heaven sect. He had also taken out the 5th pagoda and made the Above Heaven sect a place of inheritance, not just a sect that was ruled over. The reappearance of the 5th pagoda caused an uproar in the human domain. This time, not only could the 5th mainland enter, but cultivators from the 6th mainland could as well. Of course, they had to pay a heavy price, as many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivation techniques and inheritances had to be sent to the Fifth Pagoda. Luin also repaid the debt of being half a teacher to them. Half a teacher? In the main hall of the sect, Lu Bujing, 9 luminaries, Lin Qing, and Kai Er were present. Fate Girl and Qing Ping were not present, while Hen Xian and Ju Yi were still in the astral beast domain. Luin replied, "That's right, I owe you half a master. I was the one who created the 5th tower. Right, it should be renamed to the Tower of Inheritance now. I've placed almost all of the inheritances inside, and I've even called upon the cultivators from the 5th and 6th mainlands to place their inheritances inside as well. I owe you half a master, so that shouldn't be too much, right?" 9 Lights stared at Luin in a daze. Not too much? How could this be? This was simply too much. This 5th, no, the inheritance in the inheritance tower did not belong to him alone. What right did he have to receive half a master's grace? Luin wanted to refuse, but when he looked around, he saw that Lu Bujing, Lin Qing, and Kai Er were all in agreement. Fate's daughter would probably agree as well, and there was no need to mention Qing Ping, who was a die-hard supporter of Luin. Even if Hen Xian and Ju Yi were here, the 3 of them would not be able to object. Furthermore, he looked at Luin. Even if all 8 sect masters were to oppose him, would it be of any use? Luin looked at Jiao Yao and smiled. What? Does the leader of the 9 luminaries sect have something to say? After all, you represent the 6th mainland. Perhaps you can ask the blood ancestor for his opinion. Even if Luin didn't say anything, he would have already discussed this with the blood ancestor. Although the Above the Sky sect now consisted of 2 continents, they were still 2 separate continents. Their past grudges could not be set aside so easily. If it weren't for the fact that Luin controlled the Sirius star's power and could control their life and death, the blood ancestor would have actually wanted to leave the Above the Sky sect. However, once they left and the 2 continents went to war, they would be in trouble. They wouldn't be much better off in the astral beast domain. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. 9 Lights was a little confused for a moment. Luin did not mind. In fact, aside from the benefits that Luin had gained from being half a master, there was also another reason for his actions, which was to deal with the 6th mainland. The internal conflicts of the human race could not be easily resolved, and he was not so magnanimous as to give up on his prejudice against the 6th mainland. The cultivators of the 6th mainland could enter the inheritance tower to cultivate, but he could not ignore the fact that he had been half a teacher to them. The choice was in their hands. As for the 5th mainland, when it had still been the 5th pagoda of the cosmic sea, Luin had already owed him half a master. If it hadn't been for Xia Ji and the others' objections, the 5th mainland wouldn't have cared too much. Lu Yin's reputation in the 5th mainland was simply too high. At the end of the day, the 6th mainland owed them a debt of gratitude. If they wanted to, they could enter, but if they didn't want to, it was up to them. Jiao Yao replied, "I need to go back and discuss this with the blood ancestor." Luin nodded. Of course, but Senior is in seclusion due to his injuries, so it's best not to disturb him if possible. If you feel that you can't accept the kindness of being half a teacher, you can choose not to enter. No one will force you. 9 luminaries nodded, as he understood this logic. Luin was not using this method to force the 6th mainland to do anything. The 5th pagoda's inheritance had to be passed down, but now that the 2 mainlands had joined forces, they could not directly exclude the 6th mainland. Luin could only use this method to allow the 6th mainland to make its own choice. If they agreed, they would be able to enter, but they would have to acknowledge that Luin was half a master to them. If they didn't agree, then it was up to them. The 9 luminaries could not help but look at Luin. This person's ability to scheme and influence was not something that the 9 luminaries could compare to. The 9 luminaries thought back to 20 years ago when the Great Eastern Alliance had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain. In the end, the Great Eastern Alliance had managed to take over a weave in the Outerverse Eastern region. The 9 luminaries had no choice but to admit that they were far from being able to compare to this person when it came to scheming. This wasn't something that Luin had thought of on his own, but rather something that Wang Wen had reminded him of. Otherwise, Luin would have forgotten that Wang Wen was half a teacher to him. Fortunately, Wang Wen reminded him in time. "How are Hen Xian and Jue?" The 9 luminaries asked, changing the topic. Luin shrugged. They're still monitoring the absolute path. It hasn't been resolved yet, but there's no rush. I believe that with the strength of these 2 seniors, they'll be able to deal with it properly. The 9 luminaries did not say anything else. The absolute path was a hidden danger, and they could not allow themselves to be controlled by the astral beast domain. They needed to be monitored by a half-step ancestor, and Luin naturally felt that the best candidates were Xianxia and Jiwei. As for how long they would need to monitor the absolute path, Luin had no idea. Not long after, Luin arrived outside the solar system and looked at Astral 10 in the distance. Senior, was there an Astral Combat Academy in your era? Luin asked. The mist ancestor appeared and looked at Astral 10 in front of him with surprise. Isn't this the Unbounded? Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Senior, you know about it? The mist ancestor nodded with a respectful expression. 10 ancient warships that carry the legacy of human civilization. The leading ship is the Unbounded, but I remember that these 10 ships were destroyed during the war. They should have been rebuilt. Actually, those 10 battleships shouldn't have appeared on the battlefield. When I first became a cultivator, I heard that those 10 battleships had been destroyed many times and rebuilt many times. Back in my time, cultivators weren't allowed to get close to those battleships, said Lin Feng. Senior, you've never entered the Unbounded? Luin was astonished. The mist ancestor replied, I have. When I became an emissary, I remember that there was a library there that recorded bits and pieces of human civilization. There was a floor called the Stargazing Deck, where you could see some images. Some of the images were very ancient, while others were related to you. My name should be on the Unbounded. Senior, your name should be there? Luin did not understand. If the Unbounded had not been an Astral Combat Academy in that era, then how had it left its name? The mist ancestor's gaze deepened. Passing down the flames of human civilization requires not only cultivation, but also history and spirit. Humans cannot forget history, and we represent it. I, Xia Shang, Old Fu, Huiwen, Ku Jia, Wang Fan, Bai Wang Yuan, and Senior Lu Tianyi have all been recorded in the Unbounded. Bearing the weight of humanity is a responsibility. Let's go take a look. Responsibility? Luin recalled what the crazy headmaster had said. He had been told to leave his name on the Unbounded and become a guest mentor. The Rainmaster had also said that he could only leave his name on the Unbounded after he became an emissary and recognized the Unbounded. Leaving one's name on the Unbounded was not simple, it was like a ceremony. There were many students in Astral 10 now, so Luin did not attract too much attention. Under the Mist Ancestor's instructions, he greeted the Rainmaster and the others before heading to the burned area. It was the cabin that had once housed Astral 10's library. The crazy headmaster had set it on fire, and the fire had not been extinguished even now. It was here that Lu Yin and Xiao Luo had worked together to scheme against Xiao Jiuyo, allowing Xiao Luo to become the Xia family's heir. The Mist Ancestor was surprised. What does this fire mean? Why won't it be extinguished? I don't know, but it's been burning for a very long time. The Mist Ancestor shook her head and pointed the way. After many twists and turns, Luin finally arrived at the edge of a burning area. Luin looked over and saw that they were out of Astral 10. Was this the front of the warship? Where's the name? The Mist Ancestor looked around, but she could not find the name she was looking for. Luin couldn't find it either. At that moment, the Rainmaster arrived. What are you looking for? He looked past Luin and at the Mist Ancestor. Just like Luin and the others, he subconsciously lowered his head. That formless aura was inexplicable, but it was there. Luin coughed, and the Mist Ancestor disappeared. The Rainmaster returned to normal, but he was still a bit confused. Luin, who was that? A half-ancestor senior, Luin replied. The Rainmaster understood. No wonder I couldn't look straight at him. Luin asked, Mentor, is there a place where names are recorded here? The guest mentor's name? The Rainmaster asked before nodding. Yes, you're qualified to leave your name here. I don't know if it's the guest mentor's name, but Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Huey's names are recorded here. The Rainmaster was astonished. How do you know? Then it's not the guest mentor's name, but He paused. Did that senior tell you? Yes, that senior has been around for a long time, even longer than Elder Chan. He knows about Limitless, Luin said. The Rainmaster was confused. Although he knew about Limitless, his own strength was limited, so he couldn't understand Elder Chan. He didn't even know how long Elder Chan had lived. Follow me, the Rainmaster said before heading off in another direction. Luin followed him through the sea of fire and a lake that had burned for many years. Along the way, they saw a few students looking for something, but the Rainmaster casually tossed them away. Not long after, they arrived at a building that had been burned to ruins. It was obvious that this building had once been glorious and occupied a large area. Unfortunately, it was now a wasteland. There was a thud as a piece of wood fell to the ground, stirring up dust and sparks. With the Rainmaster in front, they walked through the ruins until they reached a corner. There were quite a few wooden planks piled up in the corner, and Luin felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw them. The Mist Ancestor appeared at that moment and walked over to the planks, looking at them with a complicated expression. Luin walked over and looked at the planks. The topmost plank had half a word carved into it. It was a language from the Mist Ancestor's era, but Luin didn't recognize it. Senior, what's this? Half of the word, when as in Hui Wen, the Mist Ancestor said in a low voice. Ancestor Hui's name? Luin was shocked. The Rainmaster looked deeply at the Mist Ancestor. Senior actually recognizes this language. Not bad, every name here represents a period of history. Anyone who can leave their name behind in Limitless is the mark of an era. We will never be qualified to leave our names here. At most, we can leave our names as guest mentors. Luin lifted the plank and saw that only half of it was left. Lu, if it's not Senior Lu Tianyi, then it's Uncle Lu Feng, the Mist Ancestor said. Luin looked deeply at the words on the planks and then lifted his head again to look at them one by one. He heard names after names, and not only were there progenitors, but there were also some half-ancestors. The Mist Ancestor recognized many of the names, but she didn't recognize most of them. Some of the names were from before she was born, while others were from after. Luin saw Elder Chan's name, Senior Qing Ping's name, Supreme Sage Heavenly Master, Elder Gong, and the others. In this era, half-ancestors were already the pinnacle, and their names were enough to leave their names behind in Limitless. However, they had all been burned down by the crazy headmaster, and the vicissitudes of life were similar to those of the Daosaur sect. Leaving one's name behind meant leaving behind traces. Years later, through these wooden boards, future generations would be able to find out which powerhouses had appeared in which era. The Daosaur sect's era had produced many progenitors, but in this era, there were only half-progenitors. The reason for this was that the Lu family had left with a group of powerful clans, and the 6th mainland had covered up the 5th mainland sky. All of this was history. It was not that this era was weak, but rather that they could not break through that sky. The further down he went, the weaker the wooden boards became. These boards are not made from ordinary wood, and they're strong enough to carry the writings of progenitors and leave their names behind for hundreds of millions of years. Even so, the boards below have already decayed, so don't touch them. If you do, they'll turn to dust, the Rainmaster warned. Luin looked at the wooden boards in front of him, but he did not recognize the words carved on them. This should be from the Daosaur sect's era, where the Mist Ancestors' generation had also been progenitors. However, their brilliance had been overshadowed by the 9 mountains and 8 seas. This did not mean that they were not brilliant, as they had represented various eras. Although not all of the 9 mountains and 8 seas had appeared, each era had more or less produced such powerhouses. Luin could not find the Mist Ancestor's name. After the flames of war, many are gone, the Rainmaster said solemnly. The Mist Ancestor's eyes dimmed. It was extremely difficult to pass down the legacy of human civilization, and even the remnants of progenitors would disappear. In this vast universe, who could live forever? Even progenitors could not do so. Could it be that only those above the progenitor realm could obtain eternal life? She hoped that not only individuals could live forever, but also the entire human civilization. Luin lowered his hand. The universe was too vast and deep, and no one could see the end of it. Perhaps one day, a civilization stronger than the human civilization or the everlasting tribe would appear, and these things would no longer be preserved. The mist ancestor returned to the mirror without saying anything. Lu Yin and the Rainmaster left the Sea of Flames, and he headed to Stargazing Deck alone. He had touched Stargazing Deck before and seen Lu Jing kneel. This time, he hoped to see the traitor that Lu Jing had kneeled to, the owner of the dusty general appointment platform. His only concern was that this would affect fate. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. So what if it did? He had come into contact with fate's divination of the past and the future many times. The more he was afraid of it, the more he would not be able to escape. Later, he would learn more about fate. He wanted to see if fate still existed and if Xianxia's fear would become reality. Of course, there was also the Fatesand that had transformed into specks of Fatesand in the middle of the black and white comma. He did not know if they would scatter if he touched the stargazing tower, but no matter what, he had to touch the tower. Lu Yin's arrival was very sudden, and the moment the Star Master saw him, he heard Lu Yin say, "Sorry to disturb you, mentor." He then took a step forward and stepped onto the stargazing deck. In that instant, the Star Master's heart began to burn. The last time he had touched the stargazing deck, all of the Fatesand had scattered. This time, although his heart was burning just as hot as before, the Fatesand did not appear. Instead, specks of stars appeared around his body. These specks of light should have been within the black and white commas, as if there was a universe within his heart. They were the stars of the universe, but now that they had appeared outside his body, they made him seem both sacred and imposing. At this moment, he couldn't see Stargazing Deck or Astral 10. Instead, countless images flashed before his eyes like silhouettes of time. At the same time, in a certain corner of the Neoverse, Xianxia suddenly coughed up blood, scaring the noblewoman so much that she almost fainted. In the Outerverse, the Lady of Fate suddenly opened her eyes. From the outside, the white clouds were dyed red. In the Astral Beast domain, the Skyminder Imperial Tutor was looking in the direction of the Path of Despair. Two half-progenitors were staring at him, giving him a lot of pressure. Fortunately, the Yao Emperor was personally overseeing the Path of Despair. Just as he was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed. What was this again? Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, half dead. In the Astral Tree domain, a pair of cold eyes stared at him with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. I triggered fate again. Damn it. In front of the stargazing deck in Astral 10, Lu Yin took several steps back as a mysterious force pushed him away. The mist ancestor appeared and looked at the stargazing deck in shock. She had been here before, and after breaking through to the envoy level, she had seen some images on the stargazing deck more than once. But what had just happened? She felt a mysterious power sweep past her, which made her feel uneasy. The stargazer's expression turned ugly, and he glared at Lu Yin. What are you trying to do? Lu Yin woke up, but the specks of light on his body had disappeared the moment he had retreated. He wasn't sure what had happened, but the first thing he did after waking up was to check his heart. He relaxed when he saw that the specks of light between the black and white commas had not been lost. When he heard the stargazer's angry shout, Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed and awkward. I wanted to give Mentor something, but I forgot. I forgot. The stargazer was displeased, but he had always been calm no matter what happened. Even when Lu Yin had triggered fate the last time, he had calmly explained the situation and even helped Lu Yin retrieve the Fatesand. This time, however, he was a little angry. The Academy's rules cannot be broken. Do you know that? Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. I know. I'm really sorry, Mentor. The Star Master looked at him deeply. The stargazing deck has existed since the Ark. No matter how long it has been, the stargazing deck will always be on the Ark. No accidents are allowed to happen. Even if we die, the stargazing deck must still exist. You have broken the Academy's rules, and it is very likely that you will cause irreparable damage. Lu Yin apologized again. I'm really sorry, Mentor. Seeing Lu Yin's sincerity, the stargazer's expression softened. You want to trigger fate? Lu Yin replied, I want to see the scene that I wasn't able to see back then. The stargazer had a complicated expression. Do you know the Dean's full name? Lu Yin did not understand why the stargazer would suddenly mention the Dean. I don't know. No one has ever mentioned it. The Dean's name is Xiaochen, the stargazer said. Xiaochen? Luyin was stunned. What a familiar name, but he soon recalled it and was shocked. The Xiaochen who's ranked first on the rain list? The stargazer retracted his gaze and slowly spoke of a past that no one knew about. The 10 academies were once warships, and Limitless was the leading ship. At some point in time, the 10 warships were renamed the Astral Combat Academy, and they recruited students to spread human civilization. Xiaochen was the most talented student in Limitless since the academy was founded, and he was also the first dean. There was no dean before him. He became famous at a young age, reaching the Enlighter realm at the age of 20 and breaking through to become an astral envoy at the age of 40. He's considered one of the most talented cultivators in all of human history. Luyin was shocked. An Enlighter at 20 and an astral envoy at 40. Wasn't that the same progress as the 10 arbiters? No, the 4 young ancestors of the cosmic tree? He was truly an absolute genius. Before he became an astral envoy, every student could enter the tower based on their contributions, and there was no limit to the number of times they could enter. However, the stargazer sighed. Xiaochen broke through to become an astral envoy and directly became the dean. After that, he continued to visit the tower and announced that he had obtained an ancient inheritance. From then on, he visited the tower more and more often. Of course, his cultivation increased faster and faster as well. In less than 100 years, he reached 6 origin tribulations, which is a power level of 1,000,000. It's rare to see someone like that in history. At that time, everyone was looking forward to it, including the Hall of Honor and Elder Chan. Everyone believed that he would definitely become a demi-ancestor and even break through to the progenitor realm. Luyin's expression changed. He remembered that the mentors had once said that the dean had gone crazy from cultivation. I don't know when he went to the stargazing tower, but he went crazy and set Astral 10 on fire. He went crazy every day. Before he went crazy, Limitless was always the strongest ship in the Astral Combat Tournament. But after he went crazy, everything changed. The stargazer looked at Luyin. This was what the previous stargazer told me. The rules for visiting the tower were also changed because of the crazy dean. Thus, you should know why you are not allowed to enter the tower. Here, you will be able to see some of the scenes of human civilization, but at the same time, it can also bring about disaster. The more he spoke, the more afraid the stargazer became. If Luyin had gone crazy, then Astral 10 would not have been the only one destroyed, the entire human domain would have been doomed. The more he thought about it, the more wary he became of Luyin. He even contacted the other mentors, afraid that Luyin would forcefully enter the tower. The mist ancestor was surprised. Something like that happened at the Stargazer Tower? I've seen it many times before, and nothing happened. The Stargazer looked at the mist ancestor. Many times? What did that mean? At that moment, the mentors appeared one by one. They had all been notified by the Stargazer and immediately blocked the entrance to the tower. Brat, you're all grown up now. You don't care about us old folks anymore, do you? It looks like you want to steal the Stargazer Tower. Old Kai ground his teeth and looked at Luyin as if he was a pirate. He suddenly remembered that this brat was from Leon's armada, and Heizage Leon was the pirate king. The Rainmaster said seriously, Luyin, if you still consider yourself a student of Astral 10, then don't touch the Stargazer Tower again. The Sandmaster clenched his fists and his muscles bulged as his battle force erupted. Brat, you'll have to step over my dead body if you want to pass. The Trial Master sighed. The Academy is in trouble again. Someone actually dares to steal the Stargazer Tower. Luyin was speechless and smiled bitterly. Mentors, is there a misunderstanding? Old Kai and the others looked at the Stargazer. The Stargazer said, just in case, don't let him touch the Stargazer Tower again. Luyin pursed his lips. Alright, I won't touch it. The mentor sighed in relief. Alright, you're becoming more and more unruly. You used to cause trouble on the 5th mainland, but now you're not even letting your alma mater off. Old Kai glared at Luyin. Luyin spread out his hands. I remember that you promised me that I could climb the other Astral Combat Academy Stargazer Towers, but I haven't been to all of them. If I can't do it here, I'll just go to another Stargazer Tower. The Stargazer's expression changed. In the past, Luin hadn't triggered fate by touching the Stargazer Tower. He had seen too many things happen to the crazy headmaster, but now, he couldn't guarantee that nothing would happen to Luin. This brat had triggered fate, and only the heavens knew if he would go crazy. No, you can't trigger fate again. No one can guess what the outcome will be, the Stargazer hurriedly refused. Just as Luin was about to say something, the wireless goo vibrated. He glanced at it and was astonished. "Senior, please enlighten them," Luin said to the mist ancestor and then walked to the side to connect to the wireless goo. On the other side, the mist ancestor looked at the mentors. "Kids, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill?" "Lu Daozi, what did you just do?" Destiny's daughter asked directly after contacting Luin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. She could sense that he had triggered fate? No way. Last time, when he had triggered fate, Xianxia and the others had vomited blood. Xianxia had guessed that he had triggered fate, so it wasn't strange that she could guess it as well. No, Xianxia guessed it because he had the most fates in at that time, so it was more of a guess than a confirmation that he had triggered fate. "Nothing, just drinking tea," Luin replied. Destiny's daughter fell silent for a moment before replying, "I saw it." Luin raised his brows. "Saw what?" "I saw you trigger fate through the Shantian mirror," she replied. Luin didn't believe her. "You can see me through the Shantian mirror? Are you kidding me? Does that mean you can monitor everyone?" Destiny's daughter replied, "The Shantian mirror can't see you, but it can sense fate. Just now, the Shantian mirror sensed fate being triggered, and your image appeared in my mind. You must have triggered fate, so there's no need to deny it." Luin thought about it for a moment before replying, "All right. So what if I've triggered fate? Aren't you unwilling to interact with fate?" Destiny's daughter was curious. Luin was helpless. "I want to divine a word, a person, or an item, so I can only try to trigger fate." Destiny's daughter replied, "That's useless. I don't know how you triggered fate, but doing so will only attract fate's attention and cause a backlash. It's not beneficial to divination, so it's best not to try again. Otherwise, if you really do trigger fate, the consequences will be unimaginable." Luin laughed, "You're Destiny's disciple, so you should be happy that you managed to trigger fate. Why does it seem like you don't want fate to appear?" "Because I want to break through to ancestral ascension. I am the new fate," Destiny's daughter replied decisively. There was no one who didn't want to break through to the ancestor realm. If one's cultivation was too low, they wouldn't dare to think about it. Once one's cultivation was high enough, the desire to break through to the ancestor realm would appear, and it would become even more intense. This was especially so when one reached the level of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect leaders. It was almost certain that one would be able to break through to the ancestor realm. Xian wanted to break through the ancestral barrier and become the master of this era. Jiwei desired to break through the ancestor realm and become the death god. The Lady of Fate naturally wanted to break through the ancestral gate and become the new destiny. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Luin thought about it for a moment before replying, "I don't care what you think. I need to divine every word, person, or item. Otherwise, I'll just have to constantly try to influence fate. Since normal methods won't work, then I'll have to break the rules. If you don't believe that there's no other way. Aren't you afraid that fate will appear and become the ruler of this era?" Fate Maiden replied. Luin laughed. "It's a good thing for humanity. Fate is one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. Once it appears, it'll be able to guide humanity. I'm willing." The Lady of Fate didn't reply immediately. No one knew what she was thinking. The longer she thought about it, the more certain he was that his plan would succeed. The last time he had tried to influence fate, Xianxia had coughed up blood, and he believed that anyone related to fate was unlucky. Xianxia had probably coughed up blood as well, and it had been quite severe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed his ambition to replace fate. She would have done everything she could to prevent him from influencing fate again. The more she didn't want to influence fate, the greater the threat he would pose to her. This was interesting. "What do you want to divine?" The Lady of Fate finally replied after a long pause. Back in the Above Heaven sect, she had been a disciple of fate and had never faced any setbacks from the start of her cultivation until she became the sect master of Elysium. Everyone treated her with respect, and no one dared to offend her. At the same time, the geniuses of this era had all dimmed, and she had been the most dazzling star of the above heaven sect. However, in this era, she was being threatened by Luin. She had only felt this way when she had learned that Lu Bujing had stolen the power of fate and cultivated the ancestral qi of the three suns. The Eternals were her mortal enemies, and she had only felt hostility from them. She was actually being threatened. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing were both members of the Lu family. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You're willing to perform a divination for me?" "I can try," the Lady of Fate replied. She didn't want to either. At Lu Yin's level, divination would definitely not be simple, but there was no other way. It was better than Lu Yin continuously trying to influence fate and causing her to cough up blood. It was fine for now, but if Lu Yin tried to influence fate while she was breaking through, that would be terrible. Suddenly, she realized that she was really being held by the throat. "Alright, let's start with the words." "I want you to divine Jua," Lu Yin replied. 20 years ago, the Eternals had used liquid to devour the astral source universe. At that time, Lu Yin had guessed that it was Jua's plan, but he still wasn't sure. If it was Jua's plan, then there wouldn't be any problems with this divination. If it wasn't, then it meant that Jua's plan had yet to begin. In the outer verse, the Lady of Fate was at the center of an asteroid belt that resembled a minor world. The center of the asteroid belt was filled with planets. Some of these planets were in a barbaric era, where they fought against wild beasts and worshipped the heavens. Others were in an era of cold weapons, where they were divided into countries and didn't cultivate. Some planets had advanced to the point where they could even step out of their planet. The Lady of Fate often observed the development of the humans on these planets and used this to deduce the cultivation of divination. At this moment, the Lady of Fate saw Lu Yin's reply and spoke from within the white clouds. "He wants me to divine a word, Jua." "No." Star Sibyl was shocked. "Lu Yin once asked my Star Sibyl sect to perform a divination, but it caused my master Mr. Zhu's body to crack open and he died from his injuries. This word can't be used." The Lady of Fate replied, "Change the word." Lu Yin sneered and directly replied, "Just this word. It can't be used. I'll think of something myself. You once asked the Star Sibyl sect to perform a divination, and the sect master died because of this word. What does this word represent?" The Lady of Fate asked. Lu Yin was shocked. "Mr. Zhu died?" "That's right." Star Sibyl said that because of this word, his body cracked open and he died from his injuries, the Lady of Fate replied. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he had never thought that Mr. Zhu would actually die. No wonder why he had not seen him all this time. He had thought that Mr. Zhu had relied on the Lady of Fate just like Star Sibyl, and that he could look for the Lady of Fate if he needed help. He had never thought that Mr. Zhu would actually die. "When?" Lu Yin asked. The Lady of Fate looked at Star Sibyl. She did not know when Mr. Zhu had died, as she had never seen this person before. When she had first found the Star Sibyl sect, Star Sibyl had been the only one left. Star Sibyl replied. "Before the astral source universe was devoured." The Lady of Fate replied to Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head, feeling apologetic towards the Star Sibyl sect and Mr. Zhu. Although he had not interacted much with Mr. Zhu, this person had helped him in the past. He had never thought that Mr. Zhu would die because of this word. From the looks of it, Xianxia's reaction was quite fast, as he had only been severely injured during the divination. Xianxia's divination skills might not have been as good as Mr. Zhu's, and he had managed to escape with his life. "I don't know how to divine this word," the Lady of Fate replied once more. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "You're a half-progenitor, and Mr. Zhu is far from your level. Either you divine it, or I'll activate my own destiny." "Lu Daozi, what exactly does this word mean? Where did you learn it from?" "You must explain it to me clearly," the Lady of Fate replied. Lu Yin was resolute. "Either I divine it, or I'll activate my own destiny. That's it." On the other side, the Lady of Fate felt that Lu Yin was even more hateful than Lu Bujing. "Just you wait." She then looked at Star Sibyl. "Let's work together for the divination. The mysterious sky mirror doesn't ask about cultivation, but only innate gifts. You can work together with me to cultivate the mysterious sky mirror. Starsabil was helpless. To the outside world, the Starsabil sect claimed that Xianxia was the only person who had successfully cultivated the mysterious sky mirror. In reality, both Mr. Zhu and Starsabil had cultivated the mysterious sky mirror. However, they had not cultivated the mysterious sky mirror, but rather the Starsabil mirror, which had evolved from the mysterious sky mirror. They could fool others, but they could not fool the Lady of Fate. You really want to divine it? This word isn't simple at all. Starsabil hesitated. The Lady of Fate put away the wireless goo. Let's give it a try. If we don't, he won't give up. Starsabil was helpless. She also understood Luin. He was a very stubborn person, but he also had many opportunities and was always able to come into contact with extraordinary things. Every time he asked the Starsabil sect for a divination, the results would always be extraordinary. The further they went, the more troublesome it would become. Starsabil could not refuse, and she had no choice but to come into contact with Luin. In outer space, meteorites were arranged under the Lady of Fate's control, forming 108 rings that circled around her and Starsabil. The white clouds dissipated, revealing the Lady of Fate's true appearance. Her eyes sparkled, and beside her, Starsabil's eyes were similarly deep, but they shone as brightly as day. The two looked at each other at the same time, and a formless fluctuation distorted space, causing the surrounding meteorites to tremble. A word appeared in the void, turbid. In the next instant, the meteorites all exploded, and Starsabil spat out a mouthful of blood. She retreated several steps and could not stand steadily. The Lady of Fate's eyes widened, and she waved her hand to disperse all of the meteorite fragments, causing them to scatter in all directions in the outerverse. Many planets were destroyed by the meteorites, and even planets with powerful technological weapons were unable to react in time to the sudden appearance of the meteorites. They did not even have time to detect the meteorites before they were pierced through. Countless people had died from this wave of meteorites. In divination, if there was a cause, there would be an effect. The greater the cause, the greater the effect. The Fate Maiden and Starsabil would not bear the brunt of this effect. Instead, this effect would be transferred out through the meteorite, and those who had died would bear the brunt of this effect. Mr. Zhu had divined death because he had not transferred the effect, but the Lady of Fate was different. This was what fate had taught her. Since she was divining, she was stealing clues from the river of time, which could easily lead to a backlash. This was the only way to protect herself. The Lady of Fate panted heavily and had a shocked expression. She had just seen a person. Was it him? What did you see? The Lady of Fate asked Starsabil. Starsabil met Fate Lady's puzzled gaze and shook her head. Her face was pale. I didn't see it. The moment I came into contact with that character, I suffered a backlash. Starsabil then looked around and saw that the meteorites had all disappeared. Logically speaking, she should have died just like Mr. Zhu, but why hadn't she? Why had she only suffered light injuries? Fate's daughter took a deep breath and took out the wireless goo to contact Luin. Luin had been waiting the entire time, and the misty ancestor was chatting happily with the mentors. They all treated her like a junior and did not even dare to look her in the eye, which allowed Luin to relax. The wireless goo vibrated, and Luin looked over. I almost died. This was Fate's daughter's reply. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Fate's daughter replied, this word involves the only true God of the Eternals. That person is not someone we can speculate about. Even during the above heaven era, that person was very mysterious. What does this word have to do with him? You almost got us killed. Luin did not know that Fate's daughter had transferred the karma of the backlash, and no one would inform him of the deaths of those in the outerverse. After all, it was not a big deal. What did you deduce? Luin asked. Fate's daughter's gaze was cold. If not for the karma being transferred, she would have been seriously injured. This outcome was even more serious than Lu Yin's triggering of fate. I didn't deduce anything. I was injured as soon as I touched that word. I won't deduce anything else. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he looked up at the sky. The liquid had devoured the astral source universe, but it was still not part of the turbid stratagem. What was this turbid stratagem that Mr. Mu wanted to investigate? Did it have nothing to do with the liquid? It should be related, as this was causing the entire fifth mainland to lose its astral source and causing human cultivation to regress. If this was not the turbid stratagem, then how terrifying would the true turbid stratagem be? The wireless goo vibrated, and Fate's daughter replied, "Where did you learn this word?" Luine replied, "I guessed." On the other side, Fate's daughter and Star Sibyl stared blankly at the wireless goo's reply. Even in their wildest dreams, they had never imagined that Luine would reply with such a word. This was too perfunctory, and even lying to them was much better than this answer. Fate's daughter's anger towards Luine far surpassed Lu Bujing's. Star Sibyl also felt a rare sense of absurdity. As expected, Luine had exceeded her expectations. Lu Yin's reply appeared again. "This word is very important to me, as cultivators are blessed with good fortune. This word suddenly appeared when I drank the wisdom root tea and broke through. It's incredibly important, so I must divine it. Let's try again." Destiny's daughter's eyes widened, and she subconsciously wanted to find Luine and give him the lifeline. "Sect Master, he shouldn't be lying," Star Sibyl suddenly spoke up. Destiny's daughter was puzzled. "Do you believe that he guessed it?" Star Sibyl earnestly replied, "I believe in the root of wisdom tea. The root of wisdom came from ancestor Hui, and it's a strange treasure that he planted. After drinking the root of wisdom tea, one's thoughts will be enlightened, and one will be able to comprehend everything quickly. Coupled with a breakthrough in one's cultivation, it's possible that something will appear in the unseen world." The Lady of Fate shook her head. Even if he had an epiphany, it's impossible for that word to appear. She then immediately replied, "We can't divine that word. If the first time doesn't work, then I'll try a second time. If the second time doesn't work, then I'll try a third time. If the third time doesn't work, then I'll try countless times. There's bound to be one day where I succeed." Destiny's daughter gritted her teeth. Countless times? That was asking for her life. Every time she tried to activate fate, she would vomit blood. Countless times? She would have vomited blood long ago. "Up to you. Since you want to activate fate, then I'll help you." Destiny's daughter did not want to be held back by Luine. Luine did not understand. "What do you mean?" Destiny's daughter replied, "If you activate fate, then it'll be very easy for you to do so. Since that's the case, then I can only search for fate with you. Otherwise, fate will appear and find out that I didn't do anything." "Alright, you can continue." Luine sneered. Destiny's daughter did not want him to activate fate because she wanted to become an ancestor and replace fate. However, there was also another point, which was that she had definitely been affected. Just like how Xianxia had vomited blood, she had not felt well either. Luine was not afraid of being deceived. Back in the starry sky of the trees, he had created a legend. "Alright, then I'll continue to activate fate. You help me find fate as well." Destiny's daughter's eyelids twitched, and she felt a headache coming on. She had thought that Luine was just trying to scare her, but he actually wanted to activate fate? This would not do. If fate was constantly activated, then not only would she not be able to cultivate, but she would also continuously deteriorate. Worst of all, fate might actually be activated, which would make things difficult for her. She looked at Star Sibyl. "Contact him." Star Sibyl nodded. Evidently, Destiny's daughter could not communicate with Luine. Luine put away the wireless goo and looked at the mentors with a headache. He had to activate fate again to scare Destiny's daughter. This woman unconditionally supported the Daozi, which made him feel uneasy. He did not know what she was thinking, but now that he had finally found a way to threaten her, he could not give up. The Star Master was still on guard against Luine, and when he saw Luine look over, he shouted, "What are you looking at? Don't touch Stargazing Tower." The other mentors all stared at Luine. Luine pursed his lips. Why did he look like he was guarding against a thief? He was too vigilant. Was this still the same calm and taciturn mentor from before? At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated again. Luine looked over. "I'm Star Sibyl, Alliance Leader Lu. Long time no see." Luine raised his brows. Destiny's daughter could not continue the conversation, so she had asked Star Sibyl to do it. "You have to divine that word," he replied. Star Sibyl was very calm, as she understood Luine very well. That word can't be divined. Even if you force us to our deaths, we won't be able to. We still have to help Alliance Leader Lu in the future. Does Alliance Leader Lu think that dying over a word is worth it? Luine had not really planned on divining that word, as he already knew the results. He had only wanted to use it to get them to divine something else, and at the same time, to see how much fate would affect them. From the looks of it, it was very significant, and Destiny's daughter was definitely panicking. Alright, I've always been on good terms with the Star Sibyl sect, so I won't be divining that word. Instead, I'll be divining a person. Star Sibyl looked at the wireless goo and did not relax. If Luine wanted to divine something, even an ant would not be easy, let alone a person. He was not playing around with them, so there was no need for him to divine something useless. She did not even want to know who Luine was divining. Alliance Leader Lu, I'm injured today. Let's wait for a while before divining, Star Sibyl replied. Luine did not force them. 3 days. Help me divine something about a person in 3 days. Star Sibyl was in a difficult position, and she looked at Destiny's daughter. Destiny's daughter replied, ask him who he wants to divine. Star Sibyl replied. Luine told them about Mr. Mu. 20 years ago, Mr. Mu had left with a strange attitude, and Luine wanted to know how he was doing. With Mr. Mu's cultivation, they might not be able to divine anything, but Luine still wanted to know if Mr. Mu was alive or dead. Star Sibyl had never heard of Mr. Mu, and neither had Destiny's daughter. Generally speaking, with their knowledge, they could divine anything they had not heard of, but that was only for others. When it came to Luine, the more they had not heard of him, the more uneasy they felt. Ask about this person's identity and cultivation, Destiny's daughter said. Star Sibyl replied. Luine laughed. If I knew, would I still need you to divine anything? He did not dare to tell them that Mr. Mu was definitely a progenitor, and not just any progenitor. At the very least, he knew Wu Xing, who was acquainted with Mr. Mu, which meant that Mr. Mu was at least from the above sky sect. He could not say this, as Destiny's daughter would definitely not divine anything. Destiny's daughter frowned. Alright, we'll do it in 3 days. Luine put down the wireless goo and turned around, only to see all the mentors staring at him. He rolled his eyes. Alright, I won't touch Stargazing Tower. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Luine had distanced himself from Stargazing Tower, allowing the mentors to relax. He found the trial master and asked about the crazy headmaster. At the same time, many students from Astral 10 saw him and gathered around him. Luine had yet to graduate and was half a guest mentor, so he gave these students a day's worth of lessons and satisfied his craving to be a master. He felt that he should have taken in a disciple, one that was not someone like Ku Wei. After 3 days, he immediately contacted Destiny's daughter, and it was Star Sibyl who answered. Can we do the divination now? Luine asked. Star Sibyl replied, Alliance Master Lu, could this person be a progenitor? I don't know, Luine replied. On the other side, Star Sibyl had no choice but to put down the wireless goo. Destiny's daughter waved her hand, and many meteorites appeared around her once more to begin the divination, Mr. Mu. Very quickly, Star Sibyl spat out another mouthful of blood, but Destiny's daughter reacted even faster this time and flung herself away before all the meteorites shattered. She was not injured, but her expression was extremely ugly. A progenitor, and not an ordinary one at that. He's at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Star Sibyl bitterly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, her injuries were not serious this time, and Destiny's daughter had reacted quickly. Mr. Mu is a progenitor? Destiny's daughter took out the wireless goo and contacted Luine. Luine was slightly apprehensive and hoped that nothing would happen to Mr. Mu. At this moment, the wireless goo vibrated, and even though there was no sound, Luine could feel Destiny's daughter's intense anger. Lu Daozi, this Mr. Mu is at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. You want us to divine someone like him? Why don't you let Lu Bujing try using the ancestral chi of the 3 suns? Luine felt guilty, but he quickly replied, I don't know. Did you divine him? Destiny's daughter was furious, but she could not tell whether Luine was telling the truth or not. She threw the wireless goo to Starsabil, not wanting to contact Luin. Starsabil bitterly replied, Alliance leader Lu, forgive us for being powerless. This Mr. Mu's level is too high, and he's not someone we can divine. You're injured? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Yes, Starsabil replied. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Just like with the divination of the word turbid, he had never thought that they would be able to divine anything. He had only wanted to make a judgment based on whether or not they were injured. Mr. Mu was definitely fine, or else they would not have been injured. Furthermore, the turbid plan was not this one. He had achieved his goal, but it was not a good thing for Destiny's daughter and Starsabil. Most importantly, they did not know that Luin had already achieved his goal. If they did, Destiny's daughter might even charge over and fight him to the death. What can I say about you guys? You can't divine words or people. To think that you're a disciple of Destiny and one of the leaders of the 12 Elysians, Luin replied with dissatisfaction. Fate Maiden saw this and could not help but clench her fists. Starsabil smiled bitterly. Alliance Master Lu, words and people are too complicated. If you want to divine them, you might have to ask Destiny. Luin hurriedly replied, forget it. No matter what, you guys are helping me. Since Fate Maiden doesn't want me to activate Destiny, I won't do it. Starsabil was astonished. Was he that easy to talk to? Fate Maiden was shocked as well. What did he say? Starsabil replied, he said that he won't activate Destiny. Fate Maiden was confused. This person had changed too quickly. Why was he suddenly so easy to talk to? Why did she not believe him? She had just been thinking about how she hated Lu Bujing the most during the Above Sky sect era, but in this era, it had become Luin. Everyone was from the Lu family, and everyone else was no different from a passerby in his eyes. However, these two Lu family members were the ones she hated the most. But now, it seemed that Luin was not that annoying, and he had not pushed them too far. How about this? Help me divine another person. Starsabil raised her brows. Fate Maiden's gaze turned cold, this person had not given up. You don't have to be afraid of this person. It's Undying Yushan. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Starsabil and Fate Maiden exchanged glances. Undying Yushan? This was not a problem at all, as this person did not have much ability. Even the Starsabil sect had tried to divine him, and although they had not been able to find him, they had not suffered any backlash. Alliance Master Lu, are you sure it's Undying Yushan? We divined once and sensed the Netherworld Ancestor's aura, but we didn't manage to divine this person. Luin replied, it's Undying Yushan. Your Starsabil sect did not manage to divine him back then, so I'll have to ask Fate Maiden to do it now. Starsabil looked at Fate Maiden. Fate Maiden nodded. Alright. Logically speaking, there was no need to hold back when divining Undying Yushan, as Undying Yushan did not have the ability to cause any backlash. Even if it involved the Netherworld Ancestor, Fate Maiden was not afraid, as she herself could divine him. It was not that the Netherworld Ancestor was not powerful. It was just that the current Netherworld Ancestor did not have much of a cultivation base. She was able to find him. However, after the previous two incidents, the Lady of Fate had subconsciously made some arrangements before beginning her divination. This time, she did not join hands with Starsabil. At the periphery of the meteorite belt, a figure stealthily looked over. Not long after, in the Astral Combat Academy, the wireless goo vibrated. The results of Undying Yushan's divination are out. I saw someone from the Yu family. Luin was surprised. Someone from the Yu family? What did he mean? Is he hiding in the Yu family? That wasn't divined. Divinations can't reveal everything, and they can only reveal situations or events related to the divined item. When I divined Undying Yushan, I saw that everyone from the Yu family had something similar to Undying Yushans within their bodies. Later on, I divined again and confirmed that it was an evil scripture, Lady Fate replied. Wasn't the evil scripture cultivation method? Why did everyone in the Yu family have it in their bodies? Luin was puzzled. The Lady of Fate had said that after so many years, no one knew what the demonic scripture had become. He thought of Big Sis. What was the deal? With the Netherworld Ancestor and the evil scripture? However, since he had seen the Yu family in his divination, he had to make a trip there. The entire Yu family was in the solar system. The imperial tutor had said that undying Yushan was hiding in the solar system. The imperial tutor's divination with the Book of Destiny might be even more accurate than the Lady of Fate. Is that all you've divined? Let's try a few more times and see if we can get more information about undying Yushan. This person is too well hidden, and I need to know everything about him. Lady Fate replied, divination isn't cultivation. I've divined many times over the past few days, and I suffered a backlash the first 2 times. I've reached my limit and can't try anymore. You really can't? How many more days do I have to wait? Luin wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to kill undying Yushan in one strike. Lady Fate was helpless. If you really care, you can have Qingqing go to the Yu family. She's the Netherworld ancestor, so she might be able to gain something there. At this point, Luin suddenly thought of something. Since Big Sis is the Netherworld ancestor and the Yu family is her descendant, why hasn't she visited them in the past 20 years? Lady Fate's eyes flashed. I need more of her fetters. Luin didn't understand. When I came to this era, the first person I looked for was the Netherworld ancestor. I took her in as a disciple and worked with her to deepen our fetters and taint her with my fate. The deeper the fetters, the greater my gains when she recovers her strength. Fate did the same thing, but I was luckier than Fate because I found the Netherworld ancestor. She's an absolute genius who isn't any weaker than the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Once she recovers her cultivation, it's not impossible for her to become one of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. At that time, she'll be able to help me achieve Fate. What are you trying to steal from her? Lu Yin's gaze darkened. Lady Fate replied, it's just fetters and nothing to do with stealing. It'll only be beneficial to her, but since you want to find this undying Yushan so badly, you can have her go to the Yu family to investigate. No need. Lu Yin immediately refused. He didn't want anything to happen to Big Sis. The demonic scripture was obviously filled with evil. No one knew why Big Sis had become like this when she was the Netherworld ancestor, but it might have something to do with it. He didn't want anything to happen to her. The wireless goo was silent for a while before Lady Fate replied, it's too late. She's already gone. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You told her? She saw the message we sent. I was divining and couldn't detect her presence, Lady Fate replied. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Only an idiot would believe this. How could a half-ancestor be approached by an emissary without knowing? How was that possible? Big Sis went to the Yu family? Lu Yin asked. Lady Fate replied, that's right. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo and bid farewell to the mentors. He then left the Astral Combat Academy and headed straight for the Yu family. The Yu family was in the solar system. When the 7 courts had disbanded, the Yu, Ku, Su, and Hui families had all stayed in the solar system. Their ancestral lands were also outside the solar system and were very close to each other. After 20 years, just like Hen Xian and the others, they had tried to escape the 5th mainland as soon as the situation turned bad. Although the threat of the everlasting race had been eliminated, they still hadn't left the solar system. With Lu Yin's speed, he arrived in an instant, much faster than Big Sis. He looked at the river that stretched out from the solar system. That was where the Yu family was now. Most of the river was outside the solar system, and only a small part of it was within the solar system. The entire Yu family was currently on an island within the solar system. Lu Yin's arrival didn't attract the Yu family's attention. Elder Yu was still rowing the boat, but he had long since lost track of Lu Yin's whereabouts. Is that the Yu family? The Mist Ancestor asked. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior knows about them? The Mist Ancestor replied, in our era, the Yu family was a moderate power with a half-ancestor overseeing it. However, it has declined, and the entire family only has a single cultivator with 6. Tribulation origin tribulations, and he's on the verge of death. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu, who had been heavily injured and wasn't far from death. Senior, you remember the Yu family. Unfortunately, many of their records were lost after the war with the 6th mainland. This isn't just limited to the Yu family, but also to many other families in the 5th mainland. Even the Mavis family, which has the oldest inheritance, lost a large number of ancient texts. The Fog ancestor calmly replied, I remember the Yu family because of a woman called Yu Xiaojing. She was one of the few in our generation who could compete with Xiaosheng and the others, but it's a pity that she became powerless later on and was gradually left behind. She could compete with progenitor Chen and the others? Luyin was stunned. The Yu family had such a powerful person? When she was an enlighter, she could compete with Xiaosheng, the Lu family, and the frigid immortal sect. However, she couldn't break through to become an emissary and was left behind. Before that, that woman was extremely dazzling. I don't know where she got all those strange battle techniques from, but they were all strange and unheard of. However, after becoming an emissary, there's no news of her anymore. Luyin nodded. Strange battle techniques? They should have come from the Yo secret art. Yo Year's Blood Lotus battle technique had come from the Yo secret art, which contained the Netherworld progenitor's inheritance. Senior, do you know anything about the Netherworld progenitor? Luyin asked. The Mist ancestor shook his head. I've heard of the legends. It said that the Yu family's ancestor was the Netherworld progenitor, and he even passed down the Yo secret art that can conceal the passage of time. However, it only allows the person who cultivates the Yo secret art to regain their youth, and it doesn't really have anything to do with the power of time. Furthermore, the relationship between the Yu family and the Netherworld progenitor has never been confirmed. The Netherworld progenitor lived in an era too long ago, and I've only heard Qing Mavis mention it. Old Fu is quite interested in that history, so he should know much more than I do. Our era was different from yours, and it was closer to the era of the Above Heaven sect. The Daosor sect was in charge, and no one wanted to unify the human world, much less wage war against other families. Even the Lu family was under the Daosor sect's control. In this era, you can use various methods to investigate and understand some families, but in our era, we only cared about ourselves. No matter how interested we were in other people's affairs, we couldn't investigate much. Luyin understood. From the looks of it, although the Daosor sect's era had not been the most prosperous, it had been the most harmonious. The Daosor sect had unified the Fifth Mainland, and the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been in charge. No one had dared to act presumptuously, and the various large families and sects had only cared about their own development. No one could easily wage war against others. During that era, many people had led good lives. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, humanity's military might had been at its peak, and during the era of the Daosor sect, humanity had been at its most peaceful. However, no matter what happened, humanity would eventually decline. In that case, what would be the next golden age? Would it be brought about by Luyin himself? As he was thinking about this, Big Sis appeared. The Budding Gate was not far from the solar system. The Mist ancestor was stunned when he saw Big Sis. She was different from the last time he had seen her, and she could no longer be considered a normal person. She had a triangular head, enormous arms, and palms that could even lift him up. She also had a pair of incomparably large hammers that were several times larger than the hammers she had used during the Battle of Daozi. She had never seen such a weirdo in her entire life. Human? Was he human? Luyin hurried forward to stop her. What are you doing, sis? She was startled. Why are you here, little seven? Luyin was helpless. Sis, this has nothing to do with you. Go back first, or come with me to the Above Sky sect. We can have a chat. She rolled her eyes. Get out of my way. Nothing to do with you? I'm their ancestor, the Netherworld progenitor. The Netherworld progenitor? The Mist ancestor cried out in shock, losing her composure. She looked at the Mist ancestor and her eyes lit up. What a pretty girl. She then looked at Luyin excitedly. Little Seven, is this your woman? Capable. Luyin hurried forward to cover her mouth. This was the Mist ancestor, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Even now, he had to address her as senior and did not dare to be impudent. She dared to say anything. Wait, why didn't the Mist ancestor's soul-stirring aura affect her? No matter who it was, even Kue Luo and third uncle, they felt ashamed of their inferiority when they saw the Mist ancestor for the first time. She did not react at all. It was unknown whether the mist ancestor had not heard or reacted, but she stared at her strangely. The netherworld progenitor? She slapped Lu Yin's hand away and puffed out her chest. That's me. The mist ancestor looked at Lu Yin as if he was an idiot. The netherworld progenitor? What a joke. That was a person that even their generation treated as a legend. Although it was not as unbelievable as the legends of the death god, the netherworld progenitor had existed for too long. It was so ancient that even if there was proof of its existence, not many people would believe it. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It was the Destiny daughter who said it. She was the disciple of Destiny, and the first thing she did after coming to this era was to say that she was the netherworld progenitor. The mist ancestor sized up Big Sis, and Big Sis sized her up as well. She whispered to Lu Yin, "Little Seven, this girl isn't bad. She has both looks and figure. How was it? Did you get her?" "Sis, don't talk nonsense. She's a half-ancestor." Lu Yin hurriedly stopped her. She rolled her eyes. "Half-ancestor? Can't you suppress one now? Don't find excuses. Are you embarrassed? I'll help you knock her out. You're just too gentle. You're not like a man." Lu Yin was speechless. "Sis, she's the fog ancestor." He had to tell her the truth, or else who knew what she would say. She had been adopted by the pirate king, Haizaj Lian, and was a ruthless person who did things without any scruples. Big Sis was confused. What fog ancestor? During the era of the Daosor sect, she was one of the invincible progenitors of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Fog ancestor, you should have been to Everlasting Island's bridge before, right? That fog originated from this person in front of you, and she was the one who created it. Nonsense, how long has it been? How could anyone still be alive? Big Sister didn't believe it. Aren't you alive as well? Big Sister was speechless. She, the netherworld ancestor, was still alive. What was so strange about the fog ancestor being alive? Immediately, the way she looked at the mist ancestor changed. It was now filled with respect and curiosity. The fog ancestor continued to stare at Big Sister. Netherworld ancestor? The Apostle of Destiny said that? Are you serious? Lu Yin explained to the fog ancestor, "It's true, unless Destiny's daughter is lying to us, but she has no reason to do so. Big Sister was taken away 20 years ago and accepted as a disciple." Big Sis rolled her eyes at the mention of this. That woman is a scoundrel. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no hope of escaping, I wouldn't have taken her as my master. What could she possibly teach me? She then looked at the fog ancestor. Are you really the fog ancestor? The fog ancestor nodded. Are you really the netherworld ancestor? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lu Yin sighed. Sis, don't go to the Yu family for now. I'm not in a hurry to find Undying Yushan. No one can cause too much trouble in the 5th mainland. Big Sis was annoyed. It's not for you. After all, he's my descendant, and I have to meet him. I've always forgotten that there's still a descendant like the Yu family. If I had known that the 7 Quartz Yu family was my descendant, then my Leon's armada would have unified the cosmic sea long ago. Lu Yin wanted to persuade her further, but Big Sis refused to listen. Stop nagging. If you're worried, then come with me. It's just the Yu family. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Yin was helpless. He was afraid that Big Sis would come into contact with the evil scripture. Otherwise, how could a mere Yu family cause him any misgivings? Since you insist, we'll take a look. He then turned to the sticks and said, Lu Yin has come to pay a visit to the Yu family. His voice wasn't loud, but it traveled through the void and entered Elder Yu's ears as well as the other members of the Yu family. Everyone from the Yu family was stunned. Lu Yin had come? The Yu family had now merged into one. The Innerverse Yu court and the Neoverse Yu family were no longer divided. The head of the Yu family was Yu Qian. Whoever controlled the Yu secret symbol was the head of the Yu family. Now, Yu Yeer was in control, so Yu Qian was naturally the head of the family while Yu Kursan was an elder. When she heard that Lu Yin had arrived, Yu Qian's expression changed, and she hurriedly gave the order to welcome him. Above the sticks, Elder Yu had a complicated expression. Four families from the seven courts were present, and Luin was the first to meet the Yu family. This was either a good thing or a bad thing. What good could Luin bring them? Then, what bad thing? No matter what, Lu Yin's arrival meant that the entire Yu family had to welcome him. Elder Yu rowed the boat and slowly arrived at the bank of the Styx. Luin and Big Sis were already waiting for them. The fog ancestor had returned to the mirror and didn't show himself. Greetings, Daoist. Elder Yu bowed when he saw Luin. Luin raised a hand. Senior, there's no need to be so courteous. I hope my sudden visit didn't cause any trouble for the Yu family. Of course not. My Yu family welcomes Daoist. Please, Elder Yu said. He wasn't surprised by Big Sis's strange behavior at all. Luin and Big Sis boarded the boat. Big Sis sized up Elder Yu. This was her descendant, and he was the oldest of her descendants. What should he call her? Ancestor? How did you get injured, Senior? Luin asked. Elder Yu laughed. 10 years ago, I was ambushed by a corpse king on the front lines. I was lucky enough to survive, but my astral vortex was destroyed, and my cultivation was ruined. I don't know when I'll die, so I'll just leave it to fate. It's a blessing that Senior can look on the bright side, Luin said. You can't treat it? Big Sis asked. Elder Yu looked at Big Sis. Who is this? Big Sis was interrupted by Luin. She's my savior, and she happened to have time this time, so she came to visit the Yu family. She's also very curious about the Yu family. Big Sis rolled her eyes. She wanted to say, your ancestor. Luin naturally knew what she was going to say. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly. Elder Yu nodded. I see. Welcome. Not many people knew that Big Sis was the Netherworld's ancestor, and even with the Yu family's status and strength, they didn't have the qualifications to know. They would never have guessed that the person standing in front of them was the ancestor that they had been searching for all this time. The boat drifted on the river Styx and slowly approached the Yu family's territory. More than 100 people from the Yu family stood on the riverbank and waited quietly. Luin looked over and saw that there were far fewer people in the Yu family than there had been in the Neoverse. After the chaos of war, even a powerful family like the Yu family had suffered, let alone the others. The Sword Sect had even lost Sword Mountain. Greetings, Daoist. Yu Qian led the group of Yu family members and bowed respectfully. Luin nodded. He had been courteous to Elder Yu, but there was no need for this group of people. We took the liberty of visiting. I hope that the family head will not take offense. Yu Qian smiled. Of course, Daoist is welcome. Please. Beside Yu Qian was Yu Kursin, who was as cold as ever. Luin still remembered that in the Neoverse, it had also been Elder Yu who had paddled on the river Styx. She had cried her heart out, and now that the family had been reunited, he wondered how she was doing. Behind Yu Kursin were Yo Yer, Yu Qin, Yu Ren, and the others. Luin glanced at Yo Yer, the Yo secret symbol was on her body. Big Sister sized up the group of people curiously. They were all her descendants, and their cultivation levels were not bad. Her gaze suddenly focused on Yu Yer and Yu Qin. She sized them up from head to toe. Their figures and appearances were not bad. Not bad, not bad. She would give them to Little Seven and strengthen the relationship. She was observing the Yu family, and the Yu family members were also occasionally looking at her. Not everyone was as calm as old Yu. Big Sister's appearance was really hard to understand. She looked like a human, but at the same time, she didn't look like a human. But at the same time, she didn't look like a human either. Yo Yer glanced at Big Sis, who happened to be looking at her as well. This girl is too young. She's not suitable. Because she had cultivated the Yo secret symbol, Yo Yer still looked like a girl. Big Sis looked at her for a while and then back at Yu Qin. That gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Luin greeted Elder Yu, and then Yu Qian led him to the main hall of the Yu family. This was where the most distinguished guests were received. Daoist, please take a seat, Yu Qian said respectfully. Ever since the Yo secret symbol on Yo Yer's body had been exposed, they had been seeking protection, and the most ideal person was Luin. They had contacted him several times, and during that time, they had been schemed against and threatened by him. They had interacted with him many times, and Yukian was no stranger to him. Yukersen's expression was cold. Luin looked around and saw Big Sis looking at Yuqin strangely. Yuqin felt uncomfortable, so he waved a hand. "Family head, please stay. Everyone else can leave. There's no need to be so formal." Yukian's eyes flashed, as she knew that Luin had something to say. She dismissed everyone else and personally poured tea for him. Yukian was the only one left in the main hall. "Call that girl in as well. Little Seven, she's quite suitable for you." "Accept her," Big Sis said, but her words gave Yukian a fright. There weren't many people in the universe who could call Luin that. She didn't know who Big Sis was. When she saw Yukian look over, Big Sis smiled terrifyingly. "What's your name?" Yukian looked at Luin in confusion. Luin was speechless. "Sis, be quiet. I'll tell you." Big Sis sneered and crossed her legs. She shook her chair, causing it to creak as if it was about to be crushed. Yukian was confused. Who was this person? "Family head, let Yo Year in," Luin said. Yukian didn't understand. "Daoist, what's wrong with Year?" Luin smiled. "Nothing, I just want to see the O secret symbol." Yukian's expression changed when she heard Lu Yin's words. Was he thinking about the O secret symbol? Daozi, the O secret symbol is only passed down in the Yu family, and it can't be obtained without the bloodline of the Yu family. This? Yukian wanted to say something, but Luin stopped her. "I know that if I wanted it, you wouldn't have been able to protect it 20 years ago. Let her in." Yukian nodded helplessly and left the main hall. Not only did she inform Yo Year to enter, but she also contacted Elder Yu and Yukersen to discuss the situation. Luin knew that the Yu family was afraid, and they were like meat on a chopping board that he could slaughter. Actually, Luin wasn't thinking about the O secret symbol, he just wanted to see if Big Sis would react to it. "Sis, how do you feel about these people?" Luin asked. Big Sis was very serious. "Two of them are very suitable for you, but one of them is only about 10 years old. Of course, age isn't an issue for us. As long as you like them, they're all yours. Hurry up and start a family." Luin was speechless, he thought that Big Sis had discovered something. "Sis, I want to ask if you can sense anything from the Yu family through your bloodline." "No," Big Sis replied bluntly. Luin wasn't surprised, as bloodline sensing was a bit mysterious. She might have sensed something from the first generation of descendants, but how many generations had it been? Her bloodline had long since been diluted. "Based on your conversation with Fate's daughter, what are they hiding within their bodies? How should I find them?" Big Sis asked. Luin replied, "Let nature take its course. It's not that easy to find them, and I want to know if the Yu family knows anything themselves." He then recalled the reason why Yukian had left the Yu family. She had said that a pair of eyes had been watching the Yu family, but they couldn't find the source. After so many years of fear, they had no choice but to leave. Was this pair of eyes related to the things within their bodies? Not long after, Yukian brought Yo Year in. Her expression was calm, and it was clear that she had come to a conclusion. Yo Year looked at Luin and said, "Brother Lu." She looked sweet, and Big Sis liked her. She slapped her thigh, "She's the one. She's young, it's fine. Just wait a few years." Yukian and the others could not understand what Big Sister was saying. Was she crazy? Luin ignored her and smiled. "You can return to your original state, just like how you participated in the Tao Disciple competition." Yo Year bitterly smiled. "It's a pity that I don't even have a sense of existence. I was easily eliminated." With that said, her body began to move despite the lack of wind as her body gradually grew larger. Big Sister opened her mouth wide. There was such a thing? When Yo Year's body recovered, her temperament was no longer as sweet as a little girl's. Instead, it was cold and serene. Paired with her black dress, she was like a blooming black datura flower. She was both beautiful and thorny. Luin was stunned once again, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Yo Year. Yuqian had been observing Lu Yin the entire time, and she noticed that he was looking at Yo Yeer with admiration. Did he like Yo Yeer? If that was the case, it would be for the best. Lu Yin stared at Yo Yeer, and both Yo Yeer and Yuqian stared at Lu Yin. None of them noticed that the moment Yo Yeer released the Yo secret symbol, Big Sis's eyes had become lifeless. Under those lifeless eyes, an indescribable emotion appeared, as if another person had been waiting for something to appear for countless years. She suddenly raised her hand, and before anyone could react, her hand pressed down on Yo Yeer's chest. On her forehead. No one had expected Big Sis to suddenly do this, and even Lu Yin was unable to react in time. Big Sis's speed was too fast, to the point of being inconceivable. The moment Big Sis's finger touched Yo Yeer's forehead, Yo Yeer's body trembled. As Big Sis slowly withdrew her hand, a visible yet intangible energy was extracted from Yo Yeer's body and flowed through Big Sis's finger. Yuqian was shocked, and she immediately attacked Big Sis, no longer caring about Lu Yin. However, she was unable to shake Big Sis with her strength. Big Sis was someone who could fight against Sky Jialan, and her cultivation was similar to Yuqian's. However, she was much stronger than Yuqian, and she could even fight against a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations. There was a thump, and Yuqian was forced back. Big Sis was still extracting that formless energy from Yo Yeer's body. At that moment, Yu Kursin and Yuren broke through the void and attacked Big Sis. Their strength was not comparable to Yuqian's, so they could not even get close to her. Elder Yu walked out, stepping on the river Styx as he reached out to grab Big Sis. Stop. Lu Yin blocked in front of Elder Yu and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to push Elder Yu back. A huge force tore through the void, causing the entire Yu family to tremble. Elder Yu did not dare to attack Lu Yin, and he was forced back several steps. Dozy, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yin turned back to look at Big Sis, and it just so happened that the formless energy had been completely extracted. Yo Yeer's body fell to the ground while Big Sis stood in place. Her gaze was incomparably deep as a dark energy surged out of her body and swept out in all directions. It swept past the solar system, the frost wave weave, and the entire outerverse. Many people felt that this dark energy was suppressing them to the point that they could not breathe. In the above heaven, Lu Bujing looked up at the Yu family. What a familiar energy. He took a step forward. In another direction, Fate Girl looked over. Is she slowly recovering? The main hall of the Yu family had already been destroyed, and Big Sis's body changed once again. Sometimes she was male, sometimes she was female, sometimes she was as young as a child, and sometimes she was as old as an old woman. The only thing that did not change was that the dark energy continued to surge. 3 origin tribulations, 4 origin tribulations, 5 origin tribulations, and finally 6 origin tribulations. Her power level had broken past 1 million. Lu Yin was shocked, this power level had increased too quickly. Was this the Netherworld progenitor's power level? Across from him, Elder Yu was shocked. This energy. Wasn't this the power of the Yo secret symbol? He could not be wrong, this energy was definitely the Yo secret symbol. Only the Yo secret symbol could possess such a dark and profound energy. It was evil and dark, and it was clearly strange, but it was also filled with tyranny. When Big Sis reached 6 origin tribulations, her appearance stabilized, and she became a woman with a cold expression and purple eyes. She was not extremely beautiful, but she was filled with a heroic spirit. Her eyes flickered with purple light, making her seem even more domineering. Her body occasionally flickered with a dark purple radiance, making her seem dreamy. Her eyes also changed, becoming abnormally cold. Lu Yin watched in amazement. Looking at Big Sis now was like looking at the Fog Ancestor for the first time. That imposing aura was exactly the same. At that moment, the Fog Ancestor walked out and was shocked. It really is the Netherworld progenitor. You have the aura of a progenitor. The Netherworld progenitor? Elder Yu, Yuqian, and Yu Kursin all cried out in shock and looked at the Fog Ancestor in disbelief. The Fog Ancestor spoke before disappearing. Lu Yin ignored them and just stared at Big Sis. He tried calling out, "Sis?" The main hall was silent. Outside, a group of Yu family cultivators had surrounded the area, but none of them dared to enter. Outside, Lu Bujing and Fate's daughter had arrived. The two looked at each other. This is the power of the Netherworld progenitor. I've sensed it from afar before. Fate's daughter was still within the white cloud, and she coldly said, before searching for destiny, you were looking for the Netherworld progenitor, right? Lu Bujing did not retort. Indeed, after he had cultivated the ancestral chi of the three sons, the first thing he had manifested was a progenitor realm beast from the Lu family's collection. The second was obtained from an exchange with another human ancestor, and the third was something that the ancestor had specifically asked him to wait and find the best one for him. At that time, Lu Yin had been considering the Netherworld progenitor, and he had searched for the Netherworld progenitor and felt its power. Who would have thought that the ancestor would actually bring him to destiny and allow him to steal a strand of it? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that the ancestor would be so ruthless as to directly target destiny. Destiny was not something that the Netherworld progenitor could compare to, but Lu Yin would rather manifest the Netherworld progenitor. Destiny was too illusory, and it was not something that he could use as he wished. Furthermore, after stealing destiny, he had been constantly provoked by the destiny disciples and hunted down by Fate's daughter. It had been very painful. Let's not talk about the past. How long has it been? Even the ancestor is gone, Lu Bujing said awkwardly. Fate's daughter looked at the river Styx again. He was only at 6 origin tribulations, so he was still far from reaching the peak of the Netherworld progenitor realm. In the main hall of the Yu family, Lu Yin carefully called out, Sis? Everyone stared at Big Sis. Elder Yu and the others felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls, and that dignity made them want to worship her. After a while, Big Sis finally moved. She looked at Lu Yin with her purple eyes. This girl is not bad, and I like her appearance. Let's find some time to settle this matter. Lu Yin was stunned. Elder Yu and the others were stunned as well. What did she mean? Sis, you haven't changed? Lu Yin was at a loss. Big Sis's aura had grown so much that it was obvious that she had regained the Netherworld progenitor's strength. But why did she still sound like a pirate? Big Sis snorted and reached out to touch the giant hammer that had been placed to the side. Elder Yu and the others trembled, thinking that she was about to attack. The hammer melted and turned into a beam of light that shot past Lu Yin and the others. It pierced through the void and stopped outside, surrounding one of the Yu family's cultivators. The dark beam of light turned into a cage that trapped that person. That person's face was filled with panic as he looked around nervously. Lu Yin looked over and heard Big Sis's voice. Little Seven, aren't you looking for Undying Yushan? It's him. Save me. Elder, save me, that person cried out in fear. Elder Yu and the others looked at Big Sis, not knowing what to say. The fog ancestor had just called him the Netherworld progenitor, which had shocked them. Was this person really the Netherworld progenitor? That was impossible. They were certain that the Netherworld progenitor existed, but too much time had passed. Unless he had been frozen and awakened like the 12 Elysium sect masters, how could he still be alive? Lu Yin looked at the trapped person, and his fear was not fake. He couldn't help but look at Big Sis. Big Sis, is he Undying Yushan? Big Sis sneered. The evil scripture, face change. It's a disguise technique that I obtained from talking to the Grim Reaper. It can completely change a person's appearance, and it's impossible to tell just by looking. Why, Undying Yushan, are you still hiding? Thank you. Tianyan Jilyu, I can't sleep. Thanks for your tips, I'll update more tomorrow. Thank you. Lu Yin's face sank. Others might not understand, but he did. This was a disguise technique from the demonic scripture that was similar to Death Mask. It was something that the Netherworld ancestor had learned from his conversation with the Death God. No wonder. Within the beam of light, the panicked person heard the words demonic scripture disguise, and his face sank. It was as if he had changed into a different person. He slapped at the beams of light around him, and his strength reached the level of a 4th tribulation cultivator. The surrounding Yu family members were stunned. Unfortunately, even a 4th tribulation cultivator could not destroy these beams of light. This was Big Sis, a 6th tribulation cultivator, and such a battle technique had never been seen before. Either she had regained the Netherworld ancestor's strength, or she had used the secret art. The person's attacks were ineffective, and he waved his hand. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The secret art. The beam of light disappeared, and the person stepped forward, attempting to tear through the void and escape. Lu Yin was about to attack. Big Sis shouted, "You want to escape from me with my strength? How laughable." The person spat out a mouthful of blood as his body changed. His appearance changed into someone that Lu Yin was extremely familiar with, Undying Yushan. Big Sis had found Undying Yushan, who no one had been able to find. Undying Yushan gloomily looked at Big Sis and growled, "Who are you?" Big Sis sneered as beams of dark light pierced through Undying Yushan's body. Each beam heavily injured him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Finally, Undying Yushan fell to one knee, his pupils dilating as he panted heavily. He was not weak, and he had been hiding all this time. He could even use the battle techniques from the demonic scripture, and he was confident that he could fight against a 5th or 6th tribulation cultivator. Escaping would not be a problem. However, he was completely helpless against Big Sis. He could not use any of his battle techniques, and it was as if he had been locked down. And this was just Big Sis. There were still the Yu family's elders and the most terrifying Lu Yin beside her. Undying Yushan had always been paying attention to the outside world in the Yu family, especially since he was so close to the above heaven. He knew that Lu Yin had extraordinary power, and the strength that he had displayed during the Tao Disciple competition was not something that Undying Yushan could contend against. He had also seen Lu Yin kill Wang Si during the sect's founding ceremony. Undying Yushan knew that he was far inferior to Wang Si, and there was no way that he could escape from Lu Yin. However, he was confident that no one would be able to find him. He never expected that he would be found in the end. There was no warning at all, and there was no time to escape. A silhouette appeared in front of him, looking down at him from above. Undying Yushan raised his head and saw Lu Yin standing in front of him. Lu Yin looked at Undying Yushan with a complicated expression. "We meet again, Your Majesty. It's been hard looking for you." Undying Yushan coughed up a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. "I've let you do as you please for too long. If I'd known, I would have taken control of you when you were a hunter or cruiser. At that time, you definitely wouldn't have been able to resist." Undying scripture? Lu Yin had a strange look in his eyes. Undying Yushan slowly stood up, his body swaying as he looked past Lu Yin towards Big Sis. "I just want to know who she is." Not only did he see through me, but he even sealed my power. It's like he was born to suppress me. If she can't restrain you, then no one in history will be able to restrain you. Lu Yin chuckled, finding this statement hilarious. But if she can't restrain you, then no one in history can. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. The Netherworld ancestor? Lu Yin raised his brows, but Undying Yushan reacted quickly. "You're really smart. Normal people wouldn't be able to guess. Even if I told them who I was, they wouldn't believe me." Undying Yushan stared blankly at Big Sis. Big Sis, on the other hand, stared at him coldly with disdain. "It's not unjust. It's not unjust that the Netherworld ancestor personally took action." Undying Yushan smiled bitterly. His body had been pierced, and his astral energy vortex had been pierced. Lu Yin waved his hand and had everyone from the Yu family retreat, leaving only the few of them behind. "We can talk now, Your Majesty." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and stared at Undying Yushan. He had too many questions. They hadn't even spoken much during their last meeting in the Eternal Kingdom. Undying Yushan sighed. "Don't call me Your Majesty. The Great Yu Empire never had a King Zishan." Lu Yin didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Undying Yushan laughed and looked at Lu Yin. "I was the founder of the Great Yu Empire, and everything was established by the Yu family." "Then, where did the Zishan bloodline come from?" "The so-called King Zishan was just a chess piece under my control. The Undying Duo was just a cover." "So you knew from the start that I pretended to be King Zishan's descendant?" Lu Yin was shocked. "Of course." Undying Yushan laughed. "Why did you tolerate me?" Big Sis was puzzled. They had planned for Lu Yin to fake his identity as King Zishan's descendant so that he could smoothly advance and step onto the path of cultivation. She hadn't expected that such a path had never existed from the start. Undying Yushan's body swayed once more as fresh blood flowed from his abdomen. Luyin waved his hand and a chair appeared behind him. Undying Yushan did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He looked at Big Sis and laughed. It's an honor to be able to sit in front of the Netherworld ancestor. Why did you tolerate my existence? Not only did he give me resources, but he even gave me the secret art in the end. Why is that? Luyin asked. He did not believe that Undying Yushan had foreseen that he would reach this level in the future. If that was the case, then he was not Undying Yushan, but fate. Undying Yushan's face paled significantly, and he looked visibly aged. It was just a show for everyone to see. The secret art was the finishing touch of this show. If I don't teach you the secret art, how can others be sure that I'm dead? I faked my death so that I could find some things and cooperate with the Eternals to find more puppets. Undying Yushan looked up at Luyin with a twinkle in his eyes. I just didn't expect you to improve so quickly. In just 20 years, you've unified the innerverse and outerverse and become the most powerful person in the Fifth Mainland. Back then, He Wuxian looked for you, right? You became more and more valuable. From then on, you became my greatest value because I could control you. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, I would have never thought that an actress would become my greatest value. Ha 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 ha. Luyin stared at him. What about Wendy? She's an entertainer too? Undying Yushan laughed. She's my daughter. She can reach the same heights as me in the future. I won't mistreat her. But you didn't care about her feelings at all. Your death was a huge blow to her, Luyin couldn't help but say. He thought back to what Wendy Yushan had once said, he was her only family in this world. She had said it very calmly, but Luyin knew that her heart had been twisted by a knife. Undying Yushan shook his head. Love, countless billions of years have passed in the blink of an eye. How many geniuses have been born in such a long time? What value can a mere bit of kinship have? There was no regret in Undying Yushan's eyes, but Luyin did not intend to talk to him about this. What's with the life and death manual? Undying Yushan looked at Big Sis. Doesn't the Netherworld ancestor know? Big Sis snorted. I don't know. Undying Yushan was astonished. You're the creator of the Undying Manual, so you don't know? Luyin looked at Undying Yushan. I'm asking you, Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan retracted his gaze and looked at Luyin. I can tell you, but I can also choose not to. Give me a reason why I must tell you. I'm curious, Luyin said. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. Just curious? That's right. You don't want to train? Undying Yushan was astonished. The Netherworld ancestor's inheritance was attractive to anyone. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What do you think of the Grim Reaper compared to the Netherworld ancestor? Undying Yushan was stunned and had a complicated expression. Yes, the Grim Reaper is of a higher level than the Netherworld ancestor. You've obtained the Grim Reaper's power and are a direct descendant of the Lu family in the Three Realms. Why would you care about the Undying Manual? I'm overthinking things. What do you mean, little seven? Are you looking down on me? Big Sis stared at Lu Yin's back, her gaze filled with danger. Luyin was stunned. Crap, he had forgotten that the Netherworld ancestor was still here. He stiffly turned around and laughed dryly. Don't listen to his nonsense, Big Sis. What I meant was that the Grim Reaper is on the same level as you. I have the Grim Reaper's power, so it would be fine if I trained in the Evil Manual. The Undying Manual is just a chapter of the Evil Manual, so it's not attractive. I'm definitely not looking down on you. Big Sis stared at him and then looked at Undying Yushan. Are you training in the Evil Manual or the Undying Manual? Undying Yushan replied, the Undying Manual. But you've been possessed by the Evil Manual. Big Sis shouted. Luyin looked at Undying Yushan. Possessed by the Evil Manual? Undying Yushan's expression didn't change at all. Looks like you really are the Netherworld ancestor, to be able to see through the Evil Manual. Not bad, I was just an ordinary descendant of the Yu family from the start. If not for the Evil Manual, I wouldn't have cultivated the Undying Manual and none of this would have happened. What Evil Manual? Isn't the evil manual a technique? Luin asked Big Sis. Big Sis' expression turned ugly. The evil manual is a type of power that can be passed down. However, things have changed. Everyone in the Yu family has the power of the evil manual growing within them. This undying Yushan isn't the main body of the evil manual, he's just one of its hosts. Elder Yu and the others looked at each other. Was that why they had felt a pair of eyes staring at them? It had nothing to do with undying Yushan. How old was he? There was still a real host. Lu Yin's heart sank as he looked at undying Yushan. Undying Yushan coincidentally looked at Lu Yin as well. Disappointed? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. From the moment he had guessed that undying Yushan wasn't dead, until now, undying Yushan's shadow had occasionally appeared. Every time it appeared, Lu Yin would try to track down the main body. Now, he had finally found undying Yushan, but he had been nurtured by another power. Thank you. Tianyan Zhulyu, thanks for your tip, I'll update at 2 p.m. The demonic scripture is a very strange power, the undying Yushan slowly explained, his eyes filled with madness. He was completely different from the scholarly emperor he had been before. I don't know if this power has a consciousness, but it can subconsciously change a person's thoughts and guide them to do things they shouldn't have done before. It can even make them subconsciously search for something. I'd been searching the Frost Wave Weave for many years. The Great Yu Empire was founded because of the demonic scripture, but I couldn't find anything. In order to attract attention, I purposely controlled Undying Zishan, Akue Luo, to go to the Starfall Sea and lie about finding the Undying scripture. All of this was my idea and my doing, but it might have been influenced by the demonic scripture. The Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin. There are too many strange life forms in the universe. The demonic scripture might have become a life form. You should ask the Netherworld ancestor how he created it. How do I know you're not talking about the demonic scripture's influence? Lu Yin asked. The Undying Yushan shook his head. The demonic scripture in my body has been suppressed. I suppressed it. Not just him, but everyone in the Yu family has their demonic scriptures suppressed. Otherwise, he would be saying something completely different. Lu Yin found it hard to believe. Can a technique really become a life form? Nothing is impossible, Big Sister said. Lu Yin couldn't help but blame her. Sis, why did you create something like that? If a technique becomes a life form, then isn't it like a poison if it spreads? And it can't be destroyed. She raised her brows. Are you blaming me? Lu Yin's mouth twitched. No, I'm just asking. I'm just curious, that's all. She looked at the Undying Yushan. I'm also curious. What is the demonic scripture subconsciously affecting you? Lu Yin continued, you're roaming around Earth. Is that what you're looking for? The Undying Yushan nodded. I can't live anymore, but I'll tell you what I need to. I just hope that you can find the demonic scripture. It ruined my life. His words became clearer and clearer. The demonic scripture had been suppressed, and its influence on him had decreased. The current Undying Yushan was the true Undying Yushan. However, he still didn't mention Wendy Yushan. In his heart, revenge was more important than his own daughter. Taking revenge on a cultivation technique sounded absurd and laughable, but now, anyone who heard Undying Yushan's words did not find it laughable. This cultivation technique could very well become a malignant tumor. I don't know when, but it might have been when the evil scripture entered my body or when I became an explorer, but a desire to find something appeared in my mind. This desire grew like an addiction, and it crazily took over my mind. I couldn't wait to leave the Great Yu Empire and frantically search the entire Frost Wave Weave just to find that thing. I don't know where those things came from or what they're used for. I only know that I have to find them, even if I have to die, Undying Yushan said. His voice grew louder and louder, as if his thoughts were no longer under his control. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis shook her head. Just listen. He can't control himself anymore. Although I've suppressed the demonic sutra, what I just mentioned has awakened the demonic sutra's control over him. Listen to as much as you can. He's about to end. Lu Yin looked at Undying Yushan with a complicated expression. Undying Yushan's eyes were unfocused, and he kept talking about how he was searching for something. North Castle Weave, Dark Mist Weave, and Grand Top Weave. I controlled more than 10,000 people to search planet by planet, but I couldn't find it. The more I couldn't find it, the more I had to search. My strength alone was limited, so I had to get everyone to help. I exposed the Undying Sutra and attracted many powerful clans from the universe. I used their resources to search for anything unusual in Frostwave Weave. Finally, one day, Undying Yushan suddenly looked at Luin. You came with information about Earth. That small planet has an unusual history, but its history is actually fake. It was made up by the historians. Every once in a while, Earth's civilization would go extinct. There were the most primeval surnames there, and many cultivators with innate gifts were born there. There was also a hidden organization called the Hidden Earth. None of these things should have happened on that small planet, so I focused my attention on Earth. But I still couldn't find it. However, Earth is the most hopeful. It should be there. It has to be there. What are you looking for? Lu Yin's sudden shout startled everyone. Undying Yushan blurted out, 3 things. There's a sword, a bead, and I don't know what the last one is. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the madness in his eyes faded away. His eyes were clear, but they were dim. It was obvious that he wasn't far from death. Lu Yin frowned. Sword? Bead? Earth? What was so special about Earth? Yes, it was very special, but the most special one was Xianxia. He was about the same age as Lu Yin, but his cultivation was similar to Lu Yin's, and he could accurately travel through parallel space. If not for Xianxia, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to deal with that mantis beast. Xianxia had only appeared on Earth, and he had said that Earth was his home. Lu Yin was sure that the Earth he was talking about was in a parallel universe. If Xianxia had been able to bring that mantis beast back as a pet, then his father's strength had to be quite good. If the 3 things that Undying Yushan was looking for weren't on Earth, then they might be in their own parallel universe. Of course, this was just a guess. The Frostwave Weave was huge, and if he was looking for something in this part of the void, then it should be in this space. Find the evil scripture and burn it. Burn it. Undying Yushan's eyes grew dimmer, but the malevolence in them didn't lessen at all. Before his death, all he could think about was revenge against the evil scripture. The evil scripture hadn't given him the status he wanted, and he had been controlled by it just like how he had controlled Zishan. This made him hate the evil scripture. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the hatred in Undying Yushan's eyes. He bent down and whispered into his ear, Wendy has an innate gift of time. Undying Yushan's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. The hatred in his eyes faded away, replaced by excitement and hope. An innate gift of time was a unique innate gift. Once it matured, it would be unrivaled in the universe. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Undying Yushan laughed loudly as he coughed up blood, she'll help me fulfill my wish. Ha 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 ha. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Lu Yin couldn't bear to watch him die. He didn't want Undying Yushan to forget about his own daughter at the end of his life. Wendy was too pitiful, and he didn't want Undying Yushan to be filled with hatred at the end of his life. No matter what Undying Yushan thought, Undying Yushan had still helped Lu Yin and allowed him to smoothly embark on the path of cultivation. This debt of gratitude had to be repaid. The saddest thing in a person's life wasn't revenge, but rather the loss of one's life after taking revenge. Even one's loved ones were gone. Lu Yin wouldn't tell Wendy about this, so he just let her think that Undying Yushan had died a long time ago. Elder Yu gestured to Yu Kursin, who stepped forward to collect Undying Yushan's corpse. Don't touch it, Big Sis growled. A ball of spiritual force appeared from Undying Yushan's corpse, twisting and twisting as it slowly rose into the air. It looked like a human face, and it even had eyes. It looked exactly like Undying Yushan. Do you want it, little 7? It can increase your spiritual force by a lot, Big Sis asked. Lu Yin refused. This thing looked like Undying Yushan, and absorbing it would make him feel uncomfortable. Although his spiritual force needed to be strengthened, he had plenty of time. Lu Yin Zishan's remnant spiritual force had been normal, but this Undying Yushan had cultivated the Undying Scripture, which allowed him to control their bodies. Luing even suspected that this thing had gained sentience. Undying Yushan had cultivated the undying scripture, which allowed him to control a group of people. Lu Yin's body, on the other hand, was the evil scripture's host, which wasn't his real body. Luing didn't want it, but there were others who wanted it, such as Kue Luo. The old man had arrived when Big Sis had broken through, and he had been watching from outside the Yu family's residence along with Destiny's daughter and Lu Bujing. They had also heard Undying Yushan's words. Kue Luo appeared when he saw the spiritual force floating out of Undying Yushan's corpse. He reached out and grabbed it. You may dislike it, but I don't. He laughed strangely as he absorbed Undying Yushan's spiritual force. Luing felt uncomfortable. Sis, he's not being controlled by the Undying scripture, is he? Big Sis rolled her eyes. I already asked you if you wanted it. Would it harm you? Luing thought about it and agreed. Kue Luo sneered. Kid, who are you looking down on? Don't forget that I've also cultivated the primogenitor scripture. Luing suddenly remembered that this old man's spiritual force was so powerful that he could dominate the astral tree realm and even rival the leaders of the 12 Elysium gates. It was all because he had cultivated the primogenitor scripture. When Luing had cultivated the primogenitor scripture, he hadn't been afraid of Undying Yushan's control. Speaking of which, I've never heard of a technique that can control people. Kue Luo looked at Big Sis. This was the Netherworld ancestor, a living ancient powerhouse. He then looked at Luing. This kid still had the fog ancestor in his mirror. Why were there so many progenitors? And they were all ruthless characters? He felt like he wouldn't be able to survive for long, and he needed to change his methods. Otherwise, he might not even be able to survive on the fifth mainland. Kue Luo left, and so did Lu Bujing and Destiny's daughter. Luing burned Undying Yushan's corpse while Big Sis destroyed the evil scripture within the Yu family's cultivators. Only then did the Yu family members speak. Elder Yu looked at Big Sis respectfully. Are you the Netherworld ancestor? They hadn't believed it at first, but after experiencing Undying Yushan's situation, they started to believe it. If she wasn't the Netherworld ancestor, then how could she have taken the Yu secret and increased her cultivation? How could she have controlled Undying Yushan? Big Sis grunted in acknowledgement. Her current appearance should be that of the Netherworld ancestor. You aren't my descendants. Elder Yu and the rest were stunned. Yukian couldn't help but say, we are the Netherworld ancestors' descendants. Big Sis replied, although I don't have the Netherworld ancestors' memories and have been reborn, I'm certain that I have no descendants. I don't know what happened to you or how you were able to inherit the Yu secret, but I have it back. Elder Yu and the rest had ugly expressions. They were no longer thinking about whether or not Big Sis was the Netherworld ancestor, but rather that the Yu secret was gone. They had been so focused on the Netherworld ancestor's identity that they had forgotten that the Yu secret that had been passed down through the Yu family for generations was gone, and the person who had taken it didn't even acknowledge them. If you're not our ancestor, then please return the Yu secret to our family, Yu Kursen said coldly as she stared at Big Sis. Yukian immediately shouted, Kursen, don't spout nonsense. Yu Kursen fearlessly stared back at Big Sis. Big Sis teased and suddenly raised a hand to touch Yu Kursen's chin. Yu Kursen subconsciously backed away and stared at her warily. Little brat, you're quite bold. What if I don't return it? Big Sis teased. Luing was speechless. She must have learned this pirate style from Leon's Great War. Yu Kursen was furious, and her face flushed red. Elder Yu coughed to attract Big Sis's attention. There's no lack of people who have tried to steal our family's secret technique, but those who don't have our bloodline can't inherit it. This is a secret technique that is passed down through bloodline. Whether or not you're the Netherworld ancestor, we all have the same bloodline. Big Sis sneered, so you're blaming me. Luing couldn't stand it any longer. The Yu family had already lowered their attitude, and the Yu secret had just been taken away. Luing felt like Big Sis was bullying them. Big Sis, are you sure they're not the Netherworld ancestors' descendants? Big Sis replied, if I say they're not, then they're not. I'm still a virgin, so how could I have descendants? Me too, the fog ancestor's voice sounded from behind. Luing was speechless. How could she even respond to this? The fog ancestor looked at the group, the higher one's cultivation, the more they can sense it. If she really has the same bloodline as you, then she should have been able to sense it. You two indeed have different origins. Then how do you explain how she could have stolen the O secret? Yu Qian asked. The Fog ancestor replied, a bloodline inheritance is just an inheritance that contains the power of an ancestor. It's on another level, such as the progenitor realm. An even stronger power can suppress it, but that doesn't prove that she has the same bloodline as your family. Senior, you look familiar. Have we met before? Senior Yu looked at the Fog ancestor and asked. Ever since he stepped into the Yu family, the Fog ancestor hadn't appeared. Yu Qian and Yu Kursen both looked at the Fog ancestor. He does look familiar. Big sister sneered, you want to curry favor with him again? He was the Fog ancestor. What, did he want to be the Fog ancestor's descendant? She's still a virgin, don't ruin her reputation. The Mist ancestor deeply agreed. Fog ancestor? Fog ancestor Shi Wei? Old Yu exclaimed. The Mist ancestor was astonished. You actually know my name? Elder Yu was excited. It really is the Fog ancestor. Junior greets the Fog ancestor. Greetings, Fog ancestor. Yu Qian and Yu Kursen both knelt down. Big sister was unhappy. Hey, you guys aren't even this excited when you see your own ancestors. What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on your ancestors? Luin pursed his lips, as he understood what Elder Yu and the others were thinking. The Fog progenitor was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosaur sex era, and there was no need to verify that he had truly existed. However, the Netherworld progenitor was too ancient, and even if he was one of Lu Yin's own ancestors, it still felt unreal. It wasn't just Big Sister who didn't acknowledge them, even they didn't dare to believe that the Netherworld progenitor existed. It was just like how the shock of seeing Elder Chan in a video could not compare to the shock of seeing the World Mountains chief in real life. However, it felt like a dream. How do you guys know me? The Mist ancestor was puzzled. Elder Yu looked up excitedly. My Yu family has a portrait of you, Senior Fog ancestor. The Mist ancestor was shocked. You have a portrait? Let me see. Elder Yu was embarrassed. The portrait was damaged when the family moved. The Mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Who drew it? Your Yu family's ancestor? Luin asked. Elder Yu replied, yes, her name is Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing? Luin looked at the Mist ancestor, they had just talked about her not too long ago. The Mist ancestor nodded. So it was her. Why did she draw my portrait? Elder Yu replied, we don't know, but the portrait has always been preserved. If the Eternals hadn't invaded and forced our entire family to move to the Glory Realm, many things wouldn't have been damaged. Later on, Progenitor Chen's tomb was occupied by the 3 Ultimates Heaven's Gate. That woman probably drew my portrait for no good reason, the Mist ancestor muttered to himself. Yu Kursen looked at the Mist ancestor with a pleading gaze. Senior, please help my Yu family out of respect for Progenitor Xiaojing. Big Sister raised a brow. The Mist ancestor looked at Big Sister and then back at Yu Kursen. She should be the Netherworld progenitor, but she's right. You guys don't share the same bloodline. This is between you two, and I can't interfere. Elder Yu's expression turned ugly, and he couldn't help but look at Luin. Luin felt embarrassed. The Yu family had warmly welcomed him, but he had first snatched the Yu family's secret symbol. Now, Big Sister didn't acknowledge these descendants, which made it seem like he had come specifically to bully the Yu family. You guys leave first. We have something to say, Luin said. Yu Kursen looked at Big Sister unwillingly. Big Sister's lips curled up, and she hooked her finger at Yu Kursen. What an interesting girl. Let me tell you something. Marry this brat, and we'll be family. Who cares if we share the same bloodline? Yu Kursen was furious. Elder Yu was helpless, and he left with Yu Kursen, and the unconscious Shou Yi'er. Times were different now, and the 7 courts no longer dominated the Neoverse southern border. Even if the 7 courts had still been around, they still couldn't compare to Luin, and even Xia Ji had been imprisoned. They were now living under someone else's roof. After the Yu family members left, Luin looked at Big Sister helplessly. Big sister, even if we don't share the same bloodline, can't you be more tactful with your words? You took the Yu family's secret technique, and it was passed down through their entire family. Big sister didn't care. It's best if you make things clear. Don't blame me when the time comes. Then have you thought about why they were able to inherit the Yu secret symbol? Perhaps their ancestor was someone you trusted the most, or perhaps even a disciple. That's why they were able to inherit the Yu secret symbol. It's also possible that the disciple betrayed master and stole the Yu secret symbol, the mist ancestor added. Luin pursed his lips. He wasn't helping the Yu family, but these people looked like widows and orphans. Elder Yu wouldn't be able to live for much longer, and he was a little pitiful. Furthermore, he was also considered one of Lu Yin's people. Back then, the 7 courts should have been a colossus, but they had always been watched by a pair of eyes. That was the power of the evil scripture. Now that that power had been removed, the Yu secret symbol was also gone. They had been unlucky from start to finish. Little 7, do you feel that the Yu family is pitiful? Or have you taken a fancy to some girl? How about this? Take away whoever you like, and I'll admit that they're my descendants. Since they're my descendants, they'll have to listen to me. Let alone one, I can even give you all of the Yu family's women. They'll all be yours, big sister suddenly teased. The mist ancestor was interested. He looked at Luin with interest. Luin was speechless, as he was often at a loss for words in front of big sister. Big sister, I'll take care of this myself. Humph, it's been so many years, but I haven't raised a boy. Let me tell you, the captain has been thinking about you. He said that if you can't wait, he'll personally help you and order all the pirates in the universe to help you find a girl you like. Luin blinked. How could something like that happen? Finding a girl is a good thing, and I'll help. The mist ancestor smiled. Luin waved his hand. Alright, let's cut the crap. He then looked at Big Sister seriously. Big Sister, have you recovered a portion of the Netherworld Ancestor's power, or have you become the Netherworld Ancestor? Do you have any memories of the Netherworld Ancestor? At this point, Big Sister also became serious. After absorbing the Yu secret symbol, I indeed seem to have become a different person. Now, this body's condition has stabilized, and there won't be any changes. Although I don't have the Netherworld Ancestor's memories, I naturally understand many things. For example, the Yu family isn't my descendant, and the evil scripture has entered my body. So you're both the Netherworld Ancestor and not the Netherworld Ancestor, the Mist Ancestor muttered. Big Sister nodded. Luin felt that it was a pity. I wanted to know more about the Netherworld Ancestor and see what happened during that era. What a pity. Big Sister suddenly said, although I don't have any memories, there are 2 words in my mind that are very, very deep. They're so deep that I'll remember them even if I turn into ashes. Luin and the Mist Ancestor stared at her. Big Sister solemnly said, Primeval. Luin was confused. Primeval? Primeval City, the Mist Ancestor answered with a solemn expression. Luin recalled that Mr. Mu had mentioned Primeval City before. He had said that Luin was the disciple that Mr. Mu was most satisfied with, and that he might be able to enter Primeval City one day and stand shoulder to shoulder with some others. What's Primeval City? Luin asked. Big Sister didn't understand. I only remember the words primeval, but I don't know anything about Primeval City. I don't have any recollection of those words. The Mist Ancestor recalled, the first time I heard about Primeval City was from Senior Lu Tianyi, but he only mentioned those 3 words and didn't say anything else. At that time I was still a half-ancestor, and when I became an ancestor and became one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the second time I heard about Primeval City was from Old Fu. Old Fu? Luin asked. The Mist Ancestor nodded. Old Fu said that we might meet again in Primeval City one day, and then he left. I asked him, but he didn't say anything. Later on, I asked the others, including Xiaxia and Ku Jia, but they didn't say anything either, but they should know. As for Wang Fan, Bai Wang Yuan, and even Hui Wen, I asked them, but they didn't seem to know anything. The last time I heard about Primeval City was from that eternal corpse king that I tortured to death. The Mist Ancestor's expression became much more solemn. Actually, I was curious about Primeval City, but I didn't pay it much attention. They didn't say anything, so I didn't ask. What really made me think about Primeval City was that corpse king. Before he died, he said something. The mist ancestor had a complicated expression. You're lucky that you don't have to go to Primeval City. Those were his last words. Luine was curious. Is Primeval City a city? The mist ancestor shook her head, as she didn't know either. From its name, it should be a city. Thank you. Tianyan Zhulyu brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. The wedding photo shoot is about to begin, and the company has a new mission. I'm too busy. Continuous rotation. How come even you don't know about it? Luine found it strange. The mist ancestor was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas and should stand at the peak of the human race, but even she didn't know about it. Those fellows are all so secretive. Who knows what they're thinking? I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Wang Fan, Bai Wang Yuan, and Huiwen definitely don't know. Are you sure? Luine didn't believe it. Not just anyone could see through the Hui ancestor's wisdom. The mist ancestor looked at Luine. Are you doubting my ability to see through people? No, Luine hurriedly replied. With Senior's ability to see through people, not even the primogenitor can escape your eyes. How could I doubt you? I just don't understand. The mist ancestor loved being praised, and the more vicious the better. Hold on, these 2 women in front of him weren't easy to deal with. One was like a pirate, and the other needed to be praised. The netherworld ancestor left behind the words primordial in his memories, and I've heard of it 3 times. It seems like that place isn't simple. If Xiaoshang and the others aren't dead, then they might be there, the mist ancestor guessed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed like he would have to roll enhance when he got back. With his current strength, he could fuse with cultivators with at least 6 tribulations, so he would know more. However, it was unlikely that someone with 6 tribulations would know about Primordial City. Even the mist ancestor didn't know about it. I'm leaving, Big Sis said. Luine asked, where are you going, Big Sis? Back to the Buddhian sect? To find the evil scripture, Big Sis said in a low voice. Luine frowned. Can you find it? Big Sis replied, nonsense, I can sense people with the evil scripture within a certain range. I'll find it one day. It won't be dangerous, right? Luine was worried. Big Sis waved a hand. It's a technique that I created. How can it be so dangerous? Alright, don't worry about this. I'll deal with it myself. It's just a technique. But it can control people. No one below the half-ancestor level can do anything to me. Which half-ancestor would dare to attack me? Don't worry. She then left. Her first destination was Earth, where Undying Yushan had once roamed. Big Sis had already left, and Luine still needed to pacify the Yu family. He couldn't just take the Yu family's secret and run away. Even though the Yu word belonged to the Netherworld ancestor, the Yu family had also been passed down for many years. Leaving without any contributions or hard work would not be good for the Yu family, and it would be even worse for Lu Yin's reputation. Fate's daughter and the Starsabil sect had not joined him, so he could make use of them. However, the Yu family was different. They had joined him, so he had to make up for them. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Luine thought about the Yu secret art and planned secret art that he had grasped, but he couldn't casually pass them on to the Yu family. As for his other battle techniques, the reverse step secret art might be good, but it was far less valuable to the Yu family than the Yu secret art. Are you thinking about how to appease the Yu family? Asked the mist ancestor. Luine nodded and then smiled bitterly. The Yu family only came here from the Neoverse because of me. Since Big Sis took the Yu secret away, I can't just leave them be. You can teach them the micro-incantation, said the fog ancestor. Luine looked at the mist ancestor in shock. Senior is willing to teach them the micro-incantation? The mist ancestor looked outside. After all, they are the descendants of an old friend, and I don't have a successor. It's better to leave some of my power behind. Old Fu, Xiaoshang, and the others all left behind their power, so I can't keep it to myself. Aside from the micro-incantation, I can also teach them the smoke cloud incarnation. I can also teach them the confusion technique. Luin was delighted. Thank you, Senior. The Mist Ancestor laughed. In their hearts, these things aren't as valuable as the Yo secret art. No, in their hearts, rather than guarding the Yo secret art, it's better to rely on the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Luin said. Just as he had said, when they heard that the Mist Ancestor was willing to pass on his power to them, everyone from the Yu family immediately knelt down in gratitude. If not for the Mist Ancestor's reluctance, they would have taken him as their master. The Yo secret art wasn't that valuable to them, and it wasn't as important as the inheritance from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Of course, they were disappointed. After all, the inheritance had been passed down for so many years, and it was the Yu family's symbol. I'm only teaching you because of that portrait. After all, I'm acquainted with Yu Xiaojing, and we can be considered old friends. I hope that you can pass on my power and not disappoint me, the Mist Ancestor said. Everyone from the Yu family bowed once more. Elder Yu was so excited that his injuries worsened. He saw hope for the Yu family's revival. Although the Yo secret art was gone, it hadn't been of much help to the Yu family over the years. Even though they had obtained some battle techniques from it, that was all they could do. How could it compare to a true inheritance from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Senior, this junior has always been curious. What exactly are these secret arts? Luin asked. The Mist Ancestor thought for a moment. When you reach the progenitor realm, your body will have a strange resonance with the universe. You can use your own strength to cater to the universe and create some unimaginable techniques. These are secret arts, but they aren't very useful in a battle between progenitors. Most of them are created for their descendants or disciples to cultivate, and they can be considered life-saving measures. Luin didn't understand, but he didn't dwell on it. Forget about progenitors, even half-ancestors rarely used secret arts in a battle. These kinds of techniques were more useful when one was weak. As one's cultivation increased, the mystical effects of secret arts would gradually weaken, and they would no longer have the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. The excitement he had felt when he had obtained the Yu secret art had already disappeared. Even though the Mist Ancestor had said that he would inherit the Mistlock bewilderment technique, it didn't interest Luin that much. The Mist Ancestor had only passed down his power to the Yu family for a day, and he had left behind the jade stone containing the minute drawing technique and the secret arts before leaving. Before he left, Elder Yu had sought out Luin and asked him to pay attention to Big Sis. They still didn't believe that they weren't the Netherworld Ancestor's descendants, and they would rather believe that Big Sis wasn't the Netherworld Ancestor. Whether or not I'm the Netherworld Ancestor's descendant isn't that important. Although a family's inheritance is good, some people have to start from scratch to reach their current position. Dry Tree's path was very difficult, and so was I. I don't have a family's inheritance, the Mist Ancestor said from outer space. Luin held the mirror. They no longer hope to obtain anything from the Netherworld Ancestor, but they also don't wish to deny his persistence. It's meaningless, the Mist Ancestor said. Luin suddenly thought of something and looked at the Mist Ancestor. Senior, do you have a lot of power vessels in your collection? The Mist Ancestor stared at Luin and narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Luin replied, I'm just asking what level of cultivation this junior used to deal with the Mist Ancestor. You tossed out the corresponding power vessels, so I'm curious if you have a lot of them. The Mist Ancestor was about to deny it. Luin continued, with your status, you must have a lot of treasures. As someone from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, let alone those half-progenitors and envoys, even progenitors of the same generation would send you gifts. This is especially true for the battle techniques that you inherited. Your comprehension of battle techniques far surpasses that of ordinary people, so there must be many people who seek your help, right? The Mist Ancestor opened his mouth and coughed. That's right. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Do you have any? Do you have a wisdom root? The Mist Ancestor was about to deny it. Lu Yin continued, of course you do. In that era, even the ancestor of Hui had to give you face. That's right, the Mist Ancestor replied. Although his attitude was arrogant, he was also reserved. Can you lend me 2 of your wisdom roots? Lu Yin's eyes lit up even more. The Mist Ancestor was about to refuse. Lu Yin continued, of course you're willing. A senior like you who values the younger generation naturally wouldn't care about 2 mere wisdom roots. The mist ancestor stared at Luin. No. Luin was stunned and blinked. You're not willing? The mist ancestor snorted. Don't try to trick me with words. I'll tell you clearly that I have wisdom roots, and more than 2 of them. However, I can't lend them to you, and I can't give them to you either. Wisdom roots don't mean much to you, right? Luin smiled. The mist ancestor raised his head. Huiwen might not be good at fighting, but he's good at using his brain. He planted the wisdom roots, and in that era, there were too many people who wanted them. I snatched them from him. Snatched from someone else? Luin was stunned. I snatched from Huiwen. I asked him for them, but he wouldn't give them to me. What a joke. I snatched them and left. The mist ancestor was proud, like a child who had broken through a taboo. Luin wasn't interested. Then how many wisdom roots do you have? Someone like you who can snatch from the ancestor of Hui must have a lot of wisdom roots. The mist ancestor's lips curled up. I know you're trying to trick me, just like Huiwen. However, I can tell you that I have a lot of wisdom roots. If you have the ability, then come and trade with me. Unfortunately, I don't lack anything. The 2 then returned to the Above the Sky sect. There, Luin lived alone. It was very large, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. It was like a world of its own. Zhao Ran was also here, and she had planted many flowers. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he thought of Zhao Ran. Senior, please have some tea. If you have the ability, then trade with me. Other methods are useless to me, the mist ancestor said. And I can't drink it. My true body is still in the mirror. Luin didn't say anything and just sat down. He then shouted, Zhao Ran, make some tea. Ah, His Highness is back. I'll be right there. Zhao Ran's happy voice sounded from the flower bed. The mist ancestor looked around. It'll be great when my true body comes out. It's so comfortable. Luin was thinking about what to trade for the wisdom roots. The mist ancestor didn't lack anything, and she just wanted to come out sooner. However, he couldn't help her with this, and even if he could, he wouldn't trade for it. The mist ancestor had been trapped because she had fought against the corpse king of the Eternals, and she had contributed greatly to the human race. After thinking for a long time, Luin still couldn't think of anything good that could be traded for the wisdom roots. At that moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a cup of tea. It was strangely green, and Luin stared at it blankly. If he wasn't mistaken, then wasn't the mist on the teacup forming a skull? No matter how he looked at it, it looked like poison. Your Highness, you have a guest? I'll go make another cup. Zhao Ran saw the mist ancestor and hurriedly returned, not even giving Luin the tea. Luin looked at the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor looked at Zhao Ran and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This girl? Why is she here? She's still alive? Senior, you know Zhao Ran? Luin asked. Thank you. Tianyan Zhulyu brothers tip, I'll update at 2 p.m., thank you. The mist ancestor looked at Luin with a rare look of confusion. She's also called Zhao Ran? Senior, you know her? Luin asked again. The mist ancestor looked at Zhao Ran's departing figure with a complicated expression and muttered to himself, that shouldn't be the case. So much time has passed. Even if she's still alive, why hasn't she changed at all? Could she have been frozen? But she's just a normal person, so she shouldn't have been frozen for so long. Strange, her name and appearance are exactly the same. Right, there's also that cup of tea. Senior? Luin called out. The mist ancestor looked at Luin. Why is she here? Do you know who she is? Luin shook his head. I don't know. She said that she lost her memories, and so did I. I took her in out of pity. Why, have you seen her before? The mist ancestor nodded. You might not believe me, but I've seen her in Dried Up's Mountain Sea. You don't believe me? How could that be? Luin had seen her in Dried Up's Mountain Sea as well. He had thought of Zhao Ran and had brought the mist ancestor to see if they were the same person. How much do you know about her? The mist ancestor asked. Luin shook his head. I don't know much about her. I only know that she's called Zhao Ran and that she often loses her memories. She might even forget what happened the day before, but I don't know anything else. Senior, how much do you know about her? The mist ancestor shook his head. I don't know much either. I just drank her tea when I saw dried up, and it left a deep impression on me. Luin was amused. It seems like her tea left a deep impression on you. Nonsense, that tea leaves a deep impression on anyone who drinks it. It's like poison, and dried up drinks it every day. I even suspect that he's been poisoned silly, the mist ancestor grumbled. He then continued to look in Zhao Ran's direction as if he was thinking about something. It seems like Senior can relive old memories today. Luin smiled. Zhao Ran had arrived in front of them with 2 cups of tea. The steam rising from the teacups resembled skulls. The mist ancestor stared at Zhao Ran as if he wanted to see through her, but no matter how he looked at her, she was just a normal person with nothing special about her. But how had a normal person survived until now? Her appearance hadn't changed at all? At that time, he really should have asked Ku Jia about her background. At that time, who would have paid attention to this girl and only stared at that cup of tea? Thinking of the tea, the mist ancestor looked at the teacup and his eyelids jumped. This was something that only an idiot would drink. Luin took a sip, not bad. Zhao Ran was very happy. Thank you, Your Highness. The mist ancestor looked at Luin. You're exactly the same as Ku Jia. You can even drink this? Senior, please drink. Don't hurt her feelings, Luin smiled. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Little girl? Only the heavens knew how old this girl was. Looking at her appearance now, perhaps she had lived for a long time when he first saw her at Ku Jia's place. Zhao Ran, do you still remember me? The fog ancestor asked Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran and the fog ancestor exchanged glances. Zhao Ran blinked in confusion before shaking her head. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot, and I've forgotten many things. Have we met before? The mist ancestor was strange. Out of stock? Who scolded her? If we have, can you tell me what happened? Who am I? Zhao Ran looked expectantly at the fog ancestor. The mist ancestor shook his head. I don't know. I just feel that you look familiar. Zhao Ran earnestly begged, if we really have met before and you remember, please tell me. I really want to know who I am, where I came from, and if I have any relatives. Thank you. The mist ancestor nodded. I understand. I'll tell you when I remember. Thank you. Zhao Ran smiled and blinked. The tea is getting cold. The mist ancestor looked at the teacup and saw that the skull's mist was still there. It was definitely poison, definitely poison. She couldn't help but glance at Luin. Crazy. How could he drink something like that? She then disappeared and returned to the mirror. Zhao Ran was confused. Your Highness, where is she? She left. Zhao Ran, you can drink this tea yourself. She doesn't know how to appreciate it, Luin said. Zhao Ran grunted. It'll be a waste if I don't drink it. I spent so much effort on it. Not long after, Zhao Ran left with the empty teacup. The mist ancestor appeared once again. She really doesn't remember me. Senior, I've thought of a way to exchange intelligence roots with you, Luin said. The mist ancestor was interested. Let's hear it. I don't lack anything. Luin thought about it. I remember you saying that you can use Wei's power to create cultivators, right? It's creating astral envoys. Low-level cultivators don't need to be created, the mist ancestor reminded him. Luin replied seriously, then, this technique might be suitable for you. It's called the blood refinement technique. What's the blood refinement technique? The mist ancestor was confused. What a strange name. It sounds like it came from an evil scripture. Luin didn't know where it came from, but perhaps it really did come from an evil scripture. He explained the blood refinement technique's functions to the mist ancestor, who fell into deep thought. Wei's power could replace a person's meridians and astral origin cyclones. Perhaps it could even replace a half-step ancestor's inner world one day, but it couldn't replace blood. Wei was just a type of power that couldn't be created out of thin air, just like how the symbol ancestors' true scripture of Aeon evolution couldn't create a person out of thin air. No matter how exaggerated the mist ancestors' words were, Wei's power was limited. The blood refinement technique could make up for this weakness to a certain extent, and it might be possible to use it to replace a person's blood and create a true life form. The mist ancestor fell into deep thought, and the more she thought, the more a strange power appeared around her. Luin was enveloped by that power, and he saw countless illusions. There were all sorts of scenes, but the one that appeared the most was mist. Could this be what the mist ancestor was thinking about? Luin hurriedly retreated, and his eyes turned into runes as he looked at the mist ancestor. There weren't many rune lines around the mist ancestor, and this should be a battle technique from the mountains and seas. Think. Focus on one's own thoughts, forgetting oneself and forgetting time. To a certain extent, this was similar to an epiphany. Luin had thought that she would take a long time to think, so he had been prepared to leave the mirror behind and take care of other matters. However, it had ended so quickly. "We can trade," the mist ancestor said after she left her thoughts and looked at Luin with excitement. Luin was curious. "Is the blood refinement technique useful?" The mist ancestor nodded. "It's very useful. I feel that this technique can help me make up for Wei's weakness, but that will take a long time. I'll have to return to the mirror and think about it myself. I just thought that since this technique can extract an innate gift, then it should be possible to transplant this innate gift into an emissary created by Wei and create a powerhouse with an innate gift." Lu Yin's eyes widened. "If it succeeds, then you can create a powerhouse with an innate gift?" The mist ancestor nodded. "That's right. How likely is it?" Luin asked excitedly. The mist ancestor replied, "I still have to think about it. How can I see it clearly so quickly?" "Alright, let's trade. I only have Huijian, and I'll give them all to you." "Only 3? Didn't you say that you had a lot?" Luin was dissatisfied. The mist ancestor rolled her eyes. "I said that I had more than 2, not a lot." "You did." Luin was certain. "Go back in time and see." "I didn't say anything," the mist ancestor said. Luin wanted to threaten not to hand over the blood refinement technique, but even though that was useful to the mist ancestor, it would be a great loss to him. He still hoped that the mist ancestor could create emissaries to increase the Fifth Mainland's overall power level. Forget it, he would just treat it as an investment. Luin taught the blood refinement technique to the mist ancestor, and the mist ancestor gave him 3 roots of wisdom. The trade was completed. The mist ancestor returned to the mirror to study the blood refinement technique, and she probably wouldn't come out for a while. Luin left the Sky Sect and headed to the Great Yu Empire to look for Wendy Yushan. With the threat of the Eternals removed, many people returned to their original locations. Even the Sword Sect returned to the Shattered Sword Mountain. Only the 7 Quartz and Progenitor Chen's tomb had been occupied by the 3 Ultimates, so they had no choice but to stay in the Heavenly Sun system near the Sky Sect. 20 years had passed, and Xenu Star hadn't changed much. The war with the Eternals hadn't affected it either. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent was still Luin, even though he had disappeared for 20 years. However, Wendy Yushan was now in charge of the Great Yu Empire. She had changed from a martial arts fanatic who only knew how to cultivate to a qualified manager. Furthermore, with her status, she could officially become empress. However, she had yet to ascend to the throne, as she wished to travel the universe with her sword rather than be bound to this place. Wendy Yushan still lived in the 5th princess residence. There were many courtiers waiting outside the residence, but Luin didn't attract any attention when he landed. "Uncle, will the princess pursue the matter from back then?" A young man dressed in luxurious clothes asked nervously outside the residence as he looked at the old man in front of him. The old man's expression was calm. "Are you afraid?" The young man's face was pale, but he didn't speak. The old man's tone was calm. "If you knew that this day would come, then you wouldn't have done what you did back then. If Lord Pillow found out about what you and your father did, he would be so angry that he would come back to life." The young man's face paled even further. "We know that we were in the wrong. Father resigned. Actually, I'm here to resign as well." Not too far away, a voice could be heard intermittently. "Lord Pillow passed away, and the princess allowed his son, Pilu, to be promoted out of respect for the old man's loyalty to the empire. Over the past 20 years, Pilu secretly roped in a large group of courtiers and tried to force the princess to marry his son, Pai Xian, while Xianxia, Enya, and the others were at Lu Tianmen's gate, and the Great Eastern Alliance was too busy to care about the Great Yu Empire. But now, the royal regent has returned and is above Lu Tianmen. He's now the most powerful person in the Fifth Mainland, and they're afraid. Pilu resigned, and his son came to atone for his crimes. If it were up to me, it would be best to capture both father and son. Poor Lord Pilu was upright all his life, and he even dared to reprimand the royal regent. He even rebutted the royal regent, and the royal regent appreciated him. He spent his entire life in the cabinet, but he gave birth to 2 unfilial juniors. That's right. If Lord Pilu was still alive, he would have beaten them to death. Luin listened for a while, looked at the young man, and then walked towards the princess' residence. The guard of the residence was Kaze, who had been transferred over when Luin had disappeared. With his strength, he didn't have to come, but he had still ended up standing in front of the residence. Kaze's status in the Great Yu Empire was extremely high. He had once been Lu Yin's gatekeeper, and now, he was Wendy Yushan's gatekeeper. As long as he did not allow anyone to enter, no one would dare to force their way in. Luin walked step by step to the front of the residence. Kaze was about to reprimand Luin, but when he saw Luin, his eyes widened and he excitedly bowed. "Your Highness, you've returned." Luin had not expected Kaze to remain in the Great Yu Empire. He had assumed that the man had either returned to the dire barbarian clan or gone out to explore the universe. With Kaze's strength, he would be able to establish himself in the universe. "You're not bad." Kaze respectfully replied, "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness." Luin patted Kaze's shoulder and then stepped into the residence. Outside the residence, the elder who had reprimanded Pierre stared at Luin in a daze. Was that the royal regent? A group of courtiers stood there in a daze. The royal regent had actually been beside them? Pierre had gone limp. It was over. The royal regent had found out about him. It was over. Luin entered the residence, and a maid came forward to lead the way. Soon, he arrived at a large drill ground, where Wendy Yushan stood with her sword in hand and quietly looked at him. The residence has been expanded? This drill ground didn't exist before. Luin was curious. Wendy Yushan suddenly attacked, instantly unleashing countless swords that then merged into one. Her sword pierced through the void and headed straight for Luin. Luin raised his hand, and just as the sword was about to pierce him, he caught it with 2 fingers. The gap between Wendy Yushan and Luin was just too great. She had progressed from a cruiser to a peak hunter in the past 20 years, which was already quite impressive. The astral source universe had been devoured over the past 20 years, and she had been unable to replenish her star energy. She had relied on absorbing star essence to reach her current cultivation, which was quite terrifying. However, this gap was not something that time could make up for. Even if she was given another 20 years, 200 years, or even more, she would not be able to catch up to Luin. Compared to the 10 arbiters, Wendy Yushan was still lacking by quite a bit. The 10 arbiters could break through to the Enlighter realm before the age of 40, but Wendy Yushan had already passed 40 years of age after 20 years. Not bad. Lu Yin's fingertips tightened, and the sword's blade twisted. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold as she attacked again. This time, her attack was no different from the previous one. Luin raised an eyebrow. Their power was similar, but they still had to use their swords, so there had to be something different. Luin watched as the tip of the sword descended once more, coming closer. And closer. Nothing seemed to have changed, and Luin was still holding it between his fingers. Suddenly, the tip of the sword disappeared, and it stabbed towards him from a different direction. Luin was shocked. He had clearly caught the edge of the sword, and with Wendy Yushan's strength, she should not have been able to pull it out. This was the power of time. Xianxia flicked his index finger, and with a bang, a shockwave rippled through the air, distorting the void. The sword was knocked out of Xianxia's hand by the immense force, flying through the void before finally stabbing into the ground with a soft groan. Wendy Yushan looked at her empty hands. The difference between us is too great. Even time can't make up for it. He looked at her in surprise. Did you just use the power of time? Wendy Yushan nodded. How is it? Lu Yin sighed. I can only say that it's truly worthy of the power of time. That sword was caught off guard. But it still wasn't a threat to you. Wendy Yushan smiled. Lu Yin shook his head. Some differences can't be made up for by innate talent. The difference between us is too great, but with that move, you'll definitely be able to catch up to the 10 arbiters if you continue cultivating. In fact, you might even catch up to them in the future. Are you saying that I'm a late bloomer? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin did not know what to say. It was strange to say that a cultivator with an innate gift of time was a late bloomer. Anyone who could control the power of time was an absolute genius, but that was the current situation. Wendy Yushan had not even caught up to the 10 arbiters, and she had even been overtaken by Shi. If she wanted to reach the peak among her peers, she would have to waste time. However, as time went on, Wendy Yushan's strength would only become more terrifying. Perhaps one day, she would be able to catch up to Chu Yuan. No one could underestimate the power of time. It was a pity that her innate gift of time had been developed too slowly. 20 years ago, she had only been able to use it for healing. Otherwise, she might have been even more powerful now. Chu Yuan grasped the power of time. What's the difference between fighting him and fighting me? Wendy Yushan and Lu Yin sat across from each other. Even though they had been separated for 20 years, there was no barrier between them. To Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin was her only family. As for the Yu family, they were strangers. To Lu Yin, however, those 20 years had not been a blank slate. It had not been long since he had last seen Wendy Yushan, and it had been when he had brought some people from the Great Yu Empire to Earth to seek refuge. They had also met once during the sect's opening ceremony, when they had ascended the stairway to heaven. Lu Yin looked at Wendy Yushan. Her appearance had not changed, but she had become more mature and less fierce. Her natural beauty and delicate fragrance were still very familiar. Chu Yuan is adept at erasing a period of time. No matter what you do during that period, it will no longer exist. Thus, as long as he attacks, he will definitely hit his target. The only thing you can do is defend from start to finish, making it so that he cannot break through your defense. What you did just now was reverse time, which caused your own attack to return without affecting anyone else, allowing you to attack again. Wendy Yushan fell into deep thought. Erasing a period of time? It's hard to say which of the two is better. Chu Yuan will definitely hit his target, but if the target's defense is too strong, he can't do anything about it. For example, his power of time is useless against me. In this case, your method is more effective, as you can change the direction of your attack and its form in a timely manner. It's the same as using the same method to deal with a myriad of changes. But if the difference is too great, your method will be useless. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. He has a secret technique. Is it very strong? Lu Yin nodded, and his expression became more serious. The time realm can cause time to stop in an area. In other words, it slows down the flow of time, allowing one's attacks to stack and ultimately unleash a destructive power that is several times or even dozens of times greater than one's previous attacks. It also erases time the moment he attacks, making up for his lack of attack power. Aside from me, no one else in the same generation can withstand this technique. The time realm, huh? Wendy Yushan muttered to herself. Lu Yin said, I'll think of a way to obtain this technique, but it won't be easy. Wendy Yushan replied, there's no need. This might not be a secret technique. What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Wendy Yushan answered seriously, I don't know the principles behind a secret technique, but I understand time. This so-called time realm can be done, and it doesn't necessarily require a secret technique. However, it's very, very difficult. Perhaps this is a shortcut that the primogenitor gave to Chu Yuan, allowing him to make up for his shortcomings. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Why are you suddenly looking for me? Lu Yin smiled. I haven't seen you in 20 years. Of course I'd come to see you. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze. There's no need. If you have something to do, go do it. I don't have anything to do here. What about Pierre? Luine asked. Wendy Yushan was confused. Pierre? Luine was puzzled. It seems like you don't know about this. Pierre, Garope's son, is working with a large group of courtiers to force you to marry his son, Pai Xian. Don't you know about this? Wendy Yushan shook her head. Leave such a small matter to the Lu Ministry of Staff. I don't know about it. Luine laughed. That Pai Xian was worried for nothing. They thought that they had forced Wendy Yushan and had done a lot, but in reality, Wendy Yushan didn't even know about this. This was the difference between their levels. No matter how much they did, they wouldn't be able to touch Wendy Yushan. In Wendy Yushan's eyes, they were all clowns that she didn't need to pay attention to. That Pierre had even resigned. If he knew the truth, he would probably die from anger. Interesting. After a moment of silence, Wendy Yushan seemed to be lost in her thoughts. Luine spoke up, have there been any news of your father in the past 20 years? Wendy Yushan was stunned and looked at him. You still think he's alive? Luine replied, I used to think so, but now, I feel like he really did die. You asked me for a drop of blood to find him, didn't you? Wendy Yushan asked. Luine didn't hide anything. He had asked Wendy Yushan for a drop of blood and asked the Starsabil sect to divine the undying Yushan. There were some things that Wendy Yushan knew, but she just didn't say it. Does this mean that my father is dead? Wendy Yushan asked calmly. Luine sighed. I'm sorry. Wendy Yushan laughed. There's nothing to be sorry about. I always thought that he was dead. So many years have passed, so there's nothing to be sad about. It's my fault for constantly bringing this up. Alright, just don't mention it in the future, Wendy Yushan said. Luine sighed. This matter was over, and no one would ever mention undying Yushan again. Is it difficult to cultivate the power of time? Wendy Yushan nodded. Wendy Yushan nodded. She was a little distressed. Time is hard to grasp, and there's no practical way to cultivate it. It's just a feeling that exists in the unseen world and can be controlled. It's not something that can be used however you want. Luine took out the progenitor's sword. This is the sword that brought us back to the past and present, even to the era of the above heaven sect. Unfortunately, even though I have it, I don't know how to use it. Wendy Yushan looked at the progenitor's sword. I seem to be able to see the power of time. She reached out to touch the sword, but Luine quickly stopped her. Even a half-ancestor will disappear if they touch it. Xianxia died to this sword? Wendy Yushan asked. Many people in the universe had seen Xiaxia's death, and that was Lu Yin's true display of power. He had killed a half-ancestor in front of everyone. Luine put the sword away. It wasn't just Xianxia. The god of Forgotten Ruins half-ancestor clone also died to this sword. They all touched it. He then remembered that the god of Forgotten Ruins was Wang Miao Miao, and the half-ancestors who had died to this sword were all from the Wang family. This sword was the Wang family's nemesis. If possible, Luine was willing to give the progenitor's sword to Wendy Yushan for research. Perhaps she would be able to discover something, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He was afraid that she would disappear as well. Thank you. Tianyan Jolyu brother, I'll give you a tip. The wedding photo shoot is in a few days, so I'll be very busy and won't have time to write. I'll work hard to save up for the next few days. I'll add more after the photo shoot. You can leave if there's nothing else. I'm going to study time, Wendy Yushan said. It wasn't that she didn't welcome Luine, but that was her way of speaking. Luine rarely saw her reveal her true emotions, and the most obvious time was when he had returned from the cosmic tree realm. At that time, Wendy Yushan had been truly happy. I want to sense time, Luine said. This was his goal in coming here. The primogenitor controlled time, and so did Chu Yuan. His future enemies might also be able to control time, so there was no harm in learning more about it. Furthermore, it wasn't that he couldn't control time at all. Reversing time was an opportunity for him. Wendy Yushan thought about it and extended her hand. Her fingers were slender, snow-white, and very beautiful. What are you doing? Luine was puzzled. Hold it, Wendy Yushan said. Luine was stunned. He looked at her hand and then held it. It was soft and warm to the touch, and it felt very comfortable. Wendy Yushan blushed slightly, but she quickly recovered. You can sense my cultivation time yourself. If you can't sense it, then don't force yourself. I might not even be able to sense it myself. Louis nodded and glanced at their clasped hands. He then focused and closed his eyes. Wendy Yushan closed her eyes at the same time, and the space around them became indistinct. In the distant western weaves of the outerverse, the Dark Phoenix tribe had once resided. After the Dark Phoenix tribe had been snatched away by the Arrow sect as mounts, they had lost their dignity in the Sixth Mainland. Even after the Arrow sect's little giant had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they had been reduced to becoming mounts for the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect. Just as Luin was about to use Wendy Yushan to comprehend the power of time, something happened in the western weaves. Someone had died. That person's name was Nine Laughs, and he was a descendant of the martial ancestor. The person who had killed him was an android. Although the martial ancestor's death had caused the 9 families to lose their former glory, there were still the 9 Radiants left. They were still considered the rulers of the Sixth Mainland. After all, the Blood Ancestor had no descendants, and the 9 families were still the strongest clans in the Sixth Mainland. News of Nine Laughs' death was immediately transmitted to the 9 Radiants. In outer space, a group of androids were facing off against the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The leader was Vice City Lord Little Bear. First Home City and the Sixth Mainland had a mutually beneficial relationship. They were both familiar with each other, but now that Nine Laughs was dead, there was no way the Sixth Mainland would let Little Bear and the other androids leave. I'll say it one last time. Back off or I won't be polite anymore, Little Bear shouted. It had a combat power of over 1,000,000 and wasn't something that these cultivators could stop. There was only one person that it was worried about. In front of Little Bear was the old farmer who also had a combat power of over 1,000,000. If not for him, Little Bear would have left with the cyborgs. Old Man Gnome was helpless. He didn't want to get involved in this matter either. Who told this to happen on his farm's land? He had no choice but to show himself. If he allowed these androids to leave, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance. Why did you kill Jiu Xiao? Asked the farmer. Little Bear said in a low voice, move aside. Are you not even willing to tell me the reason for your murder? Old Man Gnome asked. You didn't kill a nobody. His name is Jiu Xiao, and he's a descendant of the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor died fighting for the humans against the Eternals, and the Sixth Mainland's Blood Sky sect master is a half-step 9 luminaries ancestor. You have to give him an explanation. Little Bear coldly replied, he's too impudent. He even insulted my technocracy. Old Man Gnome looked at the person behind Little Bear. It was Zephyr, an enlighter from the Dark Phoenix tribe who was also Jiu Xiao's mount. Zephyr didn't dare to speak. After being enslaved by the Sixth Mainland for so many years, the Dark Phoenix tribe's dignity had long since been lost. Even if Jiu Xiao was dead, he didn't dare to speak ill of him. Old Man Gnome glared at him. Speak. What happened? Zephyr looked at Old Man Gnome in fear. The might of a powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000 wasn't something that an enlighter like him could resist. Zephyr trembled as he explained what had happened. The situation was very simple. Jiu Xiao had been drunk, and when he saw Little Bear and the rest of the androids, he had come looking for trouble. He hadn't come looking for trouble for no reason, but rather because of Cloud Valley's Valley Master Swordsman. Cloud Valley's Valley Master Swordsman was very familiar with Jiu Xiao, and he had often contributed resources and beauties to Zephyr in an attempt to curry favor with him. Jiu Xiao was also very comfortable using Cloud Valley Swordsman, and over time, the two had developed a friendship. Back then, Cloud Valley Swordsman had gone to Yixing City to negotiate, but he had returned in defeat. Mr. Guanqing had also disappeared from Burial Garden, and Cloud Valley had completely declined. Later on, Valley Master Swordsman had died on the battlefield, and Jiu Xiao had blamed everything on the technocracy and Yixing City. After drinking too much, Jiu Xiao had accidentally seen a group of androids and had come looking for trouble. He had cursed and insulted them, but in the end, he had been slapped to death. Old Man Gnome felt a headache coming on. That bastard Jiu Xiao was dead, but how was he supposed to deal with this? The technocracy's true colors had been revealed 20 years ago. They had been left behind by Ancestor Hui to deal with the Eternals' corpse kings, and their sole purpose had been to deal with the Eternals. Without them, the human domain might not have had the time to retreat, which had contributed greatly to the human domain. Now, it wasn't worth it to become enemies with the technocracy just because of Jiao Xiao. However, Jiao Xiao was a direct descendant of the Jiao family, which was troublesome. I'll say it one last time. Get out of the way. Little Bear stared at Old Man Nong. It seemed like he was about to make a move. Suddenly, the might of a half-ancestor descended, and the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were overjoyed. Greetings, Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance. Greetings, Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance. Old Man Nong heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance had come, he had nothing to do with it. Greetings, Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance. Little Bear and the rest of the androids looked at Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance, who had suddenly appeared and looked down on them. This was a half-ancestor, and he wasn't someone they could deal with. 20 years ago, the power left behind by Ancestor Hui had been used up. Now, any half-ancestor could freely enter the technocracy without worrying about being trapped by the mind net. The technocracy didn't have any means to restrain these half-ancestors, and 9 Brilliance was one of the most outstanding half-ancestors. You think you can just leave after killing my descendant? 9 Brilliance spoke, and every word was like a mountain that pressed down on Little Bear and the rest of the androids. Some of the androids even let out teeth-grinding sounds. A half-ancestor's might was enough to crush all of the androids, and the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were all excited. Little Bear was also pressed down, bearing the weight of a mountain. So what if he had a power level of 1,000,000? He was still an ant in front of a half-ancestor. Half-Ancestor 9 Brilliance, we're here to deliver resources to Alliance Master Lu. 9 Brilliance's eyes flashed, and his pressure weakened. What resources? Little Bear stared at him. The resources that the technocracy is gifting to Alliance Master Lu. 9 Brilliance frowned, as this was actually related to Luin. No wonder these androids had come here. Over the past 20 years, the technocracy hadn't come to the human domain and had been developing in seclusion. Now that they had suddenly come, 9 Brilliance felt that it was strange. What resources? 9 Brilliance asked again. Little Bear answered, you can ask Alliance Master Lu. This is a transaction between the technocracy and Alliance Master Lu. You dare use Luin to pressure me? 9 Brilliance's gaze turned cold as a terrifying pressure descended, crushing half of Little Bear's body. Old Farmer raised his brows and looked at 9 Brilliance. This move seemed heavy, but it only seemed heavy. Old Farmer didn't dare to truly crush these androids, as it would be difficult to explain to Luin. Only 20 years had passed since Lu Yin's death, but even half-ancestor 9 Brilliance didn't dare to offend him. His power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Old Farmer hadn't offended him in the past. Right, he still owes us a hoe. Little Bear remained silent. Half of his body being crushed didn't affect him much, as this body had been created by him in the first place. 9 Brilliance muttered to himself for a moment and then sent someone to contact Luin. The resources could be delivered, but the androids who had killed 9 Xiao had to die. Luin was currently on Xinyu Star using Wendy Yushan to sense the power of time, so he couldn't receive the message. In the end, the message was sent to Wang Wen. Wang Wen transferred the message to Wei Rong, as he wouldn't do something that would offend others. Wei Rong was the most suitable candidate, as he had offended quite a few people. Wei Rong quickly contacted 9 Brilliance. Senior, I heard that 9 Xiao has died at the hands of an android from the technocracy. 9 Brilliance frowned. What about the Daozi? Not just anyone was qualified to speak to him. Wei Rong smiled. The Daozi is currently cultivating, so it's not convenient for him to contact me. This junior is contacting senior because there are some things that I need to inform you of. Speak. 9 Brilliance was indifferent. It was unknown whether he was relieved because he hadn't been able to contact Luin or because he was displeased that a small fry had contacted him. He was still quite apprehensive of Luin, and he was worried that this person would be too overbearing and damage his reputation. After all, the technocracy was here to deliver resources to him. Wei Rong smiled as he spoke, and 9 Brilliance's expression gradually changed. What Wei Rong said was all about 9 Zhao's past deeds. He talked about how Xianxia had oppressed others, how he had stolen resources, and how he had forced others to sell him. These were all trivial matters, and Xianxia had even fled from the battlefield. This matter had originally been suppressed by the 9 families, and it wasn't a big deal to them. However, once Wei Rong found out about it, it would become troublesome. The 6th mainland had already been merged into the above the heavens, and the 9 families still couldn't become the sect's master. What do you mean by saying all this? 9 Brilliance's expression turned ugly, as he had actually been threatened by a small fry. Wei Rong controlled the Great Eastern Alliance's intelligence network, and Shamrock Enterprises' hidden seeds had also been given to him. He knew too many things. Nothing much. A life for a life. Since an android from the technocracy killed Xianxia, then let him pay with his life. Vice City Lord Little Bear, please point out who did it. Senior can personally take revenge, Wei Rong said with a smile. 9 Brilliance's expression turned gloomy. It was clearly Little Bear who had killed Xianxia. Wei Rong's meaning was very simple, he wanted to find a scapegoat. Nothing could happen to Little Bear, as he also wanted to protect the technocracy's reputation. Of course, he couldn't harm the human domain's reputation either. Without Luin, 9 Brilliance could destroy all of the androids from the technocracy with a single palm strike. However, now that Luin was involved, he wasn't sure if Wei Rong had been instructed by Luin to do so. If he openly offended Luin, then 9 Brilliance would shudder when he thought of Wang Xi's fate and the imprisoned half-ancestors. Someone like Luin could do anything. He was too ruthless. In the end, one of the androids' bodies was torn apart as revenge for Xianxia. The rest of the androids continued towards the above the heavens. Before the 9 lights had made their decision, Old Man Nong had already dismissed the surrounding cultivators. He knew that the final outcome would not be good for them, as this involved Luin, an existence that could suppress the entire 5th mainland by himself. My 6th mainland lacks a Luin, the 9 lights lamented before disappearing. Old Man Nong sighed in relief. He just wanted to live well, and it didn't matter who they were. The stronger Luin was, the safer they would be. On Xinyu Star, Luin was still unaware of what had happened in the Western Weaves. He opened his eyes and looked at Wendy Yushan, only to see her cultivating with her eyes closed. He felt helpless, as he couldn't sense the existence of time, let alone use it. His left hand was still holding on to her right hand, but because too much time had passed, he couldn't help but move. That soft touch appeared once more, but it also woke her up. Wendy Yushan opened her eyes and looked at Luin. How is it? Nothing. Luin was disappointed. Wendy Yushan replied, me neither. Luin was stunned. You didn't either? Wendy Yushan nodded. At first, I felt the flow of time, but it quickly disappeared. After that, I couldn't sense it anymore. I can't use time every time I cultivate, or else I wouldn't be at my current strength. Luin smiled bitterly. If you can't sense time, then I can't either. Maybe I'll be able to sense it when you can cultivate smoothly. Yeah. Wendy Yushan agreed. At that moment, the two simultaneously looked at their clasped hands. Luin couldn't help but move again. Wendy Yushan quickly retracted her hand, her face slightly red. I'm going to cultivate on my own. You can do whatever you want. She then turned and left. Luin coughed. I'm leaving too. Just as he finished speaking, the wireless goo in his pocket vibrated. He connected to it and was overjoyed. Let's go. He stepped into the void and disappeared from Xinyu Star. The technocracy's resources had finally arrived. 200 billion star essences. That was 200 billion star essences. What an enormous fortune. The most he had ever obtained in one go was only 100 billion. This was the most he had ever obtained in one go. Luin returned to the sect above heaven as quickly as possible. After waiting for half a day, Little Bear and the other androids arrived. They did not feel anything about the grand scale of the heavenly sect. After all, they were modified humans and had different thoughts from humans. Alliance Master Lu, these are all the resources we have. Xiao Xiong handed over about 200 cosmic rings, each of which contained a billion star essence. This kind of cosmic ring was too small. If it was Lu Yin's ring that could hold more than 100 billion crystals, then 2 would be enough. Lu Yin excitedly accepted them and checked each one. He suppressed his excitement under Little Bear's calm gaze. Many thanks. Many resources that the human domain doesn't need will be transported to the technocracy. You can also obtain resources from the astral trees in the name of hunting me down. Of course, that will have to wait until the new void corridor is repaired. We know that, Xiaoxiong replied. Oh right, where are the talents? Where are little Leo and the others? Lu Yin asked. He had not only asked for resources from the technocracy, but he had also asked for technology talents who could help the Aurora Fort research microarrays. Little Bear replied, little Leo and the others rejected it. Why? Lu Yin did not understand. Little Bear replied, the reason is that they don't want to be too far away from the technocracy. But rest assured, Alliance Master Lu, your research on microarrays can be connected to the technocracy, and it won't be too difficult. After all, the threat of the Eternals has been eliminated, so no matter how far away they are, it won't affect our joint research. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. That's not the result I wanted. Distance will definitely hinder the research. Little Bear replied, then I'll go back and apply again, but there's not much hope. No one wants to be too far away from their home. Little Leo and the others will come to the human domain as guests, but they definitely won't stay here. Lu Yin was helpless. Alright, I understand. Then I'll have to trouble you. There was no need to be too polite with these androids from the technocracy. They did not understand and left after giving Lu Yin the resources. Lu Yin looked at the 200 cosmic rings excitedly. He was rich, completely rich. However, this money did not belong to him alone, as it was the technocracy's support for the human domain. He wanted to use this money for the human domain. He had already thought of how to use this money, and that was to first create an invincible army. At the very least, this army would be able to determine the outcome of a battle if the top experts kept each other in check. Not only would this be useful on the battlefield, but such an army would also be beneficial to the entire human domain. The wireless goo vibrated again. It was Wei Rong, and he told Lu Yin about what had happened in the Western Weaves. Lu Yin did not care, as such a small matter was not worth his attention, even if it involved the 9 luminaries. He was now the ruler of the 5th mainland, and a single word from him could determine the life and death of everyone. After obtaining the star essence, Lu Yin could not wait to enter seclusion. He wanted to take the first step towards his dream of becoming the sect above heaven. The reason why the sect above heaven had been so powerful and why the human domain had flourished was because of the strength of the 3 realms, 6 daos, and 9 mountains and 8 seas. It was also because of the 12 heavenly gates, which included the envoys and enlighters. It seemed impossible for the sect to regain its former glory, but as long as there was enough time and resources, it might not be impossible. Since the 3 realms, 6 daos, and 9 mountains and 8 seas were temporarily unable to do so, then he would first make a realm invincible. The first step was naturally to become an enlighter. When the technocracy had agreed to give him 200 billion star essence, Lu Yin had already made arrangements to prepare the best miniature armor, money bombs, microarrays, and so on. They had all been delivered half a month ago. Lu Yin raised a hand and tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin before stopping at enhance. 4 pips, which was the time-stop space. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin took out all of the items that he needed to upgrade and rolled his die once more. After resting 3 times, he rolled 3 pips. Only by ensuring that he had enough resources would 3 pips be meaningful. It seemed that he had not upgraded anything in a very long time. The first item that he needed to upgrade was his miniature armor. He looked at the armor in his hand. Although the materials used were slightly inferior to the ones that he had used in the past, they were sufficient for the time being. He tossed the armor onto the upper screen and began to crazily toss star essence into it. After spending 100 million star essence, the armor had been upgraded to its peak. Lu Yin touched it and was satisfied. This set of miniature armor had a defensive power level of about 700,000, which was quite good. Due to the appearance of the above heaven sect's frozen people, the number of powerhouses in the human domain had increased, but there were still only 20 of them. How much star energy had there been before the end of the year? There were only a few innerverse powerhouses, and the cosmic sea only had the 4 hegemons. Although there were more in the neoverse, there were still less than 30 people in total. Luin placed 100 sets of miniature armor in front of him, which meant that he wanted to create an army of 100 people, all of whom would be equipped with miniature armor. This would be equivalent to 100 cultivators who could survive an attack from an emissary with a power level of 700,000. And this was just the beginning. As time passed, he would even be able to obtain resources from the Cosmic Tree sect, and the miniature armor would be further upgraded until it surpassed 1,000,000 power levels. This would allow these 100 cultivators to have the strength to face an emissary with a power level of 1,000,000. At that time, no one below half ancestor would be able to compete with this army. This was the first step. Luin wanted to create an army that would be invincible among the Enlighters. The next step would be the emissaries, and then the next step would be the half-ancestors. He firmly believed that as long as he had enough resources and time, he would be able to bring the Above Heaven sect back to its peak and crush the Eternals. After the miniature armor was the money bomb. 20 years ago, Luin had asked Old Kai to research an even better money bomb. Although Luin had disappeared during that time and was rumored to have died, Old Kai had not given up and had continued his research. He had even created quite a number of money bombs. Of course, the power of his research was not that great, but because of the improved materials, Luin could use his die to increase the power of the bombs by 3 pips. Luin tossed the money bomb onto the upper screen and began to toss star essence into it. The amount of star essence that a money bomb consumed was far less than the miniature armor, but 10 million star essence was enough to upgrade a single money bomb to its peak. Luin tested it out, and its destructive power was equivalent to that of an emissary with a power level of 500,000. It was not enough, but there were many of them. An army of 100 soldiers would each be equipped with 20 money bombs, which would be enough to intimidate the human domain. There were 100 sets of miniature armor, which cost 10 billion star essence, and 20 money bombs for each person, which came to a total of 20 billion star essence. The next step was to upgrade the materials used to assemble the microarrays. Every soldier in the army would be equipped with at least 5 array combinations, and Lu Yin's research on these combinations was more or less complete. The power of these combinations was equivalent to a power level of 700,000. Once they were fully equipped, a single person in this army would be able to threaten an emissary with a power level of 600,000 to 700,000. Finally, Luin had to add the smoke that he had obtained from the Smoke Gulp mountain range. Luin had asked the Mist Ancestor about this before, and the Mist Ancestor had generously taught the Smoke Gulp mountain range the improved smoke production method that he had come up with after being trapped for so many years. Luin believed that this new smoke would be quite powerful. Luin was looking forward to the appearance of this army, and he had even thought of a name for it, the Celestial Army. 100 soldiers was just the initial scale, and it might grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 soldiers in the future. The average power level would also continue to increase. This era did not have as many experts as the Above the Sky sect era, so Luin had to use his resources to make up for the numbers. One day, he would be able to match the true Above the Sky sect era. Creating the Celestial Army had cost him less than 40 billion star essence, and he still had around 240 billion star essence on him. Luin silently took out the slipper. He felt a little uncomfortable holding it in his hand, but he had to admit that this toy was quite powerful. Luin tossed the slipper onto the upper light screen and spent 100 million star essence on it. The slipper fell off a little bit, and it was really just a little bit. It was just a tiny bit, but it was nothing compared to the distance between the upper light screen and the lower one. Luin pursed his lips and put the slipper away. He did not have enough money on him to upgrade the Celestial Army, and it would be best to upgrade both of the slippers at the same time. Since the slipper could not be upgraded, Luin took out the needle. This needle would sometimes have miraculous effects, and it was still very useful. Luin tossed out star essence and watched as the needle dropped bit by bit. He was speechless. Although this thing was not as exaggerated as the slipper's upgrade, it still required close to 100 billion star essence. Since this needle had been able to break through a half-step progenitor's inner world, would it be able to threaten a progenitor after being upgraded? He wasn't sure, and he wanted to test it out, but then he remembered the slipper. Even if this needle could reach the level of the slipper's destructive power after being upgraded, the slipper's damage to the fog had already reached its limit. Even if the needle was upgraded, the damage it could cause to the fog would not increase. In other words, it would be useless to release the fog ancestor. Luin shook his head and put the needle away. He then checked his collection. The time withering wood could be upgraded, and so could the river Styx, but the cost would not be small. There was also the metal from the myriad beast's cage, which was gluttony, which had once brought disaster to the fourth mainland. Upgrading it had cost him nearly 6 billion star essence, which had given gluttony the ability to devour flesh and blood. Its destructive power had reached the level of an emissary's, and Luin believed that if he released it and did not deal with it in time, it would cause another disaster. If he upgraded it, he would not even need to devour flesh to make it terrifying. He would definitely give this thing to someone in the future, but he did not need to upgrade it just yet. Right, he had almost forgotten about it. It was a corpse. Luin sized up the corpse that he had obtained from the burial garden. It had been able to withstand the last origin tribulation that he had attracted, which meant that the power of that tribulation had been unimaginable. Just who was this corpse? Would the fog ancestor recognize it? Or would third uncle and the others recognize it? Luin put the corpse away, as he planned to let them identify it after he left. Finally, he took out something, a candle. He looked at the candle in his hand and recalled what Xianxia had said. He had snuck into the candle god's place of seclusion, but he had not seen the candle god. All he had seen was this candle. The mirror god had also said that the candle god's innate gift was candles. Luin guessed that this candle was the candle god, who had cultivated the true scripture of Aeon evolution and eventually lost himself. It can't really be the candle god, right? Luin looked at it for a while before gritting his teeth and tossing the candle onto the upper screen. It didn't matter if it was the candle god or not, he would see if it could be upgraded. Candles might not be useful elsewhere, but they were very useful on the fifth mainland. He immediately tossed out 100 million star essence, and some of the candles fell off. Luin was delighted, as they were useful. He began to frantically toss out more star essence. 1 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion. When he had tossed out 30 billion star essence, the candles fell onto the lower layer of the screen. At this moment, the candle was actually melting. Lu Yin's heart sank. It can't be, right? If it melted after the upgrade, then wouldn't the candle be useless? Spending 30 billion crystal essences was no joke. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. He stared at the candles on the lower screen, his lips parched. The candle slowly melted, like a pool of red oil passing through the lower layer of light and dripping to the ground. What was strange was that the red oil didn't scatter. After dripping to the ground, it gathered together and finally formed a person. It was as big as the candle and could be held in the palm of one's hand. Luin stared blankly at the tiny figure formed from the melted candles. It had eyes, ears, a mouth, a nose, and 4 limbs. Aside from the fact that its skin was the same color as the candles, the rest of it was no different from a normal person. However, his eyes were lifeless, just like a dead person's. You can't be the candle god, can you? The candle person didn't respond. Luin approached and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the candle person exploded. Red dots of light scattered in all directions and enveloped Luin. Luin subconsciously retreated. These red dots covered the entire time-stop space, but they didn't harm him. Luin looked around. Are these rune lines? He could see that the entire time-stop space was filled with rune lines. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes, and he saw numerous rune lines. He also saw numerous tiny figures cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture. Countless tiny figures that cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture hovered in front of him. He looked even further away and saw even more tiny figures cultivating. This was eye-opening, this was spiritual perception, this was knowledge, and this was? Luin looked in a certain direction, where a tiny figure was continuously experimenting. The rune lines around it were constantly changing. This was the unbounded realm. The Aeon evolution true scripture, unbounded realm. Lightning flashed through Lu Yin's mind as he stared fixedly at the tiny figure cultivating. There were many tiny figures here, but they all seemed to be the same person. Aside from cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture, they also had many other experiences. If the candle was the candle god, then this might be the candle god's entire life of cultivation. The one that Luin cared about the most was the tiny figure cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture. To him, that was the most valuable thing. He immediately took out the root of wisdom to brew tea from his cosmic ring and took a sip. His mind became clear, and he looked at the tiny figure again. He was completely immersed in it, and he unconsciously began to cultivate the Aeon evolution true scripture with the tiny figure. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown amount of time, the tiny figures that filled the time-stop space slowly disappeared. Or rather, they slowly condensed back together. Lu Yin's body trembled, and the tiny figure that he had seen cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture also disappeared. All of the red dots of light gathered back together, forming the candle-sized figure once again. Lu Yin's eyes were unfocused, and his pupils turned into runes that constantly recalled what had happened. All sorts of rune lines appeared around his body, and he casually waved his hand to unleash an emptiness palm. Then, with another wave of his hand, the emptiness palm disappeared. How could a palm technique that he had unleashed just mysteriously disappear? He had used the Aeon evolution true scripture to cause the emptiness palm's rune lines to disappear. That's right, after reaching the unbounded realm, Lu Yin had discovered that he could use rune lines even within the time-stop space. It was as if he had absorbed the symbol progenitor's power into his body, but it also seemed to have transformed his own power into runes. In short, even if he left the fifth mainland's human domain, Lu Yin could still use the Aeon evolution true scripture. This power was similar to astral source cultivation, and it did not necessarily have to be on the fifth mainland to be able to use it. He had broken through some sort of restriction and reached the unbounded realm of the Aeon evolution true scripture. If the symbol progenitor's Aeon evolution true scripture could only be used in the fifth mainland's human domain, then those who cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture would be useless once they left. How could the symbol progenitor create a power that would harm his own people? This was the true Aeon evolution true scripture, a power that could only be used after reaching the unbounded realm. There were only a few people in the universe who had reached the unbounded realm, and Lu Yin was one of them. Cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture was not easy. Although there were only a few realms, each breakthrough was a transformation. Lu Yin did not know how mystical the deeper realms of the Aeon evolution true scripture would be. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yin immediately dismissed the idea and looked at the small candle person. The red dots had condensed, and the last thing he had seen was an incomprehensible scene. He had seen a person suddenly turn into a candle, and that person had been standing not too far away from the small person cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture. Although Lu Yin had been staring at the unbounded realm of the Aeon evolution true scripture, he had seen the small person from the Aeon evolution true scripture, and he knew that the person furthest away had not moved at all. He had just stood there for a long time, and then he had turned into a candle. Lu Yin looked deeply at the small candle person in the distance. Bai Mia had been right, the candle was the candle god, and he had cultivated himself into a candle. He was cultivating an even deeper level of the Aeon evolution true scripture, and that realm was called creation. Lu Yin's next realm was creation. The creation true scripture would definitely be even more mystical, and it would have an even more unfathomable power. However, Lu Yin had a shadow in his heart, and the candle god's fate had made him panic. He temporarily dismissed the idea of cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture. Actually, the unbounded realm was not bad, and it was quite good. The Aeon evolution true scripture was mystical to both those who had seen it and those who had cultivated it. Now, Lu Yin felt that it was even more mystical. Cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture had turned him into a candle. Was there anything more mystical or terrifying than this? A candle was the candle god's innate gift. How could a person become an innate gift? Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something. A person, an innate gift, and a general appointment platform? Right, the general appointment platform. That was the general appointment platform. How could an innate gift materialize? Elder Chan, Lu Yin, and even Lu Bujing could not figure it out. What was the origin of the general appointment platform that Lu Tianyi had left behind for the fifth mainland? No one even knew how to use it. No one had ever thought that the Lu family's innate gift was related to the symbol ancestor's power, but now, Lu Yin had connected the dots. Since the candle god had cultivated the creation stage's universe Yin true scripture and turned himself into a talent candle, could it be that the Lu clan also had a disciple who cultivated the symbol ancestor's universe Yin true scripture and turned himself into a general appointment platform? It was not impossible. After all, the Lu family's disciples could not only cultivate the Lu family's power. For example, Lu Yin himself had not only cultivated the true scripture, but he had also cultivated the death god's power. Even now, he still did not know what his fate's end was. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's breathing quickened. If his guess was correct, then the general appointment platform could be used, and he would need to rely on the true scripture of Yin evolution. However, that did not seem right either. The powers left behind by progenitor Chen, the symbol ancestor, and the Hui ancestor were enough to deal with progenitors. The general appointment platform that Lu Tianyi had left behind should be able to do the same. If that was the case, then that meant that the owner of the general appointment platform had the power of a progenitor. If that was the case, then how could he have turned himself into a general appointment platform? Lu Yin did not believe that a progenitor from the Lu family's direct line of descent would be so much weaker than the symbol ancestor that he had cultivated the true scripture of Yin evolution to the point that he had lost himself. Strange, strange. Lu Yin could not figure it out, so he decided to ask the fog ancestor after he left. Now, Lu Yin continued to look at the small candle person. He should be the candle god, but his eyes were completely lifeless. Had he lost his mind? Can you understand what I'm saying? Lu Yin asked. The candle person did not respond. Senior candle god, stop pretending. I can take you out, Lu Yin continued. The candle person still did not respond. Lu Yin said many more things, either threatening or enticing the candle person, but the candle person still did not respond. It was as if he really did not have a mind of his own. The time-stop space was about to end. Lu Yin had not expected that he would spend an entire year cultivating the unbounded true scripture of Yin evolution and use up a wisdom root. Time had passed too quickly. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he looked at the candle person. At that moment, the candle person reacted and jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder. The number of rune lines that it had was actually very compatible with Lu Yin's. Lu Yin stared blankly at the candle person on his shoulder. What was the meaning of this? The candle person still did not respond. Lu Yin tried to squander rune lines like he had with the candle, and he succeeded. He obtained a boundless amount of rune lines from the candle person, but he didn't use any of them at all. This candle god had probably cultivated his own consciousness to the point where he was no different from a candle. Furthermore, Lu Yin had just started cultivating the unbounded realm and had come into contact with the candle god's rune lines. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin's or the candle god's rune lines, their rune lines actually fused together and Lu Yin could use the candle god's rune lines. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as this was interesting. The candle god had the strength of a peak emissary, and if Lu Yin could use all of his rune lines, then he would have the strength to face a peak emissary with the Aeon evolution scripture. Although Lu Yin had not feared powerhouses whose power levels exceeded 1,000,000 in the past, it was always good to have an extra source of strength. It seemed that this candle person was his rune line extractor, and even if he left the fifth mainland, he would be able to obtain the rune lines of a peak emissary without using his own strength. This was a very good way to hide his strength, and it would be very helpful in his journey to the cosmic tree. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. He took out his mirror and looked for the mist ancestor. Senior, please come out. I have something to ask of you, Lu Yin called out softly as he entered the mirror. The mist ancestor's impatient voice came from within the mist. We'll talk later. Lu Yin laughed dryly. No one in the universe can teach me besides you. Even in the above heaven sect, there might not be anyone who can help this junior. After all, thinking is your specialty. After a while, the mist ancestor appeared, her white robes fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful and dignified eyes stared at Lu Yin. I'm very busy. Hurry up and speak. She then looked at the candle person on Lu Yin's shoulder and was astonished. What's this? Is this a miniature person? There's a miniature person? Lu Yin was puzzled. The mist ancestor rolled her eyes. How would I know? What is this thing? It doesn't seem to have any intelligence. Luine explained the candle person's origins. The mist ancestor's mouth fell open. There's such a thing? What exactly is Old Fu researching? You don't know? Luine asked. The mist ancestor, how would I know? Old Fu is a man of few words, and all he does is read books. Aside from Huiwen, no one keeps an eye on him. He spends all his time in a corner. It's not fun at all. Compared to him, Ku's a normal person. Lose. SSS? Luine asked solemnly, Senior, may I ask if there was anyone in my Lu family who cultivated the true scripture of Aeon evolution? The mist ancestor nodded. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Who is he? The mist ancestor was puzzled. Calm is Lulu's. The fog ancestor thought for a moment before replying, Lu Jian is Uncle Lu Feng's younger brother, by blood. He's a bit arrogant and has a lot of self-esteem. He's a bit older than us in terms of seniority, but we're about the same age. Right, he likes to follow Old Fu around, especially after Ku Jia beat him up. What's his cultivation? How's his cultivation of the true scripture of Aeon evolution? Luine asked anxiously. The mist ancestor frowned. I don't know much about him. We all became ancestors, but he's only a half-step ancestor. Huiwen said that he'll never become an ancestor because his mental state is flawed. Actually, your Lu family didn't have anyone of the same age as us back then. Lu Jian was one of them, but unfortunately, he disappeared. Uncle Lu Feng didn't have any children back then, and it was only after we all became half-step ancestors that his children were born. Your Lu family controls the fifth mainland, so it's very difficult for you to have children. They're either born too early or too late. Uncle Lu Feng's generation was born very early, while Lu Jian's was born very late. Although they're brothers, they're not from the same generation. Luine finally understood. It was no wonder why there were no other members of the Lu family in the 9 mountains and 8 seas aside from Lu Tianyi. Did the Lu family not have anyone of the same age as Ancestor Chen back then? Although Huiwen said that Lu Jian couldn't become an ancestor, he was still quite strong. He even fought against Xia Shang and Ku Jia back then, the mist ancestor recalled. He then looked at Luine. You should know that your Lu family's innate gifts aren't too bad. With the general appointing platform, there aren't many who can fight against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident as to challenge Ku Jia to a duel. Although he was beaten up, Ku Jia didn't have it easy either. Senior, do you think that the general appointing platform left behind by Ancestor Lu Tianyi is Lu Jian? Luine asked. The mist ancestor suddenly raised his head and looked deeply at Luine. Your thoughts are quite advanced, but it's not impossible. Since this candle can be cultivated, then the general appointing platform shouldn't be impossible. Otherwise, why would your Lu family's general appointing platform appear out of nowhere? I've never heard of such a thing. Luine also felt that it was possible, and he planned to go out and try to see if he could use the general appointing platform through the Aeon evolution scripture. Tell me, are you from Lu Jian's bloodline or Uncle Lu Feng's? The mist ancestor suddenly asked as she sized Luine up. Could Lu Jian be your ancestor? Luine was stunned, as he had never considered this question before. Ha ha ha, it would be interesting if Lu Jian was your ancestor. The mist ancestor laughed. Luine replied, that's not likely. According to insiders, my Lu family only has one direct bloodline in the astral tree realm. What if Uncle Lu Feng didn't have any children back then? Senior, you just said that he had a child who was born during your half-ancestor era. Maybe he's Lu Jian's child. That's right, Lu Jian cultivated himself to death, so his child would naturally be a direct descendant of your Lu family. Uncle Lu Feng might not have any children at all. Luine was speechless. Senior, do you really want me to be from Lu Jian's bloodline? The mist ancestor blinked. That's more interesting, isn't it? Luine didn't have time to discuss this with her. He left the mirror and headed towards Earth, where he had placed the general appointment platform. The platform was at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean on Earth. 20 years ago, due to the threat of the Eternals, everyone had migrated here for the sake of escaping to Jupiter. Luine had also fished up the platform from the bottom of Xinyu Star and placed it there. In the 20 years that Lu Yin had been gone, Elder Chan had studied the platform multiple times, but to no avail. He knew that the platform had been left behind by Lu Tianyi, but he had no idea how to use it. Lu Yin looked at the floating point in the Pacific Ocean. He took the platform and left. Earth was too small and fragile. The slightest disturbance could cause the planet to collapse, so it was best to test it out in the Above Heaven sect. He arrived at a mountain peak in the Above Heaven sect, where there was no one around. The mist ancestor appeared and looked around curiously. Back then, Huiwen tricked us into leaving behind some strength to ensure that if anything happened to the fifth mainland, we could at least buy some time for our descendants. Senior Lu Tianyi was the first to agree and even threw out the platform. After that, there was no more news of Lu Jian. Before that, there was still intermittent news of Lu Jian. Now that I think about it, this platform might really be Lu Jian. Lu Yin sighed. Although Ancestor Hui did not have the ability to divine, he was able to see through time. His wisdom is not something that the average person can reach. The mist ancestor sneered. Success is called wisdom, but failure is called paranoia. Huiwen is actually quite unreliable. Let's not talk about him. How do you plan to deal with this platform? Lu Yin took a deep breath. If this is really the result of cultivating the true scripture of Eon evolution, then the only way to solve this problem is to use the true scripture of Eon evolution. It was not that he had not thought of using his Dai's possession to upgrade it, but the candle god was only a peak envoy and could be upgraded. However, if this was Lu Jian's clone, then it would be at least a half-ancestor, and a direct descendant of the Lu family. Lu Yin did not even know how much money he would have to spend. After saying that, Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared at the platform. When he had first obtained the platform, he had also looked at it this way. Unfortunately, his realm had been too low back then, and he had not been able to see anything. Now that he was an unbounded, he could see a completely different world when he looked at the platform. Under the true scripture of Eon evolution, the platform in front of him was not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of rune lines that were too condensed. Lu Yin waved his hand and dispersed the rune lines on the platform. To the side, the mist ancestor was surprised to discover that the platform had changed. It had become new and was no longer as old and decayed as before. Furthermore, it had also become somewhat blurry. It was useful. She blinked. Old Fu was always fiddling around with random things. When he had become a progenitor, his rune lines had spread throughout the entire fifth mainland, shocking everyone. Even Ancestor Lu Tianyi had been shocked. This method could not be considered a cultivation system, but rather a civilization. It was a belief that had allowed him to become a god. Ever since Old Fu had become a progenitor, there had been almost no progenitors in the same realm who could match him. No one knew exactly how powerful he was, but perhaps Xiaxia would know. Lu Yin raised his head and said, "With my blood, I summon a general." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped through the void and took form. It was 10 meters tall and had a ferocious expression. It wielded a spear that was 100 meters long, and it swept out in all directions. A terrifying aura swept through the solar system, shocking Lu Bujing and the others. This aura was not strong, at least not at the level of a half-progenitor. However, it was filled with savagery and slaughter, and one could even faintly smell blood. A blood giant? The mist ancestor was shocked. Lu Yin looked at the figure that was 10 meters tall and wielded a spear that was 100 meters long. This person was indeed a giant and could be considered part of the lesser giant bloodline. He had a power level of over 1,000,000, and summoning a general caused the astral source in Lu Yin's body to continuously flow out. He immediately cancelled the summoning, and the platform returned to its old and decayed state before crashing into the mountain peak with a boom. Success! Lu Yin was excited. This was great. It could be used. He could use the true scripture of Eon evolution to turn the platform into a virtual entity and turn it into his innate gift. He could even use it to summon a general. He didn't know if there were any progenitors on this platform. If there weren't, old Ancestor Lu Tianyi wouldn't have left it behind to protect his descendants, and Ancestor Hui wouldn't have agreed to it either. However, if this commander-appointing platform was Lu Jian, and Lu Jian had yet to break through to Ancestor Realm, how could she appoint Ancestor Realm experts? Besides Lu Jian, there was no other successor in the Lu clan who had cultivated the true scripture of Yi flow to such a high level. Strange. It seems like it's Lu Jian. From what I know, ever since old Fu became an ancestor, many people have cultivated his power, but very few of them are successors of great powers, let alone the Lu clan. Everyone in the Lu clan is famous in the Fifth Mainland, even if they are from a branch family. Only Lu Jian is obsessed with this power, and the Fog ancestor sighed. Lu Jian hates the blood giants the most, and he once declared that he would exterminate the entire blood giant clan. Lu Yin was surprised. Why is that? The Fog ancestor replied, the blood giants have always been a scourge, and after countless years of development, some of them are like your subordinates. Even though they're incredibly powerful, they're docile. Others have become brutal, and their intelligence has deteriorated. They only know how to kill, and the blood giants are the most famous of them all. Whenever they appear, they'll kill. In that era, many people would kill blood giants on sight. Lu Jian was just a little extreme, but no one stopped him. Lu Yin was puzzled. If this general appointment platform was really left behind by Patriarch Lu Jian, then could he have reached the progenitor realm? The mist ancestor was puzzled. I don't understand either, but Lu Jian definitely isn't a progenitor. Otherwise, I would have known. But Huiwen wouldn't have deceived him for such a long time and only allowed senior Lu Tianyi to leave behind a half-ancestor's power level. That's strange. She looked at Lu Yin. Are you sure that a progenitor was selected? Lu Yin nodded. That should be the case. At the very least, there are existences that I can't summon. If I try to forcefully summon them, putting aside the fact that my astral source won't be able to withstand the pressure, whether or not I can even summon them will be a problem. That's right, it should be the ancestor realm. With your current strength, you can even summon a half-ancestor unless you're in the ancestor realm, said the Fog ancestor. Looking at the general appointment platform, the two of them pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. The Fog ancestor had returned. She loved researching the blood refinement art, so what did this general appointment platform have to do with her? Even the mist ancestor could not understand. Without this living fossil, it was even more impossible for Lu Yin to know what had happened back then. Even Elder Chan could not have known. It was already quite good that Lu Yin knew about the general appointment platform that Lu Tianyi had left behind. One had to know that when Patriarch Lu Tianyi left behind the general appointment platform, there was no war. Helplessly, Lu Yin decided to lead the stage on Earth. The celestial sect was too conspicuous, and Earth was more ordinary. Since he was going to use his new power to head to the cosmic tree realm, he needed to get used to it first. It just so happened that Lu Huang was still in Heaven's Path and had yet to return to Sword Mountain, so he was a suitable training partner. Attack you? Lu Huang was puzzled. What sword move did Daozi comprehend that requires verification? Lu Yin replied, just make your move. Emperor Lu took out his sword and slashed out without hesitation. It was not the 13 swords, but just an ordinary sword. However, with his battle power of over 1,000,000, any one of his sword strikes was enough to slice apart the starry sky. There was not the slightest hint of sharpness in this sword strike. Only those facing this sword strike could feel an incomparable sense of danger. Lu Huang did not hold back. With Lu Yin's ability to kill Wang Si, there was no need for him to hold back. As he faced Lu Huang's sword, Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes, and he saw the boundless rune lines converging towards the sword. His pupils shrank as the constantly approaching rune lines quickly dissipated. While the limitless realm and the spiritual realm both weakened rune lines, they were completely different. The spiritual realm could only weaken the rune lines that represented the sword's destructive power, but the limitless realm could directly change the rune lines of the sword itself. Lu Yin only needed to erase a portion of the rune lines to change the trajectory of Lu Huang's sword. It brushed past Lu Yin's shoulder and slashed into outer space, tearing apart the solar system. Lu Huang was stunned, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. What's this? Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he was able to neutralize an enemy's battle technique at the smallest cost. This was the limitless realm. Any attack would appear as rune lines in front of him, and he could change the trajectory of the attack's rune lines. He could even erase them and transform the attack. If not for the difference in power between him and Lu Huang, he would have tried to transform this attack and preserve all of the rune lines to attack Lu Huang instead. This was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Even with the huge difference in their cultivation levels, Lu Yin could still change the trajectory of the sword's rune lines and render it ineffective. This was the power of the rune progenitor, the mystical Aeon evolution scripture, and the mystical rune line civilization. Again. Lu Yin barked. Lu Huang's expression changed, and he slashed out again. This was the first sword of the 13 swords, and its destructive power and speed were incomparable to the previous sword. Lu Yin could not dodge at all, and he did not even have time to use the Aeon evolution scripture before his body was struck by the sword. Lu Huang was shocked. Daozi. Lu Yin raised a hand. I'm fine. Lu Huang relaxed, but he also felt bitter. He was known as the sword sex genius, and he was confident that he could create the 14th sword, which would cause the Neoverse to fear him and forcefully imprison him in Kuan Swamp. He believed that his talent was top-notch in the entire universe. However, compared to the person in front of him, the difference was too great, and there was no way to compare them. How old was this person? How could he render Lu Huang's attack ineffective? This was too much of a blow. Lu Yin sighed. It was a good thing that he had used the omniscient realm, or else this sword would have injured him. The first sword of the 13 swords was too fast, and when Lu Xiaoqiu had used it for the first time, his opponent had been eliminated before they could even see it. Although Lu Yin could use the Aeon evolution scripture to deflect this sword, it was useless if he could not react in time. Again, the first sword, Lu Yin said. Lu Huang nodded and slashed out again, using the first sword of the 13 swords. This time, a miniature person appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder. When he saw Lu Huang's attack, Lu Yin waved his hand, and the miniature person's boundless rune lines enveloped the mountain peak. Although Lu Huang's first sword was fast, none of the rune lines in the area could escape Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin easily changed the trajectory of the first sword, rendering Lu Huang's attack ineffective. Lu Huang looked at the miniature person on Lu Yin's shoulder in surprise. What was that? Again. Lu Yin barked. Lu Huang raised his sword. Over the next 3 days, Lu Yin experimented with Lu Huang to familiarize himself with the power of the unbounded Aeon evolution scripture. At the same time, Qing Ping, who was far away in the Neoverse, received news from the astral beast domain that the spy, Yin Guai, had died. The news quickly reached Lu Yin, and he ended his duel with Lu Huang with a solemn expression. Dead? How did it die? Qing Ping replied, I only received news of its death, but I don't know the specifics. If it weren't for Yin Guai's high status in that clan, we wouldn't even have known that it had died. Senior, are you saying that the news of Yin Guai's death wasn't intentionally leaked to you? Lu Yin asked. Qing Ping replied, no, we pay attention to some of the stronger clans in the astral beast domain, and we only found out about Yin Guai's death through this channel. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. From the looks of it, although Yin Guai had died, it might not have exposed them. Perhaps it had died because it had wanted to investigate the human-shaped source box. However, if it had been Imperial Tutor Skymender, then he might have been able to guess the reason. In that case, did Imperial Tutor Skymender know that Lu Yin knew about that secret place? No, he had to get to the bottom of this. The human-shaped source box was still a hidden danger, and now that Yin Guai was dead, there was no one else in the astral beast domain that they could use. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to use the old method of rolling his die. He still had a lot of star essence on him, so it should be enough. I'm getting closer and closer to breaking through, Qing Ping transmitted. Lu Yin replied, I know, I'll take care of some things as soon as possible. After ending the call, Lu Yin returned to where he had been in seclusion. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He hoped to roll 6 pips and merge into the bodies of the astral beast domain's higher-ups. This was the fastest way to learn about the Celestial Beast Empire's secrets. With his current strength, he could merge into the bodies of powerhouses with power levels in the millions, so it should be enough. He watched the die slowly spin and stop at 1 pip. He wasn't surprised, as the highest number he had rolled was 1 pip. A useless item fell out, but he tapped it again and tried again. This time, it was 3 pips. 6 pips again. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he instantly appeared in that dark space. There were balls of light everywhere, but they were all very dim. Some were so dim that he couldn't even see them. As his cultivation increased, how many life forms in the universe would be able to compare to him? Lu Yin's consciousness constantly shuttled back and forth, but most of what he saw was dim. Suddenly, a bright ball of light appeared, and he rushed in without hesitation. The longer he stayed in this space, the more star essence he would consume. In an instant, the darkness in front of him brightened, and Lu Yin opened his eyes. He was in a large hall, and it was very luxurious. However, he had seen the above heaven sect before, so any building was no different to him. However, there was one place in this hall that attracted him. The stone carvings on the walls were all eyes, and it felt like there were countless eyes staring at him. There was a person kneeling in front of him. Lu Yin looked over. Susan? At the same time, memories flooded in, and Lu Yin's expression turned strange. He had actually merged into Ancestor Lingtong's body. Ancestor Lingtong was an absolute genius from the 6th mainland. He had originally been a world imprinter and was considered invincible in his domain. Later on, he had broken through to become a cosmic imprinter and was one of the 7 sky gods. In terms of battle power, he was even stronger than the veteran cosmic imprinter, Ancestor Ilis. Lu Yin had interacted with this person before. It was when he had taken over the war against the Astral Beast domain and secretly taken away the Little Giant's bloodline from the battlefield between the Astral Beast domain and the 6th mainland. This person was Susan's master. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked around, but what he saw was different from what his body saw. The entire space was different. He looked at Susan again, and his expression changed. Susan's physical body, meridians, and blood had all been seen through. This was the power of Ancestor Lingtong's innate gift, dual pupils. It was no wonder why he had been able to see through the 7 sky gods' disguise. Susan respectfully knelt. On the ground, his eyes darting around. He had come here to ask for resources, but he didn't have enough star crystals on him. He had a bunch of brothers waiting for him, and he was used to being extravagant. Now, he actually had no money. Through his memories, Lu Yin knew Susan's purpose for coming here. With the lesson of the flying willow leaves, he didn't do or say anything. He simply withdrew from the fusion to prevent Ancestor Lingtong from noticing anything. He returned to his own body, and his gaze grew deep. This Ancestor Lingtong really could not be underestimated. Not only had she known that Susan was his disciple, but she had also known that Susan had contacted the Great Eastern Alliance behind his back. However, she had not said anything, and her only goal had been the origin tribulation. The reason he had accepted Susan as his disciple was because Susan's talent was the same as his. Susan could help him gain some time during his origin tribulation. This was also the case for the origin tribulation of the universe imprinter. As for Susan's life or death, he didn't care. Also, this person had no sense of righteousness. After the human domain's stellar source universe had been devoured, he had even thought of joining the Eternals. This person was dangerous. However, there were many such people. Otherwise, the Eternals wouldn't have been able to establish the Kingdom of Eternity. Without the threat of the Eternals, such a person was no different from any other person. Once the threat of the Eternals appeared, such a person could very well be a traitor. Lu Yin sent a message to Lan Xian, asking her to keep an eye on Ancestor Lingtong. This person could not be allowed to grow. Lan Xian stared at Lu Yin's message in bewilderment. Ancestor Lingtong? Lu Yin felt like he had heard of this before. Why was it Lu Yin's turn to question a junior? On the other side, Lu Yin hurriedly checked his cosmic ring. When he had first fused with Matter Master Dream, he had used up 3 billion star essence. Matter Master Dream was a powerhouse with a power level of over 900,000, and she was only one realm away from Ancestor Lingtong. Furthermore, she was closer to Ancestor Lingtong, so she shouldn't have used up too much energy this time. 13 billion. A total of 13 billion star essence had been added to the list. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva. This consumption was too great. He had only merged with Ancestor Lingtong's body for a short period of time, but he had already consumed so much. Furthermore, the two of them were not too far apart. Old Ancestor Lingtong and Matter Master Meng were only one realm apart, but the consumption rate was so much higher. This was a headache. The higher one's cultivation, the more energy they would consume. This was only ancestor Ling Tong, who had just broken through to become a cosmic imprinter. Once she was assimilated into the body of someone at the level of a 7th or 8th tribulation origin tribulation expert, who was at the level of the second Night King, wouldn't the energy consumption increase even more? And this was under the premise that the time was very short. It had taken a very long time to fuse with White Sage's body, and White Sage was only a cultivator with 4 origin tribulations. That time it had consumed 30 billion crystal essences. If the same amount of time had been used on ancestor Ling Tong, Luyin didn't even dare to imagine how much it would have cost. In the future, once he had fused with someone of value, it would be impossible for him to withdraw immediately. No, there were still too few resources, far, far too few. He needed more. He looked to the west, where the technocracy still had a batch of star essence that was about to be shipped over. He estimated that there would be hundreds of billions of star essence, and when he thought about this number, he swallowed hard, as he could not wait any longer. Next, he had to rest for 10 days, during which he could not roll the dice. Luyin had specifically checked on Qing Ping's condition, and they could afford to wait for 10 days. Not only that, but they also had to find a place in the cosmic tree to break through. The gloomy dungeon was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. In the corner, water dripped down, and from time to time, the clanging of chains could be heard. A figure had his head lowered, his long hair covering his face. His 4 limbs were pierced by chains, and his clothes were stained with blood. Even his right shoulder had been pierced through, and the blood was unable to dry up. It flowed down his clothes and dripped to the ground. There was the sound of footsteps, and the figure moved. He raised his head and stared at Luyin with murky eyes. Outside the dungeon, he met a pair of familiar eyes and roared, "You're finally here." Luyin stood outside the dungeon and looked at the pitiful figure. "Xiaji, long time no see." This person was Xiaji. He had been imprisoned by Luyin, and this was the first time they had met. Xiade and the others had been imprisoned for different reasons. The 4 Libras had a grudge with the Lu family, but Xiaji had a grudge with Luyin. Luyin had locked him up alone, and from the moment he had locked him up, he had not planned on letting him leave alive. Wangxi had been the first to die, and Xiaji would likely be the second. The dungeon door opened, and Luyin walked in, standing very close to Xiaji. Xiaji looked up at Luyin. "You're here to kill me? You look tired, it must be uncomfortable for you to look up at me." Luyin smiled. Xiaji's expression was sinister, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He glared at Luyin. "I should have killed you back then. I shouldn't have hesitated." Luyin shook his head and looked down at him. "You didn't have a chance back then, and I even managed to escape. You have even less of a chance now." Xiaji suddenly stood up to attack Luyin, but Luyin pressed him down. "I killed Wangxi, and your inner world was destroyed. What's the difference between you and Wangxi?" Xiaji glared at Luyin. "I contributed to the fight against the everlasting race. Aren't you afraid of being despised by others if you kill me? I drove out the everlasting race. Who did more work, you or me?" Luyin retorted. Xiaji roared and slammed his chains against Luyin. Luyin sneered. "Nonsense. You were destined to be the ruler of the 5th mainland. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be a piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives." His expression darkened. "Everyone in Big Sis mercenary group treated me well, but 72 people died because of you. You schemed against us, and you never thought that you would get retribution one day." Xiaji roared, "But you didn't die." "You didn't die." "Yes, I didn't die." "That's why you got retribution," Luyin said. Xiaji glared at Luyin as if he wanted to eat him alive. He had gone from being a respected half-ancestor to a prisoner. He had never thought that he would one day end up like this. He was a half-ancestor, one of the 7 great half-ancestors of the human domain. The 7 courts had dared to challenge the Hall of Honor because of him. He had schemed against the Sirius sect and Everlasting Island, and even defeated Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. His clone had disguised himself as the Violet God and had the highest status in the home of the gods. He could have trained one of his clones to the peak of the Aeon evolution scripture and another to the serious art that progenitor Chen had left behind. He could have controlled the stars of Sirius and borrowed progenitor Chen's unparalleled might to break through to the progenitor realm. The fifth mainland should have been his, and it should have been his. But in the end, it had benefited this bastard in front of him. Xiaoji's eyes were bloodshot and filled with unimaginable hatred as he glared at Luin. I didn't believe in karma before, but now I want it to exist. You little bastard, you've killed so many people on your path of cultivation. How many families have been destroyed because of you? You'll get retribution one day. Luin laughed. Even a half-ancestor wants karma. Xiaoji, the invincible belief that you've placed in progenitor Chen has been shattered to pieces. If progenitor Chen was still alive and knew that he had a descendant like you, he would die from anger. You little bastard, everything you have now came from progenitor Chen. Aren't you afraid of retribution for killing me? Progenitor Chen isn't dead, and he can't be dead. He'll avenge me and kill you for me. Xiaoji roared. Luin sighed and grabbed Xiaoji's hair. Progenitor Chen was not tolerated by Shenwu Plain and killed his way out alone. It was my Lu family's ancestor who helped him, saved him, and protected him. But you allowed Xia Yi to kill your own children. How is that different from Shenwu Plain? You even wanted to betray progenitor Chen and join Shenwu Plain. To progenitor Chen, you're the traitor. When it comes to karma, I owe progenitor Chen, and progenitor Chen owes my Lu family. Who can say for sure? I only know that progenitor Chen wanted to destroy the everlasting race, and that's enough. As for you. Luin paused. You're just a traitor. Nonsense. Xiaoji roared. Luin sneered, don't tell me that you don't know what happened to Shenwu Plain after all these years. Don't tell me that you, who inherited progenitor Chen's power, didn't know what happened to him. Don't tell me that you didn't see his memories in his tomb. It's been countless years, and all you've done is acknowledge your ancestors and return to Shenwu Plain. Have you ever considered progenitor Chen? Xiaoji roared, even if progenitor Chen is still alive, so many years have passed. He should have acknowledged his ancestors by now. That's why you don't understand progenitor Chen. Luin shouted. Xiaoji went crazy. I'm progenitor Chen's descendant. Who do you think you are? I've seen progenitor Chen's memories. I've cultivated 3 forms of blade intent and 9 clones. What about you? You're just a thief who stole progenitor Chen's power. Progenitor Chen isn't dead, Luin said in a low voice. Xiaoji was stunned and stared at Luin in a daze. Luin met his gaze. Back then, the 6th mainland's progenitor mystery wanted to destroy the burial garden and sever the ancient civilization's inheritance. You should know who defeated progenitor mystery, right? Aside from progenitor Chen, who else could have done that? That was progenitor Chen's power. Xiaoji's pupils shrank, and his eyes trembled. Luin continued, progenitor Chen is still alive. How could the invincible progenitor Chen die? He's not dead. He's in the burial garden, and he'll come out one day. When that time comes, how many people will your Xia family still have? Will you still be there? Xiaoji's face paled, and his entire body trembled. Progenitor Chen was still alive? That's right, he knew. He had seen the might of that blade and knew that it was progenitor Chen's power. He had been waiting for progenitor Chen to return and lead them to the peak. However, the one who had been waiting was not progenitor Chen, but Luin, who had inherited progenitor Chen's power. That power should have been Xiaoji's. Are you waiting for progenitor Chen? Luin asked coldly. Xiaoji's eyes regained their clarity, and he stared at Luin. What do you want? Luin released his grip and looked down at Xiaoji. Are you waiting for progenitor Chen? Do you want to see progenitor Chen? Do you want to feel his invincible might? Do you want progenitor Chen to protect you and lead you to the peak? Do you want to see the Xia family rule over the 5th mainland? Lu Yin's words slammed into Xiaoji's head like a hammer, engraving themselves into his heart. He wanted to see progenitor Chen again even in his dreams and feel his invincible might. He wanted to entrust his faith to progenitor Chen and walk the path of becoming a progenitor once again. He was unwilling to accept that his many years of planning had failed. He was unwilling to accept that he would not be able to become a progenitor, and he was even more unwilling to die at the hands of a junior who had stolen progenitor Chen's power. What do you want? Xiaji roared as he swung the chains around him. He glared at Luyin with a savage and crazed expression. His limbs were nearly torn apart by the excessive force, and blood flowed down the chains like a river. Luyin raised his head. I want to learn the 9 clones. When he heard Luyin's words, Xiaji paused and stared at him. His eyes were filled with shock at first, but then they were filled with mockery and contempt. You want to learn the 9 clones? Ha ha ha, you want to learn the 9 clones? Bastard, you covet progenitor Chen's power. You've already obtained the serious technique, and now you want to learn the 9 clones? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can learn it? Luyin was confident. I can. Why should I teach you? Stop dreaming if you want to get the 9 clones from me. Xiaji roared before laughing maniacally. It was as if he was suppressing Luyin. Luyin laughed as well. The 9 clones don't belong to progenitor Chen, they belong to Xinwu Plain. Why can't I learn them? As for you, I can promise you that as long as you teach me the 9 clones, I'll spare your life and give you a chance to meet progenitor Chen. Xiaji's expression turned cold. Why should I believe you? You've made so many promises along the way, and how many of them have you fulfilled? How many have you followed? You're not qualified to be as invincible as progenitor Chen. You don't have the heart to be invincible. You don't have the right to bargain with me. If you die, you'll never become a progenitor, Luyin said before turning to leave. He knew that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to learn the 9 clones from Xiaji in the near future. Perhaps he could try to enter Xinwu Plain to learn it. He had long desired the 9 clones, but it wasn't necessary for him to learn it. He could even use it as a reference. Who wouldn't want to be like progenitor Chen, who could kill an entire progenitor with a single clone? Wait, I'm not done yet. Bastard, come back here, I still have something to say. Come back here, you. Xiaji's voice gradually faded away. Luyin left the prison and took out Mount Supreme to find Elder Green Apricot. Have you thought of anyone I want? Luyin asked. He wanted Elder Green Apricot to find him an identity that he could disguise himself with. One that wouldn't attract too much attention in the astral tree, but could also get close to the 4 cardinal scales. Elder Green Apricot named a few people. This identity wasn't difficult, especially for someone like Luyin. However, none of the names were to Luyin's liking. I want to get close to Xinwu Plain. Elder Green Apricot was troubled. I'm from the Frigid Immortal sect, and I have a few people who can get close to the sect. However, I don't know about those who can get close to the divine martial heaven. If I want to get close to the Frigid Immortal sect, I can just disguise myself as Lu Xiaoga, Luyin said. Elder Qingxing thought about it and agreed. Why don't you ask Yu Qin? Her Yu Dai is an intelligence organization, so she knows more than me. Luyin frowned as he suddenly thought of a problem. Regardless of whether it was Elder Green Apricot or Yu Qin, why didn't the Frigid Immortal sect know about this? This was not quite possible, as all of the information that Wei Rong had came from Luyin. The Cold Immortal sect would not allow an intelligence organization to be completely handed over to a maid like Yu Qin. This might have been the case when Bai Xiaohong was alive, but not now. It would be easy for the Frigid Immortal sect to verify Yu Qin's identity. However, it would be impossible for him to know the life of the person he was pretending to be, so it would be easy for him to be exposed. But aside from them, who else could provide him with an identity? Luyin suddenly thought of Kuei Luo, and his eyes lit up. Right, that old man had dominated the astral tree domain and eavesdropped on all sorts of secrets. Not to mention Yu Chen's Yu Dai, even all of the intelligence organizations in the 4 cardinal scales combined might not be able to gather as many secrets as Kuei Luo. He was a half-step ancestor, and if a half-step ancestor decided to be shameless, no one could catch up to him. Luyin immediately contacted Kuei Luo and asked him to come to the Above Heaven sect. No, Kuei Luo did not reply, and Luyin contacted him a few more times. Luyin had no choice but to wait. He had no idea what the old man was doing. 5 days passed, and Luyin contacted Kuei Luo a few more times, but there was still no reply. Luyin began to worry that something might have happened to the old man, but who in the universe could harm Kue Luo? A few more days passed, and Luin continued to contact Kue Luo, but there was still no reply. He could not wait any longer. No matter what the old man was doing, Luin had to find him. There were only a few days left before he left for the astral trees, and he had to choose the people to go with him. With that in mind, Luin activated the Sirius art and took a step forward. His body was surrounded by the stars of Sirius, and his thoughts seemed to replace the entire fifth mainland as they appeared on each star. In that instant, Lu Bujing, Fate Daughter, and the others all looked up, sensing the might of a progenitor. This was Luin borrowing progenitor Chen's strength. In the prison, Xiaji also sensed it, and he cursed furiously. This should have been his strength, and he should have been the one to control the fifth mainland. Luin activated the Sirius art and fused with the stars of Sirius, instantly locating Kue Luo. The old man was at the eastern edge of the Innerverse Astral River, where the Eternals had thrown the crystal. This was also where Luin had been taken to the Technocracy's Genesis Academy. "Old man, I'm looking for you," Luin shouted through the stars, shaking the Astral River. Kue Luo was furious, but he could not see Luin. He could only shout at the empty sky, "What are you shouting for? They've all run away. I've been waiting for so long, and you're about to take the bait." Luin exited the Sirius art and used the wireless goo to contact Kue Luo. This time, Kue Luo replied extremely quickly, "You scoundrel, I almost caught it. I'm so pissed off. Don't look for me, I won't help you." Luin was curious, what did you want to catch? What else could it be by the Milky Way? A fish, of course. Nonsense. Kue Luo was rather dissatisfied. Luin found it strange, why are you catching a fish? Have your interests changed? You like fishing now? What do you know? That's no ordinary fish. It's super big and very fierce. I was just passing by when I saw it, and I wanted to catch it as a mount to play with in the Astral River. Who would have thought that it would run away and even throw water at me? Lu Yin's expression changed, but you're a half-progenitor. That's the problem. That fish can escape from me, and I can't catch it, Kue Luo replied. His inner world was called the Dragon Gate Realm, and it had the meaning of a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. He was naturally at odds with fish, and he had immediately decided to catch the fish the moment he saw it. However, he had been thrown water in his face, and he was unwilling to accept it. Does that fish have the strength of a half-progenitor? Luin asked. Kue Luo replied, I don't know, but it slipped away very quickly. I couldn't even trap it in time with my Dragon Gate realm. Then why did you say that you wanted to catch it? Luin retorted. Kue Luo was dissatisfied, as long as that fish appears again, I'm prepared to blast it to death with my spiritual force. Does it have intelligence? Luin asked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have. Otherwise, if a fish had the strength to escape from Kue Luo, how could it be willing to stay in the Astral River? But how could a creature with such strength not have intelligence? It was a complete contradiction. This question stumped Kue Luo. I don't know, I'll have to wait until I catch it. I've never paid attention to the Astral River before, but it seems like there are many secrets here. How did it form? I'm interested in what's inside. Lu Yin's interest was piqued as well. He hadn't paid much attention to the Astral River in the past. The only time he had been interested was when the Astral River had expanded, and they had crossed into the inner verse. There, they had seen a colossus within the Astral River. The number of rune lines had been unimaginable to Lu Yin at the time, and he had been unable to determine what kind of strength it was. Now that Kue Luo had encountered such a situation, perhaps there was something in the Astral River that wasn't simple. Right, pyrolite ore was mined in the Astral River, so how could there be pyrolite ore in the Astral River? How did it form? That was another mystery. However, now wasn't the time to consider such matters. Help me find someone to disguise myself as. I want to go to the Astral Tree domain. I'm not free. You brat, you ruined my plans, and you want me to help you? Kue Luo replied. Lu Yin rolled his eyes, when I return from there, I'll borrow progenitor Chen's strength to help you catch the fish. You should have heard of the term big fish. Kue Luo's eyes lit up, that's a good idea. Alright, don't forget what you said. Don't worry, I'll be at your beck and call, but you have to help me find the best disguise, Luin said. Kue Luo asked, what do you want? Luin repeated his request. Kue Luo thought about it for a moment before replying, there's someone who should be suitable for your disguise, but you'll have to suffer a little. What kind of suffering? Have you ever been cuckolded? Luin wanted to beat this old thing up, what do you mean? I'll tell you when I get back. This thing is too troublesome. Kue Luo put away the wireless goo and headed towards the outerverse. He wasn't far from the outerverse, and with his speed as a half-ancestor, he quickly returned to the above heaven sect. Under Lu Yin's puzzled and unhappy gaze, Kue Luo coughed, there's a city on the Bifrost called Jade City, which has been controlled by the Yu family for generations. There's a young master in the Yu family known as Young Master Yu, not only because of his surname, but also because of his appearance. Kue Luo sized up Luin, this young Master Yu is praised as being like Jade, and he's the most handsome of all men. When he dresses as a woman, he's the prettiest. As for young Master Yu, he's quite handsome. There's a woman in Shenwu Heaven called Xianxia. She's quite pretty, but she's most famous for her debauchery. For some reason, she married young Master Yu, and the greatest pain in the world befell young Master Yu. She's been cuckolded dozens of times. Before the marriage, Xianxia had countless guests, but after the marriage, she was the first to hook up with a protector of Jade City. She didn't do anything behind anyone's back, and the city lord, young Master Yu's father, couldn't do anything to her. She's from Shenwu Heaven's Xia family, and that protector's cultivation far exceeds the city lord's. Ever since she arrived, Jade City has changed. The young prince was tortured by her, and the old city lord was so angry that he died. In the end, the young prince couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. The whole city fell into her hands. Now, Bifrost Jade City has become the most popular city in the starry sky of the trees. Xiaojitong is recruiting all kinds of people, and it's the biggest joke in the starry sky of the trees. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Kue Luo, you want me to pretend to be young Master Yu? That's right. Kue Luo nodded, his gaze strange. Lu Yin sneered, then tell me, what's the point of pretending to be him? Kue Luo smirked when he saw Lu Yin's displeasure. It's simple. He met all of your requirements, and because of this experience, you can act more ruthlessly in the astral tree realm. Those big shots won't care, as they won't bother to bicker with you. He met all of my requirements? Lu Yin was astonished. Kue Luo tapped his fingers. First, Xiaojitong is from Shenwu Plain. You can rely on her to get close to Shenwu Plain, which makes you their son-in-law. There shouldn't be any problems with that, right? Second, do you know how Yuqing got its start? They sell the bark of the mother tree. Many people from Yuqing go down to the mortal realm to harvest it. That's what you need, right? Third, Shenwu Plain married Xiaojitong to young Master Yu because the Yu family used to support the Lu family. Lu Yin was shocked. They supported the Lu family? Then why weren't they punished? Kue Luo explained, because young Master Yu's father betrayed the Yu family. After the Lu family was exiled, before the four-way scales could make a move against the Yu family, the old city lord, who had always supported the Lu family, was captured by his son, young Master Yu's father. He was personally sent to the four-way scales, and he should be in the Star Alliance now. Xiaojitong was married to Yuqing because the Yu family was too decisive. The four-way scales suspected that this was a ruse, so they simply threw Xiaojitong to Yuqing. That woman's reputation is too bad, and Shenwu Plain won't accept her. She can be used to deal with the Yu family. Lu Yin was puzzled. How do you know so much about the Yu family? Kue Luo sighed. The four-way scales didn't give up on hunting me down, especially after the Lu family was exiled and Luosha was imprisoned in the Red Garden. I escaped, but I fell off the Bifrost and recovered in Yuqing. During that time, young Master Yu helped me. I went back several times, but he actually committed suicide right in front of me. You didn't help him? Lu Yin was astonished. Kue Luo sneered, he brought this upon himself. The first time he met Xiaojitong, he was smitten by her and went straight to her bed. After that, he agreed to marry her without hesitation. His father tried to stop him, but it was useless. Even Shenwu Heaven didn't force him. In the end, he brought this upon himself. That little prince you might be handsome, but he's a complete piece of trash. He's never cultivated. Calling him a hedonist would be a disservice to the professional ethics of a hedonist. He doesn't have the slightest bit of manliness, and he's whiter than a woman. His only merit is that he's kinder. Unfortunately, this merit doesn't exist in this starry sky. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. So you've never thought of avenging him? Kue Luo shook his head. If I don't help them, they'll reap what they sow. The Yu family is extinct now, so there's no point in helping them. Luin could not help but laugh. Although Kue Luo had not helped the Yu family, he was still telling Luin so much because he wanted to borrow Lu Yin's hand to help the Yu family. Otherwise, given Kue Luo's personality, he would not have said so much and even listed a few things. Luin could see through Kue Luo, but he did not expose him. Does anyone else know about young Master Yu's death besides you? Kue Luo replied, absolutely not. I saw him commit suicide with my own eyes. There was no one around, but there should be rumors. Luin looked at Kue Luo. You didn't have much of a relationship with him, so how did you coincidentally see him commit suicide? Kue Luo's face twitched. It was that coincidental. Alright, I'll disguise myself as this young Master Yu. Right, what's his full name? Luin asked. Yu Hao, Kue Luo replied. Luin nodded. You'll be coming with me to the cosmic tree. You're very familiar with that place, so if anything happens, you'll be able to take me with you. Lu kid, to be honest, it's unlikely that you'll be able to take anyone from the Red Garden and the Star Alliance under the Four Cardinal Scales watch. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Kue Luo asked solemnly. Luin nodded. Everyone in the Red Garden is from the Lu family, and there are many old officials from the Star Alliance who are loyal to the Lu family. As long as I'm here, I won't be afraid of the Four Cardinal Scales. They've waited for so many years, and they've suffered enough. Since they've waited for so many years, it won't be too late to wait a little longer. It won't be too late for you to go after you break through to Half-Ancestor, Kue Luo advised. I understand the Four Cardinal Scales better than anyone else. The battlefield on the other side involves more than half of the ancestors, and almost all of the progenitors are in the sovereign realm. However, that doesn't mean that the Four Cardinal Scales can't do anything to you. You don't understand the power of a progenitor. I understand, Luin replied. Kue Luo blinked. That's right, this kid can borrow progenitor Chen's strength. Luin sighed. The progenitor realm could be found in the universe with a single thought, so how could he not understand it? If a progenitor attacked, then he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from the cosmic tree. However, there were some things that needed to be done. Otherwise, by the time he became a half-ancestor or progenitor, everyone in the Star Alliance would be dead. The Four Cardinal Scales wouldn't allow the Shinkong corridor to be damaged, and they should be able to repair it soon. At that time, when they discovered that the expeditionary army had been captured, they would still attack Luin. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the Four Cardinal Scales didn't know about this matter. That way, he would have a higher chance of rescuing those people. As long as he returned to the Fifth Mainland, it would be his to rule. He believed that with Deathface's camouflage ability, he would be fine as long as he didn't encounter a progenitor. The first thing he would do in the cosmic tree was to protect Senior Qing Ping as he broke through to Half-Ancestor. With Kue Luo, the Fog Ancestor, and himself, there shouldn't be any problems. Next, it would be young Master Yu's turn. Rainbow Bridge, Jade City, Shenwu Plain, here I come. A few days later, Luin raised his hand and the die slowly spun. There were only a few days left before he would meet up with Senior Qing Ping, and this would be his last time rolling the die. Whether or not he rolled enhance, or whether or not he discovered the Astral Beast domain secret regarding the humanoid source boxes, he still had to go to the cosmic tree. As he thought about it, he tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin and then stop. For enhance, time stop space. Once he was there, he could only cultivate the serious art and recite the primogenitor scripture. Luin had already obtained the cultivation method for the 6th level of the serious art from Elder Gong. If he wanted to cultivate the 6th level to perfection, he would need 380,000 stars. That was a terrifying number, and it was 4 times more than the 5th level of the serious art. Luin didn't even know how long it would take him to cultivate it. But no matter how many years it took, he still had to cultivate it. More than half a year passed, and Luin finally walked out of the time-stop space. He raised a hand and tapped the die. He watched it slowly spin before stopping at 5 pips. He shook his head and tried again. 6 pips. His eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in that dark space. Just like last time, there were no bright orbs of light around him. Ever since he had become an envoy, his rate of improvement had not slowed at all. Instead, it had increased by leaps and bounds. The new power that had formed in his heart had given him the ability to fight against powerhouses with power levels in the millions. How many powerhouses could there be in this universe? Luin guessed that he had used up so much energy not only because he had merged with the light, but also because he had spent too much time searching in this dark space. Here we go. Luin hurriedly shuttled back and forth, searching for a suitable light. After a while, he found a bright orb of light that was so bright that he couldn't merge with it. Based on his estimations, this light represented someone at least at the 7th or 8th level of origin tribulation, which meant that they were at the same level as Elder Jiao Shen and the Second Night King. Only people at this level were worth merging with. Luin rushed over without hesitation. Although it was difficult to merge with the light, it wasn't impossible. He had to give it a try. There was a loud boom, and Lu Yin's brain was shaken. He couldn't see any light, and a nauseating dizziness assaulted him. It felt like the world was spinning. "Are you hurt?" A cold voice entered his ears, one that Luin would never forget even in his dreams. It was Black Wushan's voice. Luin abruptly opened his eyes, and he saw a pair of deep eyes that were like a boundless starry sky. 3 pitch-black lines overlapped to form a star-shaped image. These eyes were so familiar, and they were so terrifying. They were Black Wushan's eyes. These eyes had appeared in his dreams more than once. The first time he had learned about the 7 sky gods, and the first time he had come into contact with them, it had been Black Wushan. Even though he had come into contact with the witch spirit god the most later on, Black Wushan was the first person, no, a creature, that had made Luin feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Luin didn't even know if Black Wushan was even human. "Why are you so surprised by my words? That gaze shouldn't be on you right now," Black Wushan continued speaking in a cold voice. At this moment, Luin still couldn't see Black Wushan's appearance. Only those eyes could replace the boundless starry sky. Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin's expression changed. He had actually merged with Tiando's body, and Tiando had actually colluded with Black Wushan. Was he surprised? To be honest, Luin wasn't surprised at all, as the Spectre clan had never taken a side. Back then, they had been targeted by the Shi family, who had joined forces with the 7 courts and the Hall of Honor to give them a huge blow. They had then turned to the Eternals, and when Luin had successfully cultivated the arcane art of life and death and used the death transformation to confirm that he could create death chi, the Spectre clan had sided with Luin, hoping to have an escape route and preserve their clan's hope. At this point, there was nothing wrong with it. Anyone in the Spectre clan's position would have done the same thing. Who wouldn't want to live in the face of the threat of extermination? However, when Jiwei had arrived in this space-time and brought the Death God's orthodox inheritance, the Spectre clan had unhesitatingly sided with him. Although Lu Yin's death had been confirmed, the biggest reason was that they were willing to trust Jiwei. Silver had dared to openly betray Jiwei during the battle for the position of Dao disciple, but the Spectre clan had not dared to do so. Now, Jiwei was only the Elysium sect master, and the Spectre clan was hiding in Kuan's swamp like stray dogs, not daring to show themselves. Luin didn't think much of the Spectre clan. No matter how powerful the death chi they cultivated was, Luin still didn't think much of them. Now that he had merged with Tiando's body, Luin wasn't surprised to see that Tiando was colluding with He Wuxian. He was just curious as to how He Wuxian had managed to return to this part of the universe and what he was planning with Tiando. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and his gaze returned to normal. He Wuxian coldly said, "Abandoning the Death God's power and focusing on cultivating the power of my clan's only true god is your only chance of becoming a progenitor. Even if the Death God is still alive, he's just a slightly stronger ant compared to my clan's true god. Even the progenitor is dead, let alone the 3 realms and 6 daos. What are you hesitating for? Lu Yin remained calm and expressionless. He Wuxian's deep eyes turned. Humans are inherently inferior, and they are unable to live forever. No matter how strong your cultivation is, being sealed in ice is meaningless. However, we Eternals are different. Since you are willing to join us, you should give up on the death aura. This is a dregs of energy that cannot be spread widely. More and more of Celestial Do's memories appeared, and through these memories, Lu Yin knew that Celestial Do was the only one who was currently in cahoots with He Wuxian. He also knew where the Spectre clan was, and that they were currently in the deathly force field in the astral wilderness. Silver had mentioned this death energy field to Lu Yin before, and he had also mentioned that there was a death energy field in the astral beast domain as well. Just as he thought of Silver, images of Silver appeared in Heaven Do's memories. Lu Yin saw an infant whose flesh and bones were still connected to his bones laughing amongst a pile of corpses. His laughter was so happy that it seemed to be surrounded by a river of blood. The infant was tearing at his own flesh, as if it was in the way. The baby's smile was exactly the same as Silver's, as bright as a fox's smile. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the scene, and his expression changed once more. On the other side, Black Wuxian's eyes turned. Tiando, something's wrong with you. He reached out to grab Tiando. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and withdrew from the fusion. His consciousness instantly returned to his own body through the dark space, and he panted heavily. Just a moment ago, He Wuxian had displayed the strength of a half-progenitor, which was not something that Lu Yin could withstand. Did Black Wuxian discover him? No, but he would definitely discover that the Celestial Dipper had been merged. This was the first time that Lu Yin had been discovered. Previously, Flying Willow and Flying Flower had verified each other's words, but this time, it was Blackless God who had sensed the abnormality in Celestial Dipper. However, it was impossible for them to guess that it was him. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and activated his Sirius art. He stepped onto the stars of Sirius and scanned the above heaven sect. Third uncle, Kue Luo, come with me. He then contacted the 6th mainland's 9 luminaries, Lan Xian, and the Medicine Immortal. They all headed towards the location in Tiando's memories. There was He Wuxian there. At the very last moment, Lu Yin had used Celestial Do's memories to find out that He Wuxian had returned to this part of the universe 20 years ago through the corpse god's arm. However, He Wuxian had never revealed himself, and when Lu Yin had swept through the 5th mainland, He Wuxian had not dared to show himself. This might be the only chance to catch He Wuxian. From their meeting in the astral wilderness, Lu Yin was certain that Blackless God would never come to the human domain again. He was afraid of Lu Yin's serious technique. On this trip to the astral wilderness, not only were there half-progenitors, but there was also Silver. Silver had always stayed in the above heaven sect. He was afraid that the undying heaven sect would seek revenge on him. Jui had come to this space-time. Other than himself, there were also a few cultivators from the above heaven sect who had followed him. They were all very powerful, and there was also the Spectre race. Jui had declared that he did not dare to go out, but only he knew what he was thinking. Captain, where are we going? Silver asked. Lu Bujing and Kue Luo were both present. The astral wilderness. That death energy field, Lu Yin replied. Lu Bujing's expression grew solemn. Lu Yin had just told them that he had reliable information that the Spectre clan's Tiando was colluding with He Wuxian. They did not care about Tiando, but they did care about He Wuxian. That was one of the 7 heavenly gods. Through the identity of the ancient god and the god of forgotten ruins, it could be confirmed that the 7 heavenly gods were the most powerful experts. Facing one of the 7 heavenly gods was not much easier than facing a progenitor. As for the reliable information that Lu Yin had mentioned, they did not ask much about it. However, to be able to find traces of He Wuxian, the source of this information was a little exaggerated. Only Kue Luo was curious. Speaking of which, there were too many things about Lu Yin that he was curious about. Silver did not say much after learning that they were going to the death energy field. He had been half captured and did not know anything about it. The astral wilderness did not refer to the astral wilderness of the current spacetime. It referred to the regions outside of the 6 main continents from ancient times. Even during the above heaven sex era, those regions were considered part of the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness was not easy to explore. Even if the astral source universe had not been devoured, after entering the astral wilderness, most places would not be able to replenish star energy, and there would be no way to contact the human domain. Once one entered, life and death would be up to fate. Even so, there were still countless people who explored the astral wilderness every year. There were species and materials that could not be found in the human domain, and some of these materials could allow cultivators to reach the heavens in a single step. However, most of them had died in the astral wilderness. The death energy field that Celestial Do was in was not far from the human domain, and he quickly reached it with the speed of a half-step ancestor. The death energy field was like Kuan's swamp, and the surging black death energy stretched as far as the eye could see. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their hearts and would not dare to touch it. Most of the cultivators who explored the astral wilderness were independent cultivators who did not have the qualifications to come into contact with certain things. They did not recognize death energy, and they could not come into contact with the Spectre clan. This place had been guarded by Spectre clan experts for a long time, and anyone who explored it would die. This was one of the few forbidden grounds that had been explored in the astral wilderness. Luin and the others rushed into the death energy field to search for Celestial Do and He Wuxian, but they did not find a single person. Even the Spectre clan experts who had been guarding this place all year round were not present. Where are they? Lu Bujing was puzzled. Kue Luo's spiritual force spread out in an attempt to search for them. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as they had been discovered. He Wuxian must have noticed Celestial Do's abnormality, and as long as he mentioned it to Celestial Do would definitely not remember what had happened after he had been absorbed. They must have guessed the truth, but there was no way they would know that it was Luin. Not long after, Jiu Yao, Lan Xian, and Medicine Immortal arrived. Lu Daozi, where are they? Let's go, Luin growled. Kuan swamp. Celestial Do had escaped quickly, but the Spectre clan could not. Luin had contacted Qing Ping before heading to the astral wilderness, and he had asked him and Ling Qing to go to Kuan swamp to control the Spectre clan. This trip had not been in vain, and when Luin and the others arrived at Kuan swamp, they saw the controlled Spectre clan. There were more than 1,000 people hidden within the death energy field, and aside from the Spectre clan members, there was also green tea. When Jui had first arrived at Kuan swamp, he had controlled green tea, and green tea had been unable to escape Juyi's control. The surging death energy spread out, and Luin looked at the group of Spectre clan cultivators before his gaze landed on Tongyu. She was the vice arbiter of the Spectre clan, second only to Celestial Do, and she was at 7 Tribulation Origin Stage. We meet again, Vice Arbiter Tongyu, Luin said in a low voice. Tongyu was helpless, and she looked a little worried. In reality, her gaze was very calm, and the surrounding Spectre clan members were also very calm. It's an honor that so many half-ancestors have come for a mere Spectre clan. It's a pity that the clan leader isn't here. Otherwise, he would have treated you all well. Luin asked, I want to know where your clan leader is. Tongyu smiled bitterly. I don't know. Lung Qing's expression changed, and the void pressure suddenly increased. It felt like countless blades were stabbing into Tongyu's body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She half knelt down, as she could not resist the pressure of a half-ancestor. Where is Celestial Do? Speak. Lung Qing barked. Tongyu panted heavily, and beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Her golden eyes looked at Luin. I really don't know. Luin. Luin believed that she did not know. Through Celestial Do's memories, he was certain that the other Spectre clan members did not know that he had colluded with He Wuxian. He waved his hand, and the pressure on Ling Qing disappeared. Take the other Spectre clan members away. Based on the past records, see if they have cooperated with the Eternals in any way. Judge them one by one, Luin said. The Spectre clan had indeed helped him before, but they had done so for the sake of their own survival. If not for the fact that the Spectre clan had cooperated with Ju Yi against the Eternals in the past 20 years, Luin would not have judged them one by one. He would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. The other Spectre clan members were taken away, and only Tongyu remained. At that moment, the wireless goo in Lu Yin's bosom vibrated. He looked over and saw that it was Jui. Lu Daozi, what are you doing in my Kuan swamp? Jui sent a message through the wireless goo. Although the goo could not transmit emotions, Lu Yin knew that Jui was definitely furious. Ever since he had taken over Kuan swamp 20 years ago, it had become his personal territory. Lu Yin did not care about Juyi's anger. How did you know? With senior brother Qin Ping's strength, the moment they attacked the Spectre clan members in Kuan swamp, they would not have had time to react. It doesn't matter how I know. Lu Daozi, what are you trying to do? The Spectre clan has been helping me deal with the Eternals for the past 20 years. If there was a problem with them, I would have already reported it to the Above Heaven sect. Although you are a Tao disciple and can act on behalf of the heavens, Kuan swamp already belongs to the Undying Heaven sect. Even if you wanted to go, you should have notified me first. Lu Yin sighed. It looks like you've been used. Is the person who informed you so certain that the Spectre clan is being controlled? What did he tell you? Jui frowned. He was not stupid, and Lu Yin's words had made him think of something. What's going on? Lu Yin replied, the person who informed you was Celestial Do. He's using you to test me. What do you mean? What happened? Jui did not understand. According to reliable information, Celestial Do is colluding with Blacklist God. We found their previous location, but they escaped. We can only control the Spectre clan and think of a way to find Celestial Do, Lu Yin replied. Jui was shocked. Celestial Do is colluding with Blacklist God? Impossible. Sect Master Jui, do you know about the death energy field in the astral wilderness? Lu Yin asked. Juyi's expression changed. The death energy field in the astral wilderness? He did not know, as no one had told him about it. Lu Yin guessed that Jui did not know. Not many people knew about the death energy field. Celestial Do knew, Silver knew, and even Tongyu did not know. Even if the others knew, they could only stay in the astral wilderness forever. Juyi's expression turned ugly. If what Lu Yin said was true, then Celestial Do had not told him about the death energy field in the astral wilderness. Is Celestial Do using me to investigate the Spectre clan's situation? Then why don't I just tell him that you didn't go to Kuan swamp? He probably won't dare to get close to Kuan swamp, and because of your existence, he might not even dare to return to the human domain. Lu Yin shook his head. It's useless. If I'm not wrong, then he should be able to determine whether or not something has happened to Kuan swamp based on the time you've been in contact with me. After such a long time, he's already confirmed that something has happened to Kuan swamp. We might not have talked about Kuan swamp, so he can't make a guess based on the time we've been in contact. That guess is too arbitrary, Jui replied. Lu Yin laughed. How do you think the Spectre clan managed to survive? Especially since Celestial Do has his own judgment. As long as he suspects something, he won't return. We've been in contact for so long, and he already suspects that something has happened to Kuan swamp, so he won't return until he's absolutely sure that nothing has happened to Kuan swamp. Lu Yin ended the call. Actually, he had only just realized this, or else he would have explained it to Jui. Tianda was too smart and cautious, and with He Wuxian around, Lu Yin was certain that they were not in the human domain. With their strength, once they hid, finding them would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lu Yin looked at Tongyu. You know what the Spectre clan has done in the past. Once they're judged, not many will be able to escape unscathed, including you, Vice Inquisitor. I don't know much about you, but from what I know, you helped the Neo-Human Alliance attack Kuan-Zhe and killed Lu Yin. He was the previous Inquisitor, and your crimes are grave. Tongyu looked around and helplessly asked, can you ask these half-ancestor seniors to stop looking at me? I'm afraid. The Vice Inquisitor of the Dark Tribunal is afraid? Lu Yin mocked. Tongyu blinked. Everyone will be afraid. Alliance Master Lu, you're looking for the clan leader, right? I don't know where he is, but I'll definitely tell you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Do you have anything related to Tiando? Like hair, blood, or something like that? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Does Tiando have any blood relatives? Tongyu shook her head. He's always been alone, and he doesn't have any blood relatives. We can't even see what he looks like. Luin looked around. The Spectre clan might be wiped out because of Tiando alone. Tong Yu's eyes dimmed as she looked at Luin with her golden eyes. The Spectre clan worships the death god, and you're his successor. The Spectre clan will be loyal to you to the death. Don't say that to me. If you're really loyal to me, then you won't be willing to serve Ju Yi for the next 20 years. Your loyalty isn't to me, but to the death god's power. You're loyal to whoever represents the death god. I don't feel comfortable having such subordinates. If we hadn't confirmed your death, the clan leader wouldn't have brought the entire clan to join Ju Yi's sect master. I was the first to approach you, Alliance Master Lu, and I told you that I wanted the entire clan to join you. Unfortunately, you didn't believe me, but we did help you. Qing Ping looked at Luin with a pressuring gaze. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he left with his eye reading. He was afraid that his senior apprentice brother would find out. Senior brother Qing Ping was too upright, and he had a balance in his heart. If Qing Ping were to find out that he had received favors from the Spectre race, it might cause some trouble. Although the possibility of that happening was very small, Qing Ping was most afraid of the 7 sky gods coming into contact with him, or even exposing the fact that they had helped him before. That would be troublesome. The Spectre race might have been aware of Sorcerer Spirit God's overt scheme. Alliance Master Lu, I told you to tell them to stay away. There are some things that are best left unknown. Tong Yu smiled, her golden eyes never leaving Luin. Don't try that with me. You should know that as long as I want to, I can make you disappear at any time. Right now, I just want to find Tiando. You guys don't want to suffer because of him. Tong Yu was helpless. I really don't know, and I don't even know what happened. From the looks of it, the clan leader might have escaped, and he will never be able to lead the Spectre race again in this lifetime. There's no need for me to protect him, and it's not worth it. I might as well rely on you, Alliance Master Lu. When you become the death god in the future, I'll be the clan leader of the Spectre race. How wonderful would that be? She was right. Luin knew from Tiando's memories that Tong Yu did not know anything about He Wuxian, and there was no need for her to protect Tiando. Tiando would never openly appear again, and he might even have plans to cultivate the power of the Eternals again. Who can help me find Tiando? Luin asked in a low voice. Tong Yu thought about it. Silver. Luin was shocked. Silver? He can find Tiando? Tong Yu replied, it's possible. He's an abandoned infant that the clan leader picked up. The clan leader has no blood relatives, but Silver is equivalent to the clan leader's blood relative. We don't know much about Silver, and all we know is that his power is a mystery. Even as the Vice Arbiter, I don't know how he cultivates. We also handed Ghoul over to him. It's not that the Spectre race doesn't have any outstanding disciples, but the clan leader gave a considerable amount of resources to Silver. Many in the race suspect that Silver is the clan leader's blood relative. Luin turned around, and his gaze pierced through the void to find Silver. He had brought Silver to the death energy field in the astral wilderness, and then to Kuanzai. Luin did not know why he had brought Silver along, but he felt that Silver would be very effective against the Spectre race. Silver seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze, and his smile widened, making him look even more annoying. How do you feel about him? Luin looked at Silver and asked Tong Yu. Tong Yu thought about it and then answered seriously, I hate him. Luin was confused. Why? Tong Yu replied, he's too gloomy, and the brighter his smile, the more disgusting it is. To be honest, if not for the clan leader's favor, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Luin was curious. Were you the one who asked him to lead us to the Eternal Kingdom? The clan leader asked him to lead the way, but he didn't mention the clan leader and insisted on talking about me. If the Eternals investigate, I'll be the first to suffer. Tong Yu was depressed. Luin nodded and took a step forward, arriving in front of Silver. Captain, is there anything I can help you with? Silver asked with a bright smile. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I want to find Tiando. Silver thought about it. It'll be a little difficult, but I should be able to find him. Can you help me find him? Luin had not expected Silver to be so straightforward. Through Tiando's memories, Luyin knew that Tiando had picked Silver up from the pile of corpses. Tiando could be considered Silver's savior and half a parent. Silver smiled. If I can find him, what benefits can you give me, Captain? What do you want? Luyin asked. Silver's gaze turned cold, and his smile disappeared. His eyes were as sharp as blades. I want Tiando's 4 limbs. Luyin frowned. 4 limbs? What do you mean? Silver smiled again, but this time it was a dangerous smile. He doesn't treat me like a human. I'm the last bone grafter. Does Captain know what he did to me? He tore my flesh apart over and over again. Although I won't die, and my flesh is just clothes to me, the pain is the same as a normal person's. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Silver's words sounded casual, but the thought of it made his hair stand on end. A normal person would feel extreme pain when their flesh was torn apart, let alone their entire body. Even their arms and thighs would be in extreme pain, let alone every inch of their body. He removed every single one of my bones and experimented on many people. Some were from the Spectre race, some were from the Everlasting race, but of course, most of them were ordinary people. He wanted to create a bone grafter bloodline in my body, and he even wanted to become one himself. He basically dismantled my entire body, Silver said with a grin as he met Lu Yin's eyes. Captain, do you think I'd want his limbs? Not just his 4 limbs, I want to tear him apart as well. Lu Yin nodded. As long as you help me find him, I'll agree. Silver smiled. Thank you, Captain. Actually, when I think about it, he's both a bone grafter and a death chi cultivator. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. He succeeded. Alright, lead the way and find Tiando. Lu Yin was impatient. He didn't want to hear about such things, it was too cruel. Everyone had their own moral bottom line, and a normal person would not harm another person unless there was a reason. However, someone like Silver had no moral bottom line, and he had been tortured to the point of insanity. It was no wonder that he was laughing like this. Tiando was the same, he was already the leader of the Spectres and wanted to research and create a bone grafter. Now, he wanted to obtain the power of the Eternal's only true God. He would do anything to achieve his goals, and Lu Yin would not let such a person live. As for Silver, Lu Yin glanced at him and hesitated. Should he call him pitiful or hateful? Silver raised his left hand and grabbed his index finger. With a crack, he broke it off and handed it to Lu Yin. I can't find him, but Tiando has studied my bones. Through them, he should be able to find him with the help of the divination sex Lady of Fate. Lu Yin looked at Silver deeply. Wait here. He then contacted the Lady of Fate and asked her to come to Earth's swamp. Although Lu Yin was a Tao disciple and acted on behalf of the heavens, that did not mean that he could command the sect master of Elysium. Even in the above heaven era, a Tao disciple did not have this authority. Lu Yin could rely on progenitor Chen's strength and his ability to step on the stars. If not for this power, how could Han Xian and Jiwei have willingly gone to the astral beast domain? How could the 9 glories listen to him? While they waited, Tongyu was about to be taken away and put on trial. If it had been 20 years ago, when the Hall of Honor was still around, she would have been killed without any chance of defending herself. Wait. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and called out to her. She didn't understand. Tongyu looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin looked at her. Come with me to a place. If you can perform some meritorious deeds, you can atone for your crimes. Tongyu was delighted. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin wanted to take her to the astral tree domain. It was too much of a waste to leave a cultivator with 7 origin tribulations here. Furthermore, Tongyu's appearance was very deceptive, and she would have no problem deceiving the youths there. Her strength and appearance might be useful, but there was also Gue Yuan in the astral tree domain, who was also a member of the Spectre clan. If Lu Yin wanted to interact with them, Tongyu would be useful. Of course, Lu Yin could not trust her, so he had also implanted a death god's seal in her body to control her. Tongyu felt the death god's seal in her astral energy vortex in amazement. Is this the power of death? I've never seen it before. If you betray me, this seal can cripple you, and even a half-ancestor won't be able to save you. Of course, if you can find a progenitor to help you, then that's a different story. Tongyu rolled her eyes. Where would a progenitor come from to save me? A day later, the Fate Maiden arrived at Kuan Swamp. She was still a white cloud that was not visible to outsiders. Daozi Lu, I'm here to give you face and to fulfill my promise of unconditional support. However, that doesn't mean that I'll definitely perform a divination for you unless you can prove that the target of the divination won't harm me. The Fate Maiden's voice rang out from within the white cloud. Lu Bujing was shocked when he heard her words, and he couldn't help but ask, are you saying that he once asked you to perform a divination and even harmed you? That can't be, right? If you're injured with your strength, then the target must be at least a progenitor. Within the white cloud, the Fate Maiden stared at Luin. She felt a lingering fear when she recalled the few times she had performed a divination. From then on, she had decided that she would not casually perform a divination for Luin. It was too dangerous, and she could easily die. Luin gestured, and Silver threw the finger towards the cloud. The finger stopped in front of the cloud. Using this finger to divine the whereabouts of the Spectre clan's patriarch, Tiando. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Luin asked. The cloud fell silent, and Destiny's daughter seemed to be thinking about something. Luin looked up. Tiando is just the Spectre clan's patriarch, someone who hasn't even reached the half-ancestor level. Even if he's hiding his strength, he shouldn't be able to harm you. Tiando? One of the absolute ones? Destiny's daughter asked. Luin nodded. He used to be, but now he's colluded with the Eternals and is a traitor to humanity. He must be found and eliminated. Colluded with the Eternals? Does that mean that there's an Eternals with him? Destiny's daughter raised her voice. Luin pursed his lips. Don't worry, even if there is, it won't affect you. If that Eternals had the strength to threaten you, they would have come to the Above Heaven sect long ago. Why would they hide in the astral wilderness? But when we tried to kill them, they slipped away, Lu Bujing interrupted. Destiny's daughter was still hesitating. Luin frowned. I don't want Tiando to escape. As a disciple of Destiny, I believe in karma. If Tiando escapes because of you, then the disaster that Tiando causes in the future might come back to haunt you. Are you threatening me? Destiny's daughter was displeased. Luin replied, of course not, I'm just worried for you. From the moment I told you, you were already involved in the karma of this matter and played a decisive role in it. Lu Bujing glanced at Luin. Who taught this kid to spout such nonsense? Karma and retribution. She made it sound like it was real, but it was quite useful to deal with people like the Lady of Fate. A moment later, the finger entered the cloud. If there are any more accidents this time, Lu Daozi, I won't help you with divinations in the future. The cloud then flew into outer space, surrounded by asteroids that formed 108 rings. When he saw this, Luin thought of the Minor Thousand Flow Zone and the Starsabel sect. Both had 108 rings, and this number had a lot to do with destiny. Lu Bujing's expression changed. Kue Luo was puzzled. Why is your face so green? Hey, is there something going on between you and this Destiny's daughter? Lu Bujing snapped, she can't wait to kill me. What could she possibly have? Kue Luo laughed strangely. Love and hate. There are too many plots like this. Old man, tell me. I won't tell anyone. Luin looked at Lu Bujing, third uncle, you don't look too good. What's wrong? Lu Bujing's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the starry sky. You just said that this is karma, and the Fate daughter believed you. Do you know why? He had only heard about it from Xianxia. Back when the fifth pagoda had been established, Xianxia had said that this karma would save Luin from many disasters in the future. Fate's daughter will definitely believe them, because their line of divination involves karma, Lu Bujing whispered. Ants have to pay a price for looking up at the heavens. If a Fate's disciple's divination reaches too high a level, they will also have to pay a price. That price is the effect, and what they're trying to do is the cause. If a hunter's disciple of Fate tries to divine a half-ancestor, karma will directly kill her. Fate's daughter said that she was injured because she helped you with your divination, but I find it hard to believe. At her level, if she's injured because of the karma of a divination, the target must be at least a progenitor. Fate's disciple has a method that might not cause too much harm even if she divines a progenitor, and that's karma transfer. Karma transfer? Lu Yin and Kuei Luo exchanged glances, both filled with deep suspicion. On the other side, Silver and Tong Yu were also looking at Lu Bujing, as this was the first time they had heard of such a method. Karma transfer refers to using a special method to transfer away the high level of the divination. For example, the 108 rings of meteorites that surround her. If the karma of a divination becomes too heavy, she can use these meteorites to transfer the cost away. Each meteorite can shatter in the process, or it can crash into a planet and cause the deaths of trillions of lives. Those trillions of lives will bear the karma in her place, Lu Bujing slowly explained. Lung Qing interjected, in the above heaven era, fate is unpredictable and impossible to find. There are many disciples, but no one asks them for divination. If the karma is too high, it will cause the deaths of innocents. If the karma is too low, then the price to ask them for divination is too high. Lu Bujing lowered his voice and said, Fate's disciples are all selfish. They let others bear the consequences of their actions. In the future, it's best not to look for her unless it's something important. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. So there was such a thing. He thought back to when he had asked Fate's daughter to divine Xue and Mr. Mu, she had been injured. Then, where had the karma gone? Had the karma been transferred away? If the 108 rings of meteorites had brought the karma out, how many casualties would it cause? Even if only one planet was destroyed, it would still cause the deaths of trillions of lives. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's gaze towards Fate's daughter changed. Fate cannot be tainted. This sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Yes, fate cannot be tainted. In the astral wilderness, a few weaves away from the death energy field, there was a beautiful crescent moon. It wasn't a true crescent moon, but rather a cluster of stars that had gathered to form a crescent moon. Celestial Do was currently on one of the stars in this crescent moon cluster. The death energy around his body was dense, and it constantly spread out before converging back into his body. This process had been repeated for several days. His eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of dignified golden pupils flickered. What was going on? Had he really been controlled? Had he temporarily lost his memories? Who was this person? He had too many questions. Previously, when he was in the Death God force field, he did seem to have a moment of blankness. At that moment, he did not know what Black Wuxian had said. Black Wuxian had told him that his gaze and state were like that of another person, a person who did not understand the situation at all. It was as if he had forgotten his identity. But why had this happened? Was there such an expert in the universe? Unless it was a progenitor, but why hadn't a progenitor attacked him? Instead, he had lost his memories. No, he had even been fused with. Lu Yin had cultivated for too long, and he had seen everything. Death energy was one of the stranger powers in the universe, but he had never thought that he would one day be fused with by someone else. Even though this guess was outrageous, he and Blacklist God did not dare to take the risk, and they decided to immediately leave the Death God's force field. After leaving, Lu Yin immediately contacted Ju-Wen and told him that something had happened to the Spectre clan. He did not know who was involved in what had happened to him, and he had no way of guessing. However, someone who could do such a thing had to be at least a half-ancestor. There were only a few half-ancestors in the Fifth Mainland, and besides him, everyone else was on the side of the Above Heavens sect. Lu Yin relied on progenitor Chen's power to control the human domain. If news of Lu Yin's cooperation with Blacklist God was exposed, then no matter who the person who had attacked him was, that person would suffer. He could not escape. If no one had attacked the Spectre clan, then they were either baiting him, waiting for him to take the bait, or the person who had attacked him was not on the same side as those from the Above Heaven sect. In that case, the range of possibilities was very small, and it had to be the Astral Beast domain or the technocracy. Lu Yin had hoped that the person who had attacked him was from the Astral Beast domain or the technocracy, but the results had been disastrous. Ju-Wen had been in contact with the outside world for too long, and Lu Yin was certain that Ju-Wen had contacted Lu Yin. No matter what they had said, Lu Yin would definitely not return to the human domain. Perhaps agreeing to Blacklist God's request to cultivate the power of the eternal race's only true God was not a bad idea. However, Celestial Do looked at his left arm. It was such a pity. Just as he was thinking about this, the heavens suddenly changed, and a terrifying spiritual force crushed down on him. Celestial Do's expression changed. Not good. He did not have time to think, so he took a step forward in an attempt to escape. However, Lu Bujing appeared in front of him and sneered. Colluding with the Eternals? You're courting death. Lu Bujing then punched out, and the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared. Its strength was so great that it shattered the void. Death energy gathered in front of Celestial Do, forming the battle technique that he had once displayed to Luin, Death Guard. Bang! The Death Guard was instantly shattered. Although Celestial Do was strong and could challenge a half-ancestor with his peak envoy power level, he was not facing an ordinary half-ancestor. This was Lu Bujing, one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates and an absolute expert among half-ancestors. Celestial Do's strength was not enough to withstand such an attack. At the same time, Kui Luo laughed strangely as his spiritual force indiscriminately bombarded Celestial Do's body. Celestial Do's brain shook violently, and with Lu Bujing's punch, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The world spun around him, and all of his techniques were useless against two absolute half-ancestors. At that moment, a blade flashed in front of him. Celestial Do's pupils shrank, and death energy gathered behind him to form a scythe that slashed horizontally. With a bang, the sharp blade flashed past the death energy and landed on his body, almost cutting him in half. The death energy was overbearing and strange, but the difference between Celestial Do and Ling Qing was too great. Even the god of Forgotten Ruins had to be cautious of Ling Qing's blade. No matter how strong Celestial Do was, he could not challenge such an expert. 3 attacks from 3 half-ancestors had easily injured Celestial Do. Even a half-ancestor would not be able to retaliate against these 3 attacks. Further away, Jiao Yao, Lan Xian, and the Medicine Immortal were all present. A total of 6 half-ancestors had appeared and surrounded Celestial Do. Luin watched calmly with Silver by his side. How pitiful, Silver beamed. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. This is the consequence of betraying humanity. Captain, I will never betray you. Silver's smile was brilliant. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Only an idiot would believe that. However, he had the Death God's seal, so what if Silver betrayed him? If Silver had the strength to break through his Death God's seal, then Luin would accept it. The crescent moon cluster was shattered, and the stars turned into black holes that devoured everything around them. Strange roars could be heard from time to time. There were too many creatures in the astral wilderness that humans had never seen before, and some of them had surpassed the explorer realm and could roam the universe freely. However, even they could not escape such attacks. Celestial Do coughed up blood, and his face was pale. He panted heavily, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. He was no longer as mysterious and valiant as he had been when Luin had first met him. In this region of space, no one could remain safe under the combined attacks of 6 half-ancestors. Where's Black Wushan? Lu Bujing barked as he stared at Celestial Do. Blood flowed from the corner of Celestial Do's mouth, and his body swayed. His body had been invaded by Ling Qing's blade. Unless he switched bodies, he could forget about cultivating. Celestial Do did not answer Lu Bujing's question. Instead, he looked at Luin, who was even further away. If it weren't for the fact that there was a gap of 20 years and that you were definitely dead, my Spectre clan would never have joined Jue. There's no point in saying this now. You colluded with He Wuxian, so this is what you deserve. How can you be so sure that I'm colluding with He Wuxian? Ever since the battle for the Star Tower and the mountain and sea realm exploded, He Wuxian left the 5th mainland and was isolated outside the Starfall Sea. He didn't come in at all. You've wrongly accused me, Tiando said coldly. Lu Bujing and the others looked at Luin. Luin frowned. Since you've been wrongly accused, then you should surrender. I will not allow you to be wrongly accused, and many of the half-ancestors here will not allow you to be wrongly accused either. Come back with me to investigate. Celestial Do was bitter. If he went back with him, would he still be able to come out? He had indeed colluded with He Wuxian. He had only said that because he wanted to know who had attacked him, controlled him, and made him lose his memories. He really wanted to find that person. Based on the reactions of these half-martial ancestors, the person controlling him was either Lu Yin or someone related to Lu Yin. He wouldn't believe that Lu Yin could control him even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin was just an emissary, and he might be invincible in the human domain with the help of progenitor Chen's strength. But in the astral wilderness, he could kill Lu Yin without the help of these few half-step ancestors. When he saw Celestial Do look over, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he took out a mirror. "Senior, do you want to come out and take a look?" The mirror didn't respond. The mist ancestor was studying the blood refinement technique. "Which senior did you get your information from?" Kue Luo was curious. He had always wanted to find out where Lu Yin's information had come from, but even they couldn't find any traces of He Wuxian and Tian Do. Where did Lu Yin's information network come from? If it came from the mist ancestor, then that was not impossible. After all, it was the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When Heaven Do heard Kue Luo's words, he was shocked. Even Kue Luo, a half-martial ancestor expert who was almost on par with the Elysium sect master, called him senior? It was definitely that person. It was that person who had attacked him. Otherwise, in the entire universe, who could control him unknowingly? After finding the answer, he stared at the mirror in Lu Yin's hand. "Who is this senior you're talking about? Even if you want me to die, you should at least let me know why." When he heard Celestial Do's words, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he suddenly put the mirror away. "Attack. He's testing me. He's confident in escaping." Kue Luo was the first to attack. He unleashed a blast of quintessence, energy, and soul, but didn't use his inner world. That required astral sources, and what they lacked the most was astral sources. Lu Yin's warning had been quick, and Kue Luo had acted quickly as well. However, Celestial Do had not been slow either. Kue Luo's spiritual force bombarded his brain again, making him feel as if his brain was about to explode. His vision blurred. He raised his left arm high, and the deathly aura around him suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying force swept out in all directions with Celestial Do as the center, shaking the starry sky. The expressions of Lu Bujing and the others changed as they looked at Tiando. What they saw was no longer the peak emissary of the Spectre clan, but a huge black shadow that looked like a sect above the heavens. It raised the Go Lian high up and slashed at them. "Death God?" Lu Bujing blurted out and his expression changed. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "What's this?" The Go Lian slashed horizontally, bringing with it an unimaginably shocking force. This horizontal slash gave everyone the feeling that it was unavoidable and unstoppable. This was a destructive power that surpassed that of a half-martial ancestor, and the feeling it gave them was similar to when Lu Yin had borrowed the power of progenitor Chen to trample the stars in the human domain. It was so magnificent and so invincible. At this moment, no one could react. They could only watch as the deathly aura Go Lian slashed horizontally. No matter what methods or external objects they used, they all seemed insignificant before this force, like mayflies trying to shake a tree. Celestial Do's attack shook the stars. It seemed earth-shattering, but when its power reached the crowd, it disappeared into thin air. All they saw was a squarish building that looked like a stone house flying into the distance. Everyone was still immersed in the Death God's power and had yet to react. Only one thread approached from afar, piercing into the black stone house. "I thought that the Death God had appeared." "Stay here." It was the voice of the Life Maiden. They weren't the only ones who had come, the Life Maiden had come as well. Otherwise, there would be no one to lead the way. However, she hadn't made a move and had stayed far away. Lu Yin hadn't understood, but now he understood. The Life Maiden must have divined something, which was why she hadn't approached. Had Celestial Do's attack been unable to unleash its full power, or had it been weakened? The Life Maiden's attack had still been unable to stop the black stone house. The thread of fate had been severed by Celestial Do's raised left arm, shocking the Life Maiden. However, the Life Maiden had managed to obstruct Celestial Do for a moment. That moment was enough. Lu Yin used the plan's secret art and appeared outside the black stone house, separated from Celestial Do by a single wall. This wall had obstructed the Life Maiden and severed the thread. He should have been able to escape with Celestial Do, and he was confident that he could do so until he saw a slipper. A slipper? The others also stared blankly at Lu Yin's raised, "A slipper?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Yin swung the slipper down, causing ripples in space. It was as if the universe was a mirror, and the mirror shattered along with the black stone house. As for Celestial Do, he immediately fainted. The heavens were silent. This scene was too unexpected, and it overturned everyone's understanding. No matter who it was that had cultivated from an ordinary person to a half-ancestor, they had experienced many years and seen many strange things. However, this scene was something that they had never even dreamed of. A slipper had shattered the black stone house that even the Life Maiden had been unable to restrain and had even knocked Celestial Do unconscious. This had to be a joke. Lu Yin coughed. "Take it away." Only then did everyone react as if they had just woken up from a dream. They looked at Lu Yin with incomprehensible gazes and that slipper. Even Silver, who had been smiling all this time, was stunned. Lu Yin knew how much of a shock he had brought to them. In fact, this was the first time he had used a slipper in such a formal setting, and he wasn't used to it. However, he would slowly get used to it in the future. "Kid, that's a slipper, right?" Kue Luo wasn't sure. Even though he liked to pry into secrets, knew all sorts of strange things, and was even good at making up stories, he had never thought that he would one day see such a strange thing. There were even 5 black toe prints on it. Lu Yin put away the slipper. "No. Are you sure?" Kue Luo was puzzled. Lu Buzheng looked at Lu Yin. "That's a slipper." Jiu Yao nodded. "It's a slipper." "It's definitely a slipper," the medicine immortal said. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Have you ever seen such a terrifying slipper?" "It's just an external object that looks like a slipper, that's all." The Life Maiden spoke up. "An external object with the power of a progenitor?" "It does look like a slipper," Lu Yin corrected her. He then looked at the unconscious Celestial Do floating in outer space. "Luckily, I didn't use too much force, or else I would have killed him." He then glanced at Silver. Silver raised his head again. He smiled and grabbed Celestial Do. "Captain, we can go back now." Lu Yin ignored the strange gazes of the others and headed towards the outer verse. The other half-ancestors looked at each other and then headed towards the above heaven sect. There was no need for so many half-ancestors to deal with Celestial Do, they had only acted to deal with He Wuxian. However, the strength that Celestial Do had displayed had shocked them. How could a peak emissary be so powerful? This was something that they could not comprehend, so they had to follow him. Even the Life Maiden followed. In the above heaven sect, Celestial Do was tossed into a gloomy underground prison by Silver. "Captain, do you need my help?" Lu Yin waved a hand. Not only Silver, but everyone else was not allowed to enter. He wanted to enter Celestial Do's body again to examine his memories. After confirming that there was no one else around, Lu Yin approached within 5 meters of Celestial Do. This was the ability of his dai, and as long as he was absorbed once, he could enter within 5 meters of Celestial Do to examine his memories at any time. There was no need to interrogate Celestial Do, as this person's will was too firm. Lu Yin would not believe him even if he tried. The next moment, intense pain spread throughout his body, and Lu Yin opened his eyes. His body was numb, but the pain still stimulated his nerves. Celestial Do was awake, but pretending to be unconscious was useless against Lu Yin. As long as Lu Yin got within 5 meters of him, it did not matter how strong Celestial Do was. Lu Yin was now most curious about Celestial Do's left arm, and how he had been able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Celestial Do was only an emissary, and if that attack had truly exploded with power, even the half-ancestors present would not have been able to survive. Soon enough, Celestial Do's memories flooded in, and Lu Yin suddenly looked up. "Stop pretending. You're awake." A calm voice traveled to Celestial Do's ears, but he did not move and remained sprawled on the ground. Lu Yin was 5 meters away from him, looking down at him from above. "I believe that you were sincere when you joined me, but your motives were too strong. Joining Jiwei was also sincere, and joining the Eternals is also the same. Your sincerity is too much, Celestial Do." Celestial Do still did not move. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for your injuries to recover? There are at least 6 half-ancestors outside. You won't be able to escape. Of course, if you can successfully control the death energy with your left arm, those half-ancestors won't be able to stop you. But you're in the human domain right now. Do you think that the Grim Reaper's left arm can withstand Progenitor Chen's power? Celestial Do's eyes widened, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You? How did you know? Lu Yin sighed. Your left arm belongs to the Grim Reaper. I never thought that your Spectre clan's longest and most precious inheritance would be the Grim Reaper's left arm. If your cultivation wasn't so low, and if you were a half-ancestor, then you would be invincible against anyone below the progenitor realm with the Grim Reaper's left arm. Even against a progenitor like the Blood Progenitor, you would be able to easily retreat. Celestial Do's gaze suddenly changed. It's you. You're the one who controlled me. You're the one who made that blank memory in the Grim Reaper's force field. You were the one who replaced me at that time. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. It was me. Celestial Do would never have guessed that it was Lu Yin. He had assumed that it was the mirror, and that the person whom Kue Luo had addressed as senior was actually Lu Yin. How did you do it? How could you control me? And you couldn't have known where I was at that time. You should have been in the human domain. Celestial Do did not understand. He was confused and indignant. He could not figure out what had happened. Tiando had sacrificed too much to reach his current level of strength. In order to protect the Spectre race, he had betrayed the humans and joined the Everlasting race. Later, he had joined Jiwei, and now he had joined the Everlasting race again. He had done too much, but he had lost everything in one day. How could this be possible? Lu Yin would not explain the die to him. You saved Silver back then because he was a bone plant. Your Spectre race had preserved the Death God's left arm, but you couldn't use it. You could only watch as the arm went to waste, so you decided to use the bone plant's characteristics to transplant the arm. You're truly ruthless. Tiando, Silver's fate was miserable, but you weren't much better off. You tore apart every inch of his flesh, and you tore apart every inch of your own flesh just to become a bone plant. I have to admire you. Tiando clenched his fists, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. But I still failed. Although the Death God's left arm was successfully transplanted, I had to break through to become a half-step ancestor before I could truly use it. However, because of the transplanted arm, I couldn't pass through my half-step ancestor origin tribulation. I sensed the Death God's power during my tribulation, but it wasn't a half-step ancestor's tribulation, but rather a progenitor. Lu Yin nodded. Through Tiando's memories, he knew that Tiando had tried to pass through his tribulation 30 years ago, when he had still been in the Astral Combat Academy. Because the Death God's left arm's tribulation had been too terrifying, he had been forced to give up. Otherwise, he would have become a half-step ancestor long ago. He was much older than Qin Ping, and he was about the same age as Elder Gong and the others. However, because he wanted to use the Death God's left arm, he had been unable to pass through his tribulation and become a half-step ancestor. He had tried to use the bone plant's characteristics to become the new Death God, but because of the arm, he had never been able to pass through his tribulation. It was sad and lamentable. Tiando had done too much for the Death God's left arm, and the price he had paid was unimaginable. At the very least, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to bear it, but in the end, this was the result. This was also why he wanted to focus on cultivating the eternal race's only true God strength. Under the influence of Death Qi, he would never have any hope. In the end, the origin tribulation came from the primogenitor's strength. He wanted to surpass the origin tribulation and borrow the strength of the eternal race's only true God to directly become a half-ancestor. Once he succeeded, coupled with the Grim Reaper's left arm, his cultivation base would be unfathomable. You're very smart, and you have great foresight. If you wanted to, you could have become a half-ancestor long ago. Unfortunately, because of your foresight, you've fallen into a situation where you have to rely on the Everlasting Tribe's power. Have you ever thought that if you cultivate the Everlasting Tribe's power, you'll become a monster instead of a human? Tiando said bitterly, if you don't become a progenitor, everything will be for naught. You haven't experienced being suppressed and hunted down by countless people, so you can't understand the concept of being willing to give up everything in order to pursue power. My Lu family was exiled by the four-way scales. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've always had to deal with the Day-Night clan as an enemy. I've been suppressed to the point where I can barely breathe. You should know that, Luin said. What's the point of saying all this now? I know your biggest secret, and you'll definitely kill me. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's not my biggest secret. Tiando was shocked, but then he laughed. As expected of a legend of this era. Alliance leader Lu, I'm becoming more and more convinced that you're the next Grim Reaper, someone who can control the power of both the Lu family and the Grim Reaper. Perhaps you'll truly be able to display the glory of humanity, but unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Luin had experienced this before. How many people had died to unify the Innerverse and Outerverse? How many people had submitted to him? As his cultivation grew, the powerhouses that he had once looked up to had all been trampled beneath his feet. How long had it been since he had first met Tiando? With a clang, the prison door closed, and Luin left. Tiando had completely disappeared. Those who had colluded with the Everlasting Tribe and betrayed humanity had to die. Another figure appeared on Tiando's platform. Back then, Luin had tried to rely on his first origin tribulation to challenge a half-ancestor, but he had suffered a backlash. Back then, a half-ancestor had been too high a level for him to challenge. Not to mention a half-ancestor, he might not even have been able to challenge a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. However, things were different now. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and challenging Tiando was no longer a problem. His next step would be to challenge a half-ancestor. Outside the prison, Silver stood calmly, his smile no longer present. Luin walked out, and Silver turned to face Luin with a smile. Congratulations, Captain. What are you congratulating me for? He doesn't know where Hei Wuxian is, so he didn't gain anything. Silver smiled. Captain, are you willing to return my severed finger to me? Luin looked at Silver. You want to return it? That depends on whether Captain will return it or not. Luin looked past Silver and into the darkness of outer space. Give me a reason. Right, Tiando can give you both his right arm and both his legs. Silver's eyes widened, and they turned bone-chilling. That's why I want to congratulate Captain for obtaining the Death God's left arm, Luin smiled. Within the Spectre clan, only Tiando and Silver knew about the Death God's left arm. Not only did they know about it, but they also had a use for it. Tiando had been researching bone grafters in a vain attempt to use their innate gift to transplant the Death God's left arm. Before that, his experimental subject had been Silver, and Silver's severed finger had contained a portion of the Death God's phalanx. Tiando had been found because Silver had given the phalanx to Destiny's daughter. Through Silver's severed finger, Destiny's daughter had found the complete Death God's left arm and confirmed Tiando's whereabouts. Luin had figured everything out, and he was worried for Destiny's daughter. If it hadn't been the Death God's left arm but the complete Death God, or if she had divined that severed finger instead of Tiando, then she would have been in trouble. The Death God was no ordinary progenitor. Right now, he wasn't sure if Destiny's daughter had divined the Death God. Perhaps she had, and perhaps she hadn't. When he found out that Tiando had the Death God's left arm, many things made sense. For example, Silver had visualized the Death God, which had shocked Ju-Yi, because he had the phalanx. You hid it from me for a while. If I hadn't found out that Tiando was colluding with Hei Wuxian, I would have attacked him. How much longer did you plan on hiding the Death God's left arm from me? Luin asked. Silver replied, Captain, do you need to know? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Silver smiled. To Captain, the Death God's left arm is just a part of the corpse. Captain has the complete Death God's legacy. Even if I gave you the left arm, would you use it? Or do you want to learn from Tiando and research bone grafters to transplant a left arm? Luin suddenly reached out and grabbed Silver by the throat, lifting him into the air. This wasn't the first time he had done this. Silver's smile froze, and he couldn't react. He couldn't breathe, and there was a tyrannical force attacking his body. He wanted to cough up blood, but he couldn't and could only swallow it down. I'm warning you, it's not up to you to decide for me whether it's useful or not. You don't have the right to decide for me. This is the last time. If you hide anything from me again, I'll make you suffer the same fate as Tiando. Lu Yin's tone was icy as he casually tossed Silver away. A huge force smashed Silver's body into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked rather wretched. Tiando's corpse is yours, Lu Yin said before leaving. Silver lay on the ground. Although he was in a miserable state, his smile was still there, and it had become even more radiant because of Lu Yin's last sentence. Through Tiando's memories, not only did Lu Yin know about the Grim Reaper's left arm, but he also knew where the Spectre clan's resources were stored. From his memories, the Spectre clan still had close to 100 billion star essence. Although the Spectre clan did not cultivate star energy, they still needed star essence for many things. They had been able to store so much without letting Jui know about it, which meant that they had long since made preparations. Jui had only been in this spacetime for 20 years, and it had only been a short time since he had established the Undying Heaven's Gate. He had not used a large amount of star essence yet, or else he would have definitely thought of a way to take away all of the Spectre clan's resources. Now, it was Lu Yin who had benefited from it. There were close to 100 billion star essence, and Tiando had given him 50 billion star essence when he had joined Lu Yin. His sincerity was not small, and it was clear that Tiando had not thought of betraying Lu Yin. However, the world was unpredictable, and Tiando had never been a loyal person, which was why he had ended up like this. The Spectre clan's resources were hidden in their own world, and Lu Yin had to go to the Neoverse to obtain them. Now, he was going to meet up with Senior Qing Ping and head to the Cosmic Tree Realm together. At the same time, news of the Death God's left arm spread. Lu Yin had purposely spread the news in order to create the illusion that he was in seclusion. The Death God was a legendary existence. 20 years ago, before the cultivators from the era of above heaven had appeared, the Death God's existence had not been acknowledged. Now, even though the Death God's existence had been confirmed, his level was far too high, especially when compared to those who cultivated death energy. Lu Yin was the most authentic successor of the Death God. Now that he had obtained the Death God's left arm, the first thing he had to do was go into seclusion. In the Astral Beast domain, Jui was shocked when he heard the news. The Death God's left arm? Yes. Many people now know that the 6 half-progenitors went to the astral wilderness to capture Tiando and almost died because he used the Death God's left arm. If not for his low cultivation, he would not have been captured at all. Now, the Death God's left arm is in Lu Yin's hands. On the other end of the wireless goo was a man who had also come from the era of above heaven and cultivated death energy. He was much more loyal to Jui than the Spectres, and Jui trusted him more. Juyi's expression turned ugly. Impossible. How could the Death God's left arm have fallen off? Sect Master, the news has been confirmed. Tiando's 4 limbs are missing from the prison, and half-progenitor Kuei Luo can't hide anything. The news is definitely true. What about the Daozi? The Daozi is in seclusion. Jui took a deep breath. Had Lu Yin really obtained the Death God's left arm? Then it was normal for him to go into seclusion. Tiando had actually lied to Jui. This person had always possessed the Death God's left arm, but Jui had not known about it. If he had known, he would have been one step closer to breaking through to Ancestor. Tiando. Jui hated him to the core. It was a pity that Tiando was dead. Otherwise, Jui would have personally killed him and made him suffer for billions of years. Lu Yin is in seclusion? Xianxia asked. He and Jui were both in the Astral Beast domain, keeping an eye on Jui. Jui nodded. If the Death God's left arm is real, then he would definitely go into seclusion to research it. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. Lu Yin had been able to borrow progenitor Chen's strength to suppress the human domain, and now that he had obtained the Grim Reaper's left arm, his cultivation of death chi would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. His threat would not only be limited to the human domain, but also the entire Fifth Mainland. Was this person really the child of destiny? The Grim Reaper's left arm had a huge impact, and Chu Yuan knew about it as well. At the same time, he went into seclusion. The only thing he could do to turn this situation around was time. He needed time to cultivate. No one doubted the authenticity of Lu Yin's seclusion. After obtaining the Grim Reaper's left arm, what else could he be doing other than training? Especially since the astral source in the liquid was no longer being absorbed, they were even more certain that Luyin was really in seclusion. Back when the astral source within the liquid had been absorbed, it had shaken the fifth mainland. Luyin had announced to everyone that he had been cultivating, but even after he had roamed the universe and done many things, the astral source within the liquid had still been absorbed. At that point in time, everyone had realized that it was not Luyin who could have absorbed the astral source. It had to be something else, and they had guessed that it was most likely the progenitor's sword. Although this conjecture was not explicitly stated, everyone was convinced. Even progenitor realm powerhouses like the blood progenitor were unable to snatch the astral source from the liquid, so how could Luyin possibly be able to do so? Only the seven sky gods, who had transcended everything and were willing to sacrifice their own arms to obtain the progenitor's sword, would be able to do so. Now, there was no power to snatch the astral source from the liquid, which meant that Luyin had gone into seclusion and taken away the progenitor's sword. This was not Luyin's negligence, as he had no other choice. The sapling could not stop stealing astral sources, and he could not stay in seclusion forever either. From the moment he stepped out of seclusion, he knew that the outside world had seen through his lies. But it did not matter. Whether it was him or the sapling, it was fine as long as it was true that they were stealing astral sources. Now that he was accompanying senior brother Qing Ping to the starry sky of trees, he had to bring little sapling with him. Naturally, little sapling couldn't continue to fight for stellar sources, which led to what others had guessed. Unintentionally planting a willow, the willow grows. Luyin didn't bring too many people with him to the astral tree realm. He only brought Tongyu, Kui Luo, and Elder Green Apricot. He originally wanted to bring a few more people, but after some thought, he decided against it. As for those from Mount Supreme, they were still there. With half-ancestor Kui Luo's speed, Luyin quickly arrived at the Neoverse. Using Celestial Do's memories, he found the Spectre clan's hidden greater realm. Even the rest of the Spectre clan did not know about this greater realm. Only a few people knew about it, and Tongyu knew about it. She didn't understand how Luyin had found out. Tiando couldn't have told Luyin everything, and Luyin didn't have the ability to interrogate Tiando either. She knew how ruthless Tiando was to himself, and no amount of torture in the world could force him to say anything he didn't want to. This made Luyin even more mysterious in her heart, causing her to fear him even more. This hidden world looked very ordinary. It was just a decaying road sign. The words on it could not be seen clearly. Who would have thought that this was actually a great world? The group entered. The sky was dusky, and the air was humid. The swamp below was surging, and some unknown creatures were entwined together like snakes. Hissing sounds filled their ears, and it was very uncomfortable to hear. This place is truly horrifying. There are countless creatures entangled below, and the biggest one among them is definitely at the level of an emissary, Kui Luo said, feeling very uncomfortable. Luyin's entire body was uncomfortable as well. This place didn't seem like a great world, it was more like a snake cave. Tongyu pursed her lips. The clan had specially captured this place. Even if someone accidentally enters, they won't be able to leave easily. This place doesn't look like it has any resources, and there's no way to identify it. No one will know that this place is related to the Spectre clan. Hehe, we can tell from this. How dark is Tiando's heart? A normal person wouldn't do something like this. Kui Luo laughed strangely. Below them, numerous black snakes shot up into the sky and bit at them. Tongyu used Tongyu, and the deathly aura turned into clouds that descended and completely covered the swamp. Only then did Luyin feel a bit more comfortable. Otherwise, he would have felt like he was standing right next to the snakes' mouths. What he saw through Tiando's memories was different from what he saw in person. The resources were hidden at the very bottom of the snakes, and with Tongyu leading the way, Luyin quickly saw close to 100 billion star essence and various other resources. These resources were all part of Tiando's collection, and they were very precious. However, to Luyin, the most useful thing was still the star essence. The rest could be thrown to the sect above heaven, as many of the Great Eastern Alliance's items had been given to them. They were useless to Luyin, but they were very useful to others. For example, natural treasures that could allow one to avoid danger, as well as some power vessels, external objects, and even battle techniques that could enrich the sect above heaven and the fifth pagoda. This was especially true for the fifth pagoda, who had continuously helped Luin, and more people had taken him as their master. Although Luin did not care about this at the moment, as Xianxia had said, where there is a cause, there is an effect, and this cause might lead to a different outcome in the future. Destiny's divination had allowed him to see this point even more clearly. After taking the Spectre clan's resources, Luin was led by Kuei Luo to the place where he had returned to the fifth mainland. That place was also in the Glory Realm. When he arrived, senior brother Qing Ping was not the only one waiting for him. Elder Gong, the sage Celestial Master Xiao Ming, and Drunkard were also waiting for him. Drunkard had secluded himself from the world. Since he had fought so hard against the Eternals, no one forced him to do anything. He spent most of his time here, guarding the sourcebox array. Senior, long time no see, Luin greeted Drunkard when he saw him. Drunkard took a swig of wine. Yes, long time no see. You've already become an ancestor. Luin was speechless. Senior, you've drunk too much. Drunkard smiled. Becoming an ancestor is just a realm. You can use the power of a progenitor, so you've already become an ancestor. What's the difference? Luin raised his brows. Drunkard's words did not sound wrong, as there was a realm to them. Are you going to the cosmic trees? Drunkard asked. Luin nodded. Senior, you can only break through there. Drunkard took another swig of wine. If possible, bring my poor disciple back. I wonder how he's doing. Luin knew that Drunkard was talking about Drunkard. Drunkard had been unrestrained his entire life and was addicted to alcohol. He had two disciples, Xianxia, who had learned the three yin-yang immortal arts, and Drunkard, who had inherited Drunkard's legacy. Drunkard was actually Drunkard's true disciple, and Xianxia had only taught him a few battle techniques by coincidence. Luin had even used the three yin-yang immortal arts to blackmail the tactician family, but now that he thought about it, so much time had passed. Suddenly, Luin recalled something and looked at Qing Ping. Senior, if we use the sourcebox array to go to the cosmic trees, won't we be separated? That's right, Celestial Master Xiao Ming replied. The sourcebox array can only allow you to break through the spatial barrier and enter the cosmic trees, but it can't send you to a fixed location, just like how the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament were separated. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult for us to protect you when you break through. Luin hesitated. Kuei Luo sneered. Don't you have Mount Supreme? Lu Yan's face twitched. That's right, he had forgotten about it. He had just thought about how they would be separated from each other, but he had suddenly forgotten about Mount Supreme. That's the biggest reason why you're going to the cosmic trees with me, Qing Ping said. Luin pursed his lips. The biggest reason is to protect you when you break through. I hope we don't cause too much of a commotion, or else we'll be in trouble if we attract progenitors. The cosmic trees was vast, and the space there was far more stable than the fifth mainland. Only envoys could tear through the void, and because of this, even half-ancestors couldn't travel too far in a short amount of time. Even if they attracted the attention of a half-ancestor, they might still have time to leave. However, if a progenitor was attracted, it would be a different story. Progenitors would arrive in an instant, and they wouldn't be able to react in time. Luin had experienced the power of stepping on a star before, and to him, the human domain could be traversed in a single thought. This was a progenitor, a whole new level of existence. When Luin mentioned this, Celestial Master Xianxia said, if a progenitor is attracted, then we can only resign ourselves to fate. Elder Gong looked at Luin seriously. Maybe you don't have to come with us. He was worried about Lu Yin's feet. Qing Ping's gaze was calm. If a progenitor is attracted, someone will help us. Everyone looked at him in shock. Someone will help you? The cosmic trees? Who? Kuei Luo cried out. He understood the cosmic trees better than anyone else, and he also knew about the progenitors. Who would help someone from an abandoned land? Luin guessed something and became excited. Is it someone I've never met before, Senior? Qing Ping nodded. Senior is a progenitor. If there's no other choice, he will help. Everyone was shocked. You have a progenitor? Kue Luo cried out again. Drunkard, Elder Gong, Celestial Master Xianxia, and Celestial Master Xiao were all shocked. The fifth mainland hadn't had a progenitor for many years, so where had this one come from? Furthermore, he was in the cosmic trees. Who's your master? Drunkard asked in a daze, completely stunned by this news. Luin was both excited and nervous. He was afraid that his senior was a progenitor from the four-way scales. What should he do then? Who is it, senior? Qing Ping and Luin exchanged glances. The frigid ancestor, Mu Xia. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Mu Xia. Mu Xia. The frigid ancestor who had almost taken him in as a disciple? That progenitor who abhorred evil and protected his own, the one who had vowed to kill all human traitors? Actually, Lu Yin had guessed that Mu Xia might be Mr. Mu's disciple, as his surname was Mu and they were both progenitors. The possibility was too high, but a guess was just a guess. The frigid ancestor Mu Xia is senior? Lu Yin asked again. Qing Ping replied, haven't you met him before? Nope. Lu Yin was depressed, but he also found it strange. If his identity hadn't been exposed by Wang Yun, then wouldn't he have taken Mu Xia as his master? How would this seniority be calculated? Patriarch Mu Xia is your senior brother? Kue Luo cried out. This was the third time he had cried out, showing just how shocked he was. Lu Yin and Qing Ping both looked at him. Is there a problem? Kue Luo opened his mouth, but no words came out. Was there a problem? Of course there was a problem. One was the frigid ancestor of the cosmic trees, while the other was from a wasteland. No, two people from a wasteland. How could they be fellow disciples? The difference in status was too great. If Mu Xia was a progenitor, then what about his master? Kid, who's your master? Can you introduce me to him? Can I take him as my master? Kue Luo was very thick-skinned, and he was eager to try. Lu Yin knew that he was joking. But Qing Ping was serious. You don't have the qualifications. Kue Luo blinked. I'm a half-ancestor, and I might even break through. You're saying that I don't have the qualifications? Qing Ping nodded. You don't have the qualifications. My sect only accepts geniuses. Kue Luo sneered. I don't have the qualifications? I'm a half-ancestor, someone who can break through. Even if you break through, you still don't have the qualifications. Qing Ping was serious. This was related to the sect's honor, and he felt that if Kue Luo thought that he could become Mr. Mu's disciple, it would be an insult to them. Of course, he wasn't looking down on Kue Luo. Kue Luo was pretty good at being a half-ancestor, and he was almost on par with Elysium's sect master. However, that wasn't enough, far from it. Their sect wanted freaks, legends in the eyes of ordinary people. Kue Luo couldn't reach that level. Kue Luo was annoyed that he was being looked down upon. Kid, tell him how powerful my spiritual force is and how powerful my inner world is. Qing Ping looked away. The minimum requirement for becoming a disciple is for an emissary to fight a half-ancestor. A half-ancestor can fight an ancestor. Elder Gong and the others were shocked once again. There were only two people in the fifth mainland who could fight a half-ancestor. One was Qing Ping, and the other was the Spectre clan's patriarch, Tian Do. This was an incomparably glorious battle record, and although it was shocking, it wasn't impossible for a half-ancestor to fight an ancestor. Even the 12 sect masters wouldn't dare to say that they could fight an ancestor, let alone them. Back when the ancient god had used his half-ancestor body to forcefully display progenitor strength, even Lu Bujing had despaired. Who could resist? And this was the qualifications to enter the sect? Kid, your senior is spouting even more nonsense than you. Kue Luo didn't believe him at all. What sect could be so freakish? Lu Yin pursed his lips and took out Mount Supreme. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Senior, old man, let's go in and prepare to go to the astral tree. Kue Luo grinned. I'll meet your master one day. Let's see if I can take him as my master after I break through. He. Qing Ping calmly entered Mount Supreme with Kue Luo and Tong Yu behind him. Lu put Mount Supreme, seniors, let's begin. Lu Yin, Do you still remember where the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament fell? Heavenly Master Xiaoming suddenly asked. Lu Tianmu isn't too far away from the Middle Realm's Sword Steel, which is part of the Lu family's territory. Yu Hua Mavis fell into the humble school of Huayuan. Yao Xian is on the Rainbow Bridge, and Ming Guang is in the No Man's Zone, which isn't too far from the Yinshan district. Qiushi is in the farmer's golden wheat field. Celestial Master Xiaoming replied, I'm not sure, but my guess is that you fell in the same location as the others, which is one of the 10 locations. This sourcebox array that Ancestor Hui left behind hasn't been activated consecutively for many years, and this is the first time it's been activated. So, we'll have to wait for you to come back and tell us your answer. Louis nodded and recalled the location he had just mentioned. He hoped that he wouldn't fall into Qiushi's golden wheat field, or else he wouldn't be able to escape. I'm ready. Alright, let's begin, Heavenly Master Xiaoming said. Although his cultivation level was the lowest among those present, his understanding of sourcebox array formations was the highest, so he was in charge of this sourcebox array transfer. The continuous drizzle covered the world with a blurry veil, and the quaint city was covered by the drizzle. There weren't many people on the streets, as this was a seaside city. If one looked out from the harbor, they wouldn't be able to see the end of the ocean. Behind them, the mother tree supported the heavens and the earth. Through the curtain of rain, one could see the Rainbow Bridge. Although it was blurry, it still had an even more dazzling luster to it. This was the astral tree's sky horizon, and it was right next to the Zhongping Sea. This was a coastal region, and this city was called Bay City. Bay City was very large, and it spanned across the coastline. It was a long and narrow city. The ruling family of Bay City was the Bay family, which had an emissary. At this moment, the entire city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were 3 city gates and 5 harbors, and people were constantly pouring into the city in preparation for the upcoming birthday celebration. The person whose birthday was approaching was the Bay family's ancestor, an emissary. Emissaries were not rare in the astral tree domain, but the astral tree domain was too large, and it was scattered throughout the domain. There weren't many emissaries in each region, and since the Bay family controlled Bay City, they had to have at least one emissary. A single emissary was enough to allow a family to control an entire city. The Bay family's ancestor's birthday was celebrated, and people came from all over to congratulate him. At this moment, the Bay family's emissary ancestor was fishing. Drizzle dripped into the pond, splashing water everywhere. 2 figures were sitting by the pond. One of them was wearing a bamboo hat, and there was a small wooden table next to him. Hot steam rose from the tea, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. This was an old man with a leisurely expression. Beside the old man was a young girl. She looked delicate and cute, and she blinked her eyes curiously as she looked at the pond. Ancestor, let's make a bet. I think we can catch 10 people this time, the young girl said excitedly. The old man laughed. To them, this is a chance to break free from civilization. Last time, we caught 7, and this time, there should be more. Of course, it's also possible that they'll fight each other for this quota, causing the number of people to decrease. Ancestor, you're shameless. You said everything. No, you have to say a few. The young girl pouted unhappily. The old man laughed. Okay. Then, 5. Okay, let's make a bet. If I win, Ancestor will personally send me to Xian Academy to participate in the examination, the young girl said expectantly. The old man hesitated. The young girl shook the old man's arm with all her might. Ancestor, promise me. Little you, I've told you before that Xian Academy is too far away, and there are many dangers along the way. We don't have to go to Xian Academy to study. We can go to other academies that might not be worse than Xian Academy. The old man was in a difficult position. The young girl frowned. But Xian Academy is the largest and oldest academy in the Middle Realm. It has been passed down from Ancestor Wen, and it has the literary prison, secret techniques, and Mr. Tang, who has cultivated to the empty god realm. Right, there seems to be more than one secret technique there. How do you know? The old man was shocked. There were some things that even he didn't know. The young girl covered her mouth. Oh no, she had let it slip. Little you. The old man was angry. How could a little girl know something that even he didn't know? Mr. Tang? He had never heard of him. The young girl sighed. Ancestor, do you still remember that person? The person who walked out of the pond. The old man's expression changed, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. That young man? The young girl nodded. He was the one who told me. He said that he would also go to Xian Academy to study. I was only 5 at the time, but I still remember it. The old man's eyes flashed as he thought back to a young man who had walked out of the pond a few decades ago. That young man had come from the Divine Martial Plane, and for some reason, he had stayed with the Bei clan for a few days after leaving the pond. So you've been with him for so many years? You only remember Xian Academy? The old man asked. The young girl grunted. But so many years have passed. Even if you went to Xian Academy, you won't be able to meet him if you go now, the old man said. He didn't object to the young girl interacting with that young man. If the two of them could be together, it would be a great thing for the Bei clan, and they would be able to climb to the top of the Divine Martial Plane. However, the old man felt bitter. That was wishful thinking. What kind of existence was the Divine Martial Plane? The Bei clan couldn't even compare to those vassal clans of the Divine Martial Plane. The young girl was stubborn. I still want to go and take a look. Maybe he's at Xian Academy? There's no time limit for studying there. Some people stay there for their entire lives. The old man nodded. She was right. Alright, let's bet. If you win, I'll personally send you there. Thank you, ancestor, the young girl said happily. The middle realm was too big and dangerous. The Bei clan was very far away from Xian Academy, and she couldn't reach there on her own. Only the ancestor, who was an emissary, could travel through the void and send her there. Don't be happy too early. It's hard to say whether you can win or not. Even if you win, you might not be able to get into Xian Academy. Do you know how many young geniuses in the Starry Sky Tree want to enter Xian Academy? The exam is too difficult. Even the 4 cardinal scales want to send their own disciples there, the old man said. The young girl clenched her fists. I have to get in. Even if he's not there, I have to study hard. It'll be best if I can make friends with the people from the 4 cardinal scales. That way, my Bei clan will have a chance to improve. Am I right, ancestor? The old man's eyes lit up. That was right. Although it was extremely difficult to get into Xian Academy, once she got in, she would definitely be able to make friends with the top young geniuses. It was even possible for her to meet the direct descendants of the 4 cardinal scales. The old man laughed. Haha, it's not bad that you have such ambitions. Alright, I hope that you can win. Ha 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 ha. The young girl was so excited that her face turned red. This was great. The ancestor liked this. She would definitely go to Xian Academy. At that moment, the hook moved, and the old man's lips curled up. The fish has taken the bait. There was a starry sky hidden beneath the pond in front of the old man. In the Starry Sky Tree, there were mountain ranges, rivers, ponds, and even some unimaginable places that gave birth to astral civilizations. Luin had seen Longshan before. The Bei clan's pond also gave birth to a civilization, but it was far less exaggerated than Longshan's. It was just a small civilization with a few planets. This was a game played by some of the great clans in the Starry Sky Tree. Some clans liked to choose people from their own civilizations to fight to the death or gamble. In some places, they even used these civilizations to nurture beauties and giant beasts. It was a unique culture. Within the pond, the stars rotated. Some of them were cultivation civilizations, while others were technological civilizations. The 2 civilizations fought against each other, and the Bei clan's ancestor watched from the sidelines like a god. Once a cultivator became an explorer, they would be able to leave the pond and become a servant of the Bei clan. Fishing was one of the Bei clan's ancestors' pastimes, and he would set down his hook every once in a while. To the civilizations that were nurtured within the pond, the hook that appeared in the void was like a stairway to heaven that led to an unknown higher civilization. This was also the reason why the 2 civilizations fought against each other. Everyone wanted to break through the shackles of their current civilization. However, before they left the pond, they would never know that once they left their civilization, what awaited them was an endless life as a slave. Every family attached great importance to their own civilization, as this was an important source of slaves and deathsworn. The Bay family's patriarch and the young girl watched on excitedly. How many people could they catch? The fishing line grew heavier and heavier, and the old man shook his head with a smile. You win, Xiaoyu. The line is falling so fast that at least 5 people will be caught. The young girl was delighted, and she hugged the old man's arm. Patriarch, you have to keep your word. I want to go to Xian Academy. Ha 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 ha, alright. I'll keep my word. The old man was delighted, and he looked at the young girl with a doting gaze. Suddenly, a huge force traveled along the fishing line, and the old man was dragged into the pond before he could even react. The young girl was also hugging the old man's arm, and she was unable to break free. She fell into the pond as well and crashed onto one of the stars. There was a loud crash, and the old man and the young girl crashed onto a wasteland. The accident had happened so quickly that the old man did not even have time to react. In front of them was a young man who was watching with interest. It was Luin. He had entered the cosmic tree realm through a sourcebox array and appeared in this wasteland. In the distance was a technologically advanced civilization, and this wasteland was filled with traces of war. This should have been an abandoned battlefield. Before he could even take a closer look, a fishing line and a hook appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Luin subconsciously tugged at the line, but then he used too much force and pulled the old man and the young girl off the line. They crashed headfirst into the ground in a sorry state. The old man was an emissary, and he quickly reacted after crashing to the ground. He hurriedly stood up and looked around, his eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Where did this strength come from? The first thing he saw was Luin, and he was stunned. What a handsome young man. The young girl stood up and rubbed her head. Ouch, 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 ouch. She looked up and saw Luin. Her mouth fell open, and her face quickly turned red. She shyly said, "What a handsome brother." Luin smiled. Before he had been teleported through the sourcebox array, he had used Death Mask to disguise himself as young Master Yu. Luin had seen many beauties and handsome men before, but none of them could compare to this young Master Yu. Disregarding his temperament, this young Master Yu definitely ranked first in terms of appearance. He was even more handsome than Yao Xian, but it wasn't a gentle kind of beauty. Instead, it was more like a man's handsomeness. This kind of handsomeness was like poison to women, just like the temptation of a beautiful woman to men. His handsome appearance, slender figure, and his upbringing as well as his natural temperament. Luin had to admit that even men couldn't bring themselves to dislike him. Even if he was an ordinary person, this person would immediately draw attention to himself if he stood there. The moment he disguised himself as young Master Yu, the drunkard subconsciously asked, "You want to build a harem?" Lu Yin's smile caused the girl's entire body to go limp. She swallowed her saliva, and her eyes almost sparkled. The elder frowned and stared at Luin. "Were you the one who pulled me down?" He kept sizing up Luin, trying to see through Lu Yin's cultivation, but he couldn't. This person had the power to pull him down, and his strength was terrifying. Luin smiled. 2 origin tribulations. Not bad. The elder's expression changed, as he was indeed a cultivator with 2 origin tribulations. Even so, he could tell that Lu Yin's strength was higher than his, and he immediately became much more respectful. "May I know why Senior is in my Bay family's pond?" Luin looked up and saw the sky. The sky was very ordinary, but it was fake. However, the people beneath it could not see through it. "I accidentally dropped it." "Were you fishing?" The elder hurriedly said, "I deserve to die for disturbing Senior." "May I know what instructions you have?" "My Bay family will do our best to assist you." Luin replied, "I don't need your help. Just find a guide for me." Half a day later, at the seaside of Shell City, Luin leaned against the railing as he welcomed the sea breeze. "So you want to go to Xian Academy to find him?" Beside him, the girl Bei Xiaoyu whispered, "Yes, that big brother." She suddenly realized something and glanced at Luin. I only treat him as a big brother. Senior, please don't misunderstand." Luyin was amused as he looked at the girl's bashful face. Only those with good looks would know how good they were. Ordinary people would never be able to experience the advantages of good looks. He touched his own face. Although he wasn't this handsome, he wasn't ugly either. He could be considered ordinary, and the more you looked at him, the more attractive he became. Compared to this face, however, he was much more lacking. What am I misunderstanding? Luyin casually asked. Bei Xiaoyu was disappointed when Luyin really didn't care, but she quickly perked up. Senior, what's your cultivation? Can you tell me? You must be much stronger than my ancestor since he calls you senior. Luyin smiled. Same as your ancestor. Bei Xiaoyu pouted. That's impossible. If it's the same, the ancestor wouldn't be so respectful. Luyin smiled and didn't say anything else. After leaving the pond, he took out Mount Supreme and had Kuei Luo and Qing Ping come out. Qing Ping especially needed to adapt to the astral source environment in the cosmic tree domain before preparing for his breakthrough. This was the best place to break through. Shell City was located on the coast of the Central Calm Sea, and one could enter the Central Calm Sea as long as they headed north. The sea was vast, so a breakthrough wouldn't attract too much attention. Senior brother is probably going to break through in the next few days. Luyin looked at the mother tree in the distance, wondering if the sapling would return to its roots after being released. Over the next few days, Luyin wandered around Shell City, causing quite a bit of commotion. He used Yu Xiaoyu's looks to cause a ruckus in Shell City, but Bei Xiaoyu was like a mother hen protecting her calf, blocking the other girls. This caused quite a bit of conflict. The Bei family's ancestor treated Luyin as an equal in public, but he was extremely respectful in private. The longer one lived, the wiser they became. He was very clear about the difference between them, and he could tell that Luyin wouldn't stay here for too long. He thought about many things over the past few days and constantly searched for the strongest geniuses of this era. He wanted to find someone who matched Lu Yin's characteristics, but it was a pity that he couldn't find anyone who had such a cultivation at such a young age. The most likely candidate was the fourth young ancestor. The Bei family's ancestor pondered, could this person have been one of the fourth young ancestor? Or was he an old monster who had lived for a long time but still looked young? Another 2 days passed, and Luyin sat by the pond while holding onto his fishing rod. He suddenly felt interested and wanted to fish as well. Most importantly, he had an unimaginable thought, could the space-time he lived in have been nurtured by someone else? This thought couldn't be dispelled once it appeared, and Luyin thought about it for a few days before simply sitting by the pond to experience it. Fishing was a joy for people. He saw hundreds and thousands of cultivators fighting over the hook, all of them wanting to grab it and leave their civilization. He saw another planet develop the most powerful technological weapon to attack the hook, and the people of that planet believed that a higher civilization had ill intentions. He also saw another planet's people kneeling and praying for a hook to descend from the heavens so that they could have a chance to ascend. To the people in the pond, the region they were in was very large because they couldn't roam the heavens. With their cultivation, it would take them a long time to travel across a planet, let alone the space within the pond. Luyin looked at the pond quietly as his thoughts ran wild. Bei Xiaoyu quietly approached and stood behind Luyin. She liked to stick close to him, even if it was just looking at his back. Xiaoyu, don't disturb Senior's fishing, the Bei family's ancestor, Bei Zhe, barked and then gave her a look. Bei Xiaoyu didn't want to leave, ancestor, Senior didn't say anything. Hurry up and come over, don't disturb Senior, Bei Zhe was angry. Bei Xiaoyu didn't dare to disobey and kept looking back. It's fine, just say what you want to say, Luyin said calmly as he looked at the pond. When Bei Xiaoyu heard Lu Yin's words, she hurried over and giggled as she winked at Bei Zhe. Bei Zhe was helpless, and he walked over to Luyin and respectfully said, Senior, this girl wants to go to Xian Academy, so I've asked a few old friends to find out more about it. I wanted to tell her about Xian Academy, but I didn't want to disturb Senior. Luyin replied, it's fine, I'm also very interested in Xian Academy. Tell me about it. Ancestor, go ahead, Bei Xiaoyu said excitedly. Bei Zhe glared at her and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, we didn't pay much attention to Xian Academy in the past, but we've heard of its name. Xian Academy is relatively closed off, and it's not easy to enter. There aren't many students there, and most of them are occupied by the disciples of the great clans in the Middle Realm and the Top Realm. However, things have changed now. For some reason, Xian Academy has not only opened its doors to recruit students and mentors, but it's also actively contacting the Four Libras, the battlefield on the other side, and even the Roots, wanting to bring students to train. Xian Academy's teaching style has changed greatly, but I don't know if it's good or bad. Those old friends of mine aren't very powerful either, so that's all I could find out. Bei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. We can train everywhere? Can we even go to the Top Realm? Beizhe replied, in theory, yes, but there's also a saying that Xian Academy has already been controlled by the Four Libras and has no choice but to change according to the Four Libras' will. We can't find out the specifics, and I don't know if it's a good or bad idea to let you go. Ancestor, you won't go back on your word, right? Bei Xiaoyu looked at Beizhe pitifully and innocently. Beizhe was put in a difficult position, as he truly did not know what to do. Had Xian Academy's changes been made by itself, or had it been forced to? If the Four Libras had really interfered, then the students who had joined Xian Academy would be controlled by the Four Libras and would become servants, subordinates, or even toys. He looked at Bei Xiaoyu. However, he controlled the pawn civilization, the Four Libras would be able to control them. To a certain extent, wasn't the Middle Realm the pawn civilization of the Top Realm? He hoped that Bei Xiaoyu would be able to study in a relatively fair and independent Xian Academy and get to know the higher-ups of the Four Libras instead of being controlled by them from the start. If that was the case, then she might as well stay in Bei City and be a little princess. After hearing Beizhe's words, Luyin had a different idea. He didn't know why Xian Academy had made such a change, but regardless of the reason, since Xian Academy was cooperating with the four-way scales, it meant that Luyin could enter the four-way scales by relying on Xian Academy's name. This was interesting. The four-way scales' control over the astral tree domain was impregnable. Even if Luyin could enter Shenwu Plain with his identity as Yu Xiaotian, it was unlikely that he would be able to approach the other three families. If he wanted to investigate the Lu family's banishment, he would have to go to the four-way scales. Of course, this was just a possibility. Ancestor, you promised me. I want to go to Xian Academy, Bei Xiaoyu pleaded. Beizhe replied, I'll ask around. 2 more days passed, and on this day, Lu Yin's expression changed. He disappeared from the pond, and Bei Xiaoyu soon arrived but couldn't find him. Where's Senior? The surface of the mid-plain sea was calm, and stars of varying sizes hung above it. There were even islands in the middle of the sea that couldn't be seen. The mid-plain sea surrounded the entire mid-plains realm, and it was even larger than the mid-plains realm itself. Lu Yin arrived at one of the islands with Kuei Luo beside him. They both looked towards the north, where Qing Ping was already preparing for his origin tribulation. Old man, get ready. Senior's tribulation will definitely cause a huge commotion, Lu Yin reminded him. He then took out a mirror. Senior, come out and watch the show. Kuei Luo sneered. How big can it be? What haven't I seen before? Can he undergo a progenitor's origin tribulation? Lu Yin's expression changed. It wasn't impossible. He remembered the lightning that had appeared at the end of his envoy origin tribulation. If not for that corpse, he would have died. He took out a needle and handed it to Kuei Luo. I'll lend it to you, just in case. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. No need. Lu Yin put it away. I hope I don't need it. At that moment, the mist ancestor appeared. What's the commotion? Lu Yin beamed. Senior, my senior is undergoing his tribulation. Come and watch. The mist ancestor looked towards the north. He's about to undergo a half-progenitor's origin tribulation? You're very powerful, aren't you? You asked me to come out to protect him, right? My senior apprentice brother fought against a half-ancestor as an emissary, and his tribulation will definitely attract powerful enemies. With senior by my side, I feel much more at ease. Let alone a half-ancestor, even if Wang Fan or Bai Wang Yuan came, I wouldn't be afraid. Wang Fan? Bai Wang Yuan? Where is this? Will they appear? The mist ancestor was astonished. He looked around, and his gaze was suddenly attracted to the mother tree. He was pleasantly surprised. Is that the mother tree? Lu Yin replied, that's right, it's the mother tree. This is the astral tree realm, as I've told you before. The mist ancestor raised his head and saw the top realm. Perhaps it was not just the top realm. Wang Fan and the others must be here. It's been a long time since I've seen them. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a serious problem. The fog ancestor was from the same generation as Wang Fan, so how close were they? In the past, he had heard that she was closer to progenitor Chen, the withering ancestor, and the symbol ancestor. She also respected ancestor Lu Tianyi, but if she was on good terms with Wang Fan and Bai Wan Yuan, then would she ask them to help her break through micro? When he thought about this, Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. The fog ancestor's respect for the Lu family and her concern for progenitor Chen and the talisman ancestor had caused him to overlook this point. The fog ancestor's relationship with Wang Fan and Bai Wan Yuan was something that she had never personally mentioned. Senior, how is your relationship with Wang Fan and the others? Lu Yin asked carefully. The mist ancestor sneered. We don't get along. Lu Yin relaxed. The mist ancestor glanced at him. What, are you afraid that I'll run? Of course not. Senior, you're free. Who can trap you? Lu Yin hurriedly explained. The mist ancestor was satisfied. That's more like it. Let me tell you, no one can trap me aside from myself. Lu Yin was speechless, as this was indeed the case. She was indeed trapped by her own strength. As they spoke, the world suddenly darkened as a pressure descended from above. Lightning flashed and rumbled. Many people in Bay City and several cities along the coast looked towards the north. What was going on? Was the sky changing? Bay stood by the sea with a solemn expression. This pressure. Was someone undergoing an origin tribulation? It was unknown how many tribulations that person was undergoing. Outside of the coastline, some people could also see some of the larger islands in the Central Sea. Some of them were envoys, while others were just enlighters. One cultivator after another walked out and looked in the direction of Qing Ping's tribulation before rushing over. Undergoing an origin tribulation was difficult, and watching someone undergo it was a valuable experience. Some organizations might even be able to recruit them as long as the person undergoing the tribulation did not have a very high cultivation. More and more cultivators approached from all directions. Lu Yin sensed them, but he did not pay them any mind. These people would quickly retreat, as a half-progenitor's origin tribulation covered a huge area. They would gradually realize that Lu Yin's location was not necessarily outside of the origin tribulation. The vortex formed, and Qing Ping looked up with a calm expression. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Actually, with his cultivation, he could have broken through long ago, but he had been accumulating his foundation. Just as he had said to Kue Luo, an envoy could fight a half-progenitor, and a half-progenitor could fight a half-progenitor. Although it sounded exaggerated, this was a requirement from his master and Mr. Mu. If not for the fact that he could fight a half-progenitor as an envoy, he definitely would not have broken through. Cultivators gathered around him, and 3 or 4 of them were envoys. Beizhe was one of them, but he did not recognize Qing Ping. Even when Qing Ping and Kue Luo had been released, Beizhe had not seen them. Friend, may I ask how many tribulations you've undergone? Someone asked loudly, and the rest looked on curiously. Qing Ping ignored the person and closed his eyes. The person who had asked the question snorted. It seems like you don't think highly of us. In that case, I wish you success in your tribulation. It's not that he doesn't think highly of us, but that he's just focused on his tribulation and doesn't care about anything else, someone else said. The person who had asked the question sneered. Perhaps, but there's still time to talk. The more serious one is about the origin tribulation, the more likely the outcome will be. He did not elaborate, but his meaning was clear. No one dared to refute him, as he was the person with the highest cultivation in the area. His name was Lu Bo, and he controlled an island that was even larger than Bay City. He was also a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations, and it was rumored that he had the Lu family's background. The origin tribulation is expanding. It doesn't look like it's going to be 2 origin tribulations, but 3, someone else said. Lu Bo frowned. 3 origin tribulations. Once Jinping succeeded, his cultivation would be on par with his. This was not a good thing, as he was used to being tyrannical in the surrounding seas, so how could he allow others to interfere? However, this person looked unfamiliar, so he was most likely just passing by. Brother Liu, once this person succeeds, you won't be the only cultivator with 3 origin tribulations around here, someone else said with a smile. Beze also laughed as he thought of the person by the pond in his home. He still did not know that person's exact cultivation, but he was definitely not someone Liu Yiba could compare to. He could still see the depth of Qin Ping's cultivation, but he could not see through that person at all. Liu Yiba looked unhappy. That person will have to pass first. As he spoke, the range of the origin tribulation continued to expand, gradually enveloping Liu Yiba, Beze, and the others. As for the cultivators who had not reached the emissary level, they had long since retreated, not daring to get close. Liu Yiba watched the origin tribulation expand above his head, and his expression turned ugly. This did not look like a 3rd origin tribulation, but rather a 4th. The others had also guessed this and did not dare to say anything else, afraid that Qin Ping would attack them. No one dared to interfere with someone else's tribulation. When the origin tribulation enveloped their heads, Liu Yiba and the others quickly retreated, but the origin tribulation continued to expand. Liu Yiba's face paled. This was already beyond the range of a 4th origin tribulation. Could this person be facing a 5th origin tribulation? Then why could he not sense his aura at all? At that moment, a figure tore through the void and walked out. He looked at Qin Ping with a serious expression. I am Yu Fan, the humble schoolmaster of the Azure District. May I know your name? Qin Ping still ignored him. Beze said, Schoolmaster Yu, this senior is probably just passing by. We've never seen him before. Liu Yiba saw that Yu Fan had arrived and said, he's already at the range of a 5th origin tribulation. This person's cultivation is very high. Yu Fan was one of the humble 9 schoolmasters in the Central Plain realm. His cultivation was extremely high, far surpassing that of the Green Moon district's Luzhan and the former Huayuan district's Guantong. After all, the Azure district was close to the sea, and there were still some experts in the Central Plain Sea. It was also the best place to hide, and there were even more redbacks here. Yu Fan himself was at the 4th origin tribulation. I can't see his cultivation level. Liu Yiba and the others looked at each other in shock. If even Yu Fan couldn't tell, could this person be at the 5th or 6th origin tribulation? That couldn't be. Even though there were many experts in the starry sky of trees, how many could there be in the Central Plain realm? It had been a very long time since a 5th origin tribulation expert had appeared in the Azure district. The origin tribulation continued to expand. Yu Fan, the humble schoolmaster of the Azure district? Yes, he had seen him before at Clear Dust Mountain. However, he had changed his name back then to Long Qi and had kept a low profile, so he hadn't had any contact with Yu Fan. Now, it seemed that this person had the highest cultivation level among the 9 schoolmasters, far surpassing Guantong and Luzhan. Was the humble schoolmaster one of their own? The governor, Mu Xia, was Liu Yin's senior brother, and Superintendent Qingchen treated him well. When his identity had been exposed, the 14th school had helped him block the 4 cardinal scales. Even Superintendent Qingchen's eldest disciple, Kai Shu, was a member of the Hidden Earth sect. No matter how he looked at it, the humble schoolmaster was one of their own. Liu Yiba and the others continued to retreat, and soon they were close to Liu Yin's island. His face was filled with shock and lingering fear. Fortunately, he hadn't spoken carelessly. How could this be a 5th origin tribulation expert? This was a 7th origin tribulation expert. Even in the peak realm, such an expert would be treated with great respect by the 4 cardinal scales. As long as they were willing, any of the 4 cardinal scales could become a high-ranking member. Why would such a person undergo tribulation here? Yu Fan also stared at Qin Ping. Such an expert had appeared out of nowhere, so he had to report it to the superintendent. However, their shock didn't end there. From what they knew, the current range should be 7 origin tribulations, but that was for ordinary cultivators. Someone like Qin Ping was different. The wedding photos were finally done, and they were hopelessly tired. It had taken an entire day. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll update in a few days. Luin looked up. How spectacular. It's already surpassed the range of my tribulation. I wonder how many tribulations this range is equivalent to for senior brother. He then turned around and headed towards the coast. Kue Luo did the same. Lui Ba, Yu Fan, and the rest also headed towards the coast. They only noticed the trio now, but they didn't pay them much attention, assuming that they were just ordinary cultivators. The sea region that Qing Ping had chosen was the furthest from the coast and covered the least number of islands. It was even larger than 2 or 3 weaves of the fifth mainland's outerverse combined. However, the range of his tribulation continued to expand without slowing down. The more they looked, the more horrified they became. Lui Ba felt suffocated. How was this a 7th tribulation? It wasn't even an 8th tribulation, but a half-ancestor's tribulation. How could there be such a person here? Yu Fan continued to contact Superintendent Qin Chen and spread the news of Qing Ping's tribulation. Once a half-ancestor's tribulation was over, the cosmic tree realm would gain another half-ancestor. What kind of existence was a half-ancestor? They were the top experts in the fifth mainland, and they were also rare in the cosmic tree realm. Even the 4 cardinal scales would be ecstatic if they could recruit a half-ancestor. The White Dragon clan was one of the 4 cardinal scales, but even they only had 2 half-ancestors, Elder Anai Huang and Old Dragon. Even though their foundation was the weakest, it was still evident that they had very few half-ancestors. Once this person became a half-ancestor, he would immediately become one of the few peak experts in the cosmic tree realm. It wasn't just Yu Fan, every cultivator who saw this scene tried their best to spread the news or sell it. Luin saw it, but he couldn't stop it. There were too many people who had seen it, and more people kept coming. Besides, the news had already spread from the very beginning. Luin hoped that no major figure would be attracted here. The range of the tribulation was still expanding, and it was about to cover Bayport. Baize panicked and hurried back to the city to disperse the crowd and get all the cultivators to leave. Fortunately, the range of the origin tribulation stopped at the central flat sea and didn't spread to Shell City. Even so, the range of the origin tribulation still shocked Yu Fan. Even a half-step ancestor's origin tribulation wouldn't cover such a large area. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a half-step ancestor undergo tribulation before, but was the half-step ancestor's origin tribulation half as large as this one? Regardless of what they thought, Qing Ping looked up. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see such a large-scale origin tribulation, especially under the pressure of the origin tribulation. Only star envoys could barely see it. Above Qing Ping's head, astral origins whistled through the air, leaving behind a palm imprint. After which, the palm imprint grew increasingly corporeal, akin to a giant pressing down on Qing Ping. This palm strike was very powerful and had reached the pinnacle of an emissary. However, it was useless against Qing Ping. He could fight against a half-martial ancestor as an emissary, so the destructive power of an emissary was nothing in his eyes. Qing Ping held the blood-red bell in his hand and shook it. It shook the void, shook the Zhongping Sea, shook everything in sight, including the palm print. After the palm print was broken, another palm print appeared in the void. Then, one after another, palm prints appeared continuously. It was as if countless giants were slapping down, but also as if there was only one person attacking. The countless palm prints came from the same attack and turned into nearly 10,000 palm prints. The myriad heaven palm technique is Wanzi's battle technique. An ancient voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears from afar. Lu Yin looked over and saw a white-robed elder standing on the surface of the sea. The elder's aura was ordinary, just like an ordinary person's. However, he had been able to watch Qing Ping's origin tribulation at such a close distance, and he had even been able to recognize that palm technique. How could someone with such a name be an ordinary person? It was just that Lu Yin couldn't sense his strength. "It's you?" Kue Luo was stunned as he stared at the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder looked at Kue Luo and smiled. "Long time no see, old friend." "Old friend?" Lu Yin's gaze trembled. He had recognized Kue Luo, yet he was still so calm. This person was at least a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin stared at the elder warily, but he wasn't too worried. Kue Luo's behavior meant that this elder wasn't a threat to them, or else he would have already fled. What are you doing here instead of staying at the ancestral gazing pavilion? Kue Luo was puzzled. The white-robed elder smiled. I have to come out for a walk. Although the ancestral gazing pavilion allows you to see the hopes of becoming a progenitor, those brats haven't been there in a long time. It's been a long while. His gaze landed on Luin in astonishment. What a handsome junior. Your clothes are very special, the mist ancestor said. The white-robed elder finally noticed her, and his expression changed. May I ask who you are? He couldn't see through the mist ancestor's strength. Kue Luo cackled. Old man, didn't you boast about being able to see through the world? What, did you run into someone you can't see through? The white-robed elder laughed. I told you before that seeing through the world isn't really seeing through everything. It's just that I can see through everyone's nature by tasting their food. You're the master of the ancestral gazing pavilion? Luin blurted out. The white-robed elder smiled and nodded. He didn't care about the mist ancestor's identity, he was just asking out of curiosity. Luin was shocked, as he hadn't expected to meet the master of the ancestral gazing pavilion. The ancestral gazing pavilion was located on Wanyu, and it was the only way to reach the junior progenitor planet. Back when the 4 young ancestors had chosen to head to the ruler's realm, the young elites of the cosmic tree had all gathered at Gazing Isle and ascended the ancestral gazing pavilion. The ancestral gazing pavilion was a very mystical place, and as long as one sat down, delicious food would appear. It was only then that Luin had learned that the food had come from the ancestral gazing pavilion's master. The outside world had different opinions about the ancestral gazing pavilion's master, but Luin hadn't paid much attention to him at the time. He had only thought that the master was an emissary, but now it seemed that he was actually a half-ancestor. And from his tone, it seemed that he wanted to become an ancestor at the ancestral gazing pavilion. Luin had observed every young ancestor. You can cook, right? The mist ancestor asked. The white-robed elder nodded, and his gaze landed on the mist ancestor. Is there anything you want to eat? I can cook it. The mist ancestor thought about it seriously. You can't recreate the taste from my memories. It doesn't have that feeling. The white-robed elder nodded. That's right. I believe that my food is the best in the universe, but I can't recreate the taste from my memories. Even an ordinary person's memories are irreplaceable. In the distance, Qing Ping continuously shook his bell to break through the palm imprints, and a magnificent resistance distorted the Central Plains ocean. In the Central Plains realm, some of the great powers, clans, and even half-ancestors knew that someone was undergoing a half-ancestor origin tribulation here, and they all rushed over. The news spread to the top realm, and Qing Ping's gaze fell as he issued an order. Wanzi is a powerhouse infinitely close to becoming a progenitor, and his myriad Empyrean palm is infused with all sorts of attacks. It's very difficult to deal with, and normal cultivators who undergo a half-ancestor tribulation rarely encounter such a battle technique. This person's innate gift is extraordinary, and he's a genius. His battle prowess is especially great, and he might even be able to fight against a half-ancestor while still at the peak of the emissary realm, the white-robed elder sighed. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. It wasn't just a possibility, it was a fact. He wanted to mention the qualifications that Qing Ping had mentioned, but Luin interrupted him. Senior, do you know about Wanzi? The white-robed elder sighed. How could the ancestor of the Wan family? I don't. If not for that incident back then, he might have already become a progenitor. What a pity, what a pity. Luin was about to say something. Kue Luo said in a strange tone, don't think that he's feeling pity for Wanzi, nor is he feeling pity for the human race. He's just regretting that he didn't get to see Wanzi break through to progenitor. Regardless of whether Wanzi succeeds or not, it'll still be beneficial to him. The white-robed elder smiled. Of course. I don't have a close relationship with Wanzi. If you break through to progenitor, please inform me in advance. If you fail and die, I will feel sorry for you. Bah, you're the one who failed to break through to progenitor. Old thing, you've been stuck at the half-ancestor realm for so long without daring to break through to progenitor. Serves you right for never becoming a progenitor. You can only be a chef. Kue Luo shouted angrily. The white-robed elder couldn't help but laugh. Food is a human instinct. So what if you're a chef? It's precisely because you're a chef that you can pry into the true meaning of life. You don't understand, you don't understand. Kue Luo ground his teeth and turned away in annoyance. He had roamed the astral tree realm for so many years, and he had rarely run into a wall. This old man had made him sullen before. He was stubborn, did not retaliate, and cursed without using any profanities. It was quite disgusting, and he was even smiling as he prepared delicious food for his enemies. The white-robed elder looked at Luin. You're young, but your cultivation is quite high. What's your name, little brother? Luin bowed. Junior, how you greet senior. He had disguised himself as young Master Yu, and young Master Yu's name was Yu Hao. He referred to himself as Hao Yu to the outside world. As for young Master Yu's true identity, it had to be seen through by others. The white-robed elder sighed in admiration. Hao Yu, I think you're an unpolished gem. You have such a cultivation at such a young age, and you're not any weaker than the fourth young ancestor. It must be fate that brought us together. Are you interested in becoming a teacher at Xian Academy? You want to teach some geniuses? Luin was astonished. His senior brother was undergoing his tribulation in the distance, but he had been recruited by someone else. However, it couldn't be considered recruitment, as Xian Academy didn't belong to any power. Old thing, why are you recruiting for Xian Academy? Kue Luo was puzzled. The white-robed elder smiled. I've always been a part of Xian Academy, and my master was once a teacher there. Naturally, I belong to Xian Academy. Kue Luo seemed to recall something. So that's how it is. No wonder the four-way scales didn't dare to be too harsh on Xian Academy. It turns out that they have a backer like you. The white-robed elder laughed. I can't compare to the four-way scales. Kue Luo sneered. Everyone knows that you can attempt to break through to Ancestor at any time. Who would dare to push you too far? If you succeed, then the four-way scales won't dare to push you too far. Xian Academy also has Wen and Su, which makes 3 half-ancestors. Not bad. If you have one more progenitor, then you'll be comparable to the four-way scales. Don't speak carelessly. The white-robed elder was serious for the first time. Kue Luo cackled. What, even you have times when you're afraid? He, do you want me to announce this to the public? Then, you won't be able to live peacefully. Haha. The white-robed elder sighed. It's a miracle that you've survived until now. Luin could tell that the ancestral gazing tower master in front of him was this kind of person. He was worried that he would fail to break through to Ancestor, which was why he had stayed at Ancestral Gazing Pavilion to watch the junior ancestor's cultivation and wait for the opportunity to break through to Ancestor. However, because he had been here for a long time and could break through to Ancestor at any time, the outside world was unsure of his current state. If they offended him, they were afraid that he would actually succeed and turn around to kill them. If they didn't offend him, they could only allow him to roam freely and protect Xian Academy. This person was even more disgusting to the four-way scales than Kue Luo. Kue Luo had spread rumors purely to disgust the 4 cardinal scales. If the 4 cardinal scales couldn't take it, they could hunt him down. However, this ancestral gazing tower master was different. He didn't want to offend the 4 cardinal scales, but he also protected Xian Academy against the 4 cardinal scales. The 4 cardinal scales didn't dare to offend him. Luin sighed in admiration. This was a true expert. He was afraid of failing to break through, so he kept his current identity to suppress the 4 cardinal scales. This was even more effective than becoming an actual ancestor. After all, after becoming an ancestor, one would have to go to the ruler realm to face the Eternals. Luin, on the other hand, did not need to do that. Kue Luo's words also made Luin curious. If Xian Academy had a progenitor overseeing it, wouldn't it be comparable to the 4 cardinal scales to a certain extent? The Nong family, Lu family, and Ghost Abyss were all under the surveillance of the 4 cardinal scales. Even if they had progenitor realm experts, they couldn't interfere with the matters of the starry sky tree. However, Xian Academy was different. Below the progenitor realm, Xian Academy had the highest degree of freedom. Beze had also heard that Xian Academy was now in contact with the 4 cardinal scales. Aside from the 4 cardinal scales, they could also openly go to other families. Luin thought about it. Perhaps going to Xian Academy wasn't a bad choice. He could thoroughly muddy the waters of the astral tree and see who could be useful and who could be his enemy. Just as he was thinking about this, a huge explosion sounded out. The sky was torn apart, and endless seawater overturned the starry sky. In the distance, Baize's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved to block the tsunami. The other envoys also moved to protect their own territories. Otherwise, the coastline and islands would be submerged. Luin looked over and saw that senior brother Qingping's face was filled with exhaustion. Against Wan Zi's palm technique, it wasn't easy for him to resist. Furthermore, this shouldn't be Wan Zi's strongest palm technique. It might just be Wan Zi's palm technique that had just reached the half-ancestor realm. Wan Zi was truly a powerhouse infinitely close to becoming a progenitor. Everyone who knew him said that he would definitely break through to the progenitor realm. He was even more powerful than Elder Anai Huang, who was already comparable to the Elysium sect master. When the Lu family was still around, Wan Zi was qualified to be treated as an equal by a progenitor. This person actually broke through his Thousand Heavens palm technique. His origin tribulation, the white-robed elder said. As he spoke, a drop of water appeared in the origin tribulation vortex. Everyone was confused. Water. Water. That was a battle technique from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The 998 seas powerhouse's battle. It's not water, the mist ancestor said with a strange gaze. Kue Luo stared at the drop of water that was growing larger and larger. It really doesn't look like water. The white-robed elder took a deep look at the mist ancestor. Indeed, it's not water. It's a type of inner world, and it's a very strange inner world. Inner world? Water. It wasn't water, but it looked like water. Was it an inner world? Cloth bag old man? Kue Luo cried out in alarm as he looked at the white-robed old man. 2. B. Luin had a bad premonition. Old man, what's going on? Kue Luo answered, Cloth bag old man is an extraordinary person who once appeared in this universe. He spent his entire life researching methods to trap people. From the first day he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he fought anyone and did everything he could to trap them. His enemy's life or death depended on whether they could escape. The higher his cultivation, the more terrifying his trapping methods would be, especially once he became an emissary. At the peak, he once trapped a half-ancestor to death. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Trapped a half-ancestor to death? An emissary fighting a half-ancestor sounded simple, but how many people had actually been able to do so? Kue Luo couldn't do it, and Luin didn't know if Lu Bujing and the others could do it, but even the leaders of the 12 gates might not have been able to do so when they were at their peak. They were the strongest half-ancestors who could break through to the progenitor realm, and they represented the peak of an era. In the current era, only Qingping and Tiando could fight a half-ancestor as an emissary. It was too difficult for anyone else to do so unless they used external items. And this was just fighting a half-ancestor, which didn't mean that they could definitely win, let alone kill him. Cloth bag old man had actually been able to kill a half-ancestor as an emissary, which was unimaginable. No matter how weak that half-ancestor was, he was still a half-ancestor with an inner world. Luin was confident that he could kill Wang Si after she had fallen from the half-ancestor realm, but if her inner world hadn't been broken, it would have been very difficult for him to do so, even if he had external items. There was a qualitative difference between an emissary and a half-ancestor. When he reached the half-progenitor realm, his inner world became like a water bag. His most glorious achievement was trapping 3 eternal half-progenitors at the same time. One of them was even one of the 12 marquises, and he was targeted by the Eternals. They sent 3 12 marquises to ambush him before finally killing him. It's just a pity that Calico Bag Old Man wasn't able to break through the 3 stages when he was an enlighter or an emissary. Luin looked at Qingping. Above his head, the water droplet continued to expand, as if it wanted to envelop the entire world. Senior brother, don't get trapped, Luin couldn't help but warn him. He didn't want the white-robed elder to hear him, as it was best to keep their relationship with Qingping a secret. But regardless of whether he warned Qingping or not, Qingping was still trapped. He couldn't escape the range of the origin tribulation, and that water droplet, no, that cloth bag, contained the entire origin tribulation, so he would definitely be trapped. Right now, Qingping was like a fish in a water bag. Luyin was nervous, as this water bag's power shouldn't be the same as when cloth bag old man had trapped 3 half-ancestors. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. Even so, its trapping power shouldn't be any weaker than a half-ancestor's power level. After all, even without an inner world, cloth bag old man could still trap a half-ancestor to death. Qingping kept attacking his surroundings in a futile attempt to break open the water bag, but it was useless. No matter what he did, the water bag would at most swell, but it wouldn't break. The strength of the origin tribulation depends on the astral source within the cultivator's body. Your senior brother should have a lot of astral source, or else he wouldn't have appeared in Cloth Bag Old Man's inner world. Cloth Bag Old Man is famous for his trapping abilities, and even the astral source within his body can't compare to that of the Lu family, the white-robed elder sighed. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. It was indeed because of the amount of astral source he had. If even his senior brother was like this, then what about himself? He didn't dare to think further. Breaking through the origin tribulation through spacetime wasn't that powerful, and it was only a minor tribulation that could be overcome with external items. But what about a 6th tribulation? What about a half-ancestor's origin tribulation? Luyin panicked as he watched his senior brother try to break open the water bag. He could almost see his future self. What an interesting inner world, the mist ancestor praised, his eyes shining. Although it can't compare to my way, it's still better than anything in my era. It's just that it's not very powerful, or it could even compare to Xiaoshang's innate gift. The white-robed elder was stunned. Isn't Xiaoshang the Chen ancestor's name? Lu Yin calmly replied, the other Xiaoshang. The white-robed elder glanced at the mist ancestor, but he didn't say anything else. Lu Yin hurriedly transmitted a message to the mist ancestor, telling her not to speak carelessly. This was the cosmic tree realm, and many things from the Daosaur sex era had not been severed. They had all been brought here, and the mist ancestor knew much more about that era than the 5th mainland. The mist ancestor ignored Lu Yin, and she could say whatever she wanted. Lu Yin was also helpless. In the distance, senior brother Qingping was continuously attacking and using all sorts of battle techniques, but he still couldn't break open the water bag. Even the blood-colored bell was useless, and he had already wasted quite some time. Lu Yin was worried that he would attract the attention of the 4-way scale's half-ancestors and that they might recognize senior brother Qingping. This was not senior brother Qingping's first time in this region, and he had once suppressed an entire era here. Even that generation's Lu family's direct descendant had not been his match. It seems like you can't break it open. The white-robed elder shook his head. Kue Luo frowned. Old thing, let's make a bet. You can definitely break it open. If you can, then so be it. Why are you making a bet? The white-robed elder retorted. Kue Luo cackled. You say you can't break it, and I say I can. You win, and I'll answer whatever you ask. If you lose, then help me do something. The white-robed elder shook his head. Then I'll break it open. Lu Yin was speechless. This old man really was Kue Luo's nemesis. In the distance, Qingping exhaled. Although this inner world did not have any killing power, it seemed to be able to trap him for eternity. Even his astral source was circulating within without being consumed. He wondered who the master of this inner world was, and he really wanted to see for himself. As he thought about this, the scale of scales appeared beneath his feet and extended out continuously. It pierced through the water bag like a needle and extended into the void. The white-robed elder was shocked. You actually broke it? Kue Luo felt that it was a pity. This old thing was not easily provoked, or else he would have won. He was absolutely certain that Qingping would be able to break through. The reason why the cloth bag elder had been able to trap a half-ancestor to death was because he could only trap him, but he did not have the strength to fight a half-ancestor head-on. The cloth bag elder had used up too much time, and it could be said that he had been worn down to death. On the other hand, Qingping was a ruthless person who could fight a half-ancestor head-on. Congratulations on breaking through to half-ancestor, Your Excellency. The white-robed elder smiled at Qing Ping. Are you interested in becoming the next dean of Xian Academy? Qing Ping looked at the white-robed elder, but he ignored him and looked up. The origin tribulation was not over yet. If it ended so easily, then it would be a waste of his many years of accumulation. The white-robed elder was flabbergasted, and he looked up at the origin tribulation in shock. It's not over yet? How? You just drew out Calico Bag Elder's inner world. Who among the envoys can break through it? Anyone should have succeeded by now. How can there be more? Luyin was not surprised. His own emissary origin tribulation had almost died, and he had used up all of his strength. His senior brother had not even used all of his strength. At the very least, Luyin still had his visualization, secret techniques, and battle techniques that his master had imparted to him. He was very curious as to what battle technique his senior brother had passed on to Mr. Mu. In any case, it was definitely not the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation. Could it be the ancient tracing technique? In the distance, more cultivators arrived, but this time, they were not ordinary cultivators. They were all envoys, and there were a total of 4 of them. Envoys were not commonly seen in the Central Realm, or else the Bei family would not have been able to monopolize a city with just Beizai. Qing Ping's tribulation had caused some commotion, but it was not as great as Luyin had imagined. He had originally thought that the 4 cardinal scales would send out a half-ancestor. The origin tribulation vortex exploded, shocking everyone. Luyin did not know how far it had traveled, but he suspected that even the top realm had heard it. A moment later, a giant door appeared between Qing Ping and the origin tribulation vortex. Another door appeared, followed by a third. The 3 doors separated the world. The white-robed elder and Kue Luo exclaimed at the same time, the Wan family's triple door? Another one of Wan Zi's battle techniques? Kue Luo was puzzled. The white-robed elder said, it might not be Wan Zi. The triple door is a battle technique passed down in the Wan family, and any disciple can learn it. The Wan family has produced more than one half-ancestor in its history. The triple door's defenses are top-notch, but it doesn't have any killing power. There must be a terrifying killing power behind this door. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 fingers appeared behind the door and did something to Qing Ping. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a familiar battle technique. Kue Luo of the Wang family's 4 ultimates has sealed a certain power of this person, the white-robed elder said solemnly. After Pearl Luo's battle technique, a person appeared. The appearance of a humanoid origin tribulation caused everyone's expressions to change. Everyone knew that a humanoid origin tribulation was the most terrifying, as it was extremely terrifying. It meant that the astral source universe had found someone who could suppress the tribulation's strength. Lu Yin's heart sank. Triple door, Pearl Luo's loose hands, and finally, a humanoid origin tribulation. Could senior brother survive? That was too abnormal. The white-robed elder was shocked. Who is this person? This person actually caused such a change in the origin tribulation. According to the records, even the Lu family's ancestors' tribulation wasn't as terrifying as this. There was only one sword, and with that sword, life and death would be determined. This person's tribulation has repeatedly led to certain death. Once this person becomes a half-ancestor, he'll be extremely terrifying. Who is he? Luyin didn't have time to care about the white-robed elder. He only wanted to know who this humanoid origin tribulation was. Who was it? Was it a peak emissary or had just broken through to the half-ancestor realm? Had the astral source universe confirmed that it could suppress Qing Ping? Was it like Progenitor Chen, who had been a peak emissary? The triple door suppression caused the world to turn upside down. An enormous pressure spread towards the central realm, and many people saw it as if they were looking at a mother tree. The triple door was so large that it could easily crush 100 cities. Qing Ping's expression turned solemn. He raised his hand, and the dusk turned green. The azure sky dispersed the darkness and despair brought by the origin tribulation. Luyin had seen this scene before. Back then, the god of forgotten ruins had used his inner world to suppress Qing Ping, and Qing Ping had used this technique as well. It was not an inner world, but it was comparable to an inner world. It was enough to fight against the god of forgotten ruins, who was a half-progenitor. Since then, Lu Yin had never seen him again. The white-robed elder was shaken. A power that's close to an inner world. This person must be an absolute genius. No wonder his origin tribulation is so terrifying. Azure 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 by Luos Azure by Pearl Luos. By Pearl by Pearl. By Azure by Pearl Luos. As the triple gate shattered, Qing Ping faced the humanoid origin tribulation directly. By Luo by Azure Sky by Luo, by Qing Lulu as Luos that. By Qing. No one knew what had happened, not even the two half-martial ancestors, the white-robed old man and Kuei Luo. Lu Yin was naturally even more clueless. He only knew that Qing Ping had collided with the Azure Sky origin tribulation's index finger, creating a strange phenomenon. The void shattered, and countless images flickered. Finally, it was as if space itself could not withstand the force and exploded, turning into darkness that devoured everything around it. Lu Yin suddenly felt a warning in his mind. Danger! The next moment, Devour. The darkness around Devour suddenly disappeared, and Qing Ping disappeared as well. Lu Yin stared blankly into the distance. Where's senior brother? Where did he go? He looked at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo rubbed his eyes. Where is he? Lu Yin looked at the mist ancestor, who was still in shock and did not speak. Senior, what did you see? Kuei Luo could not see, and neither could the white-robed elder. The only person present who could have seen what had happened was the mist ancestor. She was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, and even if she could only display the strength of a half-ancestor, she could not be viewed as a half-ancestor. After all, she could tell at a glance that the blood ancestor's cultivation had dropped. The mist ancestor sighed. What a familiar power. I feel like I've encountered it before, but I can't remember where. Senior, what happened to my senior brother? Lu Yin grew anxious. He did not care about the power, he was only concerned about Qing Ping's safety. He had not seen anyone, so could Qing Ping have died? The mist ancestor replied, Don't worry, he succeeded. That momentary darkness was actually his inner world. Lu Yin relaxed, as that was good. It was good that he had succeeded. Only then did he remember what the mist ancestor had said. Senior, what familiar power did you just say? The mist ancestor replied, That humanoid origin tribulation cultivator used a power that I was familiar with, but I can't remember where. Was it 9 mountains and 8 seas? Or one of the ancestors? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor rolled her eyes. If it was them, how could I not remember? In any case, it's a very bad feeling. Then, is my senior brother all right? He's fine. I was very interested in your senior brother's last move, as it involved the power of spacetime. Strange, the power of spacetime almost never appeared in our era, so how could it appear in this era when humans are weak? Strange. With that, the mist ancestor returned to the mirror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The power of spacetime. If he was not wrong, then it should be tracing back to the past. It was one of the 2 battle techniques that Mr. Mu had given him, and Lu Yin had chosen the 9-yang cauldron transformation. On the other side, the white-robed elder lamented, What a pity, he probably failed. What a pity. He then glanced at Kuei Luo, as if to say that he had made the wrong bet. The white-robed elder had not heard the conversation between Lu Yin and the mist ancestor, but Kuei Luo had. He knew the mist ancestor's identity, and since the mist ancestor had said so, then Qing Ping must have succeeded. Kuei Luo was about to retort when the white-robed elder seemed to be provoking him, but Lu Yin held him back. Senior, it might not have been a failure. Did you see the last scene clearly? The white-robed elder replied, I couldn't see it clearly, but that's what's strange. Whether it was the person undergoing the tribulation or the humanoid origin tribulation cultivator, the final collision was very strange, and I couldn't understand it. But if he succeeded, then why didn't he appear? He probably failed. You're the one who failed, old thing. If you can't see it, then just say so. Stop pretending. Kuei Luo was annoyed. The white-robed elder did not argue with him, and instead tossed a piece of paper to Lu Yin with a smile. Young man, I am the culinary god. On behalf of Xian Academy, I would like to invite you to become a mentor and nurture the elites of humanity. You will lead the students to expand their horizons in the astral tree domain and experience their growth. Luin took the paper and saw that it was an invitation signed by the culinary god. This elder was actually called the culinary god, which was quite interesting. He truly lived up to his title as the master of ancestral gazing tower. I don't think I should go, Luin asked. The culinary god smiled and said, naturally, I can invite you, and you can also refuse. However, it's a pity. If a handsome young man like you could come to my Xian Academy, those girls would go crazy with joy. Hee hee. Of course, the one beside you shouldn't go, lest he spoils the atmosphere. Kue Luo was furious. Old thing, who are you calling spoiling the atmosphere? You're the one who's spoiling the atmosphere. Your whole family is spoiling the atmosphere. The culinary god smiled. If the famous Kue Luo came to Xian Academy, it would probably cease to exist the next day, and the students would run away in fear. Haha. Kue Luo was furious. I'm going. Your precious Xian Academy, right? Fine, I'll go and spoil the atmosphere. I specialize in matchmaking, robbing, intimidating, beating up mentors, sleeping with a brat from the Wang family with a brat from the Xia family, and capturing a girl from the frigid immortal sect to warm your bed. Even though the culinary god was calm and collected, he still found Kue Luo's words hard to take. He couldn't help but look at Luin. Young man, I don't know what relationship you have with this person, but I advise you to stay away from him. He's a stain on this domain. He then turned and left, not giving Kue Luo a chance to retort. Kue Luo cursed loudly, his face red with anger. Luin looked at the invitation in his hand. Xian Academy? Should he go? I've decided. I'm going to Xian Academy. Kue Luo shouted angrily. Luin blinked. Perhaps that old man is using this method to provoke you and get you to join Xian Academy. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. That old bastard just has a cheap mouth. Is he as cheap as you? Luin almost blurted out, but he managed to hold himself back. I don't know where senior brother went. Old man, let's look for him. Look my ass. I'm going to Xian Academy. Kid, are you coming? As long as you go, I'll definitely find 8 or 10 girls to warm your bed, Kue Luo said strangely. Luin coughed. Let's look for senior brother first. That's more important. Do you think that senior culinary god didn't discover our relationship with him? He's stupid. He didn't notice, Kue Luo said unhappily. Luin pursed his lips. That culinary god must be a genius to be able to anger Kue Luo, but he probably didn't have it easy either. Kue Luo's mouth had definitely left a shadow in his heart. Luin looked around but couldn't find senior brother Qing Ping. However, since the mist ancestor had said that he had succeeded, Luin felt much more at ease. He didn't return to the Bei family, as he wouldn't have any more interactions with them. Right now, he was going to the Bifrost and Jade City. Since he was impersonating Yu Xiaozhong, he had to play it to the end. He had to take revenge and be discovered. If he wasn't discovered, how could he approach Shenwu Plain? As for Xian Academy, he didn't plan on going there just yet. Kue Luo was anxious to go there, but Luin wanted to take revenge on behalf of Yu Xiaozhong, so he quietly followed. Kue Luo said that he didn't care about Yu Xiaozhong and that he deserved it, but if he really didn't care, he wouldn't have said so much to Luin and might not have taken the initiative to follow him. Since it was Yu Xiaozhong's revenge, he should be the one to take it. The Bifrost was connected to the lower realm, the middle realm, and the top realm, and was controlled by Shenwu Plain. Anyone who hadn't been here before would be shocked upon seeing the Bifrost for the first time. The rainbow was a huge bridge with many cities on it, and the colors represented up and down. Red was below, orange was above, yellow was still, green was below, and blue was above. Indigo was motionless. This was the 6 colors of the rainbow bridge. All the cities on the rainbow bridge were either in the yellow range or in the indigo range. And Jade City was in the yellow range. At the foot of the yellow rainbow, it looked particularly beautiful at first glance. The current Jade City was no longer the Jade City of the past. Ever since Xia Zhitong angered the old city lord to death and young master Yu committed suicide, the entire Jade City was under her control. It had become a luxurious place filled with power and sex. The entire Jade City was brightly lit regardless of whether it was day or night. Every lake in the city had a flower boat, every street, and every manor had a hidden spring scenery. Originally, Jade City had been a very ordinary city on the Bifrost Bridge. The Yu family had managed the bark of the mother tree to maintain the city's existence, but Xia Zhitong's rise to power had changed the atmosphere of the city. Jade City was now famous even in the top realm, let alone the middle realm. Countless people flocked to the city, and it had almost doubled in size. Xia Zhitong's gigolos had more than doubled in size as well. They spent their days immersed in wine and women, and the city was filled with laughter. When Luin walked into Jade City, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. "This place is bustling," he exclaimed. There were people everywhere, and the restaurants on both sides were filled with laughter. This place was even more bustling than the few cities he had seen on his way here, and it even surpassed Shell City by the sea. Kue Luo sneered, "Of course it's bustling." Xia Zhitong used her human nature to manage the city, and it's a good thing for the people living in Jade City. Many people have become rich, but unfortunately, they don't even dare to call themselves residents of Jade City. If the people of the Yu family were still alive, they would have been angered to death again. Luin nodded, "Yes, some businesses can't be exposed, and they've implicated the entire city." They weren't in a hurry to find Xia Zhitong. With Luin and Kue Luo's strength, they could easily destroy her with a flick of their fingers. However, his identity as Little Prince Yu had to be exposed, and everything he had done before would be exposed. He wanted to act like someone who would do anything for revenge, and he wanted everyone to feel his hatred. That night, a flower boat floated alone on the quiet lake. It seemed a little lonely, but there was only one boat in the entire lake, and it was dedicated to its needs. There was a beautiful courtesan on the boat, leaning against the railing and staring at the lake with misty eyes. She seemed to be waiting for something, and there was a faint smile on her face. Not long after, a loud laugh was heard. As the boat swayed, the beautiful woman looked towards the deck, and her habitual smile appeared on her face. "Master Ba, you're here." The one who laughed was a middle-aged man. He looked scholarly and had a bit of a bearing. His eyes were especially attractive, making the woman blush. Although the middle-aged man looked refined, his actions were very rough. He directly picked up the woman and kissed her. "Master Ba, why are you in such a hurry today? Let me slowly serve you." "Haha, of course I'm anxious." After waiting for a few days, that woman finally found someone else. "Only then did I come to see you, baby," Grandpa Ba said greedily. The woman giggled. "Aren't you afraid that the city lord will scold you for saying that?" What can she blame me for? So many men are enough for her to play with. After a while, when she's tired of playing with me, I'll accompany you every day. Haha. Grandpa Ba laughed. He was looking forward to that day. The woman smiled. "All right, I'll be waiting." Grandpa Ba laughed again and pounced forward. "Grandpa Ba, you're in a good mood." A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It was especially abrupt on this quiet boat. Grandpa Ba's expression changed drastically. He had been about to pounce on the bed, but he suddenly tore through the void and tried to escape without even looking back. However, his body was still tearing through the void. He couldn't move and was suspended in midair. He couldn't see behind him, and he couldn't land either. In front of him was the absolutely beautiful woman's pale face. Through her eyes, he saw a youth sitting in the corner. He didn't know when the youth had sat there, but he hadn't noticed at all. Beside Luin, Tong Yu casually waved her hand, causing Grandpa Ba's body to flip over and crash into the boat below Lu Yin's feet. Grandpa Ba's body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head. His mind spun rapidly as he tried to figure out who he had offended. He hadn't been able to retaliate at all, and the person who had dealt with him had an extremely high cultivation. He was at least a cultivator with 3 or 4 origin tribulations. When had he ever offended such a person? Grandpa Ba looked up and saw Luin. His pupils shrank and his expression turned extremely ugly, as if he had seen a ghost. Young Master Yu?" The absolutely beautiful woman on the bed was shocked. young master Yu? She seemed to have heard of him before. Hadn't he been missing for a long time? Luine grinned at Grandpa Ba. Master Ba, are you having fun? Grandpa Ba stared at Luine in a daze. He had never imagined that he would see such a face again in his life. Young master, what's wrong? Aren't you? Luine smiled. What's wrong, Master Ba? Aren't you happy to see me? You can't even complete a sentence. Grandpa Ba gulped and stared at Luine. Why was this person here? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Even though Grandpa Ba hadn't seen him with his own eyes, it was rumored that young Master Yu had committed suicide. Why was he here? Could it be fake? Grandpa Ba stared at Lu Yin's face. It was real, and he wasn't wearing any disguise. Master Ba, long time no see, Lu Yin said. Grandpa Ba's fingers moved, and he glanced at Tong Yu, who was standing behind Lu Yin. His gaze hardened, and he suddenly tried to take control of Lu Yin. However, Tong Yu was faster than him and easily grabbed his arm. She then exerted some force, causing Grandpa Ba to scream in pain as his right arm was forcefully torn off. Blood splattered all over the cabin. The beautiful woman screamed and fainted. Grandpa Ba clutched at his broken arm and stared at Tong Yu in shock. Lu Yin looked at him in amusement. Master Ba, why are you giving me such a huge gift? How do you think I should return the favor? Grandpa Ba's face paled, and he immediately knelt down and begged, Young master, what happened back then had nothing to do with me. Please let me go. It really has nothing to do with me. It was Xia Zhitong and her lover who did it. It was the Xia family who instigated it. I was just one of her gigolos, and I definitely didn't help her deal with the old city lord. Lu Yin's smile disappeared. Do you have some misunderstanding about this matter? Xia Zhitong is my wife. You had an affair with her, but you make it sound like it doesn't matter. Why, do you need me to congratulate you? Beads of sweat dripped from Grandpa Ba's forehead, and he continuously kowtowed. Young master, I was wrong. I was an animal, and I was wrong. But please believe me, I definitely didn't help her deal with the old city lord, nor did I have any intentions of doing anything to him. It was all her doing, and it had nothing to do with me. He kowtowed as he spoke, causing the boat to crack and water to leak out. Lu Yin quietly watched as Grandpa Ba kowtowed. Beside the lake, Kuei Luo watched this scene and sighed with emotion. Revenge could only be considered revenge if one took it personally. Lu Yin had returned with young Master Yu's appearance, which could be considered another form of revenge. After kowtowing for half an incense stick, Lu Yin grew tired of it. You said that Xia Zhitong and her lover were the ones who attacked my Yu family. Who was her lover? Have I seen him before? Grandpa Ba's voice trembled as he replied, yes, he was the one who married her off to Yuqing. Uncle. Lu Yin was stunned. Uncle? His surname was Xia, so he couldn't be her biological uncle, right? If he was, how could the Xia family tolerate it? Actually, I thought that Xia Zhitong was just playing around, but after so many years, I realized that she was sent by a side branch of the Xia family to deal with the Yu family. Because the Yu family had once been close to the Lu family, they wanted to announce the Yu family's fate to the entire astral tree realm so that no one would dare to help the remaining Lu family members. That's why they spread the news of what happened in Yuqing and even changed the city to its current state. Back then, the old city lord was angered to death, and the young master went missing. The Xia family used this matter to their advantage, and many of the remaining Lu family members were betrayed in the central realm. No one wants to become the next Yu family. Lu Yin's expression darkened. In order to protect the Yu family, Yu Hao's father had deliberately betrayed his own father, who was Yu Hao's grandfather. Only then had Yuqing remained safe and sound. Of course, this was likely something that the Yu family had discussed beforehand. They were smart, but the four cardinal scales were not stupid either. Since they could not deal with the Yu family openly, they had chosen to do it secretly, using such a despicable method. The Yu family's reputation had been completely ruined by Xia Zhitong. When this matter was publicized, one could imagine how many people would mock Yu Hao. His reputation was so terrible that any normal person would not be able to bear it and commit suicide, because there was no hope of turning things around. He was facing the four-way scale Xia family, a colossus. Not everyone was like Progenitor Chen, and even Progenitor Chen had only been able to do so because of Lu Tianyi's support. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed by the Xia family long ago. This consecrated Grandpa Ba had no value at all. If not for the fact that Lu Ying needed someone to investigate Yu Hao after his identity as Yu Hao had been exposed, he would not have sought out this person at all. However, after listening to Grandpa Ba's explanation, Lu Ying realized that it had not been a waste of time. Grandpa Ba truly wanted to do something for the Yu family. No matter what the Yu family's stance was after the Lu family was exiled, they had still been in trouble because of the Lu family. Little Lord, I've thought about looking for you, really. I wanted to hide you and let you live out your life peacefully, but you went missing and I couldn't find you no matter what. Little Lord, you have to believe me, Grandpa Ba hurriedly said as he seemed to sense Lu Yin's killing intent. Lu Ying stood up, exhaled, and turned to leave. Grandpa Ba still wanted to say something, but he was killed by Lu Yin's gaze. He fell into a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. This was the first. Kue Luo left the lake and walked out. It's just as you said. The Yu family suffered because of my Lu family, but it's even worse than what you said. They purposely spread the news about the Yu family's fate, warning the entire astral tree that as long as the 4 cardinal scales were in power, the Yu family would always be a joke, a huge joke. Xia Zhitong would always be free. The more free she is, the more miserable the Yu family will be, and more people will know about it, Lu Ying said indifferently. Kue Luo laughed strangely. Some people can't even imagine how ruthless they can be. That old man from the Yu family is still in the Star Alliance, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. If he knew about the Yu family's fate, he would probably die of anger. It's also possible that he's hiding his hatred for revenge one day, Tong Yu interjected. Kue Luo looked at Lu Ying. Which one do you hope for? Lu Ying was stunned, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Normally, he would hope that old man Yu was still alive. After all, the Yu family was too miserable, and old man Yu was on good terms with the Lu family. However, it was precisely because of the Yu family's misery that he would lose his mind and not only hate the 4 cardinal scales, but also the Lu family. If not for the Lu family, the Yu family would not have ended up like this. This was human nature. If that was the case, Lu Ying did not know how to face old man Yu. The only people related to the Yu family were Grandpa Ba and Xia Zhitong. Once Lu Ying dealt with Grandpa Ba, Xia Zhitong would be next. The Yu family's former mansion had become a place for Xia Zhitong and her gigolos. It was rumored that there were 69 rooms here, and 69 gigolos lived there. Xia Zhitong had transformed the Yu family, including the servants, guards, and even the odd job workers. All of them were handsome, and as long as she was in the mood, she could play with them whenever she wanted. Many people would walk around the mansion when they came to Jade City, just to take a look at this legendary mansion. It was worth mentioning that a plaque with the words Jade Mansion was still hung here, and it was the most scenic spot in the city. The Rainbow Bridge's yellow radiance was covered by the earth, and the sky outside Jade City was covered by a veil, causing night to fall. Outside the Jade Mansion, Lu Ying looked at the guards on both sides of the gate. He had to admit that Xia Zhitong was really ruthless. These guards had been carefully selected, and their appearances were clearly above the average man's. They even had a somber air about them. There weren't many experts in Jade City. Lu Ying easily entered the mansion and found Xia Zhitong. The dark red room was filled with extravagance, and there was even the sound of a woman's laughter. Xia Zhitong was beautiful, and her voice was especially graceful and gentle. Her voice was even more enticing, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to charm little Prince Yu. Giggles could be heard coming from the room, along with the voices of men. Tong Yu looked at Lu Ying strangely. You're not going in? Lu Ying frowned, thinking about how to deal with Xia Zhitong. He definitely couldn't kill her. How could he rely on her to enter Shenwu Plain? Even if he wanted to kill her, he would have to give up his identity as little Prince Yu. He couldn't kill her, but he also wanted to use her. Old man, what do you think we should do? Lu Ying asked. Kue Luo shushed him. Don't talk, just listen. Lu Ying blinked and looked at Kue Luo strangely, just like how Tong Yu had looked at him. You have a hobby of listening to these things? Cut the crap, here comes the main topic, Kue Luo growled. Xia Zhitong's voice came from the room. I'll say it one more time. If you still can't get me to join the break society, then don't ever come here again. Baby, it's not that I don't want you to join, it's just that it's too difficult to enter the breaking trade society. You're too famous, and you don't have the ability to attract those big shots. If you join, not only will you be exposed, you might even attract the attention of the four-direction scale. That would be troublesome. Xiaojitong harumphed coldly. You think too highly of me. I'm just a pawn of the Xia clan. The Xia clan controls Shenwu Plain, but they don't completely represent Shenwu Plain. It's just like how your uncle, the left commander, also belongs to Shenwu Plain, but he doesn't belong to the Xia clan. I'm just a collateral member of the Xia clan. Don't think that I don't know what the outside world thinks of me. The Yu family's reputation is bad, and my reputation isn't good either. The Xia family can't wait to stay away from me, and no one is willing to get close to me. Even that uncle of mine is the same. If I don't think of ways to protect myself, when the day comes that I'm forgotten, my fate won't be much better than the Yu family's. The man sighed, the break society isn't as powerful as you think. If the situation is as you say, then the break society won't be able to protect you. The world of cultivation is too real. No matter how influential the break society is, as long as they don't have the strength to deal with the Lu family's descendants, it won't matter even if the entire astral tree belongs to them. They're facing the entire astral tree. They're not even afraid of the four cardinal scales, so why would they be afraid of the break society? Xiao Zhitong's voice lowered, so you won't recommend me? The man muttered to himself, wait a moment. Wait until my position is higher, or until my uncle's position is higher. You don't want to try rashly and never be able to enter. Outside, Luin was curious. What's the break society? Kue Luo replied, I've heard of it before. It's a group formed by many minor characters. They hope to use their own influence to influence a portion of the astral tree. Luin was shocked. There's such an organization? He had merged with many cultivators in the astral tree, but he had never seen any information about the break society. Kue Luo laughed strangely. There's a clear hierarchy in the astral tree. The top realm has the four cardinal scales, the middle realm has the school of agriculture, the Lu family, and a few other families. No matter what others do, they can't compare to them. Once there's a sign, the four cardinal scales will either take the experts away or bring them to the alliance. Do you think that only the Lu family's descendants and those in the alliance will resist the four cardinal scales? Some people have been oppressed for too long. They don't dare to resist openly, but they've secretly joined forces. Is that useful? Luin didn't understand. Kue Luo thought about it for a moment. The break society didn't have much influence when it was first established. I just happened to know about them back then, but as they developed, more and more people joined them. These people don't seem special at first glance, and they don't have much influence, but when they work together, they can affect things. My deepest impression is that they can influence the frequency at which certain people participate in the war on the other side to ensure that they survive. Luin was shocked. They can do that? Kue Luo nodded. I've seen the list, and they can indeed do it. Any cultivator who enters the war on the other side has to follow the arrangements and participate for a certain number of years or how many wars they participated in. However, there are people from the break society who are in charge of calculating the number of years or battles. They can't make large changes, but they can make small changes, such as the number of years or battles. In the end, many people can leave the war on the other side half a year or even a year earlier than others. For cultivators with backgrounds, being able to leave the war on the other side early, even if it's just 1 or 2 days earlier, is a good thing. Otherwise, they might die in one of the battles. Luin understood. The war on the other side was too vast, and it was impossible to check on everyone. They didn't need to directly change a person's experience, they only needed to make small changes to affect that person's chances of survival. This is just one of the break society's businesses, and it's a very cautious one. Apart from that, there are people from all walks of life who join the break society. They don't need to be the most powerful, but they definitely hold important positions and can help the break society accomplish certain things. Every now and then, the break society will nurture people to join the various walks of life. After so many years, I don't even know how much influence the break society has. Luin was surprised. You've never paid attention to it? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Why would I? No matter how big its influence is, it can't really affect the affairs of the astral tree. Trying to make a big deal out of nothing is just an unrealistic dream. Even if they have one or two half-ancestors behind them, as long as those behemoths notice them, they can be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Besides, they might not even have one or two half-ancestors behind them. That kid inside is right. If the Lu family's remnant wants to touch someone, the break society won't be able to protect them. Then why are you eavesdropping now? You seem to care a lot. Luin was puzzled. Kue Luo pursed his lips. Cut the crap. Just listen. Luin shook his head. This old man just loved to listen to secrets, no matter who it was. There's one half-ancestor behind the break society, but I don't know how many there are. Let's see if I can find out more, hee. Kue Luo chuckled to himself. Inside the room, Xia Zhitong and the man were still talking, but the topic had gradually changed. They no longer talked about the break society, but instead about business, such as the sale of mother tree barks and the selection of courtesans. Luin listened for a while and learned that the man's identity was the trade union's inspector. He knew about the trade union, as he had obtained memories of it when he had fused with Elder Green Apricot's body. As long as there was a trade, there would be an organization that protected it, which was the so-called trade union. The Fifth Mainland also had such an organization, so it wasn't strange for the Astral Tree Society to have one as well. The trade union's status wasn't high, and it was only there to earn money and serve the behemoths. The conversation inside was all about trivial matters. Kue Luo sighed regretfully. That's it. Luin sighed. It's time to talk to this Xia Zhitong. The dark red room was filled with clothes, and Xia Zhitong was curled up in the man's embrace. She spoke softly, but her eyes were terrifyingly deep. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Mistress, Yu Hao is back. Xia Zhitong suddenly stood up, her snow-white skin glaring under the red light. The man's eyes gleamed, and he licked his lips. Yu Hao? That young master Yu? Isn't he dead? He's just missing. Xia Zhitong frowned. How did he come back? Alone? Yes, alone. He looks very haggard. Xia Zhitong stood up, but the man hugged her. Darling, don't worry about him. Play with him first. Xia Zhitong pushed him away and giggled. He's my husband in name. Humph, he's just a Xiaobai. Isn't it good that he's dead? He actually came back. Doesn't he know that he's the biggest joke in the entire astral tree domain? The man sneered. The bed we're on belongs to him, haha. Xia Zhitong only put on an almost transparent gauze and walked out. It barely covered her body. The man cursed on the bed and got up in a bad mood. He couldn't see this woman again, and he definitely couldn't bring her into the Broken East Society. Otherwise, the society would be exposed. Although he liked to play, he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the Broken East Society even with his status as her uncle. He was more cautious than anyone else. However, just as he was about to leave, a visual message appeared in front of him. He was stunned. How could there be a woman in the Jade Manor? And this woman was very alluring. On the other side, Luin sat quietly in the main hall of the Jade Manor. He was surrounded by guards who glared at him fiercely, as if they wanted to eat him alive. At the same time, there was mockery and ridicule in the depths of their eyes. Footsteps sounded, and Luin looked towards the door. Xia Zhitong walked over, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Their eyes met, and the veil covering her body made the surrounding guards gulp. Luin frowned as he looked at Xia Zhitong. If he really was young Master Yu, he would have slapped this woman to death. How disgusting. Xia Zhitong looked at Luin with bright, infatuated eyes. She liked Yu Hao for no other reason than his face. He was more handsome than any man she had ever met. Even without the Xia family's schemes, she would have thought of a way to marry into Yuqing and obtain Yu Hao. Unfortunately, because of the Xia family's schemes, she had been forced to anger the old city lord to death, causing Yu Hao to lose his mind and go missing. She often regretted not capturing Yu Hao. Even if he had gone crazy, his face was still handsome and attractive. He was much better than anyone else. Thankfully, he had returned. Xia Zhitong's lips curled up in a mesmerizing smile. She took off her clothes in front of all the guards and walked over. "You're back." Lu Yin was stunned. He knew what kind of person Xia Zhitong was, but this was too brazen. The surrounding guards gulped and stared at Xia Zhitong's body. They wanted nothing more than to pounce on her. Lu Yin watched as Xia Zhitong walked in front of him and tried to hug him, but he couldn't take it anymore. Language. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding guards all fell to the ground. Xia Zhitong's body was flung away by a huge force and smashed into the ground. She was stunned and didn't know what had happened. A cloth fell down and covered her. Language walked out and stood beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and stood up. He walked over to Xia Zhitong and looked down at her. "You haven't changed even after so many years." Only then did Xia Zhitong realize that language hadn't been too harsh on her. This woman was still useful. You dare to hit me?" Xia Zhitong was stunned. Lu Yin laughed. "How interesting. You angered my father to death and made Yuqing the biggest joke in the astral tree realm. Yu Hao, didn't dare to look at anyone and even tried to commit suicide. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet my master, I would have died. Tell me, would I have attacked you?" Xia Zhitong's face darkened. "Yu Hao, do you know what you're saying? You dare to attack me? I'm Xia Zhitong, a member of the Xia family and Shenwu Plain." "So what?" Lu Yin retorted. Xia Zhitong glared at Lu Yin. "You're provoking Shenwu Plain and my Xia family. Do you know the consequences? With just a word from me, your grandfather will die in the Star Alliance. As long as I'm willing, I can slaughter the entire Jade City and let your name go down in history and infamy. I can even order the rewriting of Jade City's history and consign your Yu family to eternal damnation. You know that I can do it." Lu Yin nodded. "I believe you, but you wouldn't dare." Xia Zhitong was so angry that she laughed. "I don't dare? Yu Hao, who do you think you are? If it wasn't for your skin, I would have tortured you to death long ago. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Xia family won't let you off. Every move I make here will be reported to the Xia family. I'll peel off your skin and hang it in my room. I'll dig out your eyes and put them beside my bed. I'll let you watch me make love to another man. You'll never be able to raise your head again." Tong Yu's eyes narrowed. What a ruthless woman. As the vice arbiter of the Dark Court, she had killed many people, but she had never tortured anyone. However, this woman was very good at torturing people. It was no wonder that she had angered the old city lord to death. Lu Yin squatted down and stared at Xia Zhitong. "You're threatening me, which makes me want to kill you even more." Xia Zhitong sneered, "If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the 4 cardinal scales, just like that bastard from the Lu family. The Lu family's bastard was exposed at Longshan, and you should know his fate. You'll end up worse than him because the Xia family won't kill you. They'll use you as a sacrifice to me." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Xia Zhitong continued, "Of course, there's another path for you." "Tell me," Lu Yin said indifferently. The viciousness in Xia Zhitong's eyes dissipated, and her lips curled up into an enchanting smile once more. She straightened up, and the cloth covering her body was pulled back a little, revealing her fair skin with a tinge of red. She looked extremely alluring. "You'll still be my husband, and we'll pretend that nothing happened tonight. The Jade Manor will still be yours, and you can return to your original state. Of course, nothing will change to the outside world, but I won't harm you or restrict your freedom. If you're willing, I'll accompany you every night. I know that you've been infatuated with me since the first time we met. I'll always be yours. How about that?" Lu Yin's eyes flickered. "You don't want another man? Can Yuqing be restored to its original state?" Xia Zhitong shook her head. "It's been so many years, and you're still so naive. I'm not the one who went against your Yu family, but Shenwu Plain. If Yuqing is restored, you'll be finished." Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Xia Zhitong continued, "If you don't want me to have another man, I'll do my best, but the rumors about Yuqing and your Yu family won't change. I'm not lying to you, if you try to change them, you'll only die faster. This is the four-way scales method of intimidating the astral tree realm, and no one is allowed to destroy it. Master Ba is dead, Lu Yin suddenly said. Xiao Zhitong was stunned, but she didn't seem to mind. You killed him? Lu Yin nodded. Xiao Zhitong didn't care. So what if he's dead? I'm tired of playing with him after all these years. Do you think you can threaten me with those words? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Zhitong smiled. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't be talking to me like that. If it was you back then, I definitely wouldn't have survived. Your father was angered to death by me, and I couldn't let go of this grudge. But so many years have passed, and I don't know what you've been through, but I'm sure that some grudges can be set aside. Besides, I didn't kill your father. Lu Yin was amused and couldn't help but clap. That makes sense. You really do have your reasons for being able to break free from worldly norms and do all sorts of shameless things. Xiao Zhitong's expression changed. What exactly do you want? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I want revenge. Xiao Zhitong stared at Lu Yin. Is it worth it? I gave you everything you wanted. It's been decades, and you still haven't thought it through? Lu Yin straightened up. I endured the pain of cultivation for decades just for revenge. Do you think I'll give it up? You're too stupid, Yu Hao. So what if you take revenge? You'll still be hunted down like a bastard from the Lu family. Let me tell you, your grandfather isn't dead, and he's still in the Star Alliance. If you dare to kill me, he'll die as well. Lu Yin looked at her playfully. I know my grandfather isn't dead, so I won't kill you. But I'll make you suffer the greatest pain in the world. Xiao Zhitong was terrified. She didn't know how Lu Yin was going to deal with her. Although she had been used by the Xia family and her reputation had been ruined, she had still enjoyed the bliss of life. She didn't want to lose it. You can't do anything to me, Yu Hao. The Xia family's ancestral worship ceremony is about to begin, and I'll be there. If the elders find out, you'll be dead. You can tell me what you want. Do you want to save your grandfather? I have a plan. Xiao Zhitong grew anxious. Lu Yin was curious. What plan do you have? Xiao Zhitong anxiously replied, everyone in the Star Alliance is an emissary, and they're not weak when gathered together. But do you know why they haven't fled? There are still many remaining members of the Lu family, but none of them have fled. Do you know why? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had never considered this question before. When he had first come into contact with the Star Alliance, he had been at the back of the battlefield. There was no escape from that place, so he had never considered it. Why? Xiao Zhitong replied, I'll tell you, but you have to let me go. Lu Yin laughed. Do you think that's possible? It's just a piece of information, and you want me to let you go? This isn't simple information. There aren't many people in the entire astral tree domain who know the reason, including the 4 cardinal scales. Only a half-ancestor or above would know. Lu Yin nodded. Tell me. Xiao Zhitong still wanted to negotiate, but Lu Yin suddenly attacked and slapped her to the ground. The huge force almost knocked her unconscious, and the remaining force entered her body through her cheek, causing her meridians to be on the verge of shattering. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. She was in a daze, as if she had never expected to be hit. This was the first time Lu Yin had taken true revenge since he had disguised himself as Yu Hao. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Speak. Xiao Zhitong looked at Lu Yin in fear. Although she wasn't good at cultivation, she was still a member of the Xia family. And was much stronger than Yu Hao. However, the strength that Lu Yin had displayed in that slap was unimaginable. She wasn't strong, but she had extremely high standards, and there were more than 1 or 2 envoys who had played with her. The strength of that slap had seemed fine on the surface, and even her teeth hadn't been broken. However, it had invaded her body and caused her meridians to be on the verge of shattering. She couldn't understand what Yu Hao had gone through to change him completely. Tell me, Lu Yin said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Zhitong. Xiao Zhitong had been afraid that Lu Yin would be too eager to take revenge and disregard the consequences, but now, she was truly terrified. She could no longer see the subservience that Yu Hao had once shown in Lu Yin's eyes. Instead, she saw coldness and mercilessness. The frigid immortal sect has placed some sort of restriction on everyone in the alliance, just like how we can't remember what happened to the Lu family, Xia Zhitong replied, not daring to negotiate any further. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Restriction? Frigid immortal sect? The first thing that came to mind was the cage technique. If the frigid immortal sect could create the cage technique to enslave the Day-Night clan, then it wouldn't be strange for them to create other restrictions on their own. It was no wonder that the people from the alliance couldn't escape. How do you know? Lu Yin asked curiously, as this wasn't something that someone like Xia Zhitong could understand. Xia Zhitong's voice trembled as she answered, my uncle told me. Xia Yuan? Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Xia Zhitong nodded. Xia Yuan was the uncle who had sent Xia Zhitong to Jade City on the day of her wedding. He was the person that Master Ba had mentioned. He wasn't Xia Zhitong's biological uncle. Although the two of them were from the same branch, Xia Zhitong was sent to Xia Yuan's branch by another branch. She could be considered a branch of the branch, so the Xia family didn't care about her reputation and she could even hook up with Xia Yuan. Thank you for your support, brothers. After the wedding photos were taken, the new chapter began. Although it was tiring, he couldn't let his brothers down. My uncle, Xia Yuan, is second only to half-ancestor Zihuan in the branch family. He overheard this news by accident and told me when we were together, Xia Zhitong said. Lu Yin frowned. This is just a piece of news. How are you going to help me save my grandfather? Xia Zhitong replied, I can find Xia Yuan. The restrictions in the alliance come from the frigid immortal sect, but they don't belong to the sect alone. The four cardinal scales have ways to control the restrictions. As long as I can find Xia Yuan, I might be able to understand how to break the restrictions and save your grandfather. Lu Yin didn't just want to save the elder from the Yu family, he also wanted to save all of the remaining members of the Lu family in the alliance. If he couldn't break the restrictions, then he wouldn't be able to save them. If he wanted to break the restrictions, then Xia Yuan was one way, but the other was to continuously roll possession. He would eventually be able to enter the bodies of those important people, such as the head of the Xia family, Xia Xing. He would definitely know how to break the restrictions. However, saving the people in the alliance was one thing, he also wanted to save the people in the Red Garden. If possible, he wanted to obtain the 9 clones of the Shenwu celestial sect. These were all his next steps. Lu Yin looked at Xia Zhitong. This woman really couldn't be killed, as her value was better than her death. She would die eventually, but not now. A person who had been tormented by hatred for decades would not let his enemy off so easily. He needed to slowly vent his hatred. Lu Yin was such a person. If he really was young Master Yu, then Xia Zhitong couldn't die so easily. I want to save my grandfather, so I won't kill you, Lu Yin said. Xia Zhitong sighed in relief. However, Lu Yin stared into her eyes and saw the fear in them. I'll torture you. Don't you like to play? I'll poison your body, and once you come into contact with someone of the opposite sex, the poison will spread throughout your body and make you wish you were dead. You can try to cure the poison, and I won't stop you. However, every time you try, you'll be one step closer to death and one step closer to aging. Xia Zhitong's pupils shrank. Not being able to come into contact with someone of the opposite sex, death, and aging were all things she feared. Yu Hao, young Master Yu, brother Yu, many things have passed. You should think about your grandfather. If I die, how will you save him? Lu Yin smiled. I never said that you would die. It's just torture. The Xiao family's ancestral worship ceremony is approaching. If they discover that I've been poisoned, it doesn't matter. Let's see who in the Xiao family has the ability to cure you. Perhaps you can ask that half-ancestor Zihuan of yours to give it a try. This is a poison that my master developed, so let's see who can cure it. I'll look for you after a while, and I hope that you'll be able to save my grandfather when the time comes. Seeing Xia Zhitong unconscious on the ground, Kui Luo walked over and said, what a pleasant surprise. Now that you've found out about the GAL, do you think she can help you save those people? Lu Yin shook his head. That's not very likely. She's just creating an opportunity for me to give it a try. Through her, more and more people from the Xia family will appear, and I'll have a chance to get in touch with the upper echelons of the Xia family. Using Yu Hao's name, the Xia family won't care about a single Yu Hao, even if he's had a fortuitous encounter. After saying that, Lu Ying invited the Mist Ancestor out, and after a round of praises, the Mist Ancestor fiddled with the effects that Lu Ying had described and invaded Xia Zhitong's body. My way can even create an emissary and simulate an astral cyclone. What you said is too simple. The Mist Ancestor was pleased with himself. Lu Ying hurriedly flattered him. Junior knew that Senior could do it, which is why I made the poison sound so miraculous. This woman doesn't believe me, but will know when she wakes up. Senior's methods are brilliant. The Mist Ancestor frowned. If it weren't for the fact that you wanted to save the Lu family, I wouldn't have helped you. This woman doesn't have the right to touch my way. Disgusting. Lu Ying smiled sheepishly. Junior understands. Thank you, Senior. The Mist Ancestor returned to the mirror, and Lu Ying looked at the unconscious Xia Zhitong. Now that I'm back, the astral tree domain won't be as stable. The four-way scale won't be stable either. Let's go. After leaving the Jade Mansion, Lu Ying took the man who had hooked up with Xia Zhitong with him. He was very interested in the Broken East Society. The four-way scale suppressed the astral tree domain, and it was an absolute colossus. Aside from the Farmer's family, the Lu family, Memory Sage Academy, Ghost Abyss, and so on, there were also secret organizations like the Hidden Earth Society. Although these organizations were insignificant and could be destroyed as soon as they were discovered, the Broken East Society's motto was to use the small to win the big. As long as they weren't discovered, these organizations were still very useful. At the very least, they were very useful to someone like Lu Ying who was hiding in the shadows. Outside Jade City, Lu Ying tossed the man out. The man had been knocked unconscious by Tong Yu, and when he hit the ground, he immediately woke up. He rubbed his head in confusion as he looked at Jade City in the distance. Why was he outside Jade City? Wasn't he supposed to be in the Jade Mansion? As he tried to recall what had happened, he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He turned around and saw Lu Ying, Tong Yu, and Kue Luo. Of course, he couldn't see their faces as they were all covered up. Who are you? The man remained vigilant, but he wasn't too afraid. He didn't act rashly either. Lu Ying sized up the man. Name. Who are you? How did you bring me out of the Jade Mansion? Where's Xia Zhitong? The man barked. Lu Ying raised his head. I'm asking for your name. The man sneered. What a bunch of tricks. Xia Zhitong wants to use this method to scare me into bringing her in? Dream on. I already said that I'll bring her in when I can, and there's no point in forcing her. I'm leaving. He then stood up to leave. He really thought that Xia Zhitong was behind this, as he was in the Jade Mansion. Who would dare to make a move against him? Although Xia Zhitong was only a side relative of the Xia family and had no status in the Xia family, she was still a pawn that the Shenwu Plain used to deal with Jade City. Tong Yu's eyes narrowed as a terrifying aura erupted and pressed the man to the ground. The man was shocked, as this pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. It was as if the entire universe was crushing him. He couldn't believe that this pressure was even greater than his uncle's. How could this be? His uncle was a fourth origin tribulation cultivator. Just where did these people come from? As soon as he felt the pressure, he knew that it had nothing to do with Xia Zhitong. No matter how much she tried, she wouldn't be able to hook up with such a powerhouse unless it was her uncle. You want to talk now? Lu Ying smiled. The pressure disappeared. The man panted heavily, his body on the verge of collapsing from the enormous pressure. He slowly looked up and saw Lu Yin's indifferent expression. He asked in fear, "Who are you people? Why are you capturing me?" Lu Ying shook his head. "It seems like you still don't understand me." The moment he finished speaking, the pressure appeared again. This time, the pressure was even more terrifying, and the man spat out a mouthful of blood. His organs felt like they were about to shatter, and his vision blurred as the world spun around him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't open his mouth. The pressure had only lasted for an instant, but it had already severely injured him. The man spat out another mouthful of blood. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of spitting out his organs. Name, Lu Ying said calmly. When the man heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate. Even if his body was about to shatter, he still had to speak. Shan. Identity, Lu Ying continued. Merchant Alliance Inspector, Shan replied. Identity? Lu Ying asked again. Shan's face was filled with fear as countless thoughts ran through his mind. Eventually, he helplessly replied, a member of the Broken Trade Society. Lu Ying looked at Shan. What's the Broken Trade Society? Shan coughed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing the ground red. However, he didn't dare to hesitate and trembled as he explained the Broken Trade Society's origins and goals. It was roughly the same as what Kue Luo had told him, but it was more detailed. At the very least, he told Lu Ying the names of some of the members of the Broken Trade Society, such as the left commander of the second base, which Lu Ying had learned from his conversation with Xia Zhitong. There was also the old woman who had exchanged merit points for the second base, as well as a cultivator who had entered the back battlefield from the top realm to guard the gate. That's all I know, Shan said with a trembling voice. Your uncle is the left commander, so your position in the Broken Trade Society should be quite high. How do you know these people? And they're all related to the back battlefield, so most of them are connected to the second base. Shan replied, I'm in charge of transferring some resources to the central realm to be sold. I also act as a bridge between some families and bring a list of the people they need to protect to my uncle. I don't know anything else, but that's all I'm in charge of. Lu Ying trusted Shan, as there was no need to hide anything from him. Shan had even betrayed his own uncle. Everyone in the Broken Trade Society was in charge of different things. Shan was in charge of the second base, but there were definitely people in charge of the other bases, as well as those in the top realm, the central realm, and the mortal realm. It seemed like a small organization hidden under the four-way scale, but it was actually quite influential. After all, even the four-way scale couldn't openly protect a single person on the back battlefield. Of course, that was only on the surface. How did you get the resources for the second base? Lu Ying asked. Shan replied, the battlefield is heavily monitored, but there are always people who redeem their merit points and go back to the battlefield without obtaining anything. They don't return alive, so the resources are naturally confiscated. However, those that are publicly available have already been redeemed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Even if some of the resources could have been redeemed at the time, you would still have deliberately withheld them, right? Shan didn't speak, but he regretted his earlier actions. He had been afraid and had revealed everything. In reality, there were many things that this person in front of him didn't know, and Shan shouldn't have said anything. At most, he knew about the existence of the Broken Trade Society, but he probably didn't know how it operated. However, it was too late for regrets, as Shan had already revealed everything. Lu Ying frowned and looked at Shan with disgust. These bastards. The cultivators on the front lines were risking their lives, but the Broken Trade Society was secretly delaying the resources that they had redeemed with their merit points. Given the intensity of the battle at the back of the battlefield, if the Broken Trade Society didn't manage to obtain the resources at the time and delayed them for a day or two, or even a few hours, then the person who had redeemed the resources might have gone back to the battlefield and died. Although this method couldn't transfer a large amount of resources, it was still a sizable source of income for the Broken Trade Society. Adding all 5 bases together, the Broken Trade Society's profits were considerable. However, this income had been obtained at the cost of the lives of the cultivators on the front lines. Lu Ying had changed his mind. He could use the Broken Transaction Society, but he had to cut off this business and make them pay a price in the future. The cultivators on the other side of the battlefield were fighting against humanity's greatest enemy, and they were all heroes of the human race. Many of them had children, parents, and grandparents, but it was not worth it for them to die for something like this. He suddenly recalled that when he had exchanged for the cloud landing robe, the old woman had also told him to wait for a while. Had she been deliberately stalling for time? If he died on the battlefield, wouldn't the cloud landing robe, which Senior Clear Dust had exchanged for, belong to the Broken Transaction Society? Even Commander Zhou would covet the cloud landing robe. Lu Ying grew even angrier at this thought. He raised his hand and sent the Grim Reaper's seal into Shan's body. Shan was terrified and looked at Lu Ying in confusion. Luin was indifferent. I'll give you some time to find a way to give me a list of the Broken Transaction Society members involved in the trade. I can let you live and help you climb higher in the Broken Transaction Society, even surpassing your uncle. Of course, if you don't give it to me, I'll make your life a living hell. You can ask your uncle to help you remove the power I left in your body. Let's see who can do it. With that, Luin kept the method of contacting his cloud connection stone. The stone was similar to the Fifth Mainland's gadget, and they could communicate face to face. However, it did not have the wireless goo's ability to ignore distance or even communicate across universes. It had both good and bad points. Luin left, leaving Xueshan behind. Xueshan looked around at the empty surroundings, then at Jade City. He gritted his teeth and hurried away. Those people shouldn't have anything to do with Xia Zhitong, but he couldn't be sure. For such experts to appear out of nowhere, the first person he thought of was the Xia clan. Xia Zhitong couldn't have told the Xia clan about the Broken Trade Society, right? No, she wasn't that stupid. No matter how much she contributed to the Xia family, they wouldn't look at her in the eye. Who were those people? Half a day later, Xia Zhitong left Jade Manor in disguise, her eyes filled with apprehension and lingering fear. She had tried to avoid contact with the opposite sex. She had touched a guard, and the feeling of being bitten by countless ants had driven her mad. She had wanted to tear herself apart. Although it had only been an instant, the feeling had been unforgettable. Yuha was right. She had poisoned herself so that she could experience the greatest torture in the world. To her, not having a man was the greatest torture. She went all the way to the Rainbow Bridge, near the end of the top realm, and found the Xia family members who were guarding the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge belonged to the Divine Martial Heaven, so the Xia family naturally sent masters to guard it. Xia Feng was one such expert. He was a fourth origin tribulation cultivator and was only one step away from reaching the fifth. Seeing Xia Zhitong's arrival, Xia Feng was disgusted. This woman was ruining the Xia family's reputation. Even though they were both on the Rainbow Bridge, he had never seen this woman before. Let her go. Xia Feng waved his hand and asked someone to chase Xia Zhitong away. He didn't want to see her at all. Soon, someone else reported, she's making a ruckus outside. It's really inconvenient to chase her away. Xia Feng frowned impatiently. Let her in. Xia Zhitong was quickly brought before Xia Feng. Xia Feng looked at her with disgust. What is it? Xia Zhitong respectfully replied, Seventh Grandpa. Xia Feng raised his hand. We're not from the same faction. Just tell me what it is. Xia Zhitong Feng replied, I'm poisoned. Xia Feng was surprised. Poisoned? Then you can just cure the poison. Why are you looking for me? Xia Zhitong was helpless. I know Seventh Grandpa doesn't like me, but I really have no choice. This poison can't be cured with medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Reporting to the clan, don't you have a good relationship with Xia Yuan? Let him help you. Xia Feng dismissed her. Xia Zhitong looked at Xia Feng. Seventh Grandpa, the family isn't just targeting Yuqing because of Yuqing. You should know the importance of this matter. If something happens to me, the family will suffer a great loss. Outsiders will think that it was the Lu family who attacked me. Not only will that not deter the Lu family, but it will also fuel their arrogance. Please reconsider. Xia Feng sneered. It has nothing to do with me. The family allowed you to marry into Yuqing. I'm not responsible for your life or death. I can't go back to the family, Xia Zhitong said gloomily. Xia Feng was stunned and then shook his head. Although Xia Zhitong's plan had succeeded, she had made the Yu family the laughingstock of the entire starry sky of trees. Many people were afraid that they would betray the Lu family and end up like the Yu family. However, she had also sacrificed herself. She had lost her reputation and dignity. Although this was her own choice, her family would not let her go. She had embarrassed the Xia family too much. Maybe I'm not even in the family records anymore, Xia Zhitong said self-deprecatingly. Xia Feng's eyes flashed. Who poisoned you? Xia Zhitong replied, Yu Hao. Yu Hao? That young master Yu? Xia Feng was shocked. Isn't he dead? Xia Zhitong shook her head. He's back, and he's a completely different person. He poisoned me and made me suffer the greatest torture in the world. He's taking revenge on me. He doesn't want me to die so easily. He wants to take revenge on the Xia family. Xia Feng snorted. Amir Jr. wants to deal with the Xia family? How laughable. He then pressed a hand on Xia Zhitong's shoulder to check the poison in her body. Suddenly, Xia Zhitong screamed and retreated, her face pale. Xia Feng was confused. What's going on? Xia Zhitong told Xia Feng about the poison's characteristics. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes. This method was not cruel, as long as one did not touch the opposite sex. However, it was the greatest torture for Xia Zhitong. A woman's greatest joy was doing that kind of thing. If she could not do it, then what was the point of living? In order to deal with the Yu family, she had sacrificed her reputation and everything else, all for the sake of immersing herself in pleasure. However, Yu Hao had taken away this joy, leaving Xia Zhitong with endless torture and humiliation. Without that joy, she became clear-headed and thought of many things. If it had been before, how could she have been so depressed that she could not return to the Xia family? How could she have cared about being removed from the family records? She did not care at all, but things were different now. The torture had only just begun. Xia Feng did not touch Xia Zhitong and tried to use his astral source to expel the poison in her body, but he could not find where it was. No matter what he did, he could not find it, and no medicine was effective. Xia Feng's face turned serious. What's going on with Yu Hao? He can't have such methods. It's only been a few decades. Even the junior ancestor can't do this to me. Xia Zhitong despaired. Even you can't cure the poison? Xia Feng was helpless. It's not that I can't cure it, it's that I can't find it. Are you really poisoned? He was somewhat suspicious. Xia Zhitong immediately swore an oath, spitting out all of her vile oaths. Nothing could torment her more than this poison. Xia Feng sighed. I can't. Perhaps the family can. Go find Xia Yuan. With that, he allowed Xia Zhitong to leave. Xia Zhitong walked out in a daze and looked up at the top realm. Find Xia Yuan? She could not find him, and she could not return to her family. Perhaps she could not even return to the top realm. No, she had to get rid of the poison. Her life had already become like this, and she could not return to the past. If she did not get rid of the poison, she might as well die. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had found a place to begin his seclusion. Kue Luo was puzzled. Kid, you haven't been in seclusion for long, but you've been in seclusion for a long time. What's going on? Lu Yin pursed his lips. It's normal for me to go into seclusion and cultivate when I have sudden epiphanies. Kue Luo sneered. Normal my ass. You must be hiding something. Tong Yu, stand guard for me. Lu Yin chased Kue Luo away and had Tong Yu stand guard. He set up a sourcebox array and began to roll his die. He would not place his hopes on Xia Zhitong. Now that he had come to this region of space, there was a high chance that enhance would be absorbed into the bodies of the experts here. If he did not try it now, when would he? At the very least, he would be able to obtain some information. He did not know whether his luck was good or bad this time. He had rolled enhance twice in a row, but not once had he rolled enhance. After resting for 10 days, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. On his third try, he finally rolled enhance. His consciousness entered the dark space, and he discovered that there were more bright orbs than when he had been in the fifth mainland. All of the orbs were brighter than when he had been in the fifth mainland, which meant that the overall strength of the cosmic tree realm far surpassed that of the fifth mainland. However, he still could not find any orbs that were as bright as his own. He shifted his consciousness and looked around, but he still could not find any. Even in the cosmic tree realm, there were not many powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. Lu Yin was worried that he would consume too much star essence, so he had no choice but to find the brightest one to merge with. After merging with it, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw a blade descending. He was startled and hurriedly dodged. The blade streaked through the void and slashed into the ground. Zhang Dingtian looked at him with a confused expression. Eh? Zhang Dingtian? Zhang Dingtian looked at him blankly. Teacher? Luyin was stunned. Teacher? At that moment, his memories flooded in, and he was left speechless when he realized that he had merged with Luyi's body. Luyi was the first person from the Lu family that Luyin had seen a sword steal, and Zhang Dingtian was his disciple. At that moment, Zhang Dingtian had asked Luyi for guidance because he had just comprehended a sword steal. He had not expected to merge with Luyi's body as soon as the blade landed. If he had not reacted quickly enough, Luyi would have been killed. Luyin thought to himself. Your attack was very weak, Luyin spoke up. His voice was hoarse, but it was clearly Luyi's voice. Zhang Dingtian was puzzled. Of course it's weak compared to teacher. Does teacher see anything that needs to be compensated for? Luyin looked at the blade in Zhang Dingtian's hand as memories continued to flood in. He tried to search for any memories related to the Star Alliance, but there were very few. Luyi was from the Lu family, not the four cardinal scales. His understanding of the Star Alliance was similar to Lu Yin's, and even if he was from the four cardinal scales, a fourth tribulation cultivator would not have been enough to know the Star Alliance's secrets. Merging with Lu Yin's body was useless. Teacher? Zhang Dingtian was even more confused. Luyin looked up. Repeat that attack. Remember, it has to be exactly the same. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Although Zhang Dingtian was in a strange state, he still did as he was told. This is what I comprehended from the sword steal. It's one of the 9 forms, the body-severing technique. He then slashed out with his blade. It was clearly a blade slash, but his entire body felt like a blade. This feeling was similar to Ling Qing's, where one's body had turned into a blade. Luyin instantly withdrew from the fusion, and the blade happened to be right where he had fused. Luyi's consciousness returned, and he did not suspect anything. With a bang, the blade bounced off. You've already comprehended 6 of the 9 forms. Although they are simple, they contain the essence of the blade. Only when you master all 9 will you truly touch the way of the blade. Zhang Dingtian seemed to be deep in thought. Although he was curious about Luyi's state, he did not say anything. Again. Luyi shouted. Zhang Dingtian raised his blade high and slashed down. On the other side, Luyin exhaled. Luyi's memories were very complicated. He had lived for a very long time, even though his cultivation was not very high. Most of his memories were related to the way of the sword, and Luyin felt that his own understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. He also learned that the Lu family placed a lot of importance on Xianxia Academy. Not only the Lu family, but even the School of Agriculture and the 4 cardinal scales also placed a lot of importance on Xianxia Academy. However, Luyi did not know the exact reason. The last time he had come to the astral tree, the 4 cardinal scales' attitude towards Xianxia Academy had been very strange. Xia Taili had wanted to go there, and when Shizhong had promised to help her, she had been very happy, but why did everyone else want to go there? He immediately asked Elder Green Apricot, but she did not know. He then asked Long Shi. Xian Academy has many secret techniques, and that's what attracted us. However, that's definitely not what attracted the 4 cardinal scales and the other families. I don't know the exact reason, Long Shi answered. Luyin nodded. It seems like Xian Academy still has some secrets. Long Shi said, I've heard rumors that Xian Academy's hidden mountain sea. I don't know if that's what attracted them. Luyin was shocked. Hidden mountain sea? 9 mountains and 8 seas? Long Shi shook her head. I don't know, but Xian Academy has never had a lack of ancestors. Although they don't have any progenitors, they still have as many ancestors as the cardinal scales. If that was the case, then he really did have to go to Xian Academy. However, what did the mountains and seas have to do with half-ancestors? In theory, it was impossible for a half-martial ancestor to inherit the mountains and seas. This was one of the reasons why the fog ancestor was so proud. We're back in the starry sky of trees? Long Shi asked. Luyin nodded. Are you going out? Long Shi shook his head. No need. Luyin replied, I might go to Xian Academy. Now that the academy has changed, many people from the 4-way scales will go there. Perhaps I'll be able to meet some of the younger generations of your White Dragon clan there. Long Shi thought for a moment before replying, "It's not very likely. It's very difficult for the white dragon race to have children. There are only a few people in this generation, and the next generation won't appear in a few decades. Unlike other clans, elites are born every 10 or 20 years." Lu Ying didn't chat with Long Shi for too long, as he wanted to continue rolling his die and try to uncover the secrets of the four-way scales. "That's right, let's see how much it costs." Right now, Lu Ying had too many cosmic rings, and he had no other choice. A single cosmic ring could not hold that many star essence. 7 billion star essence had been fused into Lu Yi's body, which had consumed a total of 7 billion star essence. Lu Ying relaxed, as it was still acceptable. When he had fused with the 6th mainland's Manor Master Dream, he had consumed 3 billion star essence. Lu Yi's cultivation was close to Manor Master Dream's, and there wasn't much of a difference. Furthermore, they weren't that far apart, so it was normal for him to consume 7 billion star essence. With Lu Yin's wealth, this expenditure wasn't considered much, so he continued. At the same time, Xia Zhitong successfully contacted Xia Yuan. On the cloud pass stone, Xia Yuan looked at Xia Zhitong's image and angrily scolded, "I told you that I wouldn't contact you, and you definitely couldn't contact me. You're too bold. You actually contacted me through someone else." Xia Zhitong calmly replied, "I wouldn't have contacted you if I wasn't in a desperate situation." Xia Yuan frowned. "What desperate situation? Aren't you living a carefree life in Jade City?" Xia Zhitong could hear the mockery in his voice. This was probably the mockery of the entire Xia family towards her. Even Xia Yuan, who had a fling, was no exception. No one looked up to her. How was she any different from the Yu family? "I've been poisoned, and I can't cure it. I can only come to you for help," Xia Zhitong said. Xia Yuan raised his brows. "Go find Xia Feng. He can help you." Xia Zhitong sneered. "I did, but he couldn't help me. He told me to look for you. His cultivation is higher than mine, and he's lived longer than me. Why can't he help you?" Xia Yuan said gloomily. Xia Zhitong looked at Xia Yuan's reluctant expression and slowly said, "If you won't help me, then I'll have to look for the patriarch. You know I have a way." "What are you trying to do?" Xia Yuan roared. Xia Zhitong calmly replied, "I'm being tortured, and no one will have a good time. I'll die from the poison, and I'll have someone die with me." "Are you threatening me?" "If I wasn't in a desperate situation, I'd rather enjoy life in Jade City. Who would have the time to threaten you?" Xia Yuan's eyes flashed as he stared at Xia Zhitong. "What poison? Who did it?" "An old acquaintance of yours, Yu Hao," Xia Zhitong said word by word. Xia Yuan's expression changed. "Yu Hao? Isn't he dead?" Xia Zhitong took a deep breath. "It's best if you come to Jade City. Yu Hao has changed. He wants to take revenge not only on me, but also on the entire Xia family." Xia Zhitong looked at Xia Yuan's disdainful gaze and continued, "I know you don't think much of him, and you don't think that anyone can harm the Xia family, but he's already done it. If he does something that angers the patriarch, you won't be able to escape responsibility. You were the one who suggested the Yu family's plan, and you've received many benefits over the years. If anything happens, the family won't let you off." Xia Yuan thought about it. "Wait for me, and don't go anywhere. I want to see what this Yu Hao has up his sleeves." He then ended the call. Lu Ying had expected that with his current cultivation, he would be able to merge with some important people in the astral tree domain. However, he had not expected that the second person to merge with would be a super important person, Long Ku, the current patriarch of the White Dragon clan. The White Dragon clan's main bloodline had been cut off, and Long Ku's side bloodline had taken over. Because of this, when Long Tian had been trapped in the sovereign realm and Long Shi had gone missing, Long Ku's position had been extremely unstable. Lu Yin's alias, Draconic 7, had suddenly risen to prominence. Not only had he displayed great lock-breaking talent, but he had also been recognized by Mu Xia, the governor of the humble school, and had been accepted as a disciple. Once the news had spread, Long Ku had been abandoned by the White Dragon clan. Ni Huang had personally acted as a matchmaker for Luyin, allowing him to marry the Xia family's princess, Xia Taili. His status as the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan had also been revoked. Once his cultivation increased, he could directly replace Long Ku and become the new patriarch. It seemed like this method of ascension was very open-minded, but it actually exposed the White Dragon clan's shallow foundation. Aside from Long Tian and Long Shi, there was no one else in the main bloodline who could take over. This had allowed a remote side bloodline to take over. Long Ku was a scheming person, and Luyin knew a lot about him. This person had tried to use Luyin to deal with the Long Quan side bloodline and secure his position as patriarch. He was also very strong and had a cultivation at 5 tribulation origin stage. He had threatened Luyin and wanted to eliminate Luyin, but he had not succeeded in the end. Luyin had not expected that the second person he would merge with would be Long Ku. The White Dragon clan really had an affinity with him. First, it was Long Quan, and now it was Long Ku. Long Ku could not be compared to Long Quan. Even if his position was unstable, as the patriarch of the White Dragon clan, he knew everything that he needed to know. Luyin continued to search through his memories, and many of the White Dragon clan's secrets were revealed to him without reservation. This included the White Dragon clan's battle techniques, secret techniques, and even the Star Alliance's restrictions. Long Ku's memories kept surging into Lu Yin's mind. Other than the secrets that only the half-ancestors and the dragon ancestor knew, he knew everything else. This included how to activate and break the source box array on Dragon Mountain, where the White Dragon clan stored their resources, and where Long Ku stored his own resources. There were also some secrets shared by the 4 cardinal scales. He also saw the Lu family from back then, and he saw himself. Although Long Ku was from a side bloodline of the White Dragon clan, because the dragon ancestor had been born, the White Dragon clan's status was second only to the Lu family. When the Lu family was still around, the White Dragon clan was on par with the Frigid Immortal sect. With Long Ku's status, he had visited the Lu family several times and met Lu Xiaoxian. Luyin had never thought that he would see his past self in someone else's memories. His past self had been just as Long Shi had described, cheerful, passionate, and gifted. He had been the object of envy and worship for countless people in the cosmic tree realm. In that generation, the 7 heroes had been magnificent, and everyone had believed that they would be able to recreate the glory of the Daosource Sex era. The White Dragon clan had also had one of the 7 heroes, and it had been the main bloodline's daughter, Long Xing. She was also Lu Xiaoshuan's 4th sister. Luyin had never looked at someone's memory so calmly before. It was as if he was looking at an image. He saw himself in Long Ku's memories, as well as the Lu family in his memories. He could also feel Long Ku's emotions. When Long Ku had first met Lu Xiaoxian, he had been passionate, but his heart had been filled with jealousy and hatred for Long Xing, the main bloodline's daughter. He had long wanted to replace the main bloodline, but with his status back then, he could only dream about it. The most exciting day of his life had been when the Lu family had been exiled. The main bloodline of the White Dragon clan had disappeared, and he had become the clan leader. That day had been deeply engraved in his memory, and it had also left an indescribable impression on Luyin. The more excited Long Ku had been, the more furious Luyin had been. In Long Ku's memories, he saw the sky filled with red flowers, and he saw Long Shi crying as she cried. He saw the entire top realm disappear, and he saw a giant ancestral mandala's tail that stretched across the sky. Most people had lost their memories of that day, and only a few of them remembered it. Luyin did not see that day in Long Quan's memories, nor did he see that day in Luyi's memories. This was because only a small number of people had witnessed that day and that scene, and they were qualified to retain that memory. Long Ku's memories were too complex, and even though Luyin had spent a long time looking at them, he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. He could only search for the important memories. After some time, someone requested to see Long Ku, and Luyin withdrew from the fusion. "Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." Luyin had never fused with a single person for such a long time, not even White Sage. He had seen too many of Long Ku's memories and seen too many things that ordinary people wouldn't know. He also knew too much about Long Ku. However, none of this was as important as the Star Alliance. He knew how to break the restrictions, but unfortunately, the caged realm's restrictions required the four heavens to work together to break them. Long Ke only knew a quarter of it. This was a rule set by the four heavens to prevent a single family from controlling the Star Alliance. Regardless of the reason, everyone in the Star Alliance was still an emissary. 1 or 2 emissaries wasn't scary, but 10 or 20 emissaries was. Even the four heavens didn't have that many emissaries. Whoever controlled the Star Alliance alone would be able to crush all the other powers in terms of emissary-level power. This was something that the four heavens didn't want to see. Since they couldn't control the Star Alliance alone, they had to split it into 4 parts. This way, they could prevent the Star Alliance from being controlled alone and also prevent someone from rescuing everyone. The four heavens didn't underestimate the Lu family's remaining members. The White Dragon clan only had a quarter of the Star Alliance, so he had to go to the other 3 families. The Shenwu plane was possible since Xia Zhitong could get close to Xia Yuan, but what about the Frigid Immortal sect and the Wang family? He thought of Wang Su. That woman had been locked up in the Above Heaven sect, but she hadn't been locked up in Mount Supreme. Wang Yi was the same, so it would be difficult to get close to the Wang family. This was just the Star Alliance. Lu Yin had looked into the Red Garden through Long Ke's memories. The Red Garden seemed simple and could be taken away by force. However, it wasn't just the Red Garden where the Lu family was locked up, it was also Bai Xianer's backyard. If anything happened to the Red Garden, Bai Xianer would be the first to know. No one knew how terrifying Bai Xianer was. Even though she was from the same generation as the 7 heroes and was Long Ke's junior, who would dare to treat her as a junior in the current astral tree realm? Her cultivation was unfathomable, and it was said that she was already a half-step ancestor. Long Ke had even heard from Elder and I Huang that Bai Xianer was unfathomable. He would rather fight with Wan Ji than Bai Xianer. Since Great Elder and I Huang had said so, Long Ke believed her without a doubt. Lu Yin also believed that it wasn't because of Long Ke's memories, but rather because he had seen Bai Xianer's eyes when he had met the astral tree after becoming an envoy. Those eyes had looked down upon the world, and the destruction of the 3 upper gates had been related to her. She had even caused Elder Chan to fear her with a single finger. Bai Xianer was definitely a great enemy of the Lu family, but he didn't have the confidence to face her head-on right now. He didn't even know what role she'd played in the Lu family's banishment. Even the Lu family, which had been at its peak, had been exiled, let alone him. If they wanted to save the Star Alliance, they had to save them together. Otherwise, if they saved the Star Alliance, the Red Garden would definitely be prepared. This was the most troublesome thing. The Square Balance was not a fool. If he had known earlier, he would have brought along Wang Wen and Wei Rong, as these 2 were experts at scheming. Do you still want to roll the dice? Lu Yin thought about it, but he still decided to roll the dice. The second time, he would merge into Long Ke's body, and perhaps after a few more times, he would be able to find Xia Xing, Wang Jing, and Bai Ting. That way, he would know how to break through the restrictions placed on the Star Alliance's bodies, and he would also know more about the Red Garden. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly checked his cosmic ring. He had merged into Long Ke's body for too long, and he didn't know how much he had consumed. His face twitched when he saw that it was 90 billion star essence coins. It was a total of 90 billion star essence, which made Lu Yin's heart bleed. How many times more had he consumed than Lu Yin? Lu Yin gulped and tossed away the empty cosmic ring. Although it pained him, it was worth it. He had merged into Long Ke's body for too long, so long that he could take a stroll around Dragon Mountain. Merging with Lu Yin was not something he could compare to, so it was understandable that he had consumed so much. Furthermore, Long Ke was in the top realm. Although that was what he consoled himself, Lu Yin still felt rather uncomfortable that he had used up so much. He would definitely find Long Ke to repay this debt. In any case, he knew the location of Long Ke's collection of resources. As the leader of the White Dragon clan, even if he had only recently taken the position, he should still have some savings. While thinking about this, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. He hadn't noticed that the last time he had rolled Long Ke was the 4th time, and this was the 5th time. Intense pain assaulted him, and he felt as if his head was being torn apart. No matter how much his cultivation had increased, he could only roll the die 4 times. He would definitely not be able to endure the 5th time, but the consequences were not as severe as the first time. At the very least, he had not fainted. It took Luin a long time to recover. At that moment, he sensed Kue Luo approaching and walked out. Xia Yuan has arrived at Yuqing. He's already met up with Xia Zhitong, Kue Luo said. Luin nodded and looked in the direction of Yuqing. Let's see how many times Xia Zhitong can endure the pain of failure. In Yuqing, Xia Zhitong had finally waited for Xia Yuan to arrive. During this time, she had been burning with anxiety, and her face had become much more haggard. There were more and more rumors about her in the outside world, all because she had not found a gigolo. Not only that, but she had also chased away all of the gigolos in her jade mansion. Many people said that she was sick, and that it was an incurable disease. Some said that she had gone crazy, and others said that someone had attacked her. Yuqing was now in a state of panic. Xia Zhitong was not only in this state because of the way in her body, but also because she had aged slightly. She had asked Xia Feng to help her detoxify the poison, but he had failed. After returning to Yuqing, she had discovered that her skin was wrinkling, and even her cultivation was useless. Her eyes were no longer as bright as before, and her hair had also withered and yellowed. This discovery caused her to collapse, and she did not dare to meet anyone. She suddenly remembered Yu Hao's words. He wanted her to endure the greatest torture in the world. Not only was she unable to touch the opposite sex, but every time she failed to detoxify the poison, she would also age slightly. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Amidst her despair, Xia Yuan finally arrived. When Xia Yuan saw Xia Zhitong, he frowned. How did you change? Xia Zhitong's expression turned ugly, and she lowered her head. Her voice was hoarse as she said, Xia Feng can't save me, and it's useless even if you come. I need you to find a way to get me back to Shenwu Plain. I want to participate in the ancestral worship. Xia Yuan frowned. I said I would help you. What can a mere Yu Hao do? Even Xia Feng can't save me. Xia Zhitong screamed, her eyes red. She was going crazy. She had not touched a man for more than half a month, and her body was still aging. Xia Yuan's gaze turned cold. Xia Feng just doesn't want to help you. Do you think Yu Hao has the power to fight against me? Even Shen Fei can't do that. I want to go and pay respects to the ancestors. Xia Zhitong glared at Xia Yuan as if she wanted to eat him. You're crazy. I'm helping you. Xia Yuan was unhappy. Xia Zhitong kept backing away. Don't touch me, and I don't need you to help me. I want to see half-ancestor Zihuan. Me. Xia Yuan angrily rebuked, nonsense. You think you're worthy of seeing a half-ancestor? Let me see what kind of poison you've been poisoned with. Xia Yuan then grabbed Xia Zhitong. The difference in strength between them was too great, and Xia Zhitong could not break free. The result was the same as Xia Feng's. Xia Yuan was helpless and let go. Xia Zhitong screamed like a madwoman, I said it's useless. You're harming me. You want me to die, you want me to age, you want me to become ugly, and I'll become the biggest joke in the starry sky tree. Don't think you'll have an easy time either. Xia Yuan's eyes flickered. Where did Yu Hao get such a technique from? Even he was helpless against it. Did he have to ask a senior with 6 tribulation origin stage to help? Xia Zhitong's clothes were in a mess, and she no longer looked as beautiful as before. She glared at Xia Yuan like a crazy woman. I want to see a half-ancestor. Only a half-ancestor can save me. If I die, people will think that it was done by the Lu family. Your plan will fail. Not only that, but you'll also be blamed by the family and become the joke of the 4 cardinal scales. Xia Yuan's voice was cold. You think you can threaten me with just dying of illness? Xia Zhitong sneered. I knew you were heartless. Dear uncle, do you think I'm stupid enough to trust you? Do you think I don't know what the family thinks of me? I've already made preparations. Once I die, everyone will know that it was done by the Lu family's surviving members. I guarantee it. Xia Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Xia Zhitong murderously. You're the one who spread the rumors? Xia Zhitong laughed hoarsely. This is just the beginning. I'll spread the news about the Yu family to help you intimidate the starry sky of trees. At the same time, I've also prepared a backup plan. The faster the news about the Yu family spreads in the starry sky of trees, the faster the list of people who were killed by the Lu family's retainers, as well as the list of people who were involved with me, will spread throughout the starry sky of trees. If my reputation is ruined, you won't have an easy time either. The Xia family's reputation won't improve either. Xia. Yuan was furious, and he raised his hand to slap Xia Zhitong to death. Xia Zhitong laughed maniacally. Come on, kill me. I'm already in this state. If I die, the Xia family's reputation will be ruined, and you won't be able to find Yu Hao. If he can do this to me, he can do the same to you. Xia Yuan's heart sank. If Yu Hao had a poison that he couldn't deal with, then he might have other methods as well. The Xia family's reputation was important, and this woman's death was not worth mentioning. However, destroying the four-way balance and boosting the Lu family's prestige was not something he could do. Otherwise, his life would be over. He did not want to die with this crazy woman. I think you're crazy. You're actually threatening your own family. Xia Yuan lowered his hand and calmed down. Xia Zhitong mocked, What, you're not going to kill me? Xia Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I'll let you pay respects to your ancestors and meet half-ancestor Zihuan, but you should know what to say and what not to say. Also, you have to find Yu Hao. This person must be eliminated. Xia Zhitong's gaze was sinister, and she gritted her teeth. Don't worry, I'll get rid of him. I'll let him taste the greatest torture in the world and return it to him 1,000 times over. Outside the Jade Manor, Luin watched everything unfold as if he was watching a show. Kui Luo laughed. What do you think? I didn't call you out in vain. This was a good show, wasn't it? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was. It's a pity that I didn't appear, or it would have been even better. Kui Luo laughed strangely. What do you think of the Xia family paying respects to their ancestors? Lu Yin looked up at the pinnacle realm. Xia Zhitong had been invited to the Xia family's ancestral worship, so as her husband in name, he should go as well. However, he was afraid that he would run into the Xia family's ancestor and be exposed. He had to think of something. Now that the show is over, it's your turn to watch the show with me, Kui Luo said. Lu Yin was confused. Watch what show with you? Kui Luo's strange laughter was filled with indignation. That old coot, the food god, actually mocked me for being immoral. Fine, I'll show him that. Let's go to Xian Academy. Teaching and educating people has always been my dream. Lu Yin was puzzled and sized up Kui Luo. Educating people? It didn't seem like it. Kid, what's with that look? Let me tell you, I'm the best at teaching students. Kui Luo was displeased. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Fine, I'll go with you. In fact, even if Kui Luo hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone to Xian Academy anyway. Bringing students out for training was one of the few ways to enter the four-way scales openly. Moreover, Xian Academy had the cultivation method of the domain void god realm that he wanted. It could touch space, and perhaps it would allow him to improve his understanding of the plan's secret art. Also, he was very interested in the four-way scales. It was time to become a teacher, but he didn't know if he was qualified. There were a total of 9 large districts in the Middle Plain world. Each district had its own unique origin. For example, the Yin Mountain District. Although it was large, it was desolate. People would unconsciously feel cold when they walked in. It was even difficult for normal people to walk outside the Yin Mountain District. The Blue Moon District got its name because it was the only place where one could see the Green Mountains outside the Central Realm. From below, it looked like a full moon, so it was called the Blue Moon District. The region that Lu Yin and the others were currently in was called the Memory District. This was because Memory Academy was located here, which was why it was called the Memory District. This Xian District is different from the Bifrost Bridge, the Yin Mountain District, and the Huayuan District. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the vast landscape. After leaving Bifrost Bridge Jade City, Lu Yin had been led by Kui Luo to Xian Academy, which had taken him half a day. The Central Realm was too vast, and even a single mountain range could nurture an astral civilization. The distance from one zone to another was not as close as the distance between the Outerverse and the Cosmic Sea from the Fifth Mainland. It might even be farther. The central realm was much larger than the fifth mainland, but the top realm was much smaller. The lower realm was the largest, as it was the root of the mother tree. However, Luin had never seen exactly how large it was. He had yet to truly look down at the starry sky tree from the starry sky above his head and see the land clearly. Xian Academy has been famous since ancient times. Even the four heavens would think of ways to send their own children to study here, let alone the other clans. All the powers in the middle realm have their eyes on Xian Academy. Countless young elites have rushed over from all directions, thinking of ways to enter Xian Academy. This has caused Xian district to flourish and be filled with vitality, said Elder Qingxing. He had been released. Kui Luo sighed. Back in the day, this old man also came to Xian Academy to study, but this lousy place was too rigid and boring, so I left. You couldn't get in, right? Luin glanced at him. Kui Luo grinned. To this old man, Xian Academy is nothing. That old man Luozha and I were invincible in this region, and countless beauties threw themselves at us. Sigh, I was too young back then and didn't know how to cherish them. Otherwise, I would have had so many children and grandchildren by now. At this moment, the mist ancestor appeared and looked into the distance with a strange expression. I like this place. This place is young and full of vitality. Look, there are duels everywhere. Luin followed the mist ancestor's gaze and saw quite a few youths fighting in groups. They were using all sorts of battle techniques and even boasting. Quite a few people had stopped to watch, and there was a city in the distance that was bustling with activity. It had a cultural atmosphere that was different from Baytown. Right, Luin looked at those people and then back at his own group. No wonder he had felt that something was off when he had first arrived in the Xian district. The clothes that the people there wore were similar to the clothes of ancient scholars and swordsmen, while his own group wore all sorts of clothes. They even had modern technology on their feet, which made them look out of place. Above his head, many figures were chatting and laughing as they walked into the distance. They were all youths, and there were also some elders accompanying them further away. Is it the enrollment season for Xian Academy? Why is it so lively? Luin was curious and asked as he walked. The number of people around him gradually increased, and the place was bustling with noise. Elder Green Apricot said, Xian Academy doesn't have a fixed enrollment season. Anyone under the age of 40 can join at any time as long as they pass the exam. Luin was puzzled. How are they going to teach this way? Elder Green Apricot replied, I'm not too sure about that. I've never been here before, but I'll know once I enter. Xian Academy was located in the center of the Xian district, and the city that they were currently in was only at the edge of the district. They were still quite a distance away from Xian Academy, but even so, the competition here was fierce. Many people were selling items from Xian Academy's past examinations, while others were working together to gain experience and discuss how to enter the academy. There were also quite a few who used the name of training as an excuse to attract business. Xian Academy had very few students, but it was very profitable. The young master of the Huayuan Finghua clan is here, someone exclaimed, and many people looked towards the city gates. A strand of flames transformed into something that resembled a crimson dragon and roared as it entered the city. There was a youth on its back, and the youth had a resolute expression. His eyes were especially sharp, and anyone who was seen by him would feel flustered and unconsciously look away. Behind the youth, at least 100 cultivators rushed over in an orderly fashion. They were all dressed in the same uniform, and they surrounded the strand of flames. Elder Green Apricot promptly explained, the Finghua clan is a large clan in the Huayuan district, and their leader has always been an emissary. This clan specializes in fire attacks, and they nurture military talents. There are members of the Finghua clan serving as commanders on the battlefield at the back of the city. They are considered a rather powerful clan. Luin did not mind and quickly left the city. He had only been looking around out of curiosity. On the way to Xian Academy, they passed by many more cities. Some stayed behind to take a look, while others directly passed by. They saw quite a few famous clans and sects in the central realm. These clans and sects could only be considered famous in their own districts, and they were far from being comparable to the famed farmers or the Lu family in the Tree Galaxy. Luin had never met Long Seven before, so he was still unfamiliar with these clans. However, these clans had more or less produced some talents. The development of the tree galaxy could not be completely dependent on these colossi. On the contrary, these small and medium-sized clans and sects made up the majority of the population. Kid, I'm leaving. That old coot, the food god, really thinks that Xian Academy is full of righteousness. I'm going to take a look around and see if this rundown place is hiding filth. Kue Luo excitedly left. He could not go to Xian Academy, as there were at least 2 half-progenitors there, which made him feel apprehensive. He could only wander around the area and see if there were any secrets that he could uncover. Luinin could not stop him, as Kue Luo wanted him to go to Xian Academy so that he could have a spy. Elder Green Apricot was taken back to Mount Supreme, and Tongyu was left in the vicinity like Kue Luo. She would not enter Xian Academy with Luin, so he could only enter by himself. Of course, the Fog Ancestor was also with him. Luin had originally planned to head directly to Xian Academy, but he had been attracted by the origin tribulation in the distance. He had rushed over, but he had not expected to run into someone undergoing their tribulation. This origin tribulation was very short, which meant that the person undergoing the tribulation did not have a very high cultivation base. It was far from being comparable to Lu Yin's cultivation base. It was just an ordinary cultivator, and such a cultivator's chances of success were not high. However, this person had succeeded, and Luin even knew the person who had undergone the tribulation. Lan Gui was the person undergoing the tribulation. Back when Qing Chen had brought Luin to Dragon Mountain in the topmost realm, the Eternals had attacked the array bases at the back of the battlefield and activated the limitless power source box array. Qing Chen and the others had to pour astral source into the array bases, but the Eternals had sent spies to destroy them. Both Luin and Lan Gui had exchanged blows with these spies. This person was arrogant, conceited, and vicious. He had attacked many people from the 4 cardinal scales, but he had not killed them and had only severely injured them. In the end, he had become a training target for the younger disciples of the 4 cardinal scales. Even though this person's mouth was vicious, Luin still admired him for risking his life to protect the sourcebox array. He was much better than some people who did not mean what they said. As he watched Lan Gui absorb the astral source, the tribulation dispersed. Luin looked around and saw that there were many more people around, and some of them seemed to be harboring evil intentions. Just as he was thinking about this, someone suddenly attacked and targeted Lan Gui. Lan Gui, you're dead today. Enlighters can be training targets for the younger generation, but now that you've become an emissary, we can kill you with our own hands. Lan Gui's face was haggard, and his clothes were tattered. He looked miserable, but there was no fear in his eyes. A bunch of shameless old fools. You've been watching me all this time, waiting for me to break through. I'll break through today. Let's see if you can kill me. He then pulled out 2 short spears and stabbed them forward. The spears vanished as they entered the astral source universe and then reappeared in another direction to attack the attacker. Lan Gui's innate gift was the blue fish, and he had been able to roam the astral source universe when he was an enlighter. He was no stranger to the astral source universe, and now that he had become an emissary, his strength in all aspects had transformed. His star energy had transformed into astral source, and he was no longer suppressed by the emissaries. It was as if he had become a completely different person. However, his opponent had also advanced from an enlighter to an emissary, and this was an emissary who had been watching him for a long time. The attacker was an old man, and his gaze moved from one side to the other as he stared in the direction that Lan Gui had attacked. As the short spear stabbed out, purplish gold flames surged from Lan Gui's body. The high temperature scorched the void and caused the astral source universe to distort. The short spears melted the moment they touched the flames, and Lan Gui immediately let go of them and retreated. The old man reached into the astral source universe to grab Lan Gui. Luin raised a brow. This person's usage of the astral source was very good. He could deal with Lan Gui without suffering any backlash from the astral source universe. This was a very experienced emissary powerhouse. Furthermore, these purplish gold flames clearly belonged to the undying bird bloodline, which meant that he was from the Zijin family. Lu Yin's only impression of the Zijin family was Jin Feiyuan, who had been defeated at the ancestral gazing pavilion. After Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, he had been ordered by the Xia family to take back the armed puppet, but Lu Yin had slapped him unconscious. That person's fate in the Zijin family would not be too good. Thank you. Zhang Daming, thanks for your support. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. It's been 3 days in a row, and I'm too tired. End of chapter 2183. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.